Pain. A sharp, throbbing pain in his head. Chen Feng felt dizzy and groggy. The last thing he remembered was saving a child, then being hit by a car and losing consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes. The ceiling above him had an old ceiling fan hanging from it. Where is he? A cold breeze tickled the back of his head. He looked down at himself, was wearing thick clothes, a military green cotton jacket with a distinctly retro style. That didn't make sense. Chen Feng clearly remembered that it was summer today. When he left home this morning, he was wearing a short-sleeved shirt. The sun had been blazing. A temperature was supposedly 37 degrees Celsius. And this kind of old-fashioned ceiling fan? He hadn't seen one like that in years. After air conditioning became common, they just disappeared. Chen Feng tried to sit up. Just then, a loud voice boomed from beside him. Chen Feng, you're finally awake. Man, you scared the hell out of me when you passed out. Chen Feng turned his head toward the sound. A huge man leaned over him, built like a mountain, with a dark, weathered face that reminded Chen Feng of Li Jingfei's portrayal of Zhang Fei. The man wore a deep blue cotton jacket, faded from years of washing, its style unmistakably dated. His eyes were full of concern. Chen Feng was confused. Who was this guy? He didn't recognize him at all. He quickly scanned the room. It was very simple, almost shabby. There were rows of long benches with peeling paint. On the old brick wall, red letters shouted, "The working class must lead everything." On the right wall hung a calendar. The date read, December 13th, 1987. Chen Feng froze. What? 1987? He shot upright, grabbing the big man's arm urgently. What year is it now? Is it really 1987? The big man blinked, surprised by his reaction. Yeah, of course it's 1987. What's wrong with you? Did the anger scramble your brain? Sighing, he continued, Man, Chen Feng, why do you have to go and argue with Zhao Detsai, our workshop group leader? His uncle is the factory director. Nobody dares mess with him around here. That guy's got a petty temper. Anyone who crosses him ends up regretting it. He's got no right to demand your employee housing unit either, the man grumbled. That place belonged to your parents. It's their legacy to you. But come on, there are better ways to handle this appeal to higher-ups. Fight for your rights properly. Now look what happened. You stood up to him face-to-face, flew off the handle, fainted right there in front of everyone, and got carried out like a joke. The man talked a lot, but his chatter gave Chen Feng valuable information. Chen Feng forced his brain to work faster, sorting through the details. First, one thing was clear: had been reborn into the year 1987. Second, the identity he had taken over also bore the name Chen Feng and worked at Tianyuan Steelworks. His parents were already deceased. That didn't bother him too much. Before his death, Chen Feng had been an orphan raised in a children's home. Third, the current situation was this. His parents had left him a house, and now the factory director's brother-in-law had his eye on it. This new life didn't seem promising, but that was okay. Now was 1987, shortly after the start of China's reform era. The country was still exploring its path forward, and society was in a period of ideological transition. Nobody could predict what would happen in the next few decades. But Chen Feng knew exactly how things would unfold. In the coming years, the world would witness earth-shaking changes. The sleeping lion of the East would awaken, and its roar would echo across the globe. Before his death, Chen Feng had been a graduate student in finance at Tsinghua University and Peking University Tsinghua. He understood global economic trends better than most. Reborn in 1987, his greatest opportunity had arrived. If he played his cards right, he might just become not only China's richest man, but the richest in the world. After collecting his thoughts, Chen Feng brought his attention back to reality. He looked at the big man beside him and asked cautiously, "By the way, what's your name again?" The man frowned. "You really did lose your mind. Huh? Don't you even remember me anymore?" Chen Feng managed a weak smile. "I'm still a little fuzzy. A lot of stuff's gone from my head." "Imidaju," the man replied. "My dad and your dad started at the factory the same year. We're neighbors. We grew up together." "Oh right, Hidaju," Chen Feng sighed. "I guess I hit my head when I fell. I've got some memory loss. A lot of stuff's blank." Concern filled Hidazu's eyes. "Should we go to the county hospital? You're so young, I don't want anything bad to happen." Chen Feng shook his head. "No need. I think I'll be fine if I rest a few days. If my head still hurts later, it'll go then." "That makes sense. And that bastard Zhao Detsai definitely want to prove any leave for you anyway." Hidaju muttered bitterly, cursing under his breath. Speaking of Zhao, the man clenched his teeth. "Hey, can you tell me more about myself?" Chen Feng asked. "I can't remember anything. I don't want to embarrass myself later." He wanted to gather information as fast as possible. "No problem, buddy." Hidaju grinned. "We're best friends. I know everything about you." True to his word, Hidaju believed every word Chen Feng said. Then, he began recounting the story of Chen Feng's past. From he Daz's words, Chen Feng formed a basic understanding of his new identity. He was born in 1966, making him 21 years old this year. His mother died when he was 3, and he was raised solely by his father. Last year, after graduating high school without getting into college, his father pulled some strings and got him a job at the steel plant, a solid, stable position in those days. Being a worker meant a secure livelihood and social respect. But good times didn't last long. Last August, his father fell ill and eventually passed away in the hospital. Since then, Chen Feng had been alone. Well, technically not entirely alone. He also had a fiancée. She was a childhood bride arranged by his father years ago. Back when his father was still a workshop supervisor, many families wanted to tie ties with his household. Back then, it was common for factories to arrange marriages between employees. Double worker households received special benefits. The girl was the daughter of the factory's accountant Joe. She was only 2 years younger than Chen Feng. After finishing middle school, she stopped studying and stayed home until she turned 18, then was arranged a job at the factory. Originally, they were supposed to get married this year, but due to his father's death, the wedding was postponed indefinitely. From he Daz's explanation, Chen Feng gathered enough background about his current self. Not fully detailed, but enough to get started. Chapter 2. The Startup Capital for Business. He Daju glanced at the clock on the wall and remarked, "Well, since you have nothing to do, I should be heading back. You can rest here for a while. I will help you take a leave." "Wait, let us return together," Chen Feng replied. Staying here was of no use to him. He preferred to hurry back to the factory. Coincidentally, Chen Feng was eager to resign from this job. As someone who had traversed time, freshly graduated from university, he had little understanding of steelmaking technology. There was no need to start from scratch, nor did he wish to remain in the factory. After the reforms, the era of state-owned enterprises was drawing to a close. In 1987, this was a time ripe with opportunity. Many prominent figures amassed their fortunes during this period, ultimately soaring to great heights. The nation's economic reforms had only recently commenced, and venturing into business was the true path to success. Given that Chen Feng had been reborn in this era, he was unwilling to embrace a life of mediocrity. Working for someone else was out of the question. He would never resign himself to such a fate. After leaving the infirmary, Chen Feng and he Daju made their way back to the workshop. Along the route, Chen Feng meticulously observed the attire of passers-by and the bicycles parked by the roadside, all of which affirmed his return to the 1980s. Following the tumultuous years, the country was in dire need of revival. At that moment, an announcement crackled over the loudspeaker. "Attention all employees of Tianyuan Factory, this afternoon at 3 o'clock. A staff meeting will be held in the auditorium. All employees must attend." The announcement was repeated several times before coming to an end. "Excellent. A meeting means we don't have to work," Hidaju exclaimed with a smile upon hearing the announcement. He led Chen Feng toward the auditorium, where numerous workers in uniforms were heading in the same direction. These workers represented the pulse of the era. In this time, being a worker was one of the most esteemed professions. Yet, little did anyone foresee the impending wave of layoffs in the coming years. Where would these workers go then? It could only be described as the choice of the times. As Chen Feng pondered this, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Upon arriving at the auditorium, they found a considerable number of workers already gathered, chatting in small groups. It was evident that the steel plant was not a small one. The auditorium was quite basic, lacking seating, and the workers stood throughout the meeting. Hidaju guided Chen Feng into a line, where a young man with slicked back hair was organizing the gathering. He was berating a man in work attire, shouting, "You are our team's deputy leader. How do you expect us to work efficiently when not all team members are present?" At that moment, Hidaju grasped Chen Feng's hand and whispered, "That shouted sigh. Be careful not to clash with him. As the saying goes, endure for a moment and peace will follow. Step back and the horizon widens. He just became our team leader, and his ego is soaring." Chen Feng smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. He had no desire to become entangled in the factory's affairs. As he walked along, his mind was occupied with thoughts of how to extricate himself from this establishment. Upon seeing Chen Feng, the young man with slicked back hair and a meticulously groomed appearance displayed a smug smile. With his hands clasped behind his back, he approached Chen Feng and Hidaju, his gaze scrutinizing Chen Feng from head to toe. He chuckled mockingly. "Oh, isn't this the Chen Feng who fainted from anger? Out of the infirmary so soon?" Chen Feng merely smiled in response, choosing to remain silent. Truth be told, he had no desire to engage with this individual. Zhao Dicai was taken aback by Chen Feng's lack of anger, well aware of his notoriously fiery temperament. The indifference displayed in the face of provocation caught him off guard. Just as he contemplated escalating his taunts, a voice resonated from the podium. All staff, please stand in formation. Our meeting is about to commence. Zhao Zhe shot a glare at Chen Feng before returning to the front of the line. Next, we invite Director Wang to address everyone. A middle-aged man, approximately 50 years old, with a balding head and a protruding belly, strode confidently onto the stage. He was Wang Xianghong, the director, and Zhao Zai's uncle. He leaned in close to Chen Feng and whispered. Once on stage, Director Wang scanned the audience, cleared his throat, and began, to all employees of Tianyuan Factory. I won't take up much of your time today. Let us get straight to the point. There are two matters to discuss. First, in response to the country's reforms. A recent notice titled regarding the wage reform of state-owned enterprises has been issued. The notice is lengthy. But to summarize, employee wages will be linked to the economic performance of the enterprise. Factories with good economic performance will issue higher wages, while those with poor performance will issue less. Each unit must be self-sustaining. As Director Wang elaborated on this notice, Chen Feng was already well aware of its implications. Traditionally, wages in state-owned enterprises were fixed. Whether the factory thrived or faltered, employees received a consistent salary, with the government providing subsidies for any shortfall. This stability was the reason state-owned enterprises were often considered secure. However, with the new linkage of wages to performance, it meant that workers in underperforming factories would see a significant reduction in their salaries. This marked the first time the iron rice bowl of state-owned enterprises faced the repercussions of market fluctuations. After Director Wang thoroughly explained the notice, discontent rippled through the crowd of workers. Wage cuts are a hallmark of capitalism. How can they reduce our pay? Exclaimed one. Indeed. We have all contributed diligently to the nation's development. Another chimed in. Even He Dezhu engaged in discussions with those around him, clearly dissatisfied with the announcement. Chen Feng, however, observed quietly. The workers of this era had yet to grasp the concept of a market economy. They believed that being laborers entitled them to the security of the state's iron rice bowl. As the murmurs intensified, Director Wang cleared his throat twice, urging the crowd to settle down. Once silence enveloped the room, he continued. He began to speak. I fully comprehend the sentiments of everyone present at this moment. However, this represents the future direction of our nation's policies. We cannot oppose it, only cooperate. Those unwilling to cooperate may consider departing from our factory, with the option of cashing out their years of service. Upon hearing the mention of cashing out their years, the workers below fell silent in an instant. This system of cashing out has only been established in recent years, wherein the factory grants employees a sum of money, allowing them to leave and seek other opportunities. Yet in this era, cashing out one's years is tantamount to shattering one's own security, a perilous decision indeed. No one would dare undertake such a risk. Director Wang successfully intimidated the workers with this tactic, feeling quite satisfied within. Chen Feng also felt immensely pleased. Just moments ago, he had been pondering how to secure capital for business. Now, he had the opportunity for his entrepreneurial venture presented to him. The most challenging aspect of starting a business is acquiring initial capital. The first pot of gold is the hardest to earn. By cashing out his years, Chen Feng could swiftly obtain a substantial amount of money. With funds in hand, he could allow his money to generate even more wealth. Chapter 3. The opportunity to make money has arrived. A double joy. The employee meeting had not yet concluded when Director Wang continued to address the audience. Now, let us proceed to the second announcement. In response to the call for national economic development, the National Bank has issued Treasury bonds. And we hope that the employees of our factory will support the country's economic endeavors by actively purchasing these bonds. This matter was mentioned last week. However, the subscription rate for Treasury bonds has been quite disappointing, with only 3 or 5 individuals expressing interest. The city has issued strict orders regarding Treasury bonds, assigning each factory a specific quota. Our factory's target is 80,000 yuan. Given the current pace, it will be challenging to meet this goal. If everyone does not engage actively, we will have no choice but to allocate the task among ourselves. Upon hearing the term Treasury bonds, Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. His opportunity had arrived. Treasury bonds, akin to national debt, were first issued in 1987. As most people had never engaged in the buying or selling of national debt, uncertainty loomed large. Many feared the government would borrow their money and question how much would be repaid in the future. Additionally, during this period, the common populace was not affluent, with each household living on a tight budget, leaving little discretionary income to purchase Treasury bonds. Consequently, the initial issuance of Treasury bonds met with lukewarm reception. with few individuals willing to buy. Ultimately, the government was compelled to impose quotas on state-owned enterprises. For instance, this factory was tasked with 100,000 yuan, mandating the factory director to purchase 1,000, the workshop manager 500, and ordinary employees 100 each, among others. Naturally, to promote the Treasury bonds, the factory would offer subsidies for purchases. For a bond with a face value of 100 yuan, the factory subsidizes 40 yuan, meaning employees effectively pay only 60 yuan to acquire it. Yet another dilemma arose. Many perceived these bonds as not being actual money, as they could not be used for immediate consumption. Thus, many would sell their treasury bonds at the first opportunity and often at a loss. For example, an employee purchasing a 100 yuan bond for 60 yuan would sell it for 50 yuan, incurring a 10 yuan loss. However, they would at least possess tangible cash in hand. In the black market, initially, the trading price of treasury bonds was commonly half of their face value. A bond with a face value of 100 yuan was sold for merely 50 yuan. Just a year after their issuance, in 1988, the government began repurchasing these treasury bonds, albeit limited to 7 cities. In addition to returning the face value, the state offered an interest of 5 yuan. Thus, a bond with a face value of 100 yuan could be redeemed at the bank for 105 yuan. If one purchased a bond for 50 yuan and redeemed it at the bank, they would receive 105 yuan, effectively doubling their investment. Furthermore, due to the underdeveloped communication channels at the time, few households could afford televisions or telephones, resulting in a lack of information. In some remote rural areas, people were entirely unaware that treasury bonds could be redeemed. Consequently, some individuals ventured into these secluded areas, acquiring bonds for 60 or 70 yuan, only to sell them at banks in more prosperous regions for a considerable profit. A notable figure in this domain, known as Zhang Weiwei, started with 20,000 yuan and transformed it into over 1 million through trading treasury bonds. The act of reselling these bonds was indeed a genuine opportunity to alter one's destiny. As Chen Feng contemplated how to spend the money he had accrued from his retirement benefits, a fortuitous opportunity presented itself before him. He could hardly contain his excitement. The brief meeting concluded, and the workers dispersed to return to their posts. "All right, Chen Feng, let us return to the workshop," Hidaju remarked, placing a hand on Chen Feng's shoulder. "No, I have a matter to attend to," Chen Feng replied with a smile. Hidaju looked at him quizzically and asked, "You have something to deal with? What could it be? Taking leave now will surely invite criticism." "Never mind me. You should head back," Chen Feng said, gently patting Hidaju's shoulder. In the factory director's office, after Director Wang settled into his chair, his nephew Zhao Ducai brought him a large teacup filled with tea, grinning as he placed it before him. After taking a small sip, Director Wang rubbed his temples and inquired, "How did you end up in conflict with Chen Feng?" Although his father is deceased, he was a benefactor of our factory and holds considerable esteem among the workers. Not all of them were trained by him. Zhao Ducai appeared quite aggrieved, replying, "Uncle, you know I am on the verge of marriage, and Xiaohong is already expecting. We just need a unit apartment. He lives alone in such a spacious and well-located apartment. Who wouldn't envy that? I find him utterly disagreeable." Upon mentioning the apartment, Zhao Ducai's face lit up with enthusiasm. He leaned closer to Director Wang and whispered, "Uncle, look at how advantageous Chen Feng's apartment is, right by the main road, a thoroughfare for factory workers commuting. If it were mine, I could open a small shop selling cigarettes and alcohol, with space to accommodate guests in the back. If you could assist me in acquiring Chen Feng's apartment, I would gladly offer you a 30% stake. You would earn interest each month without lifting a finger." Director Wang looked up at Zhao Ducai and chuckled, "You rascal, your thoughts are quite agile. That location is indeed suitable for a small shop." After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow and added, "However, we cannot seize it outright. If I assist you, what will the employees outside think of me? Let that lad struggle in the factory. Once he departs, the premises will naturally be mine." Zhao Ducai's expression turned cold as he spoke. Director Wang fell silent, contemplating. Before inquiring, "How much can your small shop earn in a month?" "I have inquired, and isn't there a small shop in the West Suburb toothpaste factory as well? They make 700 to 800 a month." "So much?" Director Wang's eyes lit up at the mention of 700 to 800 a month, considering that workers earn merely a few dozen yuan monthly. A small shop earning 700 to 800 means he could pocket an additional 200 or more with a 30% stake. After a moment's reflection, Director Wang stated, "All right, proceed discreetly and do not make it known." "I understand," Zhao Ducai replied. "Also, regarding those treasury bonds, you must help me find a way to sell them." Our factory has a quota of 100,000 and has only managed to sell 1 or 2,000. Director Wang was troubled by the lack of demand for the Treasury bonds, as he had made a solemn promise to the city. Zhao Dicai suggested. What else can we do? We can distribute them. With so many people in the factory, if each contributes a little, we can manage it. Zhao Dicai's proposal for distribution aligned with Director Wang's thoughts. Just as they were conversing, a series of knocks echoed from the door. The dialogue between Zhao Dicai and Director Wang was interrupted as they turned to see Chen Feng standing at the entrance. The two exchanged surprised glances, both thinking, this lad must be here to lodge a complaint. Director Wang smiled and called out, Little Chen, what brings you here? Come in. Chen Feng, unfamiliar with the route, had to ask for directions to find the director's office. He surveyed the room. Noting the old-fashioned sofa adorned with a white cloth and a white porcelain cup resting on the socket, reminiscent of a scene from a television drama. Little Chen, what can I do for you? Director Wang initiated the conversation. Chen Feng then shifted his gaze back and nodded, saying, Director, I would like to buy out my years of service. Upon hearing this, both Director Wang and Zhao Dicai were taken aback. They had assumed Chen Feng was there to complain, but instead, he was requesting to buy out his service years. Chapter 4. Buying out service years. Zhao Dicai cleared his throat and addressed Director Wang. Director, I have something to attend to and will take my leave. Aware that his presence was inappropriate in this situation, he sought an excuse to exit. Very well, you may go. Director Wang waved his hand. After Zhao Dicai left, Director Wang stood, poured a cup of tea into a white porcelain cup, and placed it on the sofa, inviting Chen Feng to sit down. Come, little Chen. Have a seat and let us discuss this over a cup of tea. Generally, it was a rare honor for an ordinary worker to receive tea personally poured by the director, and Chen Feng felt deeply grateful as he settled into the seat. Director Wang spoke earnestly, Little Chen, if you are facing any difficulties in life, please feel free to share with me. There is no need to resort to buying out your years of service. The factory director, I face no difficulties in life. I simply wish to buy out my years of service. Although the treatment in our factory has diminished somewhat over the past 2 years, it remains a place you call home. Your father contributed significantly to this factory. Chen Feng, a reincarnated individual, has no interest in concerning himself with his deceased father or this familial establishment. He is far more intrigued by the vast opportunities that lie beyond. Seeing Chen Feng's unwavering determination, Director Wang sighed and said, I understand you have conflicts with Xiao Xiao, but please reconsider buying out your service years. With your relationship in such disarray, if you proceed with the buyout, others may perceive me as biased, favoring Zhao and coercing you to leave. At that moment, Chen Feng comprehended Director Wang's earnest attempt to dissuade him from this course of action stemmed from a concern for his reputation. Director Wang, this is solely my decision and bears no relation to Zhao Dicai. I believe with the country's reform and opening up, there are abundant opportunities outside, and I ought to venture forth. Furthermore, with my father's passing, I find little attachment to the factory, making the buyout quite timely. Soon, I will head south to Shenzhen to join my cousin, who is thriving in business and earning substantial profits. In this era, migrating to the Pearl River Delta has become a prevailing trend, though most only resort to it when unable to sustain themselves. Who would willingly leave a state-owned enterprise for uncertainty? Of course, the cousin Chen Feng mentioned was fictitious, a mere ruse to persuade Director Wang to acquiesce. After pondering Chen Feng's words, Director Wang finally spoke. Are you certain this is your own desire to buy out your service years? Chen Feng nodded. I have one condition. The buyout can proceed, but you must clarify outside that it is voluntary. Otherwise, other workers may assume I favor Zhao Dicai, intentionally forcing you out. Agreed, but I too have a condition. Such a request posed no challenge for Chen Feng. It merely provided an opportunity to secure additional benefits. Why would he not seize it? Speak, Director Wang said, scrutinizing Chen Feng, suspecting he harbored ulterior motives. I wish for the buyout funds to be entirely converted into Treasury bonds. What? You want Treasury bonds? Director Wang exclaimed. Chen Feng nodded. Director Wang narrowed his eyes at Chen Feng and chuckled. Chen Feng, you are putting me in a difficult position. The buyout is one thing, but to exchange the funds for Treasury bonds? If this were to leak, I would be seen as the villain who expelled you without providing a single penny. Director Wang, do not be alarmed. I can provide a written agreement as proof, ensuring there is no chance for deceit, correct? Truly? Indeed. Director Wang closed his eyes to contemplate for a moment, and upon reopening them, he had reached a decision. I will consider this matter. You may return for now, and I shall provide you with a response tomorrow. Chen Feng understood that Director Wang would not arrive at a conclusion hastily, especially given the implications for his reputation. Very well, I shall return tomorrow. Chen Feng rose, offered a slight smile to Director Wang, and exited the office. Observing Chen Feng's retreating figure, Director Wang sensed something was amiss with him today, though he could not quite pinpoint what it was. It was as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. After Chen Feng exited Director Wang's office, he chose not to head to the workshop, but instead wandered around the factory premises. An hour later, as closing time approached, Zhao Detsai returned to Director Wang's office. Upon entering, he lodged a complaint. Uncle, Chen Feng has gone against the grain. He hasn't reported to the workshop all afternoon. He clearly disregards my position as the group leader and must be dealt with accordingly. Director Wang, seated at his desk, perusing a newspaper through his glasses, removed them upon Zhao's arrival. What do you mean deal with him? He is on the verge of buying out his years of service. What? He truly intends to buy out his service? This isn't a jest? Zhao Detsai initially believed Chen Feng's earlier outburst was merely a tactic to exert pressure on the factory. Unaware of its authenticity, it is no jest. He is indeed serious about buying out his service. After a moment of silence, Zhao Detsai chuckled, his expression brightening. If he genuinely buys out his service, then he must vacate his company housing. Your reasoning is perplexing. Do you not realize the entire factory is aware of your discord with him? His decision to buy out his service will appear as if we are expelling him. And while you may disregard your reputation, I still value mine. What should we do then? Zhao Detsai was awakened by Director Wang's words. I believe he is earnest in his desire to buy out his service. He has even stated his willingness to sign a document affirming his voluntary decision. However, he has a peculiar request to use Treasury bonds for the buyout. Only Treasury bonds? This is astonishing news, and I find myself at a loss. After a moment, he approached Director Wang and quietly inquired, Uncle, what should we do? What shall we do? Tomorrow, I will summon the deputy director and several workshop heads to be present. If he wishes to leave, it will be witnessed by many, absolving us of any responsibility. Director Wang devised a plan. What if he is merely trying to intimidate us? Zhao Detsai questioned. If that is the case, we possess ample means to handle him. The usually affable Director Wang revealed a hint of menace in his gaze. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, having grown weary from wandering, inquired of passers-by until he finally located his home. Despite receiving curious glances during his inquiries, he remained unfazed, as he would soon depart from this place and saw no reason to concern himself with others' opinions. Standing at his doorstep, Chen Feng surveyed his surroundings. The house was situated near the main thoroughfare of the factory, frequented by workers during their commutes. Opening a small shop here could yield considerable profits. It was no wonder Zhao Detsai had long coveted his property. Although Chen Feng recognized the commercial potential, he had no intentions of wasting time running a small shop for a lifetime. Having resolved to leave and never return, he was determined to relinquish the house. Merely curious about the price he could negotiate the following day, he retrieved his keys and opened the door, examining the simple furnishings within, a table, a couple of chairs, and a portrait of a great leader adorning the wall, rendering the space somewhat desolate. He sat down to rest and reached into his pocket for a cigarette, only to discover he had none. Evidently, the original owner of this body was not a smoker. No matter, he thought, as Chen Feng sat in contemplation upon his chair. A resounding voice emerged from outside the door. Chen Feng, why have you returned? Are you not aware that Zhao Detsai is berating you in the workshop, promising to make your life difficult tomorrow? Hidaju entered the room. Chen Feng could discern that Hidaju genuinely cared for him. It's nothing much. I just felt unwell and decided to rest for a while. I informed the factory director, but I didn't mention it to Zhao Detsai. Chen Feng fabricated a lie. He did not wish for Hidaju to worry about him, particularly regarding matters such as the buyout of his years of service, which would undoubtedly cause concern. Oh. As long as you inform the factory director, that is sufficient, Hidaju sighed in relief, scrutinizing Chen Feng's face with concern. Are you feeling any better? After resting a bit, I feel much improved. That is good to hear. If it doesn't improve, we may have to take you to the hospital, as our factory's medical room has limited resources. No need. I'm already feeling better. Chen Feng was resolute in avoiding a hospital visit. Very well then. Come over to my house for dinner later. I'll have Xiaohua prepare some chicken soup to nourish you. All right, Chen Feng nodded. Hidaju returned home to prepare dinner. Their homes were adjacent, having been neighbors since childhood, fostering a strong bond between them. That evening, Chen Feng dined at Hidaju's home. Despite being only 22, Hidaju had married at 19, and his wife Xiuhua had borne him a child who was now 3 years old. In Idaju, Chen Feng saw a microcosm of the working class of their era, born in the factory, and envisioning a life destined to end there, with their entire future tethered to the factory. Years later, the wave of layoffs would bring immense upheaval to these individuals' lives. The elimination of outdated productive forces was inevitable, a path that the nation must traverse for prosperity. Yet, history, like a speck of dust, when it settles upon the shoulders of ordinary people, transforms into an insurmountable mountain. Chapter 5. The seed capital for prosperity is secured. After dinner, Chen Feng lingered at Idaju's home for a while, playing with his neighbor's child before returning. Just before departing, he asked Idaju for a copy of the factory regulations. Chen Feng intended to study the rules diligently in preparation for his negotiation with the factory director the following day. The thick tome of regulations occupied Chen Feng for quite some time, and it was not until after 1 in the morning that he finally succumbed to slumber. The next day, Chen Feng rose early. However, his early rising was not for the purpose of heading to the workshop. He was on the verge of buying out his years of service and had no intention of attending any shifts. After savoring a delightful bowl of beef noodles outside the factory, he hastened to Director Wang's office. Upon entering, Chen Feng found Director Wang engaged in a discussion with a woman clad in a black suit and white shirt. Just then, Director Wang glanced towards the door and spotted Chen Feng standing outside. "All right, you can proceed with this." Director Wang handed the documents to the woman. Noticing Chen Feng's arrival, he quickly dismissed her. Once she had left, Director Wang beckoned to Chen Feng. "Xiao Chen, you're here. Come in quickly." As Chen Feng stepped into the office, Director Wang did not offer him tea, opting instead to forego the customary pleasantries. Given that Chen Feng was on the brink of departure, "Let us sit over there and discuss." Director Wang gestured towards the sofa. Chen Feng walked over and sat down on the sofa. Director Wang approached with his large porcelain cup and took a seat as well. He began, "Xiao Chen, regarding the matter you mentioned yesterday, I have given it some thought and have approved your application for a buyout of your years of service. However, you will need to fill out the application form this afternoon in front of several deputy directors and workshop managers. I will also have witnesses present to avoid any rumors suggesting that I forced you out." "That's fine by me," Chen Feng replied nonchalantly, as his primary concern was securing the buyout of his service years. "One more thing," Wang continued, "after you buy out your service years, you will no longer be an employee of our factory. Hence, according to factory regulations, you must vacate your company housing. That's not a problem. But if I recall correctly, the factory is required to repurchase the unit," Chen Feng noted. He had spent the previous night reviewing the factory rules, which stated that departing employees must sell their housing back to the factory. In 1987, there were no transactions for commercial housing, but certain matters could certainly be negotiated. When the factory constructed the housing, they collected a sum from the employees, essentially a joint investment. "That is indeed the case," Director Wang acknowledged, crossing his legs. "All right then. You can propose a buyback price." Chen Feng remained unfazed. "How about 5,000? He declared boldly. "What? 5,000? Director Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Feng nodded in affirmation. "Xiao Chen, the factory sold you that house for merely 100 yuan years ago, and now you're demanding 5,000? That's quite an exorbitant request." Wang's demeanor shifted, his gaze turning icy. Yet Chen Feng remained composed, a smile playing on his lips as he addressed the director. "Director, that 100 yuan was a decade ago. The purchasing power of that amount pales in comparison to today's 5,000. Moreover, you must be aware of the prime location of my house. It's on the main route for workers commuting to and from the factory. If you were to open a small shop there, you could easily recoup that investment in a year." With a glint of mischief in his eye, he added, "Furthermore, you would be repurchasing it with the factory's funds, not your own. Additionally, I am not looking for cash. I accept Treasury bonds instead. You can provide me with the bonds at the factory's subsidy rate. I recall that the factory covers half of the cost, meaning for every 100 in bonds, the employee only pays 50. Therefore, selling my house for 5,000 equates to a total face value of 10,000 in Treasury bonds. I understand that you are currently concerned about the lack of buyers for Treasury bonds, so I'm also helping to alleviate some of that burden." Director Wang fell into deep thought. Sensing the need to apply more pressure, Chen Feng sighed and continued, "If you are unwilling, then I will forego the buyout and simply open a small shop. Spending my days at the factory wouldn't be too bad either. In this era, there is no such thing as dismissing employees. As long as you don't leave, no one can force you out. Of course." Chen Feng had no intention of staying at the factory. He merely aimed to intimidate Director Wang. Wang assessed Chen Feng, surprised that this young man had considered the prospect of opening a small shop and had the audacity to negotiate with him. In his memory, Chen Feng was merely an intellectual, exuding an air of scholarly grace, to the extent that others hesitated to meet his gaze while conversing with him. Yet here he was, engaging in candid discourse in the office, even hinting at veiled threats. Although factory director Wang felt a twinge of reluctance, he recognized the veracity of Chen Feng's words. The funds for the buyout of seniority were not his own, they belonged to the factory. Similarly, the money for redeeming the house was not his to spend, but rather the factory's. It was easy to expend funds that did not come from one's own pocket. Furthermore, Chen Feng was not asking for money, but rather for Treasury bonds. According to factory regulations, the subsidy was set at 50. However, he could easily adjust the accounts to reflect a subsidy of 60, pocketing the 10-point difference. Given the unique circumstances, this calculation revealed that the total from the buyout and the sale of the house amounted to nearly 20,000 yuan. If Director Wang were to take 10, he would stand to gain almost 2,000 yuan. Fine, I shall agree to your terms, Director Wang concluded. Weighing the pros and cons, there was no denying that the location of Chen Feng's house was exceptionally advantageous. Transforming it into a small shop could effortlessly yield a few thousand yuan annually. After all, his own salary as a factory director was a mere 200 yuan a month. All right then, I shall return this afternoon, Chen Feng stated, rising from his seat. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Director Wang had acquiesced to his proposal. After leaving the office, Chen Feng returned home to rest, sleeping until 3 in the afternoon. Upon his return to Director Wang's office, he found 3 other individuals present, one of whom was Zhao Detsai, while the other 2 were unfamiliar, likely the deputy directors mentioned by Wang. Ah, Xiao Chen, you've arrived. Director Wang greeted from behind his desk. Director, regarding the buyout of my seniority? Chen Feng inquired. Xiao Chen, have you considered this carefully? A buyout signifies your departure from our factory, Director Wang questioned in front of the assembled group. No, I wish to venture out and explore, Chen Feng replied, maintaining his resolve in front of the 2 other leaders. Very well, here is the application form. I have signed it. Please sign as the applicant, and then proceed to the finance office to collect your funds. Chen Feng examined the application form, confirmed it was in order, and affixed his signature. Based on the factory's grading and his tenure, the buyout amount for his seniority was set at 2,000 yuan. Unfortunately, due to his short tenure, he would receive less than older workers who had been with the factory for decades. This was precisely why few were willing to accept a buyout. Remaining in the factory meant job security. After witnessing Chen Feng's signature on the application form, Zhao Detsai remarked with a sardonic tone, Chen Feng, I heard from my uncle that you plan to venture into business. When you strike it rich, do not forget about me. He had acquired Chen Feng's house and was poised to open a small shop, envisioning a prosperous future filled with ample profits. Why would he concern himself with someone as insignificant as Chen Feng? Chen Feng simply smiled at him while clutching the signed document and then departed. Half an hour later, he emerged from the finance office, pocketing treasury bonds totaling 10,000 yuan. Gazing at the thick stack of bonds, Chen Feng felt a surge of joy. His initial capital for embarking on a prosperous venture was finally in hand. He took a significant step on his path to wealth. Chapter 6. Breaking the Engagement. Chen Feng returned home, placing the treasury bonds beneath his bed, and began to tidy his belongings. Last night, he discovered a mooncake box hidden under his bed, which contained a modest sum of money, presumably a remnant of his father's legacy. The amount totaled around 500 yuan. Chen Feng intended to keep this money for himself, as a reserve for unforeseen circumstances. While he could manage without a place to stay, sustenance was essential. After calculating, he realized his current assets amounted to 500 yuan in cash, in addition to treasury bonds worth 10,000 yuan. Insufficient, indeed. He lamented the meagerness of his initial capital. Chen Feng returned the mooncake box to its hiding place. According to their agreement, he would vacate the house in 3 days, during which time he could find a temporary rental. Once he had completed his tasks, there came an urgent knock at the door. Chen Feng pondered who it could be as he approached to open it. Upon opening the door, he found Daju standing there, breathless. Upon seeing Chen Feng, he bellowed, Madman, have you lost your mind buying out your work tenure? Calm down, come inside and sit. Daju continued. Do you realize how much effort your father invested to secure you a position in the factory? Is this how you honor his sacrifices? Daju was filled with disappointment. All right, have you finished scolding me? Chen Feng replied calmly. Go on, tell me your thoughts. Hidaju too had regained his composure. Let us sit down and discuss this. Chen Feng invited Hidaju to take a seat. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Hidaju, having just purchased them that day. The habit had lingered into this era, and he found himself somewhat uncomfortable without indulging. No, thank you, Hidaju declined, pushing the cigarette back. Chen Feng lit one for himself, inhaled deeply, and said, I plan to make some money. I need startup capital, which is why I bought out my tenure. By the way, I have also sold this house. Hearing this, Hidaju's anger flared. Yet, rather than feeling upset, Chen Feng found warmth in Hidaju's concern. In the adult world, filled with interests and pursuits, receiving genuine care from another is indeed rare. Daju, our country is undergoing reform, and times are changing. I tell you. In this era, countless individuals will rise to prominence. Those who seize the opportunities presented by this era will change their fates. I do not wish to remain in the factory for a lifetime, nor do I believe this factory is worth such a commitment. No matter how appealing the outside world may seem, it cannot compare to our factory, where we have grown up. It is our home. Hidaju, however, was not swayed by Chen Feng's philosophical musings. His thoughts were rather straightforward. Chen Feng sighed and said, What if I told you that soon our factory might collapse, and many will face unemployment? Would you believe me? Hidaju looked up in surprise. You must be aware that our factory's efficiency is declining. We previously relied on state subsidies, but I have heard that wages have not been paid on time for months. Today, Factory Director Wang also mentioned that state-owned enterprises must now be self-sustaining, with the government no longer providing financial support. As the factory struggles to generate profit, how can it afford to pay the workers? In the future, salary disbursements may become increasingly delayed, and there is a possibility that wages might be reduced, or worse, that payments may cease altogether. Hidaju listened to Chen Feng in silence. Although he had a fiery temperament, he was not foolish. Recently, he had heard numerous rumors circulating outside, indicating that the factory's performance was poor and that many suppliers were owed substantial sums. Hence, I wish to venture forth. After all, my parents have passed away. A noble young man should strive for success beyond the horizon. Upon finishing his thoughts, Chen Feng exhaled deeply. He could have refrained from sharing so much with Hidaju, but since the latter considered him a friend, he felt it was his duty to reciprocate that friendship. Very well, perhaps you are right. I won't hinder your desire to explore. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask, Hidaju replied, his gaze filled with resolve. Chen Feng smiled and jested, If I find myself in dire straits, I shall return to seek your help. Hidaju chuckled in response. That evening, Chen Feng dined once more at Hidaju's home. By 9 o'clock, the two were laughing and chatting as they stepped outside. Chen Feng planned to temporarily store some belongings at Hidaju's place, though in truth, he had no intention of reclaiming them. He feared that if he mentioned it as a gift, Hidaju might refuse. The two made their way to Chen Feng's residence to collect his things. Upon reaching his doorstep, they noticed a woman standing under a streetlight. She appeared to be quite young, clad in a vintage red suit jacket paired with trendy flared trousers. Gazing towards Chen Feng's home, Chen Feng was unsure of her identity, but Hidaju recognized her immediately. He nudged Chen Feng with his elbow and whispered, You're betrothed. Chen Feng recalled that his father had arranged a marriage for him. The young woman was the daughter of accountant Zhou from the finance department, named Zhou Xiaoxia. To be honest, he was at a loss regarding how to manage this engagement, especially with his fiancée appearing unannounced. Well, I shall not keep you. You two should enjoy your time together, Hidaju said, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he patted Chen Feng's shoulder before departing. Chen Feng took a deep breath and approached the young woman, a smile gracing his features. Xiaoxia, you've come. I just had dinner at Daju's. Please, come inside and sit for a while. Chen Feng invited Zhou Xiaoxia into his home. However, she averted her gaze, taking a step back. No. I'll leave after I finish this, she replied. What is the matter? Chen Feng queried, puzzled by her demeanor. My father sent me to inform you that he wishes to cancel our engagement, Zhou Xiaoxia stammered. Chen Feng was taken aback by her intention to annul their betrothal. My father said that since you are no longer affiliated with our factory, it would be inappropriate for us to remain together, she continued. Chen Feng recalled that Zhou Xiaoxia's father, being from the finance department, must have been aware of his severance and the sale of his house. It seemed he was hastily prompting his daughter to dissolve the engagement. With a faint smile, Chen Feng responded, Very well, let us annul the engagement then. I wish you the best in finding a suitable partner. With that, he turned and walked towards his home. Zhou Xiaoxia was somewhat taken aback, gazing up at Chen Feng in astonishment. She had anticipated that it would require considerable effort to call off the engagement. Yet she was surprised by how effortlessly Chen Feng acquiesced. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoxia remained unaware of what she was truly losing that night. Upon returning to his room, Chen Feng commenced packing his belongings. He was indifferent to Zhou Xiaoxia's thoughts. After all, he was leaving this place, and her sentiments were of no consequence to him. Chen Feng was primarily unclear about the nature of the relationship between the original owner of this body and his fiancée, Zhou Xiaoxia. If this pair of betrothed individuals had been in love, sharing a bond of innocent affection over the years, sweetly intertwined, and had even tasted the forbidden fruit of intimacy, then suddenly declaring a desire to part ways would indeed be an act of a cad. Imagine having a significant other with whom you have shared years of love, nearly on the brink of legal union, only for them to suddenly declare a wish to break up. Such a scenario would be intolerable for anyone. Although the emotional entanglement between them and Chen Feng himself held no relevance, he recognized that he bore a responsibility for the past of the individual whose body he had inherited. Initially, Chen Feng had contemplated giving this relationship an opportunity, allowing both parties to engage and see if feelings could blossom, leading to marriage. Conversely, if genuine affection could not be fostered, he would gradually end the relationship and provide some financial compensation. Regardless of his moral standing, Chen Feng was not about to gamble with his own marital happiness. After meeting Zhou Xiaoxia, he realized that he had overthought the situation. She had no interest in him whatsoever. Now, with no emotional ties, it made things considerably simpler. 3 days later, Chen Feng vacated the factory premises and rented a residence nearby. The nation first issued Treasury bonds in 1981, with redemption notifications released in February 1988. Presently, it was December 1987, with a mere 2 months remaining. Chen Feng was unperturbed. He intended not only to engage in the trade of treasury bonds from Tianyuan factory, but also to acquire bonds from 7 or 8 other factories in Dongguo City. Beyond Dongzhou, he aimed to collect treasury bonds from state-owned enterprises in neighboring cities as well. In this era, information was scarce, compounded by the government's designation of only 7 cities authorized for bond redemption. Chen Feng recalled the historical figure known as Yang Beima, who, starting with a mere 20,000, became a millionaire through the trading of treasury bonds after half a year of astute dealings, exploiting the gaps in information between regions. Leveraging this disparity, Chen Feng planned to engage in vigorous trading of treasury bonds over the next 2 months. This time, he aspired to orchestrate a significant venture, extending beyond the confines of Dongguo City, aiming to position himself as a leader throughout the province and even in neighboring provinces. His first step was to gather information and compile data regarding all state-owned enterprises within the province, facilitating his forthcoming endeavors. Beyond the necessity of nourishment, he rarely ventured outside. Each day, he would acquire a newspaper, eagerly awaiting the announcement regarding the redemption of treasury bonds by the state. Time slipped by, day after day. By the end of January, Chen Feng had concluded his New Year's stay at Hidaju's home. It was indeed true that his former residence had been transferred to Zhao Ditsai's name. Zhao Ditsai's small shop had also commenced operations, with his wife assisting in the sale of daily necessities and cigarettes, reportedly earning dozens of yuan daily, an amount equivalent to a month's salary for an ordinary worker. Yet, Chen Feng felt no envy. He did not possess an uncle who was a factory director. The fact that Zhao Ditsai could manage this small shop did not imply that Chen Feng could do the same. Thus, he felt no regret in selling the house. He awaited his opportunity. On February 2nd, Chen Feng, as per his routine, purchased a newspaper from a newsstand and casually flipped through its pages. In a fleeting moment, his gaze became fixated. In a small section of the newspaper, he discovered a seemingly inconspicuous piece of news. The central bank was about to liberalize the trading of treasury bonds, permitting all citizens to legally buy and sell the bonds issued by the state. Upon reading this news, Chen Feng's heart raced with excitement. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. He neatly folded the newspaper and placed it in his pocket. Hurrying back to his rented room, underneath the bed in his rental, he unearthed a box containing a stack of treasury bonds, their total face value amounting to a substantial 10,000 yuan. The following day, Chen Feng planned to take this box of treasury bonds and travel to Haiqing to exchange them for cash, enabling him to continue generating wealth. After informing Hidaju, he promptly set off with his treasury bonds. For safety, he deliberately donned a tattered cotton jacket, concealing the bonds within its fabric. Haiqing, a coastal city of the nation, required him to travel first by bus and then by train, a journey that would take a day and a half. By the time Chen Feng arrived in Haiqing, It was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon on February 5th. He could not afford to rest. He needed to swiftly convert his treasury bonds into cash. For time was of the essence. Although he had visited Haicheng before, it was a different era now. The city was at the forefront of reform, bustling with vitality. Chen Feng took a bus to the People's Bank, located in the heart of Haicheng, the sole institution authorized to exchange treasury bonds. Upon arrival, he took a number and then headed to the restroom, where he retrieved the bonds from his tattered jacket and changed into a spare outfit. He placed the bonds into a bag and returned to the queue. Unlike the fully digital banking systems of 2024, this era's banks operated on manual processing. Fortunately, there were 7 counters open, and the line moved at a reasonable pace. After approximately half an hour, it was Chen Feng's turn. He approached counter number 3, where a young woman, appearing to be in her mid-20s and dressed in the bank's uniform, greeted him. "Hello, comrade. What business do you wish to conduct?" she inquired. "Hello, I would like to exchange treasury bonds," Chen Feng replied candidly. "Treasury bonds? We cannot exchange treasury bonds here," the young woman frowned. "Is this true? I read in the newspaper that the coastal city allows the redemption of treasury bonds, so I specifically came here." Following this, Chen Feng produced the newspaper he had collected, pointing to the square box he had circled in red ink. "You see, the newspaper states that redemption begins on February 3rd. The young woman took the newspaper from Chen Feng, her expression revealing uncertainty. "I apologize, but I must consult my supervisor. Please hold on." With that, the staff member stood and walked to the back. Chen Feng could only wait patiently. Approximately 5 minutes later, the young woman returned accompanied by a balding man clad in a black Zhongshan suit and wearing black-rimmed glasses. The man approached with a slightly apologetic tone. "I'm sorry, comrade, but the notice regarding the redemption of these treasury bonds was just issued recently, and some of our employees are not fully aware of it." Chen Feng inquired. "Does that mean I can redeem them?" "Indeed, we can process this transaction here." Hearing this, Chen Feng released a sigh of relief. As long as he could redeem them, it was all that mattered. If the treasury bonds were to remain unredeemed, it would have been quite distressing for him. "Please assist me in redeeming these treasury bonds." Chen Feng opened his bag and withdrew the bonds, leaving both the young woman and the balding man momentarily speechless. He had anticipated only a couple of bonds, but was astonished to see such a large quantity. However, as the state had declared that treasury bonds could be freely traded, they had no choice but to comply. After verifying the authenticity of Chen Feng's bonds, they proceeded with the exchange. A substantial stack of cash lay before Chen Feng, rendering him dumbfounded. In the year 1988, the highest denomination was still 10 yuan, as 100 yuan notes had yet to circulate. The total of 10,000 Western treasury bonds, coupled with the state-provided 5% interest, amounted to 17,000 yuan, all converted into 10 yuan notes. At this time, a worker's monthly salary was merely 60 to 70 yuan. Thus, the sum before him represented the equivalent of 20 years' wages for a laborer. In that moment, Chen Feng profoundly felt the opportunities that the era had bestowed upon him. After deducting 5,000 yuan from the sale of his house and an additional 2,000 for the buyout of his work tenure, he netted a profit of 7,700 yuan. Simply by trading treasury bonds, he had effortlessly earned over 7,000. This was merely the beginning. In the ensuing months, he intended to continue trading treasury bonds. Chen Feng took 16,600 yuan to a nearby post office, opting to send it to himself in the form of a remittance slip, leaving himself with just over 100 yuan. Carrying such a significant amount of money back to Dongzhou City felt unsafe. During this period, bank transfers were only permissible between institutions, and large sums required a recommendation letter. Chen Feng was unable to utilize bank transfers and had no choice but to rely on the post office remittance service, which charged a 1% handling fee. Thus, for 16,600 yuan, he would incur a fee of 116 yuan, equivalent to 2 months' wages for a worker. Nevertheless, for the sake of security, Chen Feng accepted this. Upon exiting the post office, the time was already 5:30. Chen Feng, undeterred by fatigue, immediately proceeded to the train station to purchase a ticket back to Dongzhou. Trading treasury bonds involved leveraging the slow dissemination of information to exploit the time differential. Before the vast majority of people became aware that treasury bonds could be redeemed and that the state provided interest, he aimed to maximize his transactions. The opportunities for profit were fleeting and should not be neglected. Chapter 8. The Frenzied Resale of Treasury Bonds, Overnight Wealth. On February 7th, Chen Feng tirelessly returned to Dongzhou City, consuming his meals in transit and resting on the train. Upon his arrival, he called upon Hidaju to accompany him to the post office to collect his funds. When Chen Feng poured a sackful of money before Hidaju, the latter was momentarily taken aback. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure. Crazy man, where did you acquire such a fortune? Hidaju could hardly believe his eyes. Legitimately, without theft or robbery. How could there be so much? Our family would never amass this much in a lifetime. Hidaju hefted a thick stack of banknotes, astonished, confirming that this was indeed his first encounter with such wealth. After pinching his thigh to ensure he was not dreaming, he finally acknowledged the reality. This amount is merely the beginning. I will earn even more, Chen Feng declared, lighting a cigarette and taking a drag before continuing. I hope you can assist me. I require manpower. Can I really do it? Hidaju questioned, plagued by self-doubt. Of course. We are friends. And you are the only one I trust, Chen Feng reassured him, instilling courage in Hidaju. Taking a deep breath, Hidaju gazed at Chen Feng and said, Tell me what to do. I will follow your lead. Chen Feng then outlined his plan to Hidaju. He intended to acquire as many treasury bonds as possible, especially since many were unaware of the considerable profits that could be made from them. He had learned that the black market price for a 100 yuan treasury bond was approximately 55 yuan. If he could obtain a substantial quantity, there was room for negotiation. Chen Feng would purchase a 100 yuan bond for 55 yuan, redeeming it in Haiqing for a total of 105 yuan, thereby securing a profit of 50 yuan. It was a lucrative enterprise. As for his accomplice, Hidaju, Chen Feng planned to offer him a 10% share of the profits. Upon hearing Chen Feng's strategy, Hidaju's eyes glistened with excitement, his breath quickening. The prospect of wealth laid before him was exhilarating. Crazy man, I'm in, Hidaju declared with unwavering resolve. The following day, Hidaju commenced assisting Chen Feng in acquiring treasury bonds. They first approached the Tianyuan factory, inquiring who wished to sell their bonds at the price of 55 yuan for 100 yuan face value. The workers, already disgruntled from being forced to purchase treasury bonds, were more than willing to exchange them for real cash when presented with the offer. Hidaju also invested 2,000 yuan, which he claimed was their family's entire savings. He had faith in Chen Feng and was determined to take a gamble this time. Thus, Hidaju became a shareholder, and Chen Feng's funds rose to 17,000 yuan. Soon, with Hidaju's assistance, all 17,000 yuan transformed into treasury bonds. Chen Feng, armed with the recently acquired treasury bonds, boarded a train bound for Haiqing. 2 days later, the treasury bonds with a total face value exceeding 30,000 were redeemed once again, and with the addition of 5% interest, the amount transformed into 32,600 yuan. This sum was subsequently mailed back to Donggo City in the form of a remittance. Chen Feng then took the train back to Donggo City. Despite the relentless travel over several consecutive days, Chen Feng felt no fatigue. Indeed, the prospect of earning money renders one immune to weariness. Upon returning to Dongzhou, Chen Feng withdrew the entire sum. In a mere few days, the initial principal of over 10,000 yuan had nearly doubled. Hidaju gazed at the stacks of cash before him, trembling with excitement. Am I dreaming? Pinch me, he exclaimed, grasping Chen Feng's arm. A portion of the profits was invested by him, and the magnitude of the earnings was simply astonishing. Chen Feng, observing the substantial amount of money, was in high spirits. He chuckled, This is merely the beginning. Brighter days lie ahead. Shall I continue to collect treasury bonds tomorrow? Hidaju was now fully convinced, his mind solely occupied with assisting Chen Feng in acquiring treasury bonds. Chen Feng shook his head. We shouldn't collect them from our factory anymore. If the volume is too large, it may attract unwanted attention, and the prices could easily be inflated. We need to approach other factories in Dongzhou City. Continuing to gather bonds from Tianyuan factory would create too much noise, making it easy for others to discern our actions. It is time to extend our reach to other state-owned enterprises. All right, I shall heed your advice. At this point, Hidaju had no choice but to respect Chen Feng. The rapid accumulation of wealth in just a few days was nothing short of remarkable. Incredible, truly incredible. That night, Hidaju found it impossible to sleep, while Chen Feng enjoyed a deep slumber. The following day, Hidaju took a leave of absence. He and Chen Feng set off in different directions to gather treasury bonds from other state-owned enterprises in Dongzhou. Naturally, the prices of treasury bonds from other factories fluctuated slightly. Yet the issue was manageable. Ultimately, the average cost for a 100 yuan treasury bond was calculated at 63 yuan. Although the cost was somewhat higher, it remained within acceptable limits. When Chen Feng returned from Haiqing, the initial 30,000 yuan had grown to 52,000. The satisfaction was immense, akin to finding money lying on the street. Over the next 2 weeks, Chen Feng and Dazhu visited several state-owned factories in Dongzhou City to collect treasury bonds. With an increased principal, Chen Feng aimed to convert all his funds into treasury bonds, which would take approximately 3 weeks. Soon, the black market price for treasury bonds in Dongzhou soared to 68 yuan. The profit margin had diminished compared to before. After this venture, Chen Feng ceased collecting treasury bonds in Dongzhou City and ventured into surrounding cities, splitting paths with He Dazhu. Within a month, the two of them had swept through 11 state-owned factories across 3 neighboring cities. After a month of trading treasury bonds, Chen Feng's capital had swelled to over 300,000. As time passed, some astute individuals began to recognize the value of treasury bonds, causing the price in Dongzhou City to escalate from 55 yuan to 90 yuan. The profit margin had become too slim. Thus, Chen Feng decisively abandoned his efforts to collect treasury bonds in his province, setting his sights on more remote neighboring provinces. 2 months later, the funds in his possession reached a substantial sum of 780,000 yuan. Chen Feng contemplated continuing his ventures for another couple of months. However, a news article in the newspaper compelled him to reconsider his plans. The publication began to extensively report on the value of treasury bonds, revealing that many were now aware these bonds could not only be redeemed by banks but also accrued interest. Consequently, a multitude of individuals began acquiring treasury bonds, leading to a significant increase in their prices. Bonds that were once available for 60 to 70 yuan suddenly surged to 95 yuan. The profit from trading a single treasury bond dwindled to a mere 10 yuan, prompting Chen Feng to abandon his efforts. This particular opportunity within the treasury bond market concluded sooner than Chen Feng had anticipated. Nevertheless, over these 2 months, he had amassed a considerable fortune. Chapter 9. The news of Chen Feng's wealth shocks the entire city. Inside the Tianyuan steel factory, He Dazhu proudly showcased his brand-new motorcycle to Chen Feng, exclaiming, "Isn't this beauty something?" This motorcycle, recently purchased for 3,000 yuan, was a remarkable acquisition in this era, where owning a motorcycle was a significant achievement, and a compact car was a luxury reserved for the affluent. He Dazhu had profited handsomely by assisting Chen Feng in trading treasury bonds, alongside investing a substantial amount into shares. Ultimately, he earned over 100,000 yuan, placing him among the wealthy in a time when millionaires were exceedingly rare. He refrained from purchasing a car, not wishing to draw too much attention. Although he had found success, his sentiment towards the factory remained that of treating it as his home, and he intended to continue working there until the day Chen Feng spoke of, the day the factory would collapse entirely. This motorcycle served as a personal reward for He Dazhu. Chen Feng sat nearby, smoking and smiling as he watched He Dazhu's exuberance. At that moment, a middle-aged man with dark skin hurriedly approached. "Chen Feng, there you are," he said. Uncle Li, Chen Feng recognized him as someone he had encountered twice before, a former colleague from his previous group. "Director Wang would like to see you in his office." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng wondered what the director could possibly want from him, especially since he was no longer an employee of the factory. Simultaneously, he noticed an unusual expression in Uncle Li's eyes, which shifted to a look of unease as he lowered his gaze when Chen Feng glanced back. Something seemed amiss, but Chen Feng resolved to visit regardless. "Thank you, Uncle Li. I will go right now," he replied, making his way to Director Wang's office. Upon arriving at the office, he found the door ajar. He knocked lightly and peered inside, discovering not only Director Wang, but also Zhao Dicai. Additionally, 2 men in police uniforms occupied the sofa. The presence of these officers immediately signaled that something was afoot. However, Chen Feng felt no fear, as he had committed no crime. "Director Wang, you were looking for me?" he inquired. "The police are here for you, Chen Feng," Director Wang informed him, gesturing to the 2 officers. One, a tall man with a square face, stood and approached Chen Feng, scrutinizing him closely before asking, "You must be Chen Feng." The man's voice was not particularly loud, however, it carried an air of intimidation. "I am here to inform you that the Postal Bureau of the city has reported to us that there has been a significant volume of remittance slips exchanged over the past 2 months, involving substantial amounts. We need to verify this matter with you." "Indeed, I mailed those remittance slips," Chen Feng replied candidly. The other party was taken aback, not expecting Chen Feng to acknowledge it so readily. "These remittance slips total around 700 to 800,000. Are they all yours?" "They are mine." Upon hearing this, both Director Wang and Zhao Dicai were left speechless. "Chen Feng, it is surprising that you have engaged in such illicit activities so soon after leaving our factory. Zhao Ducai sighed and remarked to the officer beside him, "Comrade, he has already bought out his employment time. He is no longer affiliated with our factory. Logically, if he has committed a crime, you can apprehend him without involving us." "Yes, indeed, Chen Feng is no longer part of our factory," Wang director quickly realized. Prompted by Zhao Ducai's words, they needed to sever ties with Chen Feng promptly to avoid any potential damage to their factory's reputation. The square-faced officer fixed his gaze on Chen Feng and inquired with an interrogative tone, "Where did this money come from?" "I earned it through trading treasury bonds." "Earned it?" The officer's expression shifted slightly with surprise. His tone grew more severe as he pressed, 73,000. "All earned by you?" "Every penny is mine," Chen Feng affirmed. "What evidence do you have to substantiate that claim?" Knowing that such a large sum could attract police attention, Chen Feng had prepared the necessary documentation. From his leather jacket pocket, he retrieved an envelope, opening it to reveal receipts issued by the bank. "Officer, here are the receipts from the People's Bank of Haicheng. I have organized them by date. Feel free to examine them or verify with the bank." The square-faced officer and his companion scrutinized the receipts with solemn expressions. Another officer quietly remarked, "These are bank receipts, and the accounts correspond perfectly." Now, it was the turn of everyone in the room to be bewildered, especially Zhao Ducai and Director Wang. Zhao Ducai quickly came to a realization, pointing at Chen Feng. "Oh, so it was you who collected a large number of treasury bonds at our factory last month." Chen Feng smiled slightly and replied, "The state has issued regulations allowing free trade of treasury bonds. I merely seized this opportunity." Seeing Chen Feng amass a fortune of over 70,000 while he himself had toiled for 2 months to earn merely 2,000 at his small shop made Zhao Ducai's frustration evident. He had thought himself quite successful, yet Chen Feng had managed to earn a sum that was incomprehensibly greater. The disparity between their earnings was as vast as the sky and the earth. How could Zhao Ducai accept such a reality? Chen Feng then turned to the officer and asked, "Do you still have any questions?" The square-faced officer sighed, shook his head, and replied, "Thank you for your cooperation. I have no further issues." The two individuals addressed Director Wang, stating, "Director Wang, our investigation has concluded. We shall take our leave now. Please. No need to see us off." Director Wang's expression was notably grim. Chen Feng, who had merely been a laborer, had suddenly transformed into a man of considerable wealth. Possessing hundreds of thousands in funds, it was only natural for envy to stir within anyone. Once the two police officers departed, Chen Feng turned to Director Wang and remarked, "Director, I too shall be leaving." He flashed a smile at Zhao Ducai and nonchalantly exited Director Wang's office. After leaving, Chen Feng arrived at Hidaju's residence. "Daju, please sell me this vehicle," he requested. Hidaju noticed the unease on Chen Feng's face. "What troubles you?" he inquired. "The factory is already aware of my earnings exceeding 700,000. As the adage goes, wealth should not be flaunted, now that mine is exposed. I must hasten my departure from here," Chen Feng replied candidly. In this era, there were no surveillance cameras, and the crime rate was significantly higher than in 2024. The news of his lucrative dealings through treasury bond trading would undoubtedly spread throughout the factory, and even the city, swiftly. He needed to leave at once. "All right, take the car. Let us not discuss the price," Hidaju chuckled. Chen Feng added, "Daju, ensure that your wealth remains concealed. It must be safeguarded. I merely stated the profits are mine. I never claimed you were an investor. With your substantial dividends, many will be envious." "I understand. I will keep it hidden and spend not a dime," Hidaju assured, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. After a moment's reflection, Chen Feng continued, "Remember, wealth should remain inconspicuous. In a couple of years, when the stock market opens, invest all of it in stocks. Initially, prices will be low. Simply holding on to a stock for a few years could yield returns several times over, even tenfold. As for the real estate boom that will come post 2000, this money cannot wait until then." "What is a stock market?" Hidaju asked, perplexed, for someone of this era. It was an entirely novel concept. "Just remember the terms, stock and market," Chen Feng advised, leaving it at that. Whether Hidaju followed his counsel was his own affair. Each individual has their own destiny. The ability to safeguard this fortune rested with Hidaju, reliant on his skills and fortune. "Understood," Hidaju nodded. Chen Feng, glancing at his newly acquainted friend of merely a month, smiled and said, "I shall take my leave now, but I will return in a few years." "I will await your return," Hidaju replied with a grin. After their farewells, Chen Feng mounted Hidaju's motorcycle, returning briefly to his dwelling to change his shoes. beneath which was concealed a deposit slip worth 690,000. He gathered a few articles of clothing and rode away. His plan was to travel first to the provincial capital and then take a train southward. His next destination was the economic frontier of the nation, the newly established Special Economic Zone Shenzhen. On the very night he departed Dongguo City, news of Chen Feng profiting over 700,000 from Treasury bond trading spread throughout the city. Such tales of overnight wealth, imbued with a sense of legend, became a topic of lively discussion among the populace. People began to realize the immense value of Treasury bonds, and suddenly, no one was willing to part with their holdings. One woman, while purchasing fruit, fortuitously overheard this news. When she learned that the man who had profited over 700,000 from trading Treasury bonds was named Chen Feng, she stood in stunned silence for quite some time. Once she regained her composure, she collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. This woman was Zhou Xiaoxia, Chen Feng's fiancée, who had recently called off their engagement. Earning merely 63 yuan a month, the thought of 700,000 was overwhelming. It would take her several lifetimes of relentless toil to accumulate such wealth. Realizing that she had missed her chance to change her fate, Zhou Xiaoxia's heart felt like lead. And in that moment, despair consumed her. Not long after, a group of individuals stormed into Chen Feng's home in Dongguo City. In this era, the surveillance system was not yet established, and societal security had ample room for improvement. Possessing vast wealth while being exposed to the public, I made one a target for nefarious individuals. Fortunately, Chen Feng managed to escape swiftly. Otherwise, calamity would have befallen him. However, after a fruitless search, the group departed. Chen Feng rode his motorcycle straight to the provincial capital, where he found temporary safety. After selling the motorcycle for 2,000 yuan, he boarded a train heading south to Shenzhen. Chapter 10. Arriving in Shenzhen, misfortune strikes Shenzhen, the vanguard of reform and opening up. A visionary had drawn a circle here a few years prior, and within a brief span, the area situated in the Pearl River Delta underwent a dramatic transformation. Migrating south for work became the optimal choice for the youth of that time. The train station in Shenzhen was teeming with people, predominantly laborers heading south, merging from all directions into this land of opportunity, each seeking their own path. Among the throng was a young man clad in tattered olive-green cotton clothing, shouldering a large sack, casting an observant gaze toward the west as he walked, following the flow of the crowd towards the train station's exit. This scruffy young man was none other than Chen Feng. After selling his motorcycle in the provincial capital, he purchased a train ticket to Shenzhen 3 days later. Most of Chen Feng's money was securely deposited in the bank. With the deposit slip hidden beneath the floor tiles of the room he rented in the provincial capital, accessible only by prying up the tiles. He had rented that room for a year. Chen Feng intended to scout Shenzhen first, and once he had established himself there and was ready to commence his business endeavors, he would withdraw his funds from the bank and wire them to himself. In that era, interbank transfers were non-existent, leaving only wire transfers as an option. After securing the majority of his funds, he set off to the south with only about 30 yuan in his pocket. Given the poor security of the time, particularly at train stations, where the mix of people could lead to trouble, he was wary of thieves. Before departing, Chen Feng had deliberately donned his ragged clothing and carried a backpack. Blending into the crowd, he exited the train station and arrived at the bustling square outside. Upon witnessing the scene in the square, Chen Feng was taken aback. The area was brimming with people, and behind him, the train station continued to release a steady stream of laborers heading south. This was a snapshot of Shenzhen in the 1980s. Upon exiting the train station, Chen Feng was soon surrounded by a throng of individuals. "Hey there, young man. Interested in factory work? No experience needed. You can earn between 100 to 200 yuan a month." A middle-aged man clad in an oversized suit approached Chen Feng, one hand clutching a sign emblazoned with the words hiring, while the other held an umbrella. The term young man was not a genuine compliment, but rather a colloquial address used in the Pearl River Delta region, where young males are referred to as Liang Zai and females as Liang Nv. At that moment, another middle-aged woman stepped forward. "Young man, come to our factory. We offer excellent conditions, including meals and accommodation. No experience? No problem. There will be a mentor to guide you." Chen Feng realized that his appearance marked him as a migrant worker heading south for employment. With the Lunar New Year just past, many factories were hiring and numerous individuals were migrating south, marking the peak of recruitment season. "Apologies, but I'm here to visit relatives." "Please excuse me," Chen Feng said, quickening his pace to extricate himself from the clutches of the recruitment agents. Upon hearing his intent to visit relatives, The agents ceased their pursuit and moved on to their next target. Once free from the throng, Chen Feng glanced back at the train station exit, where a sea of people jostled against one another. The number of recruiters was substantial, and many who had just emerged from the station were indeed seeking factory employment. Shenzhen, at this moment, was a burgeoning frontier, with a significant influx of foreign investment establishing factories in the Pearl River Delta in recent years. This surge in opportunity had drawn a vast labor force to the region. From this vantage point at the train station, one could readily perceive the vibrancy of Shenzhen. However, Chen Feng had not ventured south to toil in a factory. He had come to engage in business. Now that he had arrived in Shenzhen, his first task was to find suitable accommodation. He planned to take a bus to the city center to rent an apartment. While scanning the area for the bus stop, a middle-aged man with a protruding belly, dressed in a somewhat faded tank top beneath a floral shirt, approached him. "Young man, just arrived in Shenzhen? Need a place to stay? It's very affordable," the man offered. Chen Feng had no intention of staying in a hotel, thus he ignored him. Yet, the middle-aged man blocked his path, continuing his enthusiastic pitch. "Come on, think about it. Just 2 yuan for the night. It's already past 6. Why not spend the night before moving on?" Chen Feng glanced at the sky. It was indeed getting late. He needed to find a place to stay. But not near the train station. Such areas have always been chaotic, regardless of the era. He intended to head into the city center to secure lodging, ignoring the middle-aged man. Chen Feng continued on his way toward the bus stop. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder, with something pressing against his waist. Turning to see, he found himself face to face with a burly man whose face was adorned with flesh. The man glared at him menacingly and said, "Brother, don't make any sudden moves. I just need some cash. I have no desire to hurt you. Just cooperate, and no one will get hurt." Chen Feng discerned that what pressed against his waist was indeed a dagger. A quick glance confirmed his suspicion. Besides the burly man, 2 others stood nearby, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Perhaps Chen Feng's fortune was completely expended during the previous 2 months when he was engaged in the trading of Treasury bonds. Upon arriving in Deep City, he encountered nefarious individuals as soon as he exited the train station. Perhaps they targeted him due to his solitary and youthful appearance. Outnumbered 3-1 and faced with armed adversaries, Chen Feng realized it was unwise to take risks. Their intent was merely financial gain, which was not worth jeopardizing his safety. He reluctantly followed the trio into a narrow alley across from the train station. They reached a secluded corner devoid of onlookers, where his bag and person were thoroughly searched. The ringleader, a scruffy individual clad in a floral shirt with long hair, handed a disorganized stack of bills to a burly man. The latter glanced at the money and cursed, "Damn it, just a pauper. Let's go." With their ill-gotten gains in hand, the gang swiftly retreated into a nearby alley. Chen Feng picked up the discarded clothing from the ground and returned it to his bag. Initially possessing 121 yuan, all of it was now taken from him. However, he had foreseen potential trouble and had taken precautions. In the tattered shoes he wore, he had sewn a few banknotes into the lining, totaling 100 yuan. With that sum, he would not find himself entirely destitute. Chapter 11. An Unexpected Rescue. These 2 chapters are quite realistic, reflecting the historical context of the time. Fortunately, Chen Feng had not brought much money with him on this outing. His substantial savings were securely deposited in a bank, with the deposit slips left in his rented accommodation in the provincial city. Thus, losing a little over 100 yuan was not a significant blow for him. Chen Feng silently expressed gratitude towards the thieves for serving as a wake-up call. He had always believed himself to be cautious. Yet he underestimated the perils of this era, a time brimming with opportunities yet fraught with hidden dangers. In 1987, unlike 2024, where surveillance cameras are ubiquitous, criminals could easily evade capture by fleeing to other provinces after committing their crimes. Chen Feng had often heard tales in his youth of affluent individuals targeted by wrongdoers, who not only lost their money but sometimes their lives as well. Therefore, he understood the necessity of earning money while simultaneously ensuring his safety. Chen Feng resolved that once he established himself in Deep City and his business began to flourish, he would hire a bodyguard. Otherwise, even if he amassed millions or even billions, he would find it difficult to sleep soundly. As he wandered the streets of Deep City, he found himself bereft of the 30-odd yuan he had left. The question of why he did not seek the police was simple. Such matters were difficult to prove and often resulted in convoluted explanations. Moreover, incidents like this occurred daily in Deep City, rendering them unremarkable and difficult to manage. While Chen Feng strolled along the thoroughfare, contemplating his next steps, he realized he needed to find accommodation. He had 100 yuan stashed in a shoe lining that he needed to retrieve, just as he was strategizing his plans. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, suddenly collapsed to the ground. This scene instantly attracted the attention of those nearby. Chen Feng approached, observing the old man's pale complexion and slight tremors. Yet, as the crowd gathered, not a single soul extended a helping hand. The mentality of minding one's own business is deeply ingrained in our society. Chen Feng sighed. He wished to assist, yet circumstances constrained him. He lacked the funds to call for an ambulance, and even if he reached the hospital, he had no means to cover the costs. His pocket contained a mere 100 yuan, insufficient for any expenses. At that moment, a figure clad in white emerged from the throng. It was a girl in a white dress, carrying a black backpack. Upon her arrival, she knelt down and rummaged through her bag for a small flashlight. She lifted the elderly man's eyelid and switched on the flashlight to examine his pupils, then leaned over to listen to his heartbeat. Her actions appeared remarkably adept, leading Chen Feng to surmise that she was likely a medical professional. After completing her assessment, the girl exhaled in relief and remarked, "Fortunately, it's just dizziness. There's no serious issue." She then turned to the onlookers and said, "Everyone, there is a hospital approximately 2 kilometers ahead. I need someone to help me carry this elderly gentleman to a vehicle. I cannot manage it alone." The spectators remained unmoved, unwilling to involve themselves in any inconvenience. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Feng stepped forward. The girl expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you. Please wait here. I will call for a car." She then proceeded to the roadside to hail a taxi. In this era, taxis had begun to appear in the city. Though fares were steep, primarily utilized by affluent merchants, rendering them unaffordable for the average person. Chen Feng hoisted the elderly man into the vehicle, and the girl thanked him again. Under the streetlights, Chen Feng finally discerned the girl's features. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her eyes sparkled like stars, exuding an aura of pure beauty, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze in March. Noticing Chen Feng's gaze, the girl softly inquired, "What is it?" Chen Feng smiled and shook his head. "Nothing. By the way, I'll accompany you. Perhaps I can be of assistance." "That would be wonderful," the girl replied gratefully. They both entered the taxi, which drove for about 10 minutes before arriving at the entrance of the third city hospital. Chen Feng helped the elderly man out of the car while the girl paid the fare. After escorting the elderly gentleman inside, medical staff approached to attend to his condition. While Chen Feng and the girl remained by his side, she even took the initiative to handle the admission paperwork. Approximately an hour later, after receiving intravenous treatment, the elderly man regained consciousness and provided a phone number for the hospital to notify his family. Half an hour later, his relatives arrived. A tall, middle-aged man in an expensive suit burst into the room, and upon seeing the elderly man receiving treatment, he rushed forward, anxiously asking, "Father, are you feeling better?" The elderly man, having improved after the four, had been chatting with the girl moments before. Seeing his son, he grasped his hand and said, "My son, it was these kind souls who saved me. Had they not intervened, I would likely still be lying on the street." The man then turned to Chen Feng and the girl, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you both for rescuing my father. Please accept this small token of my appreciation." As he spoke, he extracted 2 thick bundles of cash from his bag and handed them to Chen Feng and the girl. Both Chen Feng and the girl exchanged glances, surprised that Zhao Dayuan would choose to express his gratitude in such a lavish manner. Each bundle likely contained 200 to 300, totaling over 1,000. Chen Feng glanced at the girl beside him, curious about her reaction. She waved her hand and said, "Thank you, but I must decline. As an intern doctor, it is my duty to save lives. I shall also forego it," Chen Feng added, though he felt a moment of hesitation, having only 100 yuan to his name. He reflected that saving a life is worth more than any monetary value. Having resolved to do good, he did not seek recompense. Zhao Dayuan, witnessing their refusal, expressed his gratitude. "I admire your integrity. Here, take my business card. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to call. I will certainly help if I can." He produced 2 business cards from his bag, giving one to Chen Feng and the other to the girl. Chen Feng accepted the card and briefly glanced at the information. Zhao Dayuan, section chief of the Foreign Trade Corporation. A surge of surprise coursed through him, and he silently rejoiced at having declined the money. Zhao Dayuan, as the deputy section chief, wielded considerable influence, engaging in foreign business necessitated dealings with the Foreign Trade Corporation. With the new era of reform, many sought to conduct business abroad, thus requiring connections with this entity. The character Ms. Wang from the popular 2024 television drama Blossoms was also affiliated with the Foreign Trade Corporation. Countless individuals aspired to cultivate a relationship with Deputy Section Chief Zhao, yet few had the opportunity, let alone to have him owe them a favor. Now, an unexpected opportunity had presented itself to Chen Feng. Chapter 12. Zhang Weiwei emerging from the hospital. It was already 10 o'clock at night. After a whirlwind of activity, they had spent over 3 hours within its walls. Upon reaching the entrance, the girl stretched and turned to Chen Feng, saying, "Thank you. Without your help, I truly would have struggled." "No need for thanks. Helping others is the essence of joy," Chen Feng replied with a smile, shaking his head. This act of saving a life had unexpectedly connected him with the upper echelons of the Foreign Trade Corporation, a delightful surprise for Chen Feng. "By the way, I still don't know your name," he remarked, realizing he had forgotten to ask amidst the chaos. "I am Zhang Weiwei, an intern doctor at the 5th People's Hospital." She introduced herself. An intern doctor? No wonder her methods in saving the elderly had been so adept. "I am Chen Feng. I just arrived in Deep City today," he replied candidly. "To have done a good deed on your first day here is quite remarkable," Zhang Weiwei commended, giving him a thumbs up. However, Chen Feng sighed and remarked, "What good is doing the right thing if good people receive no reward?" "What do you mean?" Zhang Weiwei inquired curiously. Chen Feng recounted his earlier experiences at the train station. Upon hearing his account, Zhang Weiwei clenched her small fist, her expression filled with indignation as she exclaimed, "Those people are despicable. Why didn't you report them to the police?" Chen Feng glanced at her and shook his head, saying, "It's futile." After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Weiwei sighed and inquired, "What do you plan to do next?" Chen Feng pondered briefly before responding with a smile. "I'll find a stone bench in the park to sleep on tonight and look for a job tomorrow." He was, of course, jesting. He had enough funds for a hostel. "I have an empty room at home, though it's currently serving as a storage space. If you don't mind, you could stay over for the night." Upon hearing Zhang Weiwei's invitation, Chen Feng chuckled. "Are you not concerned that I might be a nefarious character?" Zhang Weiwei replied with a smile, "If a villain is willing to help save lives and spends 3 hours in a hospital, then that villain must be exceedingly cunning." Chen Feng set down his sack and retrieved his high school diploma, along with his identification card, which he handed to Zhang Weiwei. "Here's my high school diploma and my ID." Zhang Weiwei glanced at the diploma and remarked, "I didn't realize you completed high school. That's quite impressive." Chen Feng scratched his head and laughed. "What's so remarkable about high school? I'm no university student, after all. Look at me. I'm out here working." In this era, completing high school is considered commendable. As for university students, they are a rarity. After 2008, the expansion of university admissions led to a surplus of graduates, with people saying that one could randomly throw a stone in the street and hit a university student. In 1987, however, university graduates were akin to phoenixes among men, and even high school graduates were quite uncommon. Chen Feng mused, "If I were to claim that I graduated with a master's in finance from Tsinghua University and spent 2 years studying abroad, what would this girl think?" Yet, that was merely the educational attainment of his previous life. In this life, he was but a high school graduate. "Come stay at my place for the night. I'm just an intern and don't have much money. Otherwise, I could lend you some." Zhang Weiwei sighed. "No, wait." Suddenly realizing, she exclaimed, "That director Zhang who offered you money earlier, that was your lifeline. I can't believe I didn't think of your financial burden at the time. If you had accepted that money, you could have afforded a hotel room." Zhang Weiwei lowered her head, her large eyes looking up at Chen Feng. "I'm sorry. It's my fault. Sometimes, I just don't grasp these social nuances." Seeing her look of regret, Chen Feng reassured her with a smile, "It's all right. You did the right thing. One cannot expect rewards for doing good deeds. No, you must stay at my house tonight. I'll ask my mother to cook something delicious for you. She is an excellent cook. Come on, let us go." Zhang Weiwei walked ahead while Chen Feng followed. After strolling for a few hundred meters, they entered a narrow alley, meandering through it until they arrived at a small building with an independent courtyard. This building was a traditional old-style structure. Although Deep City is a large metropolis, the renovation of the old town had yet to commence, and skyscrapers had not yet risen, leaving many of these old houses intact. "Wait here. I'll go inform my parents about the situation." With that, Zhang Weiwei slipped inside. Chen Feng patiently awaited outside. Approximately 5 minutes later, Zhang Weiwei emerged from within. "Come in. My parents have agreed to let you stay at our home temporarily," she said, pulling Chen Feng inside. As he entered the courtyard, he observed the surroundings. A longan tree stood majestically in the center, surrounded by an array of well-tended flowers and plants. a testament to the owner's evident love for life. The old-fashioned house featured a living room on the ground floor, which housed a black and white television that remained off, as there were no broadcasts past 10 o'clock in those times. Upon entering the room, Chen Feng noticed a man in his 50s sitting in a rocking chair. He was tall and thin, adorned with a pair of reading glasses and thick eyebrows. Beside him, a middle-aged woman was arranging a packet of tea leaves and a kettle on the coffee table. "This is my dad and my mom, and this is Chen Feng." As I mentioned, Zhang Weiwei introduced them. "Hello, uncle and aunt," Chen Feng greeted politely. The man scrutinized Chen Feng with a hint of wariness in his gaze. "Did you and Weiwei just rescue an elderly man?" he inquired. "To be precise, it was Weiwei who saved him. I merely assisted," Chen Feng replied candidly. A faint smile crept across the man's lips as he remarked, "I didn't expect you to be so honest. Are you hungry? Let me cook you some noodles." The woman said with a smile. "I am a bit hungry," Chen Feng admitted, patting his stomach. In truth, he was quite famished. "Please, have a seat and take a sip of water." Zhang Weiwei's father gestured for him to sit. Once seated, he continued, "Where are you from?" "I am from Dongzhou," Chen Feng replied. "Did you complete high school?" "Yes, I graduated from high school." "Why didn't you continue your studies?" "Both my parents have passed away, and I could not continue, so I went out to work," Chen Feng explained. Zhang Weiwei's father asked with great interest, and Chen Feng answered openly. Understanding that as the head of the household, it was natural to inquire about a stranger's background. Chapter 13. An opportunity presents itself for the next several minutes. Zhang Weiwei's father asked questions, and Chen Feng responded. Soon, Zhang Weiwei's mother emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming bowl of noodles. "Xiao Chun, eat some noodles," she said, placing the bowl in front of him, then shooting a reproachful glance at her husband. "He just loves to be suspicious, chatting like it's an interrogation. That's reasonable. After all, a stranger has come into the home, and it's best to ask questions. If it were me, I would do the same." Chen Feng skillfully defended Zhang Weiwei's father. The father turned his face away and began flipping through a newspaper. "Here, eat while it's hot, if it's not enough." "I can cook more," the mother offered. "That's sufficient," Chen Feng replied, genuinely hungry as he beheld a large bowl of steaming noodles topped with 2 eggs. He devoured the noodles eagerly, having not felt such hunger in a long time. Zhang Weiwei's parents watched him eat, and a look of concern crossed her mother's face. A large bowl of noodles vanished into Chen Feng's stomach in a matter of moments. "Would you like some more? The water in the pot is still warm. Just drop in some noodles," Zhang's mother inquired. "That's enough. If I eat any more, I won't be able to sleep." Chen Feng waved his hands in refusal. At that moment, Zhang Weiwei approached and said, "The room has been tidied up. It was previously used for storing miscellaneous items, so please don't mind. I am immensely grateful to have a place to rest. Without your kindness, I would likely be sleeping on a stone bench in the park right now." "Oh, dear child, there's no need to be so formal. Feel free to treat it as your own home." "Thank you, Auntie." From the moment Zhang Weiwei's mother entered the house, she enveloped him in a warmth reminiscent of home. Zhang Weiwei's father, on the other hand, embodied the archetype of a stern patriarch, though few words escaped his lips. His demeanor and actions revealed a cultured man. Zhang Weiwei guided Chen Feng to the tidied room, which, though modest in size, contained a bed adorned with blankets and pillows. The clutter had been neatly set aside by Zhang Weiwei. "It's rather late, and we have no hot water. If you'd like to bathe, I can help heat some for you." In this era, water heaters had yet to grace every household. Families relied on burning honeycomb coal. "No worries, it's quite warm out. I can manage with a cold shower." The temperature hovered around 22 to 23 degrees, far from chilly, making a cold wash quite bearable. "Very well. The bathing area can be accessed through the kitchen." "All right." Chen Feng retrieved a change of clothes from his bag and entered the kitchen, discovering a bathroom equipped with shampoo. However, there was no shower gel, as soap was the common bathing choice of the time. He took a quick shower to refresh himself. Having spent a day and a half on a train, and the heat had left him somewhat odorous. After bathing, he returned to the room, placing his clothes at the bedside, intending to wash them the following day. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, drowsiness quickly overtook him. After a day filled with myriad experiences and the busyness of the past hours, Chen Feng's eyelids grew heavy, and he succumbed to sleep. The next day, sunlight streamed into the room, rousing Chen Feng from slumber. Upon waking, he neatly folded the blanket and stepped into the living room, glancing at the wall clock which indicated it was already past 9. In the living room stood a young man dressed in a white shirt and suit pants, with a device clipped to his waist, engrossed in a stack of documents. Hearing movement, he turned to see Chen Feng emerging from the room. The man bore a resemblance to Zhang Weiwei, suggesting he was her brother, Zhang Ziyuan. Zhang Ziyuan appraised Chen Feng briefly before speaking. You must be Chen Feng. Hello. Chen Feng greeted him. You seem quite refined. You certainly don't appear to be a bad person, Zhang Ziyuan commented, his speech direct and somewhat naive. At that moment, Zhang's mother emerged from the kitchen and, upon spotting Chen Feng, exclaimed, "Oh, young Chen, you're up. Let me bring out your breakfast. I saw you were still asleep earlier, so I kept it warm in the pot." "Thank you, Auntie." Zhang's mother returned from the kitchen with a bowl of white porridge, a plate of pickled vegetables, and 3 steamed buns. "Thank you, Auntie. Once I've had my fill, I'll head out to look for work." Chen Feng cannot possibly stay at Zhang's home for long. It is already quite generous of them to have accommodated him for a day. "Ziyuan, is there anything at your company that you could introduce Xiao Chen to?" Zhang Mu inquired as she took a seat beside her son, who was engrossed in his documents. "Mom, we are in foreign trade, dealing either with Hong Kong clients or foreign nationals. This is not a task for just anyone." Zhang Ziyuan replied without lifting his eyes from the paperwork. "But Xiao Chen is just a high school graduate." "You graduated from high school?" Zhang Ziyuan finally looked up, surprised to see Chen Feng nodding. "Do you speak English?" Chen Feng nodded again. Having studied abroad for several years, English posed no challenge for him. In addition to English, he had acquired some Japanese from a Japanese girlfriend he had during his studies, as well as some Cantonese, which he learned from watching Hong Kong films since childhood. Chen Feng possessed a remarkable aptitude for languages, mastering a new one in just a couple of months. Hearing that Chen Feng spoke English delighted Zhang Ziyuan. "Could you help me translate this document?" It was then that Chen Feng noticed Zhang Ziyuan had an English dictionary at hand, meticulously comparing it to the contents of the document. Zhang Ziyuan handed the document to Chen Feng, who quickly scanned it. This was a quotation from Hong Kong Dafashang Trading Company, listing the price of a Japanese television at 500 Hong Kong dollars, with a minimum order of 500 units, requiring a response before May 1st, 1988. Chen Feng promptly summarized the key points. Zhang Ziyuan exclaimed, "You understand English so well. It takes me half a day to translate a document, and you recognized everything at a glance. With your command of English, you could easily work as a foreign trade representative at our company." Chen Feng smiled but remained silent. "How about I ask tomorrow? It seems we are currently in need of foreign trade representatives, and as long as you are proficient in English, your high school education should not be a barrier," Zhang Ziyuan suggested. Chen Feng hesitated, as if contemplating saying something. "What's wrong? Speak your mind. There's no need to be shy. Does your company offer an advance on salaries? I wish to rent a place. I cannot keep imposing on you. I initially intended to find a job that provides food and lodging, earn some money to support myself, and then plan my next steps." Chen Feng had always preferred not to burden others, and he felt it was quite generous of them to have taken him in for a night. Personal issues should be resolved independently. "Child, why be so polite? We've told you to treat this like your own home. Besides, it's just a matter of sharing meals," Zhang Weiwei's mother interjected. She genuinely liked Chen Feng, finding him earnest and respectable, a high school graduate. In the eyes of the older generation, any child who had received a high school education was considered exceptional, incapable of malice. "Indeed, if you feel uncomfortable, you could wait until next month's salary to contribute a little towards food and rent," Zhang Ziyuan added. "Stay with us. I see your English is excellent. And you could teach me some as well." Uncle Zhang sighed. "I can persuade old Zhang. He will not object," Zhang Ziyuan confidently asserted. Chapter 14. The Era of Flourishing Foreign Trade. According to Chen Feng's original plan, he intended to first seek employment in Shenzhen's trade sector to familiarize himself with the processes before embarking on his own venture. As the saying goes, changing fields is akin to traversing a mountain. Chen Feng had no prior experience in this industry. He merely recognized that trade was a lucrative opportunity, particularly in dealing with imported home appliances, which promised higher profits. However, he was uncertain about where to commence his journey. Thus, it was prudent to first find a company to gain insight into the entire workflow, including the unspoken rules of the trade, before venturing out independently. Initially, Chen Feng had planned to search for a job on his own, but unexpectedly, Zhang Ziyuan presented him with an opportunity, alleviating much of his burden. As for assisting Zhang Ziyuan with his English studies, that was a task well within his capabilities. During his university days, Chen Feng had worked as a tutor, helping high school students with their studies. With Zhang Ziyuan and his mother both in agreement, Chen Feng readily accepted. In the evening, upon Zhang Fu's return, Zhang Ziyuan approached him to discuss the matter, particularly praising Chen Feng's proficiency in English. Chen Feng had already conducted 2 English lessons for Zhang Ziyuan that day, greatly expanding his horizons. In this era, the number of individuals able to learn English was scant, and those proficient in it were even fewer, let alone those capable of teaching it. In this age of openness, engaging in business with foreigners necessitated a command of English. Some trading companies in Hong Kong even preferred to use English in their documentation, as Hong Kong remained a British colony, after all. Throughout the process of teaching Zhang Ziyuan, Chen Feng integrated his own insights from learning English along with some popular techniques that would emerge in 2024. These methods, though seemingly simple, were the culmination of generations of educators' experience. The materials Chen Feng presented could easily yield fortune if he were to establish a new educational institution, yet his aspirations lay elsewhere. After a lengthy discussion with Zhang Fu, Zhang Ziyuan finally secured his father's consent. Later that evening, after Zhang Weiwei returned from work, Chen Feng joined the Zhang family for dinner. Although the meal was modest, it included a variety of dishes, and the lively atmosphere filled Chen Feng with contentment. After dining, the family gathered in front of the television. In this era, owning a television set was a considerable achievement. The program featured Shanghai Bund, with the suave Xiaomago clad in a suit and slick-back hair, embracing Feng Chenxing with undeniable charm. Chen Feng held little interest in these classic dramas but chose to accompany them in viewing. As Xiaomago kissed Feng Chenxing, Zhang Weiwei happened to glance back, inadvertently locking eyes with Chen Feng for a brief moment before turning away in a fluster. At 9 o'clock, the television show concluded, and Chen Feng retreated to his room to rest, as he was to accompany Zhang Ziyuan for an interview at their foreign trade company the following day. In preparation for the interview, Zhang Ziyuan had graciously lent Chen Feng a suit and white dress shirt. The two shared similar heights and builds, making Zhang Ziyuan's attire quite fitting for Chen Feng. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, clad in a white shirt and black suit trousers, Chen Feng felt that he had already embodied the essence of the youth of this era. The following morning, Chen Feng rose early to assist Zhang's mother in preparing breakfast. Zhang Ziyuan had not yet awakened, having dashed out the previous night around 11, declaring his intention to go dancing and insisting that Chen Feng accompany him. Chen Feng declined, citing a job interview the next day as his reason. Consequently, Zhang Ziyuan ventured out alone, reportedly returning around 2 or 3 in the morning. Zhang Weiwei had an early shift that day, leaving without having breakfast. Zhang's father, too, had risen early, seated in an armchair, sipping tea while perusing the newspaper, his gaze occasionally drifting to Chen Feng and Zhang's mother in the kitchen. He harbored little psychological reservation towards Chen Feng, especially given the latter's articulate demeanor and appropriate behavior, exuding the aura of an educated individual. Zhang's father held an inexplicable fondness for those well-versed in literature. In his youth, he too had been an academic. Having completed high school, however, his aspirations for university were thwarted by the tumultuous times he encountered. Upon returning to the city after the upheaval, he found himself working in a library, which eventually led him to be transferred to the burgeoning city of Shenzhen. At 8:20, Zhang Ziyuan finally rose. Clad in a white tank top and oversized shorts, his hair disheveled, he entered the kitchen, observing Chen Feng assisting Zhang's mother, and teasingly remarked, "Chen Feng, I've realized you resemble my mother's son more than I do. Why not marry into our family as a son-in-law? Stop being so frivolous and hurry up to brush your teeth and wash your face," Zhang's mother admonished playfully. Zhang Ziyuan then went to freshen up and changed his clothes before heading downstairs. Breakfast was simple: steamed buns, pickled vegetables, and plain congee. In this era, such fare was typical for ordinary families, with the occasional addition of an egg. Milk had yet to permeate the homes of the masses. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Ziyuan mounted his second-hand Honda motorcycle and beckoned Chen Feng to join him. Chen Feng seated himself behind Zhang Ziyuan, and they rode out together. The traffic in Shenzhen that morning was congested, with bicycles dominating the streets, motorcycles present yet fewer in number, and cars scarce. After half an hour, Zhang Ziyuan brought Chen Feng to the front of a 5-story building in the city center. This area appeared to be bustling, with newly constructed buildings rising 3 stories or more, adorned with signs of various trading companies. Perhaps this was the embryonic stage of commerce here. "Let us go. Our company is on the upper floor," Zhang Ziyuan said as he parked the motorcycle and removed his helmet, inviting Chen Feng to disembark. Following Zhang Ziyuan, Chen Feng entered the sizable building. Ascending to the west wing, they traversed a long corridor until they reached an office marked by the sign of Zhongfa Trading Company. Please wait a moment. I'll go find my manager, Zhang Ziyuan said. All right, Chen Feng replied. As Zhang Ziyuan entered, Chen Feng stood outside, surveying his surroundings. Despite the companies being situated in the west wing, the corridor bustled with activity. Proximity to Xiangjiang and being at the forefront of the nation's reforms had led to a proliferation of trading companies in Shenzhen, flourishing in response to market demands. These trading companies, in addition to handling foreign trade orders, also accept domestic contracts. Naturally, some factories producing household appliances seek to bring their products to market through these trading firms. These companies have extensive networks, dealing with both imported and domestic goods. For instance, the company where Zhang Ziyuan works, Zhongfa Trading, derives half of its orders from Hong Kong and the other half from the domestic market. According to him, both domestic and foreign trade prove to be quite lucrative. Taking imported color televisions as an example, a branded imported television retails for over 2,000 outside, while it can be sold domestically for 5,000 to 6,000. After deducting tariffs, the profit margin is nearly doubled. Consequently, this line of work attracts many individuals harboring dreams of wealth. Chen Feng also intends to capitalize on the current momentum in trade to earn a substantial profit. Chapter 15. A smooth onboarding. Chen Feng waited outside for 5 minutes before Zhang Ziyuan emerged. All right, let us go in for the interview with the manager. If you pass, you can start working, Zhang Ziyuan said, leading Chen Feng into the office. Chen Feng surveyed the modestly sized office, which housed about a dozen employees. Such small trading companies are quite common in Shenzhen. In the early days of foreign trade, most trading firms were small enterprises. One should not underestimate these small trading companies. Many publicly listed companies have emerged from such humble beginnings over the years. Chen Feng was ushered into an office where a middle-aged man of short stature, slightly plump, dressed in a suit, and sporting a small mustache was seated. This man, Song Changfa, was both the manager and owner of the company. He was on the phone, saying, Mr. Wang, rest assured, we will handle that batch of goods smoothly. Our connections in this area are quite strong. Enjoy your weekend tea. Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan stood at the door, awaiting the end of Song Changfa's call. FAG, this is the relative I mentioned, Zhang Ziyuan said, nudging Chen Feng to greet him. Hello, FAG, Chen Feng greeted the man. Zhang Ziyuan explained that Song Changfa preferred to be called FAG rather than manager, as he was a fan of Chow Yun-fat. After sizing Chen Feng up, Song Changfa asked, You graduated from high school? Yes, I graduated from high school. And I have my diploma with me, Chen Feng replied, handing over his diploma. Song Changfa glanced at the document briefly before setting it aside. How is your English? Fairly good, Chen Feng answered, knowing full well that he could not claim fluency. FAG, he is being modest. His English skills could even tutor me. Zhang Ziyuan interjected on Chen Feng's behalf. Well then, let us see you translate the contents of this paper, Song Changfa said, casually tossing a sheet of paper to Chen Feng. After a glance, Chen Feng recognized it as a product manual for a television. Do you have a pen? He inquired. Song Changfa tossed him a pen. Taking the pen, Chen Feng began to write swiftly on the paper. Approximately 3 minutes later, he declared, Done. Chen Feng handed the translated product manual to Song Changfa. So soon? Song Changfa expressed his surprise. Chen Feng merely smiled. Such translations were child's play for him. After examining the manual for a moment, Song Changfa produced another translated document for comparison. Moments later, he looked up at Chen Feng, astonished. You're quite impressive. You managed to translate this so quickly and without error. Your command of English is truly commendable. In my school days, English was my forte, and I invested considerable effort into mastering it, Chen Feng replied. Very well, you should stay on and work with us. Our company requires talents like you. With that, Song Changfa decisively welcomed Chen Feng into the team. Thank you, Mr. Song. Thank you, Brother Fa, Chen Feng said, suddenly realizing why Song Changfa preferred being addressed as Brother Fa. The phonetic similarity to send off made it an unappealing title for a businessman. Indeed. Song Changfa nodded and turned to Zhang Ziyuan. Xiao Zhang, since Xiao Chen is your relative, I entrust you to guide him during this period. Sure thing, Brother Fa. Zhang Ziyuan agreed with a smile, eager to partner with Chen Feng. Their conversations had revealed the depth of Chen Feng's knowledge. Zhang Ziyuan led Chen Feng to the office outside, introducing him to each person there. This trading company comprised a total of 17 individuals, including the general manager. Most of the trade orders were secured through Song Changfa's relatives in Hong Kong. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, Hong Kong was a significant trading partner due to its proximity to Shenzhen. The economic boom in that era was significantly bolstered by the development of the domestic economy. After the brief introductions, they commenced their work. Chen Feng's first task was to translate the foreign trade orders from Hong Kong into Chinese. At that time, Hong Kong was still a British colony, and all documentation was still in English, which explained the necessity for foreign trade companies to employ English-speaking staff. Back in the early reform era, anyone wishing to earn foreign currency had to be proficient in English. Once the orders were translated, they would reveal the quantity of goods, pricing, brand, and country of origin. Foreign trade companies, upon receiving orders, would seek domestic distributors to see who was interested in acquiring the goods, effectively positioning themselves as intermediaries. One must not underestimate the role of intermediaries, as their profits can be substantial. For instance, an imported television sold for 1,000 yuan abroad could fetch 3,000 yuan domestically, allowing foreign trade companies to pocket 700 to 800 yuan in profit. Even domestic products transported from coastal regions to the interior could yield over 30% profit. During that era, many individuals thrived by acting as middlemen, capitalizing on the trade of goods. Foreign trade companies could be seen as an enhanced version of these middlemen. Chen Feng began learning the order processing from Zhang Weiwei. After an hour of instruction on the basic procedures, Chen Feng grasped the essentials. For a graduate of Tsinghua University and a master's degree holder in finance from abroad, this work was exceedingly straightforward. At that time, there were very few individuals proficient in English. In this company, the proficiency in English among employees varies significantly. For some capable staff members, translating a single document can take up to 2 hours due to the absence of standardized formats and terminology in the documents received from various companies. Consequently, many new words necessitate consulting a dictionary. Chen Feng, being already well-versed in English, typically completes these translations in a mere 3 to 5 minutes. Once the translation is finished, the next task is to contact the company's channel distributors to inquire about their interest in purchasing goods and the quantity required. This process is relatively straightforward, akin to door-to-door sales. However, given the unique circumstances of the current era, the relationship between market supply and demand reveals that quality products are in high demand, particularly imported home appliances. The populace is currently navigating a distinctive period where acquiring quality imported appliances is a matter of considerable pride. This is not merely an inclination towards foreign goods, but rather a reflection of the underdeveloped state of domestic industries, which are still in their infancy, with various technical aspects yet to reach satisfactory standards, rendering local products less competitive than their foreign counterparts. Furthermore, the recent opening up of the country has brought about significant ideological shifts among the people, influenced by external thoughts. In 30 years, when Huawei ascends to become the world's leading industrial power, the products manufactured will be both high quality and affordable, with technology surpassing that of the West. Supporting domestic products will become a prevailing sentiment, leading people to proudly purchase local mobile phones and cars. However, it is still 1988, and the thriving of foreign premium goods in the domestic market is not necessarily a negative phenomenon. These products serve as benchmarks for domestic manufacturers, motivating them to strive for improvement and ultimately surpass their international counterparts. Even as a time traveler, Chen Feng recognizes that he lacks the capacity to effect immediate change in the current landscape. His sole desire is to leverage the opportunities presented by the evolving era to amass wealth. Only when he has garnered sufficient capital will he be in a position to influence the course of this time. Chapter 16. A smooth start at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Feng successfully completed all 3 documents in his possession. Aside from some minor communication issues with the first document, the negotiations for the second and third documents proceeded effortlessly. With the documents in hand, he approached the office of Song Chongfa. Song was engaged in a business call, fluently conversing in Cantonese. Rest assured, these are all old friends. This deal won't cost you anything. It's at a friendly rate. Let's have tea sometime. Once Song finished his call, Chen Feng gently knocked on the door. Upon seeing Chen Feng at the door, Song tilted his head slightly. Come in. After Chen Feng entered, Song produced a box of cigarettes, lit one, and took a puff before speaking. Feng, what brings you here? I've completed all the documents and would like to request more. They mentioned that if they want new orders, I need to come to you. This company, operated by Song Chongfa, primarily receives orders from his relatives in Hong Kong. To maintain control over key orders, Song is quite restrictive with his subordinates, allowing them to request more only after they have completed their tasks. All finished? Song Changfa expressed surprise upon hearing this. Chen Feng nodded and handed over the 3 documents. Brother Fa, please take a look. Song Changfa took the order and glanced at it. It clearly indicated the dealer responsible for the order, along with the pricing, even calculating the profit margins. Splendid. What a pleasant surprise, Ah Feng. You truly are a talent, completing this so swiftly. Song Changfa handed a few more orders from his drawer to Chen Feng, saying, here are a few more for you to handle. Chen Feng smiled, accepted the orders, and returned to his tasks. With practice, Chen Feng became remarkably adept at processing these orders. In less than 2 hours, he had completed the orders assigned to him by Song Changfa. When Chen Feng approached Song Changfa again, he had no orders left on hand. Song Changfa was astonished by Chen Feng's efficiency, as if he were a machine. In truth, Chen Feng had devised a formula. By inputting data from the orders, such as costs, shipping fees, and profits, he could swiftly calculate how much each order could yield without incurring losses. The remaining task involved contacting distributors for negotiations, which ironically consumed most of his time. With no orders left, Song Changfa, who ran a small foreign trade company, typically sought orders based on the availability of his staff. Little did he know that today he had encountered an extraordinary individual in Chen Feng, whose productivity rivaled that of 7 or 8 workers combined. With no orders on hand, Song Changfa tossed a notebook to Chen Feng, instructing him to call and inquire about goods. The notebook contained a list of trading companies in Hong Kong that collaborated with Zhangfa. The orders typically sourced by Song Changfa were from these Hong Kong trading companies, often involving substantial shipments, such as a batch of refrigerators. Smaller trading companies like Zhongfa could not accommodate such large volumes alone. Hence, they would often collaborate to share the load. The key to making these calls was to ascertain what goods the other party had available, their specific prices, and to evaluate whether they could manage the quantities. The favor owed to Zhao Deyuan had not yet reached its opportune moment. Naturally, Song Changfa would not share his closely knit business connections with Chen Feng. The companies listed in the notebook were ones with whom he had previously collaborated, yet lacked familiarity, often merely possessing a contact number without any established partnership. His intention in providing this list was simply to cast a wide net in hopes of catching something. If Chen Feng succeeded in securing orders, it would be excellent. If not, it was of little consequence. After all, the success of Song Changfa's company relied primarily on the orders procured through relatives in Hong Kong, which were the core of his business. In addition to reaching out to contacts in Hong Kong, another avenue was to request orders from the foreign trade headquarters. However, orders from the headquarters tended to be substantial, and without the requisite strength, no small company could handle them. Moreover, if one's company lacked proper qualifications, the foreign trade headquarters would not extend any orders. At present, Chen Feng possessed the contact information of Section Chief Zhao Deyuan from the foreign trade headquarters, but had no intention of reaching out just yet. With the notebook from Song Changfa in hand, he ventured out to begin contacting the companies in Hong Kong. After several attempts to make phone calls, either the recipients expressed ignorance regarding the company Zhongfa Trading, or upon realizing it was Zhongfa Trading, they promptly hung up. At this juncture, the workday had concluded. In the 1980s, the concept of a 996-work schedule was virtually non-existent. When the time arrived, one simply had to leave work. Zhang Ziyuan, seated beside Chen Feng, stretched languidly and exclaimed, finally off work. I'm utterly exhausted. Noticing Chen Feng lost in thought, he stood and patted Chen Feng on the shoulder, saying, stop staring at that. Let us go. I intend to take this notebook home for further examination. Examine what? Zhang Ziyuan whispered conspiratorially into Chen Feng's ear. Most of the numbers in there are unreliable, gathered by Brother Fa's relatives in Hong Kong. We never collaborated with these companies. They are unlikely to respond to you. Many have been given this notebook before, and ultimately, it yielded nothing. At that moment, Chen Feng comprehended that it wasn't a deficiency in his abilities, but rather a trap set by Song Changfa. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, placing the notebook into his bag, convinced that he could unearth something of value within its pages. After work, Zhang Ziyuan rode his motorcycle, taking Chen Feng home. Upon arriving at Zhang Ziyuan's residence, his father was in the living room perusing a newspaper, while Zhang Weiwei had also returned from work and was assisting their mother in the kitchen. Zhang Ziyuan engaged his father in casual conversation, while Chen Feng leafed through the notebook that Song Changfa had given him, which contained numerous contact numbers for trading companies in Hong Kong. However, without prior collaboration or a referral, Any calls made would likely go unanswered. Chen Feng had already encountered considerable resistance today and even faced some harsh words. Yet, he harbored a belief that this notebook held the potential for useful information, prompting him to bring it home for a thorough review. Dinner was soon served. Zhang Weiwei emerged from the kitchen carrying a platter, adorned with an apron and her hair neatly arranged, exuding an air of a dutiful housewife. Upon catching Chen Feng's gaze, she shyly lowered her head. Dinner's ready. I'm starving. Oh, roast goose. What a festive occasion. Zhang Ziyuan exclaimed as he spotted a dish of roast goose on the table, hastily pinching a piece to eat. Zhang Weiwei lightly tapped his hand with her chopsticks, admonishing, no sneaking bites. One piece, one tea hurt. Eating it now or later makes no difference, Zhang Ziyuan retorted, behaving like a younger brother in front of his sister. Go serve the rice. It's time to eat, he called out to Chen Feng. Chapter 17. Unexpected gains. Chen Feng set aside his notebook, preparing to serve himself some rice, but Zhang Weiwei placed a bowl of white rice in front of him. Here. Thank you, Chen Feng replied, somewhat surprised yet grateful. Observing this exchange, Zhang Ziyuan shouted, Zhang Weiwei, you're showing favoritism, helping him with his meal but not me. And I'm your brother. Zhang Weiwei rolled her eyes at her brother and retorted, he is a guest, and it's his first day at work. I don't care. Favoritism is favoritism, Zhang Ziyuan muttered as he went to serve himself. Once everyone had finished their meal, they gathered around a round table, which was adorned with an old newspaper. The evening feast was quite sumptuous, featuring a bowl of fluffy steamed eggs, a plate of stir-fried greens, and a large basin of lean pork and cucumber soup, with roasted goose as the centerpiece. Don't be shy, dig in, said Zhang father, who, as the head of the family, was the first to reach for his chopsticks, prompting the others to follow suit. Zhang father resembled an old scholar from a bygone era, imposing strict rules on his children, insisting on silence during meals. Thus, everyone ate quietly, without uttering a word. After the meal concluded, Zhang Weiwei and her mother busied themselves with clearing the dishes, while Zhang father moved to the coffee table to brew tea. Chen Feng intended to assist Zhang Weiwei, but she playfully pushed him out of the kitchen, insisting he keep Zhang father company for tea and conversation. Consequently, Chen Feng settled by the coffee table, observing Zhang father as he prepared the tea. Meanwhile, Zhang Ziyuan slouched on the wooden sofa, idly flipping through the newspaper. Ah, Xiaochen, how was your first day at work? Zhang father inquired, casually adjusting the tea utensils. It was fine, Chen Feng replied. Just fine? It was undoubtedly splendid, Zhang Ziyuan interjected. Dad, you wouldn't believe it. I taught him once, and he grasped it immediately. By the end of the day, he was faster than me. And our boss even praised him. Indeed, at the end of the workday, Song Changfa had clapped Chen Feng on the shoulder, encouraging him to continue his diligent efforts. Zhang father nodded in approval and poured some tea into Chen Feng's cup, saying, Excellent. Young people should remain grounded. Deep City is a wonderful place. As long as you are committed to honest work, you will surely carve out a niche for yourself here. Faced with Zhang father's wisdom, Chen Feng could only nod in agreement. After 3 rounds of tea, feeling somewhat stifled, Chen Feng pulled Zhang Ziyuan aside to tutor him in English, disregarding his reluctance. Initially, Zhang Ziyuan had intended to lounge on the sofa and savor his leisure, but with Chen Feng's insistence to help him study, he reluctantly acquiesced. The dining table was already tidied up, and Chen Feng picked up the self-study English textbook that Zhang Ziyuan had previously purchased, beginning to teach him bit by bit. With Chen Feng's encouragement, Zhang Ziyuan quickly found his rhythm. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang father, sipping tea in the background, couldn't help but smile and nod at the scene. Have some fruit, Zhang Weiwei announced, placing a plate of apples on the dining table. Oh, just as I was getting into the flow, you interrupted me. Zhang Ziyuan complained impatiently. It's not for you. It's for Chen Feng, she retorted. The sibling duo began to bicker. If you're helping him with his rice and cutting fruit, I see you're just going to marry him. Zhang Ziyuan teased his sister. What are you talking about? Zhang Weiwei exclaimed, playfully slapping his shoulder, her face flushing as she quickly turned to leave. Hey, how dare you hit me? This little sister is getting bolder by the day, Zhang Ziyuan sighed, shaking his head. Chen Feng merely smiled at the playful exchange between the siblings. They resumed their studies, immersed in their lessons until around 9:30 in the evening, when a friend of Zhang Ziyuan's called, inviting him out to dance. Zhang Ziyuan wanted to drag Chen Feng along, but he politely declined, having no interest in such activities. After Zhang Ziyuan departed, Chen Feng took a refreshing shower, which invigorated his mind. Upon entering his room, he began to peruse the notebook in his possession while rapidly sifting through information in his thoughts. Since his rebirth, his cognitive abilities had become remarkably acute. Recalling details and performing calculations felt as effortless as operating a compact calculator. He could effortlessly retrieve even the most minute details that previously required considerable contemplation, now flowing from his lips with ease. Perhaps this was a small boon of his rebirth. As Chen Feng turned to the final page of the notebook, he found a list of substantial trading companies in Hong Kong, most of which had never collaborated with his own. His gaze lingered on the third line from the bottom, Hong Kong Longchangsheng Trading Company. The name struck him as vaguely familiar, yet he couldn't immediately recall why. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on the memory, certain he had encountered this name before. A minute later, his eyes flew open. He remembered. Hong Kong Longchangsheng Trading Company was established by Li Jiaxing, one of the 10 wealthiest individuals in Hong Kong. Li Jiaxing was a real estate magnate. While not quite as prominent as Li Jiaxing, he was nonetheless a significant figure in the region. This Longchangsheng Trading Company was managed by his daughter, Li Weiyun. However, on May 1, 1988, while she was in Shenzhen for business, she was targeted by a gang of criminals who kidnapped her and demanded a ransom of 10 million. After receiving the ransom, the criminals did not release Li Weiyun but instead brutally murdered her. This incident garnered extensive media coverage, with Hong Kong newspapers running stories for several consecutive days. As the information rapidly coalesced in Chen Feng's mind, he recalled every detail. Today was the 3rd of the Western month, leaving less than a month until May 1st. If he could seize this opportunity to rescue Li Jiaxing's beloved daughter, it would earn him a monumental favor from the affluent magnate. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although it appeared perilous, with proper preparation, it was a gamble worth taking. With this in mind, Chen Feng approached the wall and flipped to the May page of the calendar hanging there. He drew a bold circle around May 1st. Having confirmed the date, his next task was to find an accomplice. Rescuing the daughter of a wealthy magnate meant confronting a gang of criminals. He could not rely solely on his own strength. He needed a partner, someone adept at handling violent situations. Upon arriving in Shenzhen, the incident at the train station where he fell victim to a scheme left a lingering impression on him. He understood that to truly thrive in this era, he must first ensure his own safety. Otherwise, no matter how much money he earned, it would merely serve to enrich wrongdoers. Thus, Chen Feng was determined to find someone, a skilled individual who could step in and protect him when the moment demanded it. Finding a bodyguard was a priority that needed to be addressed without delay, even if it required a significant financial investment. Otherwise, he could earn wealth but lose his life in the process. Chapter 18. Business Startup Funds Received. After spending a week at Zhangfa Trading Company, Chen Feng became thoroughly adept at the workflow here, significantly enhancing his work efficiency compared to before. While an average person might manage to complete a single order within 2 days, Chen Feng was capable of handling 5 or 6 in just 1 day. Consequently, Song Changfa even took the initiative to bring in extra orders for Chen Feng, treating him with utmost courtesy. Chen Feng had evidently become Song Changfa's prized asset. During this week, aside from mastering the processes of the foreign trade company, Chen Feng took advantage of his free time to clandestinely study customs clearance and financial knowledge. Although he had previously studied finance before his transmigration, the year was now 1988, a span of over 30 years from 2024. And the rules and practices of each era differed significantly. Thus, he had to relearn many concepts from the ground up. Fortunately, his foundational knowledge remained intact, allowing him to grasp these subjects swiftly. In the meantime, he also managed to get in touch with Hidaju via telephone. During their conversation, Chen Feng informed Hidaju that he was doing well. Additionally, he requested a favor from Hidaju to retrieve a 20,000 yuan certificate of deposit from his rental apartment in the provincial city and wire the funds to him. He had already placed the key to the apartment in an envelope and mailed it to Hidaju. Chen Feng had spent the most time with Hidaju since his rebirth. They had struggled together, and he understood Hidaju's character. In this era, Hidaju was the only person Chen Feng felt he could trust. The two had grown up together as childhood friends and shared aspirations. Naturally, Chen Feng had taken precautions. He did not keep all his money in one place, but had divided it among 3 different rental properties in various locations throughout the provincial city. The 70,000 yuan in certificates of deposit were also split into 3 separate amounts, each stored in different rooms. He was only asking Hidaju to assist him in retrieving the smallest of these amounts as a test of Hidaju's integrity. After all, people can change. Chen Feng had established himself in the city and gained a basic understanding of the foreign trade industry. He did not intend to remain at Zhangfa Trading Company for long. Once the funds from Hidaju arrived, he planned to resign and embark on his own venture. One morning, during the company's morning meeting, the president of Zhangfa Trading Company, Song Changfa, stood before the employees and spoke eloquently. Colleagues, I encourage you all to learn from Chen Feng. He has only been with us for 9 days and has already become our top salesperson, accomplishing what an entire team would typically manage. Subsequently, Song Changfa turned to Chen Feng, speaking in an encouraging tone. Chen Feng, keep up the good work, and I will consider a salary increase for you next month. Chen Feng merely smiled faintly. Over the past few days, he had assisted Song Changfa in securing trade orders worth 2 million yuan, from which the company had earned at least 200,000. A mere promise of a salary increase from Song Changfa was inconsequential to him, as he had already amassed considerable wealth. He had no intention of continuing to toil for Song Changfa. For Chen Feng, his time at Zhangfa Trading Company had been akin to a re-education in the trade industry. Now that he had acclimated to the environment, it was time to prepare for his departure. After the morning meeting concluded, Chen Feng returned to his workstation, preparing to commence his tasks. At that moment, a postal worker entered the Zhangfa company, calling out, "Is Chen Feng here? Is there anyone named Chen Feng?" Upon hearing his name, Chen Feng stood up and raised his hand, responding, "Yes, I am here." The postal worker handed him an envelope containing a remittance slip, which he needed to sign for. Chen Feng approached the door, accepted the envelope, and signed for it. Once signed, he could open the envelope to retrieve the remittance slip and withdraw the funds from the post office. After signing the receipt, he returned to his desk with the envelope. The surrounding colleagues were absorbed in their work. He opened the envelope and extracted the remittance slip, which prominently displayed a substantial figure, 200,000 yuan. Chen Feng exhaled deeply. Zhaozhu had indeed transferred the funds as promised, marking the arrival of his initial capital. He carefully placed the remittance slip back into the envelope and solemnly tucked it into the lining of his coat. As noon approached, Zhang Ziyuan walked over, placing a hand on Chen Feng's shoulder. "Let's go for lunch. Ride your motorcycle and accompany me somewhere." Chen Feng rose from his seat, inquiring, "Where to?" "To the post office." Chen Feng led Zhang Ziyuan out of the company, riding his motorcycle to the municipal post office. During the ride, Chen Feng made a special stop to purchase a burlap sack. When he emerged from the post office, the previously empty sack was now filled with items. "Now, take me to the bank," Chen Feng requested. "What are you up to?" "We have only half an hour until work resumes," Zhang Ziyuan remarked, glancing at his watch. "Don't worry, even if we return late, Fa Ge 1T reprimand us," Chen Feng replied with confidence. "All right, you've become quite impressive. You're the company star now, so I'll follow your lead." Zhang Ziyuan drove Chen Feng to the bank. By the time Chen Feng exited the bank, it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. "Let us head back to the company," Zhang Ziyuan suggested. "Fa Ge just called me, asking where we were. I told him you were feeling unwell and that I was taking you out to buy some medicine. I'm not going back. Not going back." Zhang Ziyuan was puzzled by Chen Feng's intentions. "No," Chen Feng nodded, stating, "I don't wish to remain at Zhangfa Company." "Not staying at Zhangfa? Are you planning to change jobs?" Zhang Ziyuan asked with a smile. Chen Feng shook his head, replying, "No, I intend to venture out on my own." "Going solo?" Upon hearing Chen Feng's intention to go independent, Zhang Ziyuan scrutinized his expression, realizing he was not joking. "Brother, you're not new to this industry. You know that trading requires capital. Without funds, who will give you orders?" "I have the money," Chen Feng asserted, handing Zhang Ziyuan a deposit slip. Zhang Ziyuan accepted the slip and glanced at the figure, exclaiming, 100,000? Chen Feng nodded, explaining that he had divided the total amount of 200,000 into 2 deposit slips, keeping 100,000 in the bank for safety. The slip he held was for the remaining 100,000. "Where did this money come from?" Zhang Ziyuan asked, his eyes filled with caution. "I earned it last year trading Treasury bonds." Subsequently, Chen Feng recounted to Zhang Ziyuan the manner in which he had amassed his considerable fortune. Naturally, he refrained from disclosing the exact sum of 700,000, as such information would undoubtedly leave Zhang Ziyuan in a state of astonishment. He merely mentioned that he had come across an article in the newspaper last year indicating that government bonds were now tradable. Seizing the opportunity, he gambled his severance pay, ultimately reaping his initial bounty. Chen Feng elucidated the origins of this wealth to Zhang Ziyuan, ensuring his peace of mind. Zhang Ziyuan gazed at the deposit slip in Chen Feng's hand, realizing that his own monthly salary, including bonuses, amounted to a mere 500 yuan. To accumulate 100,000 yuan, it would take him 2 decades of relentless toil without sustenance. He was taken aback by Chen Feng's ability to produce such a substantial sum. Having secured the funds, Chen Feng was indeed poised to embark on an independent venture. Continuing to toil for others at Zhangfa Trading held no significance for him any longer. To venture out on his own, he required assistance. And Zhang Ziyuan was the optimal choice. Not only was he well-versed in the trade, but he also possessed an established network within the industry that could complement Chen Feng's shortcomings. Additionally, there was the matter of gratitude. The Zhang family had offered Chen Feng refuge when he was on the brink of destitution. Thus, both emotionally and logically, Zhang Ziyuan proved to be the best candidate. Chapter 19. Resignation and Independence. After extending an invitation to Zhang Ziyuan, Chen Feng did not press for an immediate response, allowing him 2 days to contemplate the proposition. After all, in this era, relinquishing a stable job to venture into business required a measure of audacity. However, Zhang Ziyuan soon provided his answer. He returned the deposit slip to Chen Feng, gazing at him with palpable excitement, exclaiming, "All right, let us go for it. Aren't you going to think it over?" Chen Feng inquired. "The opportunity is right before us. What is there to ponder? I have long desired to start my own small business, but lack the capital. Moreover, that scoundrel Song Changfa is hardly a commendable employer. He delights in withholding his employees' wages. I have always found him insufferable." Zhang Ziyuan had finally voiced his true feelings. Indeed, Song Changfa was not a good employer. Recently, Chen Feng had assisted him in securing 2 million yuan worth of orders, generating a profit of at least 200 to 300,000 yuan. Yet, Song Changfa had merely bestowed a meager 100 yuan red envelope, stating that Chen Feng was still in his probationary period and that commissions would be calculated post-probation, along with a promise of a salary increase. This was a classic case of a boss painting grand visions without substance. The people of this era were often too naive to see through such deceit. "Very well. I shall resign today and register the company tomorrow. We shall commence in earnest. Let us go." An hour later, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan returned to Zhongfa Company. They approached the door of Song Changfa's office, where he was still engaged in a business call. Once he concluded the conversation, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan entered. "What brings you here? Do you need something from me?" "Ah Feng, I heard you've been unwell. Are you feeling better?" "A bit better," Chen Feng replied. During this period, he and Zhang Ziyuan had used his stomach ailment as a pretext for their absence. "Well, according to company policy, an unexcused absence results in a day's wage deduction. However, considering your condition, I shall only deduct half a day's pay." Chen Feng inwardly cursed this parasitic capitalist. Fortunately, he had no intention of continuing here. Zhang Ziyuan and Chen Feng exchanged a glance, after which Chen Feng spoke. "Mr. Song, we have decided to resign." "What? Resign?" Song Changfa, who had been reclining in his office chair, was taken aback by the news. "Indeed, we are resigning." Song Changfa's eyes darted around, and a smile instantly blossomed on his face. "Ah Feng, you must be joking. If you have any grievances, please share them with me. There is no need for resignation. How about this? I will promote you to a permanent position today, granting you the benefits of a formal employee. What do you think?" Song Changfa presumed that Chen Feng was merely upset about work-related matters, prompting him to mention resignation. Zhang Ziyuan's departure was inconsequential to him. He could easily hire another. However, Chen Feng had proven invaluable, earning him over 200,000 in less than 10 days. He could not bear to let such talent slip away. Moreover, he had recently secured a batch of orders from relatives in Xiangjiang, relying on Chen Feng to handle them. Chen Feng's unexpected announcement caught him off guard. "No need for that, Mr. Song. I have made my decision to leave. The promotion holds no significance for me. I merely wish to express my gratitude for your care during my time here." Song Changfa's gaze turned stern as it shifted to Zhang Ziyuan. "Zhang Ziyuan, explain this situation. Has someone lured you away?" "Brother Fa, there is no need to inquire further. We have returned solely to resign. As the saying goes, all gatherings must eventually disperse. Let us cherish the memories and perhaps collaborate in business in the future." Upon hearing the phrase business collaboration, Song Changfa swiftly realized their intentions. "You intend to go off on your own?" Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan offered no response, neither confirming nor denying his assumption. They planned to establish a trading company, fully aware that their ventures lay within the realm of commerce. Even without explicit admission, Song Changfa quickly grasped their intentions. "It seems you have grown your wings and are ready to soar solo." Song Changfa's tone turned icy. He recognized that he could no longer retain Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan. Zhang Ziyuan, intimidated by Song Changfa's imposing presence, dared not meet his gaze. having spent 3 years under his authority. In contrast, Chen Feng remained calm, a smile still adorning his face. Brother Fa, we have conveyed our decision. And now we shall take our leave. As for our salaries, please consider them a gift. In an era where labor laws were not yet well established and few private enterprises engaged in contracts, it was more prudent to avoid entanglements with Song Changfa over such trivial matters and instead focus on establishing their own successful venture. With that, Chen Feng stood up alongside Zhang Ziyuan, preparing to depart. Wait, Song Changfa called out to Chen Feng. Brother Fa, is there something you need? Chen Feng turned to face him. Nothing of great importance. I merely wish to remind you that this industry is fraught with peril. Your current skills may not suffice when the challenges arise. My trading company, Zhangfa, will always welcome you back. Thank you, Brother Fa. Chen Feng discerned the undertones of threat within Song Changfa's words. He had anticipated such a warning. After exiting the building, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan found themselves on the bustling street. What shall we do next? Zhang Ziyuan has completely yielded to Chen Feng. Let's withdraw some money to get the company started, and we also need to find an office location. Do you know anyone who can assist with the registration? He inquired. I have a friend who works at the Industry and Commerce Bureau. I can ask for his help. Then I leave this matter in your hands. Also, please look for an office space. It doesn't have to be large at the beginning. Just a place to settle down will suffice. No problem. I'll take care of it, Zhang Ziyuan replied, his tone softening immediately. By the way, please don't mention our resignation to my parents. If they find out that I quit my job to start a business, they would be furious with me. Zhang Ziyuan's parents are typical of the older generation, preferring their children to pursue stable, secure jobs. To them, having a steady job is the utmost ideal. Rest assured, I won't say a word about it. The two of them hurried to the bank before closing time and withdrew 50,000 yuan. The bank raised no objections to the withdrawal made within the same day. In the bustling city, it is common for business people to require substantial funds unexpectedly. After acquiring the money, Chen Feng handed 20,000 yuan to Zhang Ziyuan, saying, you should keep this portion. Use it to establish connections and handle relationships both upstream and downstream. Money spent on social niceties is never wasted. If you run short, just come to me. Once the business is on track, this amount will be quickly recouped. Understood, Zhang Ziyuan nodded. Acknowledging the necessity of nurturing good relationships with influential figures to facilitate future endeavors. Also, make sure to obtain the business license as soon as possible. And finalize the office location. Let us both take actions separately over the next few days. What will you be doing in the meantime? Zhang Ziyuan asked, weighing the substantial stacks of cash in his hands. Chen Feng replied solemnly, I will be hiring someone. Chapter 20. Preparations for Entrepreneurship in the Afternoon. Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan returned home punctually as usual. Chen Feng first settled this month's meal expenses, claiming it was a bonus from the company. Initially, Zhang's mother refused to accept it, but after Zhang Ziyuan mentioned that Chen Feng had been working hard and received a substantial bonus, she reluctantly accepted the money. In reality, if Chen Feng had continued working at Zhongfa Trading, his salary along with bonuses would have exceeded 2,000 yuan at the end of the month. For an ordinary office worker, this amount is not insignificant, but for the ambitious Chen Feng, who had moved south to make his mark in the city, it was far from sufficient. Chen Feng intended to move out of Zhang's house. Although Zhang Ziyuan's parents treated him well and did not regard him as an outsider, the feeling of living under someone else's roof was uncomfortable. During his work commute, Chen Feng found a place nearby and planned to move out within the next few days. When he shared his intention to relocate during dinner, Zhang's mother fervently urged him to stay, and even Zhang's father, who rarely spoke, suggested that Chen Feng should simply continue living with them. Why bother moving out? Zhang Weiwei was also taken aback by the news of Chen Feng's departure, and when she noticed Chen Feng's gaze upon her, she immediately lowered her head to continue eating, clearly reluctant to see him go. In the course of their daily interactions, Chen Feng could sense that Zhang Weiwei held a subtle romantic interest in him. Chen Feng was quite handsome, standing at 180 centimeters with a well-proportioned figure and a touch of charm. Though he only graduated from high school, in this era, that was still considered a respectable level of education. His feelings for Zhang Weiwei were rather complex. He found her appealing, embodying the innocent beauty he admired. With her large eyes and long black hair, she exuded the essence of a quintessential girl next door. Had Chen Feng chosen to remain in the deep city as a modest businessman, Zhang Weiwei would undoubtedly have been the ideal life partner. However, Chen Feng's ambitions transcended the confines of the deep city. He aspired to a national and even global presence. He was uncertain where his path would lead him in a few years. The world was vast, with possibilities stretching from Hong Kong to New York City. For one who had been reborn, every corner of this world brimmed with opportunities and prospects. Yet, along with ambition came desire, and Chen Feng pondered whether, once he attained wealth, he could maintain fidelity. Many affluent individuals, after rising to prominence, often abandoned their humble spouses, driven by shifting desires influenced by changing circumstances. It was precisely because Chen Feng was unsure of his future that he hesitated to pursue a deeper relationship with Zhang Weiwei. He feared he might squander her youth. Still young himself, he chose to defer thoughts of marriage for the next couple of years, focusing instead on amassing wealth. Dinner concluded swiftly, and Zhang Ziyuan excused himself to meet a friend in the business sector to discuss matters concerning business licenses. This freed Chen Feng from his tutoring duties for the evening, allowing him to enjoy a cup of tea and engage in conversation with Zhang's father. Zhang's father was, in fact, quite a decent person. Though his temperament was somewhat reminiscent of an antiquated scholar, clinging to old-fashioned notions. Perhaps it was a result of the rapid and unexpected changes of this era, leaving the older generation struggling to adapt. During their discussion, Chen Feng touched upon the future societal trends and offered a straightforward analysis of the nation's current development, which shifted the perspective of the old scholar significantly. At the very least, he no longer viewed businessmen as mere opportunists or criminals. He recognized their merits. As the clock struck 10, Zhang's father, feeling fatigued, retired to his room. Chen Feng returned to his own quarters to begin packing his belongings, preparing to move to his rental accommodation the following day. His new residence was conveniently located near Zhang's family, merely 50 meters away. The previous tenants were emigrating to Hong Kong, vacating a charming two-story house similar to Zhang's, which Chen Feng promptly rented for a modest sum of 100 yuan per month. In the future, as Chen Feng expanded his business, this house could serve as employee housing. Most importantly, the garden was well maintained, adorned with numerous flowers and trees, creating an inviting atmosphere that immediately put Chen Feng at ease. The owner had mentioned that they primarily hoped to find someone who would tend to the garden, as the rental fee was of little consequence. While he was organizing his belongings, Chen Feng was interrupted by the sound of 2 crisp knocks at the door. He turned around to see Zhang Weiwei standing outside the door, cradling a set of bedding against her chest. "Is there something you need?" Chen Feng inquired. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Weiwei stepped inside and placed the new bedding onto Chen Feng's bed. "This quilt is new. Take it with you so you won't need to purchase one." Chen Feng initially intended to decline her offer, but the words lingered on the tip of his tongue before he retracted them. Instead, he smiled at Zhang Weiwei and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." After setting down the bedding, Zhang Weiwei lowered her head and turned to leave. "Weiwei," Chen Feng called out to her. As the name slipped from his lips, he realized the unexpected intimacy of addressing her so casually. He had always referred to her by her full name. Zhang Weiwei paused, standing still for a few seconds before turning back to ask, "Is there anything else?" Her face flushed slightly, her gaze wandering as she dared not meet Chen Feng's eyes. Chen Feng marveled at the innocence of girls in this era. "I will forever remember your kindness in sheltering me when I was adrift. My decision to move out is primarily for a quieter environment where I can read in solitude. My new place is not far, and you are welcome to visit any time." "All right," Zhang Weiwei managed to utter with great difficulty before swiftly fleeing the scene. Chen Feng chose not to dwell on it. He believed things would unravel naturally. The following morning, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan went to work as usual. Zhang Ziyuan brought good news. A friend from the business administration side had agreed to assist them in obtaining a business license and could even expedite the process. They would apply today and receive the license in 3 days. Of course, this expedited service would require a financial incentive, estimated to cost around 2,000 to 3,000. Chen Feng was willing to invest this amount. Without taking the expedited route, the standard procedure would take at least 2 weeks, if not longer, depending on potential delays in documentation. Spending 2,000 to 3,000 now for a swift business opening would allow them to recoup their initial investments quickly. Chen Feng was eager to launch and start making money. After leaving the Zhang household, the two parted ways at the end of the alley. Zhang Ziyuan headed to secure the business license, while Chen Feng went to the talent market to recruit staff, as he had mentioned the day before. Zhang Ziyuan couldn't fathom Chen Feng's urgency to hire employees, especially since they could easily manage the workload at this early stage of their venture. He believed hiring should wait until the business was busier. However, Chen Feng insisted he had his own plans, and Zhang Ziyuan chose not to press further. After all, Chen Feng was the boss, and he was merely the co-boss. Regarding the forthcoming company, Chen Feng was the sole investor, holding 70% of the shares, while Zhang Ziyuan would possess the remaining 30%. This distribution was the result of careful consideration. Zhang Ziyuan was seasoned in this industry, familiar with its intricacies and possessing connections in key departments. To establish a foothold quickly, Chen Feng realized he needed to rely on Zhang Ziyuan's expertise and network. Navigating the early stages alone would consume an inordinate amount of time. This decision was also influenced by gratitude for the Zhang family's shelter during his time of need. Moreover, as a time traveler and reborn individual endowed with foresight, Chen Feng's future entrepreneurial ventures will undoubtedly extend far beyond this singular endeavor. He is destined to establish numerous companies and possess countless enterprises. This is merely one among many, in the nascent stages of entrepreneurship, to inspire unwavering dedication from others. One must demonstrate genuine sincerity and commitment. Chapter 21. Hiring a bodyguard in the bustling metropolis of Shenzhen, the job market is alive with activity. Following the new year, laborers from across the nation begin their journey southward in search of employment. Some, upon disembarking from the train, swiftly find themselves at the factory gates, while others choose to linger in Shenzhen for a time, seeking alternative opportunities. Those who frequent the job market typically possess a specialized skill, such as construction, culinary arts, or sales. Chen Feng, in his quest for a bodyguard, must rely on the talents available within this marketplace. He first proceeds to the management office to pay the requisite fee and secure a booth. However, as he arrives late, and this is his inaugural visit, his allocated position is less than ideal, situated in a corner. Chen Feng remains unfazed, for in the recruitment arena, it is not the prime location that matters, but rather the salary offered. He displays a sign proclaiming a monthly salary of 3,000 for the position of bodyguard. With straightforward requirements, the candidate must possess formidable combat skills and an unwavering courage in the face of danger. His recent encounter with extortion at the train station serves as a stark reminder. In this era, one must not only earn a living, but also protect their life to enjoy it. Even affluent individuals like Li Jiaqing have fallen victim to the threats posed by ruthless criminals like Zhang Ziqiang. As a time traveler, the art of making money comes effortlessly to him, yet ensuring his safety has become a paramount concern. Furthermore, upon departing from the Zhongfang Trading Company, the veiled threats from Song Changfa regarding him and Zhang Ziyuan linger ominously in his mind, leading him to believe that Song Changfa would not let this matter rest. Chen Feng has heard from Zhang Ziyuan that Song Changfa has connections with some unsavory characters. Thus, he recognizes the necessity of taking precautions before his business officially launches. It is essential for him to secure a bodyguard. With a protector at his side, he can confront adversaries without fear of retribution, allowing him to freely pursue his ambitions in this tumultuous time. Consequently, on the very next day following his resignation, he hastens to the job market to recruit personnel. The offer of 3,000 a month for a bodyguard immediately captures the attention of many. In Shenzhen, laborers on the assembly line earn a meager 1 or 200 a month. In this day and age, hiring a bodyguard for 1,000 is commonplace, which means Chen Feng's offer could attract 3 capable individuals. His expectations differ significantly from others, distilled into 2 fundamental criteria. First, the candidate must possess exceptional combat prowess, ideally capable of taking on 5 adversaries single-handedly. Second, in the event of an unforeseen crisis, they must be willing to stand resolutely in defense. Such individuals are indeed rare. Nonetheless, Chen Feng prefers quality over quantity. The expenditure is inconsequential. What he seeks is an absolute sense of security. Before long, a throng gathers before his booth. Seated comfortably, Chen Feng leisurely peruses a book. After a brief interval, a burly man approaches and inquires, "Boss, are you hiring a bodyguard?" "Indeed," Chen Feng affirms. 3,000 a month? The man asks, excitement evident in his voice. "Yes," Chen Feng nods in response. "Do you think I qualify?" The muscular figure inquires eagerly. Chen Feng placed a brick upon the table and declared, "Should you manage to split it with a single strike, you shall advance to the next round of interviews. Regardless of whether you are ultimately selected, all who pass this stage will receive a reward of 500 yuan. This was the initial challenge he set for the candidates. Such a thick brick, without prior training, was practically impossible to break. If one could not split a mere brick, Chen Feng certainly wouldn't entrust his safety to an unremarkable individual. The burly man before him appeared somewhat hesitant upon seeing the brick. Chen Feng noticed the expression on his face and couldn't help but shake his head internally. Although the man looked physically imposing, it was evident that he lacked martial training. In truth, a person's combat prowess is not necessarily tied to their physique. Chen Feng had previously witnessed Muay Thai performances in Thailand, where the masters, though lean, possessed tremendous explosive strength. They could bend a steel bar with a single kick and easily split a brick with a punch. Similarly, martial arts icon Bruce Lee, though lean, was exceptionally strong, with every inch of his muscle brimming with power. Despite his doubts, the burly man, tempted by the prospect of a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan and the 500 yuan reward for passing the interview, decided to give it a try. He grasped the brick and positioned it before him. After taking several deep breaths, he let out a shout. "Ah!" The burly man struck the brick with his fist. The brick remained unmoved, while he quickly recoiled his hand, his face reddening with pain. Chen Feng shook his head. Failing this first challenge meant he would certainly not succeed in the subsequent one. "I'm afraid your skills are insufficient. You might want to use this money for medical expenses." Chen Feng retrieved 50 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the burly man. Those seeking employment were often just ordinary folks trying to make a living, and Chen Feng had no desire to complicate their struggles. The burly man, having injured his hand while attempting to break the brick, would likely be unable to work for several days. Thus, a small compensation for medical expenses seemed appropriate. The burly man hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the money, muttering a thank you before disappearing into the throng. Chen Feng resumed his reading, the brick remaining on the table. Soon, word of the lucrative bodyguard position spread throughout the job market. A crowd gathered around Chen Feng's stall, yet most were merely spectators, with few willing to attempt the challenge. Those who did generally met with failure. After 2 or 3 unsuccessful attempts, fewer challengers approached. Chen Feng remained seated from morning until afternoon, and the audience gradually dwindled. He began to wonder if he would truly fail to find a candidate that day, or if perhaps there were simply fewer martial artists in this era. Just as Chen Feng contemplated his lack of success, a tall, muscular man in his 30s emerged from the crowd. He approached Chen Feng and inquired, "So if I break this brick, I receive 500 yuan?" "Indeed," Chen Feng replied. The man then picked up the brick and stepped back a few paces, while the onlookers quietly made way for him. The man emitted a low grunt as his fist struck the brick, shattering it into 2 pieces. Upon witnessing this, Chen Feng's eyes lit up, and he raised his thumb in commendation, exclaiming, "Excellent skill." The man placed the broken brick before Chen Feng and inquired, "Have I passed?" "Indeed, that will be 500. Chen Feng readily produced the sum, handing it over to the man, who solemnly tucked the money into the lining of his coat. "Please wait a moment. If no one else can successfully challenge afterwards, this position will be yours." Chen Feng invited the man to sit for a while. With 3 hours remaining until the job market closed, he hoped that if no stronger contenders appeared, he could employ this man as his bodyguard. Given his formidable skill in breaking bricks, he was certainly qualified for the role. As they conversed, Chen Feng learned that the man's name was Chen Xiangbei. He had trained under an elder in his village, mastering some martial arts techniques. With the tide of reforms sweeping across the nation, Chen Xiangbei felt compelled to put his skills to good use and decided to venture south. This was only his second day in the city, and on his first day seeking work, he encountered Chen Feng's recruitment. Confident in his abilities, he was determined not to miss this opportunity. Chen Feng instructed him to be patient, as the recruitment process was not yet concluded. As time passed, the clock struck 5:30. During that interval, several individuals attempted the challenge, and 3 more succeeded in the brick-breaking test. These 3, without exception, were seasoned practitioners who had hurried over from other job markets upon hearing of the high-paying bodyguard position, offering a monthly salary of 3,000. By 5:30, a total of 6 individuals had successfully passed the initial test. With only half an hour remaining before the market closed, the crowd inside had dwindled compared to the morning. Chen Feng prepared to conclude the recruitment, intending to take these candidates to the nearby sports center for the second round of tests, which would involve sparring in a boxing gym. He planned to hail a taxi, bring the 6 individuals over, equip them with protective gear, and let the strongest emerge victorious. Just as Chen Feng was wrapping up, a young man with short hair emerged from the crowd. Noticing Chen Feng packing away his sign, he approached and asked in a deep voice, "Have you already found someone?" Not yet," Chen Feng replied, scrutinizing the young man. His physique and appearance were unremarkable. He wore a somewhat faded blue jacket and a pair of worn-out liberation shoes. However, he stood tall and exuded a certain resolute demeanor, characteristic of those who have served in the military. It was likely that this young man had indeed been a soldier. Upon closer inspection of his eyes, Chen Feng noted that the young man did not shy away from his gaze but instead met it head-on, revealing a sharpness akin to a finely honed blade. As their gazes locked, a chill ran down Chen Feng's spine. He felt as though he were staring into the eyes of a fierce tiger. Would you care to try? Just break a single brick, and you can advance from the preliminary round to the finals, plus earn a reward of $500. Chen Feng resolved to test this young man. The youth shook his head in refusal. No, I am not a street performer. I am here to be a bodyguard. This declaration immediately drew the ire of Chen Xiangbei and his companions, their eyes filled with indignation. The young man seemed unfazed by their fury and continued speaking to Chen Feng. I have one condition. Speak, Chen Feng replied, intrigued by such audacity. I need $100,000. If you provide me with that sum, I will serve you faithfully. The young man stated earnestly. I can procure 100,000. But how do you justify that your life is worth that much? Chen Feng countered. In this era, those with 10,000 in savings were rare. 100,000 was equivalent to 10 such individuals. The young man glanced at Chen Feng's companions and remarked, they too passed the preliminary round, correct? Indeed. If I defeat them, wouldn't that prove my worth of 100,000? Certainly. Chen Feng had selected only the finest talents for this role, especially Chen Xiangbei, whose remarkable skills in hard qigong would allow him to take on 10 adversaries unarmed with ease. To best someone of Chen Xiangbei's caliber would undoubtedly indicate superior strength. Chen Feng sought bodyguards, not mere security personnel, the stronger the better. Upon receiving Chen Feng's affirmation, the young man boldly declared, let them all come at me together. I am pressed for time. This statement instantly incited fury among Chen Feng's companions. How dare you? One burly man exclaimed, stepping forward and launching a punch the size of a sandbag directly at the young man's face. In a split second, just as the fist was about to connect, the young man extended his hand, swiftly grasping the assailant's fist. With a powerful thrust of his shoulder, he sent the man tumbling backward, who staggered several steps before losing his balance and falling to the ground. This display of skill left Chen Feng astounded. The young man not only effortlessly countered the sneak attack but also executed a flawless retaliation, showcasing remarkable prowess. As the scuffle ensued, a crowd quickly gathered, forming a circle around the altercation, drawn to the spectacle. The unfolding events surpassed Chen Feng's expectations. He had not anticipated such confrontations at the talent market. Fortunately, his location was somewhat secluded, delaying the arrival of the administrators. Stop this fighting here. I will escort you to the city sports center where you can don protective gear and engage in a proper match, Chen Feng urged, hoping to quell the chaos. However, the young man replied, no need. I won't deliver lethal blows, and they won't be harmed. He then turned to the other three. Come at me together. I truly am pressed for time. Attack him. Strike. Why bother with so much? Just strike him. The crowd erupted in an instant. Among the three individuals behind Chen Feng, two exchanged glances and charged forward. One delivered a sweeping kick aimed at the young man's lower body, while the other threw a punch directed at his face. They attacked in unison. To their astonishment, the young man extended one hand to seize the incoming kick and the other hand to grasp the arm of the second attacker. In that fleeting moment, he managed to subdue both assailants. The expressions on their faces transformed into panic. The young man then swept his foot beneath the standing leg of the one who had kicked, causing him to topple. He then used his shoulder to thrust the other attacker away. Within a brief span, the twin assault was effortlessly neutralized. These two were no ordinary fighters. They had considerable martial prowess. Yet, in a single encounter, they were brought down. The crowd erupted in applause. Incredible! Such skill. It is astonishing to see such talent in someone so young. This scene was something Chen Feng had only witnessed in martial arts films, never expecting to encounter such ferocity in reality. The young man's technique appeared less like traditional martial arts and more akin to modern combat sports, executed with remarkable speed. Such prowess could only be honed through real combat experience. Merely striking wooden dummies would not yield such skill. The young man then turned to Chen Xiangbei, standing behind Chen Feng, and casually inquired, aren't you going to fight? Chen Xiangbei chuckled and shook his head, replying, I concede, I cannot match you. He had just witnessed the young man's formidable abilities, characterized by precise and decisive strikes, and he recognized that he was no match for him. Thus, he graciously admitted defeat. He bowed to Chen Feng and said, congratulations, boss. I shall take my leave now. With that, he turned and walked away. Chen Feng had considered retaining Chen Xiangbei. Yet with limited funds and impending business expenses, he let the thought fade. The other three individuals, having been bested, also departed without a word. The young man approached Chen Feng and declared, I have won. Indeed, you have triumphed. As per our earlier agreement, you provide me with 100,000, and I will sell my life to you. The young man seemed quite eager. Chen Feng was uncertain about the young man's urgency for money, yet given his exceptional abilities, it would be a regrettable loss to let him slip away. Money could be earned. As a reborn individual, acquiring wealth was not a challenge. However, missing out on such a remarkable talent would mean uncertainty about ever encountering someone like him again. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng resolved, he must retain this young man. I can offer you 100,000, but it's late now, and the banks are closed, so I cannot withdraw the cash. How much can you provide me with now? The young man inquired. Chen Feng pondered briefly and replied, I have 25,000 available, which I can give you right away. He had withdrawn 50,000 from the bank, allocating 20,000 to Zhang's yuan for networking, leaving himself with 30,000. Renting an apartment incurred some expenses, and I recently spent some money on hiring someone as well, leaving me with approximately 26,000. 25,000 would suffice. So please follow me. After the young man spoke, he hurriedly made his way towards the exit. Chen Feng discerned the urgency in the young man's need for money and followed up with a question, Where are you in such haste to go? To the hospital. The young man replied. Chapter 23. Qin Weiguo at the 5th People's Hospital of Deep City, at the billing department. All right, I have settled the outstanding medical fees. The remaining charges can be paid tomorrow, Zhang Weiwei said as she handed a stack of receipts to Chen Feng. She glanced at the young man beside Chen Feng and inquired, Is this your friend? Yes, Chen Feng nodded and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Without you, I wouldn't know how to manage this. No need for thanks. I know your mother's attending physician. I will mention it to him tomorrow when I go to work. While I can't guarantee special treatment, at least he will be more attentive, she replied. Thank you. Chen Feng reiterated his appreciation. After leaving the job market, he had followed Qin Weiguo to the 5th People's Hospital. Qin Weiguo was the young man who had easily triumphed in the talent market. Initially, Chen Feng was unaware of the reason behind Qin Weiguo's urgent need for money, but upon arriving at the hospital, he quickly understood. Qin Weiguo's mother was ill and currently hospitalized, awaiting funds for surgery. The surgical fees were not exorbitant, around 5,000. However, post-surgery, there was a risk of complications requiring an expensive foreign medication for rehabilitation. That medication was costly, priced at $500 per injection abroad, and even more expensive when imported. After 3 treatment sessions, it would amount to 50,000 yuan. The doctor had merely mentioned this, yet Qin Weiguo took it to heart. This incident explained the urgency he exhibited at the talent market. Qin Weiguo was a devoted son, having lost his father and now living solely with his mother. After deducting the 6,000 for surgery and hospitalization, along with the 50,000 needed for the foreign medication, he would be left with approximately 10,000 yuan. His intention was to reserve this for his mother's later years. He had contemplated the worst-case scenario. Should he be compelled to engage in hazardous or illegal activities to procure that 100,000, he would be unable to provide for his mother in her twilight years. Thus, he sought an additional 10,000 yuan as a precaution. Chen Feng was profoundly moved upon hearing Qin Weiguo's story. Lacking familiarity with the intricacies of hospital procedures, he decided to seek Zhang Weiwei in her department at the 5th People's Hospital. Upon understanding Chen Feng's situation, Zhang Weiwei accompanied him to the billing department to pay the outstanding medical and hospitalization fees, and she also assisted him in securing a better private room. The private room was specifically requested by Chen Feng. When Qin Weiguo's mother was admitted, due to financial constraints, she had to sleep on a hospital bed in the corridor. Witnessing this, Chen Feng insisted on arranging the best room available. Since he had resolved to recruit Qin Weiguo, he intended to treat him like family. Indeed, Qin Weiguo's capabilities warranted such consideration. During their journey, Chen Feng inquired briefly about Qin Weiguo's circumstances. Qin Weiguo did not elaborate. He merely mentioned that he had served in the military and had seen the battlefield during the counteroffensive against Vietnam. When Chen Feng inquired whether he had killed anyone, Qin Weiguo did not respond, but merely smiled. Chen Feng realized that this man must have taken lives. How could one not do so in the chaos of war? No, it would be more appropriate to say he had vanquished foes. Chen Feng felt certain that many enemies had met their end at Qin Weiguo's hands. When their eyes met, Chen Feng felt as though he were gazing into the eyes of a tiger. Unlike Chen Xiangbei, Qin Weiguo's prowess was honed in the crucible of combat. It was precisely this that rendered his every move so precise and lethal. Chen Feng posed other questions, but Qin Weiguo showed little inclination to answer, and Chen Feng refrained from pressing further. After all, everyone harbors their own secrets. If he was reluctant to share, there was no need to pry. The presence of such a formidable individual instilled a sense of security in Chen Feng. Upon arriving at the hospital, Chen Feng willingly settled the outstanding medical expenses and hospitalization fees, also arranging for Qin Weiguo's mother to be moved to a private room. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiwei assisted in scheduling a surgery for Qin Weiguo's mother. The private room was vastly superior to the standard ward, spacious, well-lit, with a private bathroom and a small bed for family members to rest. Once the transfer was complete, a nurse came to administer and forward to Qin Weiguo's mother, marking a temporary conclusion to the day's events. Chen Feng glanced at his watch. It was already 7 o'clock. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Thank you. Qin Weiguo's voice was barely above a whisper. The words seemed to struggle for him. He had likely never had to ask anyone for anything in his life. Had it not been for his mother's grave illness, he would probably still be in the barracks. Chen Feng chuckled and patted his shoulder, saying, "What is there to thank? This is merely part of our arrangement." He pulled a stack of cash from his pocket, roughly 500 yuan, and pressed it into Qin Weiguo's hand. "Take this for now. Buy some nutritional supplements for your mother. The elderly need to replenish their strength." "All right." Qin Weiguo initially intended to refuse, but upon hearing that it was for his mother's nourishment, he accepted it. "As for the money, I will bring it tomorrow. My friend at the hospital has already made arrangements to expedite your mother's surgery, and I've asked the doctor to assist with the necessary medication." "Thank you." This time, Qin Weiguo's gratitude felt much more genuine. Beyond expressing thanks, he found himself at a loss for words. "If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave." Qin Weiguo walked to the door of the room, watching Chen Feng depart. After leaving the ward, Chen Feng did not head home immediately. Instead, he stopped by a small shop at the hospital entrance and bought a bag of candy and biscuits before returning. He entered Zhang Weiwei's office, where she was engrossed in her work under the light of a desk lamp. It was her turn to work the night shift, and she wouldn't return until the following morning. Chen Feng gently knocked on the door. Upon seeing him, Zhang Weiwei paused, momentarily surprised, before a smile spread across her face. "You haven't left yet?" Chen Feng grinned as he stepped inside and placed the bag of treats before her. "I bought this at the entrance. If you get hungry or crave a snack, you can indulge discreetly. Apologies, but our hospital does not permit the acceptance of gifts from patients. You may say it is from family. I noticed that Dr. Huang's husband brought her breakfast." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng sensed something amiss. As he observed Zhang Weiwei's cheeks flush, her gaze averted. "I meant to imply that besides her husband, there are also brothers. For instance, you and your brother are not merely siblings." Chen Feng felt a twinge of concern that Zhang Weiwei might misinterpret his words. Yet, Zhang Weiwei remained silent, her face still tinged with red. Very well, the misunderstanding had already taken root. Such young ladies in this era are remarkably innocent. No matter. I shall take my leave for now. After placing his belongings down, Chen Feng fled the scene with the stealth of a thief. Witnessing his flustered demeanor, a subtle smile crept onto Zhang Weiwei's lips. She casually retrieved a piece of candy from her bag, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth. "Ah, so sweet." Once outside the hospital, Chen Feng silently chastised himself. He had become somewhat carried away, speaking too casually in front of Zhang Weiwei. Still influenced by the habits formed in 2024 regarding interactions with women. Before his time travel, he had dated 3 girlfriends, and his everyday interactions with women had been rather relaxed. However, this was now 1988, and the mindset of young women in this era remained relatively conservative. Certain jokes could easily lead to misunderstandings. Fortunately, it was still Zhang Weiwei. Had it been another young lady, she might have accused him of impropriety and had him arrested. On his way back, Chen Feng deeply reflected upon his behavior, vowing not to repeat such an error. Upon returning to the Zhang household, Chen Feng began packing his belongings for his new rental apartment. Zhang Ziyuan, having toiled throughout the day, had already returned and assisted Chen Feng with the packing. By the time Chen Feng had arranged his new abode, it was well past 9 in the evening. He suggested they go out for a late-night snack, both to celebrate his move and to discuss work matters. The two made their way to a street stall at the end of the alley. In September, the temperature in Deep City had begun to rise. Influenced by the consumption trends across the river in Xinjiang, locals ventured out at night to enjoy late-night snacks, barbecues, and chilled beer. Thus, the night market buzzed with activity. Chapter 24. A visit to the sick. With a swift motion, Zhang Ziyuan expertly opened a bottle of beer, pouring a glass for Chen Feng and one for himself. After taking a hearty gulp, he leaned back in his chair and lit a cigarette. The industrial and commercial matters have been settled. A buddy of mine has arranged a convenient channel, if all goes well. We should receive the business license by the day after tomorrow, truly the efficiency of Deep City. I have already recruited the staff on my side. They will officially start in a few days. Qin Weiguo's mother was about to undergo surgery and could not leave for the time being, but Chen Feng was not anxious. The company was still in its foundational stage and did not require his services immediately. The reason for involving Qin Weiguo was to secure a form of insurance. He did not wish external factors to disrupt his business. After finishing a bottle of beer, their barbecue order arrived. The two dined and drank, returning home only around 11 o'clock. Upon arriving at his rental apartment, Chen Feng found it somewhat desolate. During the past 2 weeks residing in Zhang's home, he has gradually acclimated to the experience of living with a family. It is only natural that he feels a sense of discomfort upon suddenly moving out. This very discomfort compelled Chen Feng to force himself to leave. He believed that if he remained in Zhang's household, he might succumb to a life of ease. Excessive comfort can dull one's ambition. Having been reborn, Chen Feng harbors an extraordinary ambition that sets him apart from others. Thus, he must continually instill a sense of hunger within himself. After taking a shower and perusing a book for a while, Chen Feng felt drowsy and succumbed to sleep. At 5 o'clock the following morning, he arose, having not slept particularly well on his first night away. He donned a set of athletic attire and engaged in a brief session of jogging in the yard, followed by practicing Tai Chi, taught by Zhang Weiwei's father. Was a daily ritual for him, and Chen Feng had taken the opportunity to learn it surreptitiously. Despite the common belief that contemporary Tai Chi lacks practical combat value and is merely ornamental, practicing a few sets imbued him with a distinct sense of well-being, alleviating any inner turmoil. The house Chen Feng rented boasts a spacious yard, encompassing over 200 square meters. In another decade or two, the land here will undoubtedly appreciate in value. Were it not for Chen Feng's reluctance to commit for such an extended period, he might have considered investing in purchasing the yard. After a brief workout, Chen Feng took a shower and changed into clean clothes. By 6:30, he departed. At 7 o'clock, he arrived at the hospital, first visiting Zhang Weiwei's department. Having worked the night shift, Zhang Weiwei was scheduled to finish at 8 o'clock. Upon entering the department, Chen Feng found her already engaged in her duties. He placed a cup of soy milk and a bag of buns before her, saying, "Here, be filled." Zhang Weiwei looked up at Chen Feng and smiled, saying, "I'm about to finish my shift. You didn't have to bring this. You finish at 8. And by the time you get home, it will be nearly 8:30 or 9. Breakfast should be eaten early for health," he replied. Noticing a hint of fatigue in her expression, he asked, "What's wrong? Did you not rest well last night? We had 3 waves of patients during the night shift, and I only managed to sleep for a little while after midnight." The demands of a doctor's profession proved to be more taxing than Chen Feng had anticipated. At that moment, 2 female doctors entered, clad in white coats, both in their 30s. Upon seeing Chen Feng and Zhang Weiwei, one of the slightly plump doctors remarked with a smile, "Oh, Xiao Zhang, is this your boyfriend? Coming early to deliver breakfast? Young people today are quite different from our time. Expressing affection is all the rage now," added the other doctor. "Zhao Jia, Wang Jia, please stop joking. Yes, my neighbor. He just happens to have a friend hospitalized here and kindly brought me breakfast," Zhang Weiwei explained, albeit a bit flustered. Although the 2 female doctors feigned understanding, their expressions conveyed an unspoken message. There is no need to hide it. We can see it. Zhang Weiwei blushed, flustered by their teasing. "You should hurry and see your friend. My shift is about to end." At this moment, Zhang Weiwei wished fervently for Chen Feng to depart quickly. "All right, I shall take my leave then." "Do remember to have breakfast," Chen Feng replied, not wanting Zhang Weiwei's colleagues to misconstrue their relationship and create unnecessary complications. "Understood." After exiting Zhang Weiwei's department, Chen Feng made his way to the hospital room where Qin Weiguo's mother was staying. Standing at the doorway, he noticed that she had already awakened. Qin Weiguo was seated at the head of the bed, gradually feeding her thin meat porridge. Upon seeing Chen Feng at the entrance, Qin's mother beamed. "Xiao Chen, you've come." Her complexion appeared significantly better than the previous day. "Auntie, you are feeling better, I hope?" Chen Feng approached with a warm greeting. "Much improved. At 7 this morning, Dr. Zhang came to see me. She mentioned that she has already scheduled the surgery and advised me to rest well these days. I truly appreciate all your help." Chen Feng was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zhang Weiwei would visit Qin Weiguo's mother so early in the morning. Zhang Weiwei was already quite busy, and this morning, he had seen a hefty stack of medical records on her desk awaiting completion. Nevertheless, she still showed such concern for Chen Feng's friend. The more he interacted with her, the more he perceived Zhang Weiwei as a genuinely good person. Auntie, there's no need for formalities. Weiguo and I are friends, and it is only natural for friends to assist one another. Coincidentally, Dr. Zhang is also a friend of mine. So I asked her to lend a hand. Isn't Dr. Zhang your partner? Qin's mother suddenly inquired. Chen Feng shook his head, stating, No, we are merely good friends. Oh dear, I am becoming quite forgetful, mistaking her for your partner. How embarrassing. Qin's mother blushed with embarrassment. It's quite all right. Dr. Zhang is a kind person and likely won't take it to heart, Chen Feng reassured her with a smile. Xiao Chen, both you and Dr. Zhang are wonderful individuals. I had never heard of Weiguo having such a friend in Shen City. Chen Feng exchanged glances with Qin Weiguo. Realizing the implication, he responded with a smile. Ah, well. We met during his time in the military. Later, I ventured into business, and our contact diminished. Alas, he had a promising future in the military. It's all my fault for being inadequate. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have had to retire so soon. Qin Weiguo's mother sighed. Mother, please don't say that. It is my fortune to care for you, Qin Weiguo interjected. Auntie, rest assured. I have established a company in Shun City that specializes in import-export trade, bringing in appliances like refrigerators and televisions from abroad for sale in our country. It is quite profitable. Once you recover, I can have Weiguo work at my company, and you both could settle in Shen City. Qin Weiguo's mother's face lit up with joy. She turned to her son, saying, Weiguo, you ought to thank him. Thank you, Qin Weiguo said sincerely, looking at Chen Feng with heartfelt gratitude. Because Chen Feng not only resolved his financial issues but also preserved his dignity and respect in front of his mother. Chapter 25, The Business Launch. After conversing with Mother Qin for a while, Chen Feng, accompanied by Qin Weiguo, set off to withdraw money. Concerned about the safety of going alone, he called Qin Weiguo to join him at the hospital. At the bank, Chen Feng withdrew 100,000 yuan from a deposit slip, placing the cash into a sack and solemnly handing it over to Qin Weiguo. In 1988, the 100 yuan bill was newly issued. Had the largest denomination remained 10 yuan, the sack would likely have been filled to the brim. Qin Weiguo weighed the sack handed to him by Chen Feng and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for what? This is merely your salary for the next 3 years. The fruits of your labor, settled in advance. I promise to sell my life to you, and I uphold my word. Who needs your life? Chen Feng chuckled at Qin Weiguo's serious demeanor and replied, I must clarify that I am merely a law-abiding citizen engaging in business. I have no intention of committing any illegal acts. My invitation is simply a precaution. I wish to earn a living without interference, nothing more. Qin Weiguo gazed intently at Chen Feng and declared earnestly, How you perceive things is your prerogative, but I will honor my words. You helped me during my most challenging times. Though I may not have extensive education, I understand the principle that a gentleman sacrifices for a true friend. Chen Feng met Qin Weiguo's resolute gaze. With a shrug, he said, Let us go. It's time to return to the hospital and make the payment. The two of them carried the sack of money and took a bus back to the hospital, where they paid for the surgery. After spending some time at the hospital, Chen Feng departed. His phone rang. It was Zhang Ziyuan. Chen Feng returned the call, and Zhang Ziyuan informed him that he had found an office and suggested he take a look. A few days prior, Chen Feng had purchased a mobile phone, as communication was essential for conducting business in this era. However, a portable phone was still beyond his budget. He inquired about the price, and a portable phone cost around 6,000 yuan. Since his business was still in its nascent stage, he deemed it unnecessary to indulge in such extravagance. Thus, he opted for a mobile phone, planning to consider a portable phone once his business became profitable. The office Zhang Ziyuan found was located in a newly constructed building in the city center. It was modest, merely about 10 square meters, sufficient for a few desks. Yet the rent was affordable at only 130 yuan per month. Initially, Zhang Ziyuan suggested postponing the office rental until they could secure some small orders to earn some money. However, Chen Feng remained resolute about establishing a fixed office space first. He reasoned that in the foreign trade industry, having a designated office was imperative if clients needed to reach him and were unable to do so. It would lead to considerable complications. Zhang Ziyuan was ultimately persuaded by Chen Feng's rationale. In the following 2 days, the two individuals arranged their office, installing 3 telephone lines, one of which was capable of making international calls, and purchased a fax machine. Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan ventured to the talent market to recruit a secretary. The new hire, Huang Xiaoli, A local from Deep City with a diploma from a vocational school, was proficient in Cantonese and possessed a smattering of English. She specialized in secretarial studies, exhibited commendable interpersonal skills, and was adept at operating the fax machine. Initially reluctant to join Chen Feng's company, she was persuaded when Chen Feng offered a salary that was 50 higher than that of other firms, leading to her acceptance. Chen Feng's philosophy was clear. It was better to invest significantly in recruiting a single elite than to save a trifling amount by hiring 10 ineffectual workers. Thus, the foundational team for Chen Feng's entrepreneurial venture was successfully assembled. 3 days later, upon receiving the business license, Chen Feng christened the company as Fengyuan Trading Company, Limited. A name that amalgamated characters from both his and Zhang Ziyuan's names, signifying their joint establishment of the enterprise. Following the company's inception, there was no grand opening ceremony. Instead, the duo promptly immersed themselves in work. They began reaching out to their respective clients. And it wasn't long before Zhang Ziyuan leveraged his network to secure a shipment of goods. This consignment comprised 10,000 Sanli brand radios imported from Japan, with several major clients poised to purchase 8,000 units, leaving 2,000 surplus units temporarily unclaimed. Upon learning of Zhang Ziyuan's need for stock, a friend of his graciously reserved the shipment for him. The quoted price for each Sanli radio was $10. At the current exchange rate of 3 yuan to $1, this amounted to approximately 34 yuan per radio. Including shipping and customs duties, the cost hovered around 43 yuan. After conferring with Chen Feng, Zhang Ziyuan promptly finalized the order. Given the robust sales performance of Sanli radios at department stores, priced around 90 yuan in Deep City, and potentially even higher in more distant markets, a retail price of 100 yuan per unit seemed effortlessly attainable. Thus, securing this shipment would yield a substantial profit margin. The import-export trade was undeniably lucrative, if not for the fact that the individual responsible for the shipment was an old classmate of Zhang Ziyuan's. It might have been challenging for Chen Feng and his partner to acquire the stock. After confirming the order, Chen Feng transferred a 50 deposit to the supplier's company account at the bank, with the remaining 50 to be settled upon receipt of the goods. By the time they exited the bank, evening had descended. Chen Feng produced a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Zhang Ziyuan before lighting his own. Now that the goods were secured, it was imperative to swiftly locate buyers. Otherwise, each day the cargo sat at the dock would incur additional charges. Zhang Ziyuan, having more experience in the foreign trade sector and a broader network than Chen Feng, was the first to be consulted for suggestions. He proposed that the quickest route would be to engage another trading company to handle the shipment, acting as intermediaries to earn a turnover profit, albeit modest. While selling directly to distributors would yield higher profits, ideally targeting consumers for double the earnings, their limited capital necessitated a strategy of rapid turnover to swiftly recuperate funds. Zhang Ziyuan concurred with Chen Feng's perspective. Their newly established company prioritized swiftly generating its first profits. However, I have a stipulation: the payment must be made in full. I do not accept deposits. The industry standard permits a preliminary payment of 50, or even as low as 30, to obtain goods. Yet, Chen Feng sought to recover his funds promptly and wished to avoid the burden of pursuing outstanding payments later, hence his insistence on full payment. Zhang Ziyuan took a puff of a cigarette, contemplated for a moment, and remarked, "I happen to know someone willing to pay in full." Though he typically quotes prices around 20 lower than the market rate, in our line of work, unless one is in a hurry to sell, most people wouldn't seek him out. Chen Feng pondered for a while before responding, "A 20 discount seems a bit steep. But it's not entirely out of the question for negotiation." He inhaled another drag of his cigarette and exhaled. "Let us approach him and see if we can strike a deal." "All right, I'll take you to him tomorrow." Chapter 26. The first transaction, a modest profit. The following day, Zhang Ziyuan rode his motorcycle, escorting Chen Feng to a parking lot on the outskirts. As Chen Feng stood amidst the dust clouds stirred by passing trucks, he inquired, "Is there a trading company here?" "Just follow me," Zhang Ziyuan replied, leading the way. They arrived at a row of metal shanties behind the parking area. Noticing Chen Feng's puzzled expression, Zhang Ziyuan elucidated, "The person we're meeting is a driver known as Lei de Peo. These drivers, constantly on the move, often reside in rudimentary accommodations, but do not underestimate them. The houses they build in their hometowns resemble palaces. To swiftly offload our goods. Engaging these drivers is the most effective strategy, as they are on the road almost daily. If we buy the goods, distributing a portion to each driver will ensure rapid sales across various cities in the province, and even across provinces." Chen Feng nodded. Zhang Ziyuan's insights had indeed expanded his thinking. It was clear that enlisting the services of these freight drivers was the most reliable method for expediting the sale of their inventory. Here we are. Zhang Ziyuan led Chen Feng to a metal shack, the entrance of which featured a makeshift canopy under which a sizable dog was kept. The dog, though large, was not aggressive and did not bark. Zhang Ziyuan knocked on the door of the shack and called out, "Hey Lei, are you home?" A man's voice soon echoed from within. "Who is there?" "It's me, Zhang Ziyuan from Zhongfa Trading." "Hold on, I'll get the door." After a brief wait, the door opened to reveal a man clad in shorts, bare-chested, adorned with a hefty gold chain around his neck. This Lei appeared to have just awakened, yawning as he welcomed them in. "Come in." As Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan stepped inside, they were met with the sight of a bed, beside which a young woman was donning her clothes. Since she had just begun dressing in her undergarments, she was nearly bare. Consequently, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan were greeted with an unexpected and rather revealing scene. Undeterred, the woman continued to dress in front of them, seemingly unbothered. Boss Lei counted 500 yuan bills, tossed them onto the bed, and playfully patted the woman's backside, teasing, "I'll come find you in a couple of nights." The woman flashed a charming smile and planted a kiss on Boss Lei's cheek, saying, "Thank you, boss." She picked up the money and stuffed it into a small handbag. Strutting away in her high heels with a rhythmic tap-tap-tap, Boss Lei settled onto the sofa, watching the woman's departing figure with a sense of pride, remarking, "She truly is the crown jewel of the rich man's nightclub. 500 for one night. The life is simply splendid." Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan exchanged awkward glances and shared an uncomfortable chuckle. Such drivers are indeed quite extravagant. "By the way, what brings you here?" Boss Lei inquired, pulling out a pack of cigarettes and handing one to each of Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan. "Well, Boss Lei, this is Mr. Chen. He has a batch of Sanhua brand radios that he wishes to sell quickly and prefers a cash transaction. I thought of you immediately, so here we are," Zhang Ziyuan explained, acting as the intermediary between Chen Feng and Boss Lei, ensuring that if the deal fell through, it wouldn't be too embarrassing. "Are they smuggled goods?" Boss Lei first questioned the origin of the merchandise. "They are from legitimate channels, with complete documentation," Zhang Ziyuan replied. Boss Lei pondered for a moment before asking, "How many units do you have?" 2,000 units. Leaning back on the sofa, Boss Lei took a puff of his cigarette, exhaling with a smile, and remarked, 2,000 is not too many. I thought you might have around 10,000. What is the price?" He inquired again. 65 each, Chen Feng stated. "That price is already quite sincere. Sanhua radios retail for over 120 in the market. If Boss Lei acquires them at 65, he could easily sell them to his distributors for 70 to 75, leaving a comfortable profit margin." Chen Feng had thoughtfully provided ample room for negotiation. 53 each? Boss Lei immediately countered with a considerably lower offer. Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan exchanged glances, with Chen Feng chuckling, 53 is a bit low, don't you think? You're new to us, aren't you? If you want a quick turnover and cash in hand, aside from us rough and tumble drivers, no one else will be interested." Boss Lei replied, his eyes gleaming as he regarded Chen Feng like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Chen Feng remained silent, realizing from the moment he entered that he was at a disadvantage. This Boss Lei, seemingly carefree, was, in fact, a shrewd businessman. He had accurately gauged Chen Feng's urgency to liquidate the radios for cash and responded with such a low offer. Had Chen Feng been a newcomer with little capital desperate to recoup his investment, he might have indeed been taken advantage of by Boss Lei. However, having made a substantial profit from trading Treasury bonds, he possessed adequate funds and could afford to sell the batch at a leisurely pace. The imported Sanhua radios were of excellent quality and brand recognition, ensuring a steady demand. His willingness to negotiate did not imply a readiness to be exploited. Rising from his seat, Chen Feng sighed and said, "Boss Lei, our price gap is rather significant. I fear this deal may not come to fruition. Perhaps I should just return and sell them at my own pace." He turned to the seated Zhang Ziyuan and said, "Manager Zhang, shall we visit other bosses?" Chen Feng flashed a smile at Brother Lei. "Brother Lei, let's collaborate again next time if the opportunity arises." Zhang Ziyuan was uncertain about Chen Feng's intentions, but since he expressed a desire to leave, he had no choice but to rise as well. Brother Lei observed as Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan made their way to the door, their steps resolute and without a glance back. "Wait!" Brother Lei called out just as Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan were about to step outside. Their footsteps halted, yet they remained turned away. Brother Lei then presented a new price. Chen Feng countered with an offer. 58, a firm price, no more, as I must allocate the goods to my associates, who also need to earn a bit, Brother Lei stated, revealing his bottom line. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng turned back and smiled at Brother Lei. Deal. Ultimately, Chen Feng sold this batch of radios to Brother Lei at a price of 58 each. At this rate, he would earn approximately 15 yuan per radio. With 2,000 units, that amounted to 30,000 yuan. In an era where the average monthly salary hovered around 1 or 200. This was equivalent to what a wage earner would toil for over a decade. Indeed, during such times, engaging in trade proved to be exceptionally lucrative. The two returned to Brother Lei's room, where he began brewing tea for Chen Feng and the others. As he arranged the tea set, he remarked, "Young brother, do not think that we drivers earn a fortune from a single order. Our earnings are hard-won. The expenses incurred on the road can be substantial. The profit from your order might not even cover my costs for hiring an escort." Expenses? Chen Feng initially found this somewhat perplexing. Zhang Weiwei leaned closer to Chen Feng and whispered, "Highway bandits." Chapter 27. The first pot of gold acquired. The term highway bandits is quite unfamiliar to many young people today. However, during the 1980s and 1990s, highway banditry was rampant on major thoroughfares, involving theft, extortion, and even murder. Such occurrences were not uncommon. When the police arrived, the offenders would swiftly retreat to the mountains, only to resume their criminal activities once the authorities departed. By 1993, the central government organized a nationwide crackdown, employing severe measures to combat illegal activities, with harsh penalties for those apprehended, including executions for numerous criminals. Even so, by 1996, after years of stringent enforcement and numerous arrests, highway banditry gradually diminished. Many subsequent films and television shows reflected the societal conditions of that time. Yet, it was still 1988, and highway banditry was exceedingly rampant. It is no wonder that Brother Lei mentioned the necessity of paying off various figures along the way. Other distributors transporting goods also had to account for these under-the-table payments, which explained why the same goods could sell for significantly higher prices in different locations. After engaging in light conversation with Brother Lei, they arranged for him to pick up the goods at the dock once they arrived, agreeing on a cash-on-delivery exchange. After concluding their discussion, the two took their leave. Upon reaching the motorcycle, Zhang Weiwei handed a helmet to Chen Feng, saying, "Here." Chen Feng remained silent, lost in contemplation. What was he pondering? It was time to return. With a thoughtful expression, Chen Feng remarked, "Do you suppose that if we could assemble an invincible convoy, we would dominate the entire market?" Zhang Weiwei chuckled and replied, "You're already thinking about organizing a convoy after just clinching our first deal? Do you have any idea how much capital that would require?" Chen Feng looked up, smiled at Zhang Weiwei, and said, "One must have dreams. Without them, how does one differ from a salted fish?" "Ah, your words carry a certain philosophical weight," Zhang Weiwei noted. "Let us go. I'm hungry. We should celebrate with some pig-esque trotter rice." Chen Feng donned his helmet and hopped onto Zhang Weiwei's motorcycle. "Just pig-esque trotter rice? No way. I need to add a chicken leg." "All right, let us both add a chicken leg." As the motorcycle sped down the road, the two engaged in light-hearted banter on their way back. 3 days later, Chen Feng and Zhang Weiwei arrived at the port. Their 2,000 radios had successfully cleared customs and were now officially at the Shenzhen dock, standing before a large cargo container. They opened the doors to reveal a neatly arranged array of radios. Chen Feng took out a box to inspect, confirming it was indeed the Sanhua brand. The radio's design was aesthetically pleasing, modern, and innovative. He weighed it in his hand. Its heft indicated solid materials. It was no wonder these imported goods could fetch prices 1 to 2 times higher than domestic products. Currently, domestic electronics remains somewhat rudimentary, unable to compete with the sophistication of foreign production lines, and the designs lacked the trendiness found abroad, which kept domestic manufacturers from pricing their products competitively. Chen Feng understood that this situation would likely persist for at least another decade. Nevertheless, he remained optimistic about domestic appliances. As a time traveler from 2024, he had witnessed the glory of Chinese home appliances firsthand. By 2024, half of the global home appliance market belonged to our nation, an idea that would likely be unfathomable to people of this era. The development of any phenomenon requires a process that necessitates gradual accumulation of time. It is precisely because the road ahead is fraught with challenges that brands like Huawei, ZTE, Haier, and Gree stand as testaments to national greatness. Chen Feng had contemplated this deeply. One day, he vowed to invest in domestic brands. He did not wish merely to be a witness to their rise, but to be an active participant. Take a look at this, Chen Feng said, handing the radio to Zhang Ziyuan. Zhang Ziyuan examined it and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's a fine product. Chen Feng glanced at his watch and inquired, when will they arrive? They referred to Big Brother Lei and his crew. Before setting out, Chen Feng had called Big Brother Lei to request that they come to the dock to pick up the goods. Every additional day the cargo remained at the dock incurred extra storage fees. They should be arriving soon. Zhang Ziyuan also checked his watch. Just then, a small car approached from the distance, followed by a large truck, both heading towards their location. The vehicles halted 10 meters away, and Big Brother Lei emerged from the small car, accompanied by 3 other men. Meanwhile, 3 individuals disembarked from the truck as well. A procession of 7 individuals approached Chen Feng with an imposing presence. Upon witnessing the multitude disembarking from the vehicle, Chen Feng felt a surge of anxiety and instinctively took a step back. He regretted not having involved Qin Weiguo in this delivery. Given that Boss Lei operated outside conventional business norms and lacked a legitimate company, there was no formal contract for this transaction. This implied that should Boss Lei decide to act ruthlessly and seize the goods, it would be exceedingly difficult for Chen Feng and his associates to recover their losses, leaving them to swallow the bitter pill of defeat. Dressed in a floral shirt and sporting sunglasses, Boss Lei exuded the demeanor of a gangster. As he approached, he noticed the tension in Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan. Boss Lei chuckled, reassuring them, "Fear not, I am a legitimate businessman. These brothers are merely here to assist in transporting the goods, and here they are. Indeed, everything is here," he affirmed as he walked over to the cargo container, casually lifting a radio from its box to weigh it in his hands. "Yes, it's undoubtedly from Sanwa brand." He signaled to one of his associates, who retrieved a burlap sack from the vehicle and handed it to Boss Lei. With a flourish, Boss Lei placed the heavy sack of cash into Chen Feng's embrace. 2,000 radios at 58 yuan each, totaling 116,000, all accounted for. "Please do count it," he instructed. As Chen Feng opened the sack and beheld its contents, he randomly pulled out a few bundles and verified their authenticity, confirming they were indeed genuine currency. Boss Lei, overseeing the transportation of goods by his men, observed Chen Feng checking the money and remarked with a grin, "Rest assured, it's all legitimate. I told you I am a businessman. If my reputation suffers, who would dare to conduct business with me?" Chen Feng smiled in response, but remained diligent, thoroughly verifying the cash before securing the sack and handing it over to Zhang Ziyuan. He then produced a folder from his pocket and presented it to Boss Lei. "Boss Lei, here are the import and export documents for this batch of goods. Everything is absolutely legitimate." Boss Lei perused the folder, glancing at the documents within and nodding in approval. "Indeed, it bears the customs stamp. Now that our transaction is settled, unless there are further matters, we should take our leave." "Absolutely. Should you have similar business in the future, do not hesitate to reach out," Boss Lei replied amiably, giving Chen Feng a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Very well, we shall be on our way," Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan remarked as they hefted the burlap sack of money and mounted their motorcycle. The moment the motorcycle roared to life, Chen Feng's apprehension dissipated entirely. He had secured his first substantial profit in foreign trade. Chapter 28. A Bold Idea. Upon returning to their rented accommodation, Chen Feng emptied the sack of money onto the table. Zhang Ziyuan, gazing at the pile of cash, exclaimed, "Damn, doing business is indeed lucrative. Had I known it was this profitable, I would have never taken that job." Chen Feng retrieved 2 bottles of chilled beer from a plastic bag he had bought from the corner store, handing one to Zhang Ziyuan. "This is merely the beginning. Better days lie ahead." With a satisfying pop, Chen Feng opened a bottle, taking a hearty swig of the icy beverage, which cascaded down his throat, banishing the sweltering summer heat. "Now, what shall we do next?" "I'm all ears," Zhang Ziyuan said, aligning himself entirely with Chen Feng as his steadfast ally. "The current business remains rather small, and the revenue is coming in too slowly. We must devise a method to expand it." Chen Feng settled beside Zhang Ziyuan. "What? Earning 30,000 from a single deal, and you still consider it small?" Zhang Ziyuan exclaimed. "It is small. The profit margin is too low," Chen Feng replied, shaking his head. "While the profit from this transaction is somewhat modest, we have no choice. If we wish to expedite our sales, we can only sell to these drivers. Imagine if we could streamline this process, managing everything from importation to retail. How much profit could we potentially reap?" Zhang Ziyuan gazed at Chen Feng in astonishment. And after a moment, he spoke, "Chen Feng, your idea is exceedingly bold. How could we possibly control everything from imports to retail?" Let us dare to think outside the box, Chen Feng encouraged. Calculate how much we could earn. How much could we earn, indeed? Zhang Weiwei took a few sips of his drink, his mind invigorated, and began to tally the figures with Chen Feng. Using today's transaction as an example, the cost price is around 43 yuan. As far as I know, in more remote counties, these can be sold for 150 or even 200 yuan each. Is it really that expensive? Chen Feng thought that selling for around 120 or 30 would suffice. Zhang Weiwei chuckled and remarked, Shenzhen is a special zone. All imports and exports pass through here, thus ensuring a plentiful supply. It's certainly different from the isolated small counties. Don't underestimate them. There are quite a few wealthy individuals in those counties willing to purchase imported appliances. Please, continue. Chen Feng was eager to hear Zhang Weiwei's insights, for he had been in this industry for over 3 years and undoubtedly possessed greater knowledge. If we sell to distributors in the provincial capital, the price would be approximately 100 yuan. Back in February, Zhangfa Trading Company had a batch of Sanhua radios selling at that price. They added a margin of 20 or 30 yuan before distributing to merchants in the counties. This means if we open a primary retail outlet in the provincial capital, we could sell a radio for 130 yuan, and there would certainly be demand. Chen Feng was referring to the primary retail model. Subsequent giants like Gome and Suning followed this approach, as does JD.com, connecting sources directly to the consumer market, eliminating intermediaries while maintaining their own profits. Such a model was commonplace in Chen Feng's time, yet it was 1988, and no one had yet conceived of this approach. The reason no one had thought of it was that trade was still burgeoning and not overly competitive. A merchant could easily flip products for substantial profits. When money can be made so effortlessly, who would seek to innovate? Zhang Weiwei cast a glance at Chen Feng and declared, not just anyone would want it. Demand is surging. With Zhang Weiwei's affirmation, Chen Feng continued to calculate, taking the cost price of 43 yuan per radio and selling it for 130 yuan. The profit would amount to 87 yuan. Suddenly, Chen Feng was jolted to attention. Goodness, that's more than double the cost price. Marx once articulated that if there is a profit of 10, capital will ensure its widespread utilization. With a profit of 20, capital will become invigorated. At 50, capital will dare to take risks. For 100, capital will trample upon all earthly laws. And with profits exceeding 300, capital will commit any crime, even risking the gallows. Now, Chen Feng has discerned that by streamlining both upstream and downstream processes, a single radio could yield a profit of 200. A sum substantial enough for him to take a gamble. A bold idea has begun to germinate within his mind. Naturally, this notion resides solely in his thoughts, unshared with Zhang Weiwei, for even if he were to divulge it, Zhang might not comprehend it. Each era possesses its own limitations, akin to attempting to explain airplanes or steamships to individuals of the Qin dynasty, who would find such concepts difficult to grasp. Chen Feng prefers to speak little, opting instead to act when the conditions are ripe. In the afternoon, Chen Feng and Zhang Weiwei visited the bank to transfer funds, settling the remaining payment for their current shipment while also procuring a new order from Zhang's former classmate. This new order, comprising 300 imported color televisions, is one in which Chen Feng does not intend to participate, entrusting the entire responsibility to Zhang Weiwei. He has more pressing matters to attend to. Chen Feng placed a call to Yidaju, requesting him to withdraw the funds from the other 2 deposit slips and wire them to him. His forthcoming plans necessitate a considerable amount of capital. Before embarking on any military endeavors, provisions must be secured. If the 2 sums are transferred, Chen Feng will possess 700,000 in available funds. This amount is sufficient for him to undertake numerous ventures. Over the ensuing 3 days, Chen Feng either visited Qin Weiguo's mother at the hospital or remained at home drafting his business plan, entirely leaving the company operations in Zhang Weiwei's capable hands. After 3 days, the funds wired by Hidaju arrived. Indeed, Chen Feng had not misjudged him. Hidaju is an honest man, having transferred the full 60,000 without a single cent missing. Both the initial 20,000 and the subsequent 60,000 wired over the past few days served as a test of Hidaju's integrity. For Chen Feng, 80,000 is but a trifling sum. Coming from the year 2024, his mind is brimming with numerous business opportunities capable of bestowing wealth upon the ordinary person. Any single idea could potentially create a national magnate. What Chen Feng lacks is trustworthy partners. To expand his business, he cannot operate in isolation. Thus, having partners becomes essential. Whether it be Hidaju, who resides far in Dongzhou City, or Zhang Weiwei, who is by his side, Both are integral business allies for Chen Feng. He aims to gradually accumulate partners while simultaneously growing his enterprise. During these 3 days, Qin Weiguo's mother underwent surgery, which proved to be successful, and she is currently recuperating in the hospital. A significant burden has been lifted from Qin Weiguo's heart, and yesterday, when Chen Feng encountered him, he was able to observe a rare smile upon his face. Chen Feng has arranged for a caretaker for Qin Weiguo's mother. The caretaker, a middle-aged woman named Sister Wang, was recommended by Zhang Weiwei. Zhang Weiwei assured him that Sister Wang is the finest caregiver in the hospital. After Chen Feng arranged for a caregiver for Qin Weiguo, he seized the opportunity to inquire whether Qin could spare 2 days to accompany him on a journey to a distant place, departing the same day and returning the next. Chen Feng yearned to explore the vicinity and witness for himself the extent of lawlessness in this era, particularly the audacity of highway robbers. Chapter 29. The uneven road on the outskirts of Deep City. Along a highway, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan were enjoying soda at a small convenience store, their gazes fixed on the approaching vehicles. Qin Weiguo stood nearby, arms crossed, lost in distant contemplation. Why hasn't the car arrived yet? Chen Feng inquired of Zhang Ziyuan. It should be here soon. I promised him 500 yuan for this trip, which is more than he earns for a single delivery without any capital at stake. He wouldn't dare stand us up, Zhang replied confidently. 3 minutes later, a Dongfeng truck laden with goods appeared on the horizon and came to a halt in front of the convenience store. As the window rolled down, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut and a slightly plump face leaned out, calling to the 2 men by the roadside, "Hurry up and get in." Apologies for the delay, I had a last-minute issue. Zhang Ziyuan led Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo to the truck, introducing them to the driver. Brother He. These are the friends I mentioned. Please take them to Jingzhou City. Jingzhou City is the capital of the neighboring province. As he spoke, Zhang produced a cigarette and handed it to the driver, saying, "This is for you to enjoy on the road. I kindly ask that you look after my 2 friends during the journey." The driver accepted the cigarette with evident satisfaction, stating, "All right, jump in." Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo climbed aboard, with Chen taking the front passenger seat and Qin settling in the back. The truck set off, swiftly leaving Deep City behind as it headed toward Jingzhou City. "Brother He, you must have been driving for many years." Chen Feng initiated a conversation with the driver. "Not too long, perhaps around 7 or 8 years, the driver, surnamed He, replied, puffing on his cigarette as the radio played a station's broadcast. "Being a driver must be quite exhilarating, racing around like that," Chen Feng continued. "Exciting? It's a constant state of anxiety. There's nothing exciting about it. I wish I could finish this trip in haste and return home. Sure, we drivers earn a decent living, but it's a life earned at the cost of our safety," Brother He lamented. Chen Feng chuckled. "Brother He, that sounds a bit exaggerated." "Exaggerated? You wouldn't understand unless you're in this line of work. The journey is fraught with peril. One must pay off various parties along the way. This is the better scenario, where one only has to deal with protection fees. The real fear lies in the unpredictable outlaws who may demand not just your money but your vehicle, or even your life," Brother He continued, his words flowing freely once he began. "Is it really that serious?" Chen Feng asked incredulously. Brother He offered a resigned smile. "You have no idea, my friend. In these times, lawlessness abounds. Aren't the police doing anything about it?" Chen Feng probed. "They do, but they can't keep up. Just look at the winding mountain roads we travel," Brother He responded. Chen Feng gazed out the window, observing the desolate wilderness that surrounded them. Criminals ambushed and robbed travelers, and when the police arrived, they swiftly vanished into the mountains. "How would you apprehend them?" he asked with a chuckle. Just 2 months prior, a driver had lost his life on this road. Not only was the man gone, but his vehicle was stolen as well, and the culprits remained at large. Chen Feng nodded thoughtfully. The vehicle traveled for approximately an hour and a half before coming to a halt. Beside the road stood a modest establishment bearing a sign that read, "Whose restaurant?" "Let us go in for a meal," the driver said, pulling out the car keys and opening the door. "Brother He, isn't it not even 11 yet? And we've only just left the city. Why are we stopping to eat?" Chen Feng inquired, perplexed. "This is hard to explain. Just follow me in," he replied before stepping out of the car. Chen Feng exchanged glances with Qin Weiguo and also exited the vehicle. Upon stepping out, Chen Feng surveyed the surroundings and noticed that 3 trucks were parked in front of the unassuming little restaurant. The trio entered, and upon arrival, he greeted a man at the entrance with a nod. "Brother Who?" "The man. dressed in a flamboyant shirt with a prominent gold chain around his neck and a few buttons undone revealing a tattoo on his chest, was seated at a small table, brewing tea. He merely acknowledged T.'s greeting with a brief nod. As Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo passed by the tattooed man, Qin Weiguo stole an extra glance, prompting he to hurriedly pull him away. After the exchange, he called out to a server inside, "Same as always, bring a set meal." He gestured for Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo to take a seat. They complied. Before long, the server brought out the food, a plate of greens, a dish of stir-fried pork with green peppers, and a bowl of seaweed and egg soup. "Serve yourself. We'll leave after we finish," he instructed, filling his bowl with rice and beginning to eat. Chen Feng glanced at Qin Weiguo, then filled his own bowl, while Qin Weiguo merely sat beside him, observing. The food was rather mediocre, lukewarm upon serving, seemingly pre-prepared. Thus, Chen Feng took a few bites before losing his appetite. He noted that he also stopped eating after just a couple of mouthfuls. "Brother Hu, the bill, please," he called out, rising to signal the server. The server approached, and he placed 200 yuan on the table. Chen Feng was taken aback. For such a meager meal, 200 yuan seemed exorbitant, equivalent to a laborer's monthly wage, and it was scarcely palatable. Without a word, the server accepted the money and retrieved a small red plaque inscribed with the character for tiger, handing it to he. "Let us go," he said, taking the plaque and exiting the restaurant. The three of them climbed back into the car, which roared to life and resumed its journey. "Brother He, why was that meal so expensive? 200 yuan for something so unappetizing?" Chen Feng asked, feigning curiosity. The driver did not directly address Chen Feng's question. He merely smiled, saying, "You'll understand shortly why that meal was so costly." The truck had been traveling for half an hour when the road ahead began to narrow, with dense forests encroaching on either side. After navigating a bend, a group of individuals emerged, obstructing the path. A log, thick as a person, was placed in the middle of the road, acting as a barricade. It was evident that they had encountered highway robbers. At the forefront stood a young man with dyed yellow hair clad in a black shirt, who raised a hand and shouted towards the vehicle, "Stop! Hurry up and stop! What should we do?" Chen Feng inquired of the driver. "Don't worry, we paid them off. We'll get through shortly," he replied, rolling down the window and handing a pack of cigarettes to the young man with yellow hair. "Brother Huang, we've already eaten. Here you go." Subsequently, he handed over a token that the waiter had given him at the restaurant. The young man accepted the token, glanced at it, and declared, "You can go." He beckoned to his companions, who promptly moved the heavy log aside, allowing Chen Feng's vehicle to pass. Once they had driven 200 meters, he turned to Chen Feng and remarked, "Now do you understand why that meal cost 200 yuan? Enlightenment dawned upon Chen Feng. The meal had served as a bribe to the highwayman. This was a protection fee, as this stretch of road was under the dominion of a figure known as Brother Hu. As long as one paid this fee, the road would be relatively safe. In the realm of freight transport, encountering those who adhere to such rules was fortunate. The real danger lay in unforeseen encounters with desperate robbers, those who were not typically highwaymen but, upon finding themselves financially constrained, resorted to theft. Such encounters could not be settled with a mere 200 yuan. One's vehicle could easily be seized. Chen Feng, sitting beside him, nodded in contemplation. In this era, freight transport indeed posed a significant challenge, inadvertently inflating trade costs. Should he manage to resolve this issue, the potential profits behind it could be staggering. The truck continued on its journey, the road conditions deteriorating, causing the vehicle to jolt unsteadily. Chen Feng, feeling drowsy, dozed off in the truck. When he awoke, it was already evening, and twilight had begun to envelop the surroundings. "Brother He, where are we now?" Chen Feng asked. The driver mentioned a place name that Chen Feng did not fully comprehend, but he realized that they were still quite distant from their destination, Jingzhou City. And reaching it that night was impossible. Given the dangers of night driving, the driver planned to stop for the night in a nearby small town, located only a few dozen kilometers away. Chen Feng anticipated that they would not arrive in Jingzhou that evening. The entire route thus far had been along national highways, many sections of which were pitted and uneven. Traveling at 40 kilometers per hour was commendable under such circumstances. It was no wonder the government had invested in constructing numerous expressways. Improved roads could indeed stimulate national economic growth. As the truck continued forward, Chen Feng gazed out at the scenery, contemplating his forthcoming plans. Suddenly, there was a screech as the driver slammed on the brakes. Fortunately, Chen Feng had fastened his seatbelt, preventing him from being thrown from his seat. As the truck's high beams illuminated the road ahead, Chen Feng discovered a group of individuals who had placed large stones in their path, accompanied by a thick, lengthy log. This scene unmistakably indicated an encounter with highway bandits. The truck driver furrowed his brow and remarked, "This is strange. The last time I passed through here, there was no one around." Subsequently, when driver he glanced in the rearview mirror, he noticed that a small truck, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, had blocked any retreat. "This is disastrous. Trouble is brewing. Please fetch me a cigarette," driver he instructed Chen Feng, who was seated beside him. Earlier that day, Zhang Ziyuan had gifted driver Huang a cigarette, and Chen Feng casually handed it over. "Not that one. The cigarettes are in the box by your feet." Chen Feng reached down and retrieved a pack, surprisingly finding it to contain a brand of Zhonghua cigarettes. In front of them stood a group of 6 individuals, with 3 more behind, making a total of 7 bandits. These men wielded crowbars, some brandished large machetes, while 2 others surprisingly held shotguns, aiming them at the occupants of the truck. One particularly intimidating bald man with a scarred face struck the truck door forcefully with the back of his knife, shouting, "Get out! Hurry up and get out!" Chapter 30. Taking action. Whatever you do, do not open the door or exit the vehicle. These rogue bandits do not adhere to any codes of conduct. Driver, he whispered urgently to Chen Feng. "Do you require assistance?" Chen Feng inquired. "Do not act recklessly. They are numerous and armed. Most of them are driven by greed." "Allow me to handle this," driver, he replied, rolling down the window and offering a cigarette with a forced smile. "Gentlemen, it's our first meeting, and this is just a small token of goodwill, not a formal gesture. Let us talk." The leader, a burly bald man with a scarred face, stepped forward. Meanwhile, the usually quiet Qin Weiguo approached and quietly asked, "Do you need me to intervene?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng shook his head and said, "We are merely here for reconnaissance. They outnumber us and possess firearms. Let us refrain from hasty actions." Qin Weiguo lowered his voice and cautioned, "If a conflict ensues, immediately roll beneath the vehicle. The undercarriage is a blind spot where their knives cannot reach you." Before Chen Feng could respond, the bald man erupted in a tirade. "Damn it! Did you hear me? Anyone who values their life should get out immediately." The 2 shotguns were aimed even closer. One directed at Chen Feng in the passenger seat. With a shotgun trained on him, Chen Feng felt his heart race. "Get out. Your safety is paramount." Driver, he ultimately decided after careful consideration. In such a scenario, even if the truck were stolen, preserving their lives was the priority. The 3 men exited the vehicle, with Qin Weiguo walking ahead of Chen Feng, positioning himself to shield him from the potential gunfire. Once outside, driver, he addressed the bald man, stating, "Brother, this cargo is intended for Biao in Jingzhou City. Since you are all seasoned individuals on these streets, I kindly ask for your leniency. What is the toll for passage? We can negotiate." By invoking the name of the cargo's owner, driver, he hoped to leverage Biao reputation as a likely figure within their underground circles. "Boss, the vehicle is filled with electrical appliances. There's a color television and a refrigerator. We are going to strike it rich." One of the bandits exclaimed excitedly as he inspected the cargo. Upon hearing that the truck was laden with valuable electronics, a burly man clad in black sneered, "Who are this Biao dog? We don't recognize you. Leave the vehicle and the goods behind. You may go." The driver, he was astonished that this gang dared to rob even Biao's merchandise. Qin Weiguo's gaze remained fixed on the shotgun held by one of the bandits. Noticing Qin Weiguo's intense stare, the bandit raised the barrel of his gun a few inches and barked, "What are you looking at? Watch it, or I'll put you down." Qin Weiguo immediately lowered his head. Just as the bandit thought he had intimidated Qin Weiguo and lowered his weapon, Qin Weiguo lunged forward, seizing the barrel of the shotgun, causing the muzzle to rise. Simultaneously, he delivered a powerful elbow strike to the bandit. The bandit was no match for the blow and was sent flying. In the blink of an eye, the shotgun was now in Qin Weiguo's possession. The sudden turn of events startled another gunman, who instinctively raised his shotgun. Qin Weiguo stepped forward and kicked the weapon out of the man's hand. In that fleeting moment, one shotgun was seized by Qin Weiguo while the other was sent flying. At that moment, Qin Weiguo aimed the shotgun at the bald, scar-faced man, coldly stating, "If you wish to avoid a hole in your head, order your men to drop their weapons." The bald man raised his machete and swung it at Qin Weiguo. Upon pulling the trigger, Qin Weiguo discovered that the shotgun was defective and could not intimidate anyone. The gun was a mere replica, but the machete wielded by the scar-faced man was very real. After the gun was snatched away, the machete was already descending towards Qin Weiguo. He swiftly sidestepped to avoid the strike. Acting decisively, He threw the defective shotgun at the scar-faced man. The man attempted to block the projectile with his blade. This distraction allowed Qin Weiguo to close the distance. He seized the scar-faced man's wrist while delivering a fierce chop with his other hand. The man cried out in pain, dropping the machete. Before the blade could hit the ground, Qin Weiguo caught it, with one hand gripping the bald man's arm and the other pressing the machete against his throat. He coldly commanded, "Do not move. My hand may slip. No, don't come any closer." The scar-faced man quickly urged his approaching accomplices to halt. "Listen, my friend. We all seek fortune here. Let us discuss this calmly. Have your brothers clear the roadblock. Quickly move it." The scar-faced man hastily directed his subordinates to remove the obstruction. The roadblock was swiftly cleared. Qin Weiguo then released the scar-faced man, allowing the machete to fall to the ground. The man scrambled to escape. Qin Weiguo regarded the group with a cold gaze, stating, "If you are not satisfied, we can continue fighting until you are. We yield. Just let us go." The scar-faced man implored repeatedly. He ventured out in pursuit of wealth, yet there was no need to risk his life for mere money. When he first fell into Qin Weiguo's hands, genuine fear gripped him, as he feared for his very existence, especially when locking eyes with this man. He could distinctly sense the palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from him. A man who had survived multiple brushes with death could not possess such an intense murderous energy. Qin Weiguo let out a cold snort before turning to Chen Feng and the driver. "Let us go. Get in the car." With that, the vehicle resumed its journey. After traveling approximately a kilometer, Qin Weiguo opened the car door, allowing the burly man in black to disembark. As the truck continued on its course, a collective sigh of relief escaped everyone. "Brother Qin, I truly appreciate your assistance just now. Without you, I would have been in dire straits," the driver, said, wiping the sweat from his brow. The harrowing experience they had just endured still lingered in his mind. "No need for thanks," Qin Weiguo replied, resting his chin on his hand, his gaze fixed outside, watching the trees whizzing past. "I see your skills are quite impressive. You must have trained in martial arts." He inquired further. "Just dabbled in some basic techniques." Qin Weiguo responded curtly, his tone dismissive. Sensing his reluctance to engage in conversation, he refrained from pursuing the topic further and instead chatted casually with Chen Feng. After another hour on the road, they arrived at a town where he drove them to a modest inn where they would spend the night. Noticing Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo's alert demeanor as they entered the inn, he chuckled. "Rest assured, the owner is well connected in the underworld and adheres to the rules. We are quite safe here." He then leaned closer to Chen Feng and whispered, "There are young ladies here, and for just $30, you can spend the night with one. How about it, you two young men?" Both Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo showed no interest in such matters, especially given the lax safety standards of the time. Who could ascertain whether those women were free from ailments? They promptly declined his proposition. After finishing their meal at the inn, they retired to their room. Shortly thereafter, the seasoned driver stepped out and, true to form, returned with a strikingly voluptuous woman. Once they entered their room, the sounds of creaking from the adjacent room made Chen Feng and his companion feel exceedingly awkward. Chen Feng hastily approached the innkeeper to request a room change, willing to pay extra if necessary. Otherwise, they would have no chance of sleep that night. The following morning, the driver appeared invigorated, clearly having enjoyed a rather indulgent night. The group climbed back into the vehicle and continued their journey. After several hours on the road, they encountered a couple of groups of highway robbers. However, they were merely acquaintances from the underworld. After exchanging pleasantries and handing over 2 cigarettes along with 200 yuan as a toll, they were allowed to proceed. By the afternoon, they reached their destination, Shanghai City. The truck entered a suburban warehouse where individuals awaited their arrival. Boxes upon boxes of goods were unloaded from the vehicle, destined to be transported to other cities by smaller trucks. This journey had proven immensely beneficial for Chen Feng. Mastering logistics had a profound impact on trade. Controlling the flow of goods meant wielding significant power over a region's commerce, and to achieve that, a degree of force was necessary. Last night, Chen Feng conversed with Qin Weiguo, inquiring if he could assist in locating a few more veterans. He intended to establish a convoy dedicated to safeguarding his goods. In recent years, the nation had initiated a significant reduction in military personnel, leading to the retirement of numerous soldiers, many of whom possessed extensive combat experience. If these soldiers could be recruited to form a convoy, who would dare to challenge Chen Feng's vehicles on the road? As long as the safety of the goods was assured, Chen Feng could continuously transport imported home appliances from Deep City to other regions. The potential profits from this venture were beyond his imagination. Qin Weiguo pondered for a moment and mentioned that he indeed had some comrades who had retired. Although he was uncertain of their circumstances, he could attempt to contact them on Chen Feng's behalf. Chen Feng expressed his gratitude profusely. After delivering the cargo in Jingzhou, driver he made no delay and returned the same day. In this rapidly advancing transportation industry, time equates to money. He needed to return to Deep City to haul another load. On their way back, Chen Feng and his team encountered the bald, scar-faced thug again. Upon recognizing Chen Feng's vehicle, the thug immediately permitted them passage, his demeanor respectful. It appeared that this group of highway robbers had been thoroughly subdued by Qin Weiguo. Chen Feng inquired about what would have happened had the thug resisted at that moment. Qin Weiguo remained silent, merely casting a glance at Chen Feng, from which he discerned a hint of menace. The journey back was smooth and uneventful. Upon reaching Deep City, driver he expressed his thanks to both Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo, especially to Qin Weiguo. Had it not been for Qin Weiguo's intervention, he would have faced significant trouble with a lost cargo. After returning to Deep City, Qin Weiguo prepared to head to the hospital, while Chen Feng intended to stop by the company. Suddenly, his phone rang, and upon glancing at the message displayed, he read, "Company in trouble, return immediately." This message was from Zhang Weiwei. The company was in distress. Chapter 31. Trouble strikes again. Chen Feng immediately halted Qin Weiguo, who was about to take a bus to the hospital. In such a situation, it was prudent to have Qin Weiguo accompany him. Chen Feng hailed a taxi by the roadside, and the two hurried towards the company. Upon their arrival, they were met with a scene of devastation. The glass at the entrance was shattered, desks and chairs lay in ruins, telephones were severed and discarded on the ground, and documents were scattered about. The once thriving company now resembled a wasteland. The establishment that Chen Feng and Zhang Weiwei had painstakingly built was now in shambles. Zhang Weiwei, with his head bowed, was quietly gathering scattered items, remaining silent. The newly hired clerk, Huang Xiaoli, crouched in a corner, trembling with fear. Upon seeing Chen Feng, she immediately stood and approached him, her voice quaking as she said, "Manager, I wish to resign." The events she had just witnessed had left an indelible mark of terror in the heart of this recent graduate. Chen Feng said nothing. Instead, he pulled out 500 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Huang Xiaoli. "During this period, you have worked hard. Take a break. If you wish to return, come back in a week. If not, consider this money as your salary." Chen Feng offered Huang Xiaoli a monthly wage of 300 yuan. But now he produced 500, exceeding her salary. Huang Xiaoli accepted the money, picked up her bag, and left without a backward glance. Chen Feng approached Zhang Weiwei, who was tidying up the scattered items, and squatted down to assist him. "Who did this?" Chen Feng inquired as he helped. "Who else but Song Changfa?" Zhang Weiwei replied, his voice laced with anger. "He claimed we went out on our own, snatched his business, and thus brought people to vandalize our company. He also said that as long as we remain in this industry, he will never let us off the hook." Chen Feng could sense the fury in Zhang Weiwei's words. He sighed. What was inevitable had come to pass. Indeed, high returns are invariably accompanied by high risks, be it the rampant thugs or the monopolization of resources among peers. These factors create formidable barriers within the trade industry. The problem lay before them and needed resolution. Chen Feng gathered a stack of documents and placed them on the table, saying, "Let us rest for a few days." "No way. I was planning to call my friends from the underworld to teach that bastard a lesson. How dare he ambush me? I'll make him pay," Zhang Weiwei retorted, filled with a desire to retaliate against Song Changfa. "I said we need to rest for a few days. If you want to deal with Song Changfa, the time is not right," Chen Feng asserted, his tone leaving no room for argument. "When then?" Zhang Weiwei's frustration was palpable. Chen Feng paused for a moment before responding, "Just wait a little longer. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, and Song Changfa epitomized that local power. Yet, if your dragon is strong enough, it can crush the snake entirely. To handle someone like Song Changfa, one must teach him a lesson that instills a sense of fear, wholly extinguishing any thought of opposition." Currently, Chen Feng had only himself, Zhang Weiwei, and the formidable Qin Weiguo on his side. However, even the mightiest Qin Weiguo was just one man. And as the saying goes, 2 hands cannot contend with 100 fists. Moreover, Qin Weiguo needed to care for his mother, who had recently undergone surgery, making it impossible for him to stay with Chen Feng and Zhang Weiwei at all times. Now would be an ill-advised moment to provoke Song Changfa. Even if they managed to beat him, it would likely incite an even stronger retaliation. Thus, if they were to strike at Song Chongfa, they must do so with overwhelming force, leaving him in despair and convinced of their invincibility. Otherwise, the conflict could devolve into a drawn-out struggle, which would be quite troublesome. Most importantly, Chen Feng wished to avoid spending excessive time on these matters. Once resolved, it must be settled definitively. Chen Feng turned to Qin Weiguo, saying, "I am in urgent need of manpower. It seems the plan must be expedited." After a brief silence, Qin Weiguo replied, "I will return to the hospital to see my mother and depart in the afternoon. I apologize, plans do not always keep pace with changes." Chen Feng remarked with a hint of regret. "Once I receive the money, I will get to work. I was already prepared for this. I will visit my mother and set off in the afternoon. Fortunately, we have had little to attend to these past few days, and she is well taken care of by us, so there is no need for concern." Due to the turmoil caused by Song Chongfa, Chen Feng has no choice but to temporarily suspend the company's operations. He will resume them once the situation with Song Chongfa is resolved. "Thank you very much. We are all comrades here, so there is no need for formality." Qin Weiguo has taken his leave, eager to return to the hospital to see his mother, while Chen Feng remains in the office to clean up the aftermath. The glass door has been shattered, and he will need to arrange for repairs. After addressing matters at the company, Chen Feng also made his way to the hospital. Upon entering Qin's mother's hospital room, he found Qin Weiguo peeling an apple. "Xiaofeng, you've come." Qin's mother greeted him with a smile. "Auntie, how are you feeling? Any better?" "Much better. Sister Wang has been taking excellent care of me these past few days. I am eating and sleeping well. Since Weiguo has come, I asked her to rest for a while." Observing the improvement in Qin's mother's complexion compared to before, Chen Feng noted that the 50 yuan spent on Sister Wang each day was indeed a worthwhile investment. "Auntie, I sincerely apologize. Weiguo may need to step out for a while to handle some urgent matters on my behalf. Go ahead, don't let me hold you back. You young people must focus on your careers." I told him not to fuss over this old woman. I am not without my own capabilities. "Mother." Qin Weiguo interjected from his spot peeling the apple, astonished that this tough man could exhibit such a tender side toward his mother. "Xiaofeng, you are a good person and an excellent employer. I feel at ease knowing Weiguo works for you. You have done so much for us, and we are obliged to repay you. I told Weiguo to follow your lead and work diligently. My child has spent several years in the army and is not well versed in the ways of the world. I hope you will be patient with him." "Auntie, you are too kind. Weiguo and I are friends, and I am merely fulfilling my obligations. My parents have passed, so if you don't mind, you may consider me as a half-son," Chen Feng replied with a smile. "Oh, I could not possibly accept that. What is there to refuse? Our meeting is fated. With Weiguo away for work, I have the chance to come and keep you company. Once you are well, I shall take you out to explore this vibrant metropolis." "That sounds lovely," Qin Weiguo's mother said, charmed by Chen Feng's words. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Qin Weiguo departed with a bag, stating he would return in a week. For the following week, Chen Feng paused his work, visiting Qin's mother during the day and reading at home in the evenings, occasionally dining at Zhang's. Life's pace seemed to slow considerably. A week later, Qin Weiguo returned, accompanied by 10 others. In Chapter 32, titled Veterans, Chen Feng arranged for 3 taxis to receive Qin Weiguo and his comrades, successfully bringing the group back. On the way, he noticed something peculiar about Qin Weiguo and his fellow soldiers. Before boarding the taxis, they instinctively lined up in formation without needing to be called. Once inside, they maintained a stoic silence, their postures straight and their gazes fixed forward. Such discipline is a hallmark of specialized military units. It appears that the individuals brought back by Qin Weiguo are indeed remarkable. Chen Feng instructed the taxi driver to take him near the company. He purchased a small building in close proximity to the office to serve as accommodation for these employees. Indeed, it was not a rental but an outright purchase. The location of this building is quite favorable, mere steps away from the bustling city center, and if Chen Feng recalls correctly, this area is slated for significant development in the future, making every inch invaluable. The property includes a garden, which, in terms of space, is even more spacious than Chen Feng's own residence. As luck would have it, the owner was looking to sell, and Chen Feng found it to be an excellent opportunity. Thus he acquired it. For such a vast yard, the price was a mere 50,000 yuan. In a decade or so, once the area is developed, selling it for at least 10 million should pose no difficulty. One wonders if the seller will regret this decision in the years to come. The building consists of 3 floors, with 4 rooms on each floor, totaling 12 rooms. Accommodating 4 individuals per room, it can comfortably house up to 48 people. Currently, it is set to house 10, with ample space for expansion should the team grow. Chen Feng guided the newcomers through the dormitory, which is outfitted with fans. And while hot water heaters were scarce in the country during this era, he had installed bathrooms in each room. The conditions of this dormitory were quite satisfactory. Qin Weiguo's comrades expressed their delight after touring the accommodations, remarking that it surpassed their living conditions in the military. Seeing their contentment eased Chen Feng's mind. Once they settled in, he planned to take them out for a meal to welcome them properly. He also invited Zhang Weiwei, the company's vice president, as it was essential for the new employees to meet him. The dining venue was a nearby seafood restaurant, where Chen Feng reserved a private room. In the room, everyone gathered around a large round table, and Chen Feng handed the menu to Qin Weiguo for selection. However, to his surprise, Qin Weiguo admitted he did not know how to order, prompting Chen Feng to pass the menu to Zhang Weiwei. Zhang Weiwei, accustomed to socializing, quickly ordered a selection of dishes. The menu featured traditional Cantonese fare such as white-cut chicken and roast goose, alongside seafood offerings like steamed prawns with garlic, steamed abalone, and steamed grouper, complemented by a vegetable dish, a dessert, and a nourishing soup. This welcome banquet was indeed quite lavish. After placing the order, Chen Feng surveyed the group and noticed an unusual silence. They sat quietly in their chairs, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. Leaning towards Qin Weiguo, he quietly inquired, "Why are your comrades so silent?" Qin Weiguo responded, "We are accustomed to not speaking during meals in the ranks." Chen Feng replied, "But you are no longer soldiers. You should gradually acclimate to the outside world." Recognizing the validity of Chen Feng's words, Qin Weiguo addressed the group, "Attention, everyone." In an instant, his comrades straightened up. Chen Feng could not help but admire their discipline. "We have retired from service. We are no longer soldiers. Our duty now is to respond to the nation's call and contribute to the construction of our homeland across various fields, so please feel free to speak." The individuals exchanged glances, yet remained silent. Qin Weiguo sighed helplessly and addressed Chen Feng. "I apologize. They have recently retired from the military, and the habits from their time in service have not yet dissipated. In due course, they should acclimate." Accepting Qin Weiguo's words, Chen Feng decided to refrain from attempting to lighten the atmosphere with conversation. Soon, the waiter arrived with the dishes, startled by the serene ambience of the room. A variety of dishes were served, and Chen Feng had also ordered 2 bottles of wine. Observing the group, Chen Feng felt that it might be inappropriate to commence the meal without some words of introduction, so he leaned towards Qin Weiguo and suggested, "Shall we say a few words before we eat?" Qin Weiguo nodded and spoke, "Let us welcome Manager Chen to address us." In the next moment, the room erupted into applause. Chen Feng, blushing, stood up, the fervent clapping instilling a sense of overwhelming pressure within him. "Before we begin our meal, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chen Feng, with Chen as my surname, and Feng meaning maple leaf. I am 23 years old, and there is no need for formality. Please, just call me Chen Feng. Furthermore, I would like to extend a warm welcome to you all in Shenzhen. I, too, have only recently arrived here, just a couple of months ahead of you. Why did I choose Shenzhen? Because it stands at the forefront of reform. Once a small fishing village, it has transformed remarkably. As you may have seen on your journey here, towering buildings under construction, spacious roads filled with vehicles, and the hopeful expressions of the people envisioning a bright future. This illustrates the importance of reform and economic development. As our nation progresses, your hometowns can also become as splendid as Shenzhen, adorned with skyscrapers and broad avenues bustling with diverse vehicles. This is the direction of our times, the tide of the era. Therefore, do not feel that leaving the military means your service is no longer needed. Quite the opposite. The nation's development requires your active participation. We welcome you to join the grand wave of national economic construction. Even if you have transitioned to a different place and profession, you can still shine and contribute to the country. Chen Feng's heartfelt address moved everyone present to tears, including Qin Weiguo. After the massive troop reductions, many career soldiers felt abruptly cast adrift from the battleground they had fought for. In civilian life, many struggled to find their purpose, leading to a pervasive sense of confusion. Some even felt abandoned by the nation, straying onto misguided paths or even towards despair. Recognizing the necessity to attract these veterans, Chen Feng understood the importance of guiding their thoughts, helping them comprehend the significance of their future endeavors. His words infused the attendees with newfound hope for what lay ahead. Chapter 33. Unexpectedly Encountering a Military King. Having discussed the broader principles, it is now time for Chen Feng to delve into more practical matters. Let us elaborate on what we actually do. Our company specializes in the sale of household appliances. To put it simply, we strive to bring televisions, fans, and radios into the homes of countless families, ensuring that the average citizen can afford to watch television, use a fan, or enjoy a radio. Our mission is to allow everyone to partake in the benefits of technological advancement. Of course, my efforts do not stem from any sense of grandeur. I am merely a businessman. The essence of business lies in profitability. We are all human, and as such, we require sustenance and clothing, necessitating financial gain. This fundamental truth should be evident to all. However, throughout my entrepreneurial journey, I endeavor to give back to society as much as possible, providing affordable appliances to everyday people, thus embodying the ethos of a socially responsible businessman. Observing the audience, Chen Feng noticed not only a lack of disdain but rather a glimmer of admiration in their eyes. He realized how effective Ma Yun's discourse on social entrepreneurship could be, elevating one's stature through such noble ideals. This approach allows for profit without inciting resentment towards one's financial endeavors. Such a tactic is indeed remarkable. After Chen Feng concluded his speech, Qin Weiguo invited his comrades to introduce themselves. These individuals hailed from the same unit, with Qin Weiguo serving as their squad leader. When Chen Feng mentioned his intention to establish a support vehicle team, Qin Weiguo traversed much of China by train to recruit his comrades. Except for one comrade stationed in the Qinghai region and another who had married and settled down, the entire squad was present. Following their introductions, the group commenced their meal. Initially, the atmosphere was subdued, yet as Chen Feng ordered several bottles of wine and encouraged drinking, the ambience transformed. After a few rounds, the spirits lifted, and he engaged in lively conversations with these veterans, nearly forging brotherly bonds. During their discussions, Chen Feng gleaned much about Qin Weiguo's past. He learned that Qin Weiguo enlisted at the age of 17, participated in the Sino-Vietnamese War, and was awarded a first-class merit citation along with multiple second-class accolades, having single-handedly neutralized an entire enemy squad. After a year of rotational service, their unit was replaced. Initially, the conflict with Vietnam was purely retaliatory, but later, to maintain military readiness, a rotation mechanism was implemented, allowing each unit to experience frontline training before being relieved. This shift rendered neighboring countries as practice grounds. Upon returning from rotation, they encountered a nationwide military competition. Qin Weiguo represented their unit and excelled in 10 different events, both in combat and marksmanship, ultimately placing 5th in the nation and even having a chance to vie for a top 3 finish. Those who achieved commendable rankings in such competitions were typically assigned as bodyguards to high-ranking officials, and Qin Weiguo anticipated the continuation of his military career. However, on the final day of the competition, devastating news arrived. Qin Weiguo's mother was gravely ill. He hastily sought leave from the army to return home, but the military would not permit him to leave until the competition concluded. 2 years ago, Qin Weiguo's father passed away due to illness, leaving only his mother behind, which weighed heavily on his heart. After much contemplation, Qin Weiguo ultimately resolved to return home. Following his father's demise, he was left with just his mother and felt compelled to be by her side. Upon returning home, he took his mother to the hospital and cared for her for several days before returning to his unit. However, during a critical competition, he faltered and made a significant disciplinary error by abandoning his post. Consequently, the organization decided to revoke his ranking and issued a serious reprimand. Realizing that his prospects of remaining in the military were bleak, Qin Weiguo began to contemplate retiring to care for his mother. Coincidentally, during that period, a massive troop reduction initiative was announced. Thus, Qin Weiguo retired alongside his comrades from his squad. Upon hearing his comrades recount Qin Weiguo's experiences in the military, Chen Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Qin Weiguo had such a distinguished record. It was no wonder that Qin Weiguo possessed such remarkable skills. Those who ranked among the top 10 in the national military competitions could indeed be regarded as elite warriors. Chen Feng realized that securing a person of such caliber was a tremendous stroke of fortune. He began to understand why Qin Weiguo was reluctant to discuss his past when asked. For him, those experiences were painful memories unworthy of reflection. After listening to Qin Weiguo's story, Chen Feng turned to him, and at that moment, their eyes met. Qin Weiguo merely smiled, saying nothing. Chen Feng could discern that he had largely come to terms with his past, though emotional wounds require time to heal. Next, they addressed the matter of compensation, which was of great concern to them. Regarding the remuneration for these individuals, Chen Feng proposed quite generous terms, a base salary of 500 yuan per month without any strings attached, plus additional bonuses for future participation in transport tasks. Furthermore, he offered each of them commercial insurance, recognizing that these veterans, tasked with security duties, would inevitably face dangers. Purchasing insurance was a precautionary measure. Earlier at the dining table, Chen Feng outlined these terms. The veterans were exceedingly pleased and expressed their gratitude for their generous employer. In an era when assembly line workers earned only around 200 yuan monthly, a base salary of 500 yuan was indeed substantial. Chen Feng calculated that with the base salary and bonuses, they could potentially earn at least 1,000 yuan a month. Upon hearing this, the veterans' eyes sparkled with excitement. They had initially thought that earning 200 to 300 yuan per month in the city would be satisfactory. Who could have imagined they could earn 1,000 yuan? The veterans were thoroughly satisfied with the compensation Chen Feng offered. Each of them stood to toast him, grateful for the hope and promising future he had provided them. The meal extended from 1 o'clock in the afternoon until 3, and once everyone had feasted and enjoyed their fill, Chen Feng called for a vehicle to take them back to their dormitory to rest. Today, these veterans have traveled great distances, enduring considerable hardship. For now, they shall take a day to rest, as they are set to officially commence their duties tomorrow. After bidding farewell to the veterans at the hotel, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan returned to the office to deliberate on their next course of action. The foremost issue to address is that of Song Changfa. If left unresolved, he will continue to disrupt their operations, hindering the normal conduct of business. After a thorough discussion, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan resolved to lure the snake from its lair. They contacted old clients, initiating a strategy of underbidding Song Changfa as contracts, determined that even if it resulted in no profit, they must prevent him from succeeding. As evening fell, just as Chen Feng had anticipated, Zhang Ziyuan received a threatening phone call from Song Changfa. Chapter 34. A businessperson sees only profit in their endeavors at that moment. The two were dining at a fast food restaurant, savoring pig trotter rice. After a long day, they sought something simple for dinner, and thus Zhang Ziyuan suggested enjoying some pig trotter rice downstairs. When 2 steaming bowls of pig trotter rice arrived, each garnished with a braised egg, Zhang Ziyuan lifted a tender, flavorful piece of pig trotter to his lips and remarked, "Indeed, after indulging in extravagant delicacies, a humble dish like pig trotter rice is quite delightful." "Oh, you speak as though you feast on lavish meals daily. It's merely a single outing to a restaurant." Chen Feng couldn't help but retort. Once I strike it rich, I shall drive a Santana every day just to enjoy my pig trotter rice." In this era, it was rare to find imported cars like Mercedes or BMWs. They were difficult to come by. Compared to the unattainable luxury of those brands, a Santana felt far more realistic. As Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan continued their meal and conversation, Zhang Ziyuan's mobile phone rang. This mobile, a request from Zhang Ziyuan after he earned his first pot of gold, was intended to ensure constant communication with clients. He had spent 25,000 on the device, with an additional 5,000 for network fees, totaling 30,000. As their business grew, relying on just one phone became impractical, especially since the bulk of the workload rested on Zhang Ziyuan's shoulders. Hence, they had reluctantly decided to purchase it. When the phone rang, Zhang Ziyuan pressed the answer button and called into the receiver, "Hello, who is this?" The next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. He covered the microphone, leaned towards Chen Feng, and whispered, "It's Song Changfa." Chen Feng extended his hand. "Let me take it." Zhang Ziyuan handed the phone over. Chen Feng placed the device to his ear and, maintaining a calm demeanor, said, "Brother Fa, what brings you the pleasure of a call to discuss business?" I see you two are eager to court disaster, daring to snatch my contracts." "Brother Fa, what do you mean by snatching your contracts? We are all in the business to compete fairly, are we not? If clients find our prices more appealing than yours, it is only natural for them to choose us." "Fine, I see you are asking for trouble. Just wait." With that, the call ended abruptly. Zhang Ziyuan watched Chen Feng intently, and once the call was concluded, he cautiously inquired, "What is the situation? Looks like trouble is brewing again." "But honestly, I welcome it," Chen Feng replied, casually picking up a large piece of pig trotter with his chopsticks and indulging heartily. The following day, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan were busy in the office, reaching out to clients. Suddenly, a group of individuals burst in from outside, brandishing weapons. Without uttering a word, they began to wreak havoc in Chen Feng's office. Leading the charge was a robust, burly man clad in black, who, upon entering, bellowed, "Who is Chen Feng? Step forward." Chen Feng remained unfazed, observing as they demolished his office. The imposing figure approached Chen Feng, scrutinizing him before stating, I didn't see you last time. You must be Chen Feng. Chen Feng replied with a slight smile. Not only am I Chen Feng, but I am also your grandfather. The burly man, provoked by Chen Feng's taunt, became infuriated, preparing to strike. Just then, another group rushed in from outside, engaging in a scuffle with the troublemakers. The burly man was taken aback, having underestimated that Chen Feng had set a trap for them, eagerly awaiting their arrival. With superior numbers and strength, Chen Feng's allies swiftly subdued the intruders, despite their weapons. The burly man found himself pinned to the ground by Qin Weiguo, rendered immobile. "Spare me, please. Spare me," he pleaded repeatedly. Zhang Weiwei rose and approached a row of cabinets, reaching up on tiptoe to retrieve a video recorder. Chen Feng inquired, "Is it all recorded?" "Yes. Every bit of it," came the response. Chen Feng crouched beside the burly man and remarked, "Do you realize I wasted 3 tapes waiting for your arrival? Thankfully you came. Now we have evidence. You can convey your side of the story to the police when they arrive. Big brother, we were wrong. It was Song Changfa who sent us. He offered us 2,000 yuan to come and smash your company. What is your connection with Song Changfa?" Chen Feng asked. "Nothing significant, just an acquaintance. He pays us, and we do his bidding. It's that simple." Relieved to hear this, Chen Feng exhaled. Fortunately, they were not part of a criminal syndicate. If Song Changfa had ties to a gang, dealing with him would have posed a greater challenge. Chen Feng instructed Zhang Weiwei, "Please call Song Changfa for me." Zhang Weiwei retrieved a mobile phone and dialed the number, then handed the device to Chen Feng. After a few beeps, the call connected. "Brother Fa, what a grand gift you've sent my way. I'm quite taken aback," Chen Feng said. On the other end, Song Changfa remained silent, unsure of Chen Feng's intentions. Chen Feng positioned the mobile phone in front of the burly man, stating, "You speak to him. Whether or not you end up in custody depends on your performance." The burly man shouted into the phone, "Song Changfa, you scoundrel, you've put me in a terrible situation. If I get arrested, you won't escape unscathed either." Chen Feng took the phone back and said to Song Changfa, "Brother Fa, you've heard it. Your men are here with me, having vandalized my company. I recorded the entire incident. What do you wish to do?" From the mobile phone, Song Changfa's voice emerged, low and deliberate. "I don't wish to do anything. If I truly wanted to harm you, do you think I would allow you to sit there so comfortably? Finding a few thugs to carry out violence is hardly a challenge." Chen Feng sighed and said, "I am a businessman. I harbor no fondness for violence. My sole desire is to conduct my affairs quietly and profitably. Of course, if anyone dares to obstruct my path to wealth, I am more than capable of resorting to force. My parents have long since passed, and I have but one life to live. In contrast, Brother Fa, your situation is different. You have elders to care for and young ones to nurture. Should we engage in a deadly contest? It is you who stands to lose the most. I can tolerate you once, and perhaps even twice. However, matters do not persist beyond 3 occurrences. Should a 3rd transgression arise, you must be prepared to face the consequences, bringing your entire family along for the reckoning. I have never subscribed to the notion that misfortune does not befall one's kin. Your family enjoys the fruits of your ill-gotten gains, indulging in luxury at your expense. Why should they be exempt from the repercussions?" On the other end of the line, Song Changfa felt a chill at Chen Feng's words. He disowned that Chen Feng was not jesting. If he dared to act recklessly, Chen Feng would indeed fight to the death. "Are you suggesting we let the past be bygones?" Song Changfa inquired cautiously. Chen Feng chuckled and replied, "What else can we do? Shall you gather 200 men? And I, 200 as well, to clash at the foot of Lianhua Mountain? To the point of bloodshed, perhaps even resulting in fatalities. Only for both of us to be apprehended by the authorities?" Chen Feng was no petty thug, he was a businessman. Engaging in mutual violence was the folly of street thugs. A businessman seeks to act in ways that are most advantageous. Currently, reconciling with Song Changfa appeared to serve his interests best. Firstly, there was no need to squander time and energy in a feudal rivalry that could stretch indefinitely. Instead, he could invest that energy in generating profit. Secondly, the business realm is unpredictable. Today's adversary could easily become tomorrow's ally. Continuing hostilities with Song Changfa would only result in mutual destruction. Unless one were to eliminate the other, it would not resolve the situation. However, the conflict at hand was merely a minor business dispute, not a matter to escalate into violence. Moreover, should he eliminate Song Changfa today, it would not be long before another rival, be it Li Changfa or Qian Changfa, emerged to take his place. A businessman must prioritize profit over impulsive actions, refraining from incessant calls for violence. After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Feng resolved to grant Song Changfa a chance. Should he fail to seize this opportunity, Chen Feng possessed ample means to deal with him. Hearing that Chen Feng was willing to offer him another opportunity, Song Changfa hastily responded, I assure you, it will not happen again. I am grateful for your magnanimity. Let us meet tonight at 7 at Fengman Tower for a formal apology to you and Ziyuan. I hope you can extend me your goodwill. Very well, we shall arrive punctually, Chen Feng replied before they concluded the call. Release these individuals, Chen Feng instructed Qin Weiguo, allowing the small-time thugs to go free. Is that it? Just let them go? Qin Weiguo asked quietly. Yes, let them go. They bear no grudge against us. They were merely doing their jobs for pay. These thugs have reached this age for a reason. I find it hard to believe they lack connections. If you send them in today, they will be out by nightfall. There is no need to forge enmity and invite further trouble. Release them. What shall we do about this? Qin Weiguo glanced at the shattered office. Do not worry. By nightfall, Song Changfa will compensate us, Chen Feng replied with notable confidence. Qin Weiguo nodded, acquiescing to Chen Feng's decision to let the individuals go. After the ruffians departed, Zhang Ziyuan turned to Chen Feng and inquired, Are we truly attending Song Changfa's dinner? What do you fear? That Song Changfa will send someone to harm you? Rest assured, he lacks the audacity to hire a hitman within the city. Chen Feng continued, As I have stated before, should there be a third encounter, it will not end well for him. We are businessmen, not mere street thugs. If he cannot grasp this simple truth, then he deserves to meet a grim fate. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng addressed Qin Weiguo. Weiguo, take a few individuals with you to accompany us tonight. You should join us inside while the others remain below at the restaurant. Should anything arise, they can rush to our aid without delay. All right, that is no problem. Caution is the mother of safety. We shall certainly attend the banquet. It is wise to bring additional company for enhanced security. It is better to be overly cautious than to regret later. Chapter 35. A word to awaken the dreamer. Fengman Lu, though not the most prestigious establishment in the city, certainly ranks among the finer dining venues. Many patronize it for business discussions, as it is reputed to possess good feng shui. Chen Feng had heard of Fengman Lu, yet this was his first experience dining there. Upon arriving with Zhang Ziyuan and Qin Weiguo, they were greeted by two hostesses at the entrance. Good day. Do you have a reservation? Shunshui room. Zhang Ziyuan provided the name of their private room, which bore auspicious titles such as smooth sailing to prosperity. Please follow me. The hostess guided the trio to the second floor, stopping before a room marked Shunshui. Qin Weiguo remained outside, acting as the last line of defense against any unforeseen incidents. Though no one dared to engage in violence within Fengman Lu, one could never predict the whims of fate. As Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan entered, they found Song Changfa alone, sipping tea in the room, which immediately relieved Chen Feng's tension. Ah, Feng and Ziyuan, you have arrived. Please, take a seat. Song Changfa gestured for them to sit. He called to the waiter, It is time to serve the dishes. Then, Song Changfa placed 2 teacups before Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan, pouring them each a cup from the teapot. This meal is my way of making amends to you both. I offer you tea in lieu of wine, as a toast. With that, he downed his tea in one gulp. Brother Fa, your words are but misunderstandings of the past, Chen Feng replied, raising his cup and finishing his tea as well. In this era of law and order, there was no need to fear poison in the tea. Besides, he and Song Changfa bore no deep-seated enmity, merely minor business disputes. Zhang Ziyuan also finished his tea. At that moment, the waiter began to bring in the dishes. The selections Song Changfa ordered were all seafood, with an array of delicacies including abalone, sea cucumber, shark fin, and more, accompanied by 2 bottles of Mao Tai. Song Changfa poured a glass of wine for Chen Feng and then filled his own cup, raising it with a toast. Ah Feng, from the moment you joined my company, I recognized you as someone exceptional. Come, I dedicate this glass to you. He then downed the contents in one swift motion, with Chen Feng following suit. This next toast is for Zhang Ziyuan. Over the years, he has contributed so much to my company. His efforts deserve acknowledgement. Song Changfa raised another glass in tribute to Zhang Ziyuan. Chen Feng discerned that this man, known as Fa Go, possessed a sense of dignity and propriety. Aware of the tension between Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan, he lowered his stance, extending an olive branch to resolve prior conflicts. This toast signifies our newfound understanding. Let us erase any past grievances. He drained his third glass with resolve. Chen Feng had come to broker peace, and with Song Changfa extending such courtesies, it was only fitting he reciprocate. Observing Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan finish their drinks, Song Changfa exhaled in relief. He then produced an envelope, placing it on the table. Here is 20,000 yuan as compensation for your losses. Although Song Changfa had inflicted some damage to Chen Feng's company, the extent was minimal, merely 1,000 or 2. Presenting 20,000 was indeed a gesture of goodwill. Chen Feng glanced at the envelope and gestured for Zhang Ziyuan to accept it. When money is offered, it is unwise to refuse. Seeing Chen Feng accept the funds, Song Changfa felt assured that matters were settled. With a cheerful demeanor, he beckoned, "Come. Let us enjoy the dishes. The abalone here is truly exceptional." As they dined and drank, the atmosphere at the table grew lively. Song Changfa engaged in conversation with Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan, steering clear of business matters, opting instead for casual chat. He had a knack for creating a comfortable dining experience, which explained his success in the trade industry. As they savored the meal, the dishes were nearly depleted, and the 2 bottles of Maotai were consumed. All 3 men's faces bore a hint of color from the wine. Noticing the atmosphere had reached a comfortable level, Song Changfa inquired, "Now that you have established your own company, what are your future plans?" "Plans? We'll take it one step at a time." Chen Feng thought to himself, knowing he would never divulge his strategies to Song Changfa. However, he noticed Song Changfa's expectant gaze, as if seeking an answer. Chen Feng smiled and reassured him, "Rest assured, we will not encroach upon your clients. The market is vast, and there is more than enough to go around." At that moment, Song Changfa felt a sense of relief wash over him. He poured tea for both Chen Feng and himself, raising his cup. "Come. Let me toast you with tea instead of wine." After finishing their tea, Song Changfa set down his cup and asked, "Do you currently have stable sources for your import orders?" Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan exchanged glances, shaking their heads. They had no stable sources. All their orders were acquired on an ad hoc basis. Yet, Chen Feng held 2 aces up his sleeve, one being Zhao Daiyuan, the head of a foreign trade company, whom he had once rescued. Securing some foreign trade orders from him would not pose a challenge, though using that favor felt somewhat regrettable. There is another card in play, that of Li Weiyun, the daughter of the soon-to-be kidnapped Hong Kong magnate Li Jiaxing. If Chen Feng can rescue this young lady, he could establish a connection with trade companies in Hong Kong. However, the risks associated with this card are substantial, requiring utmost caution. Upon seeing Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan shake their heads, Song Changfa remarked, "If you lack foreign trade orders, you might consider acting as agents for domestic electrical appliances." Although the profit margins for domestic appliances are not as high as those for imported ones, there is a notable advantage in the stability of the supply chain. Unlike foreign trade orders, which may yield 2 or 3 today and none tomorrow, small trading companies like ours often find ourselves scavenging the leftovers of larger firms. Song Changfa's words instantly enlightened Chen Feng. Indeed, in the realm of trade, there exist domestic orders alongside foreign ones. Numerous domestic home appliance companies are newly established and still in their infancy. Renowned brands like Haier and Changhong, which are poised to gain international acclaim, have yet to fully establish their reputations and are still exploring product positioning and management strategies. Chen Feng, possessing avant-garde ideas and a profound understanding of the evolution of global home appliances and electronics, could significantly contribute to the advancement of these domestic brands. Furthermore, his plan to establish a primary sales model necessitates a stable supply, and domestic brands evidently hold a competitive edge over imported ones. The task at hand is to devise ways to elevate these domestic brands' visibility and foster acceptance among the populace. Song Changfa's insight remarkably broadened Chen Feng's perspective. He poured a cup of tea for Song Changfa and another for himself, raising his cup in sincerity. "Brother Fa, your words have truly awakened me. I toast this cup in your honor." Surprised by Chen Feng's gesture of gratitude, Song Changfa felt flattered. His earlier comments were primarily self-serving, as he harbored concerns that Chen Feng might secretly usurp his orders while professing otherwise. By persuading Chen Feng to pursue agency for domestic brands, he effectively eliminated a competitor. Little did he know that he had genuinely opened a new avenue for Chen Feng. Chapter 36. The Secret Weapon for Success. Building a logistics system, the domestic home appliance industry has already taken its first steps. Manufacturers are producing refrigerators, color televisions, and radios. However, domestic brands have struggled to gain traction, hindered by outdated production techniques and the absence of modern management practices. Additionally, many domestic manufacturers still cling to the collectivist mentality of the past, focusing solely on production without regard for market dynamics. Despite these challenges, a significant number of households continue to opt for domestic appliances. The reason is simple: affordability. Take color televisions as an example. Imported brands like Hitachi and Toshiba often command prices in excess of 5,000, with larger models exceeding 10,000, making them unaffordable for many consumers. The domestically produced Shanghai Jingxing brand television is available for merely 2 to 3,000 yuan per unit. Although its specifications may lag behind those of its counterparts, it remains functional and adequately meets the needs of the populace. In this era, the public's thirst for entertainment and the desire to watch television is remarkably profound. Such a vast market cannot solely rely on imported televisions to be satisfied. Song Changfa provided Chen Feng with a fresh perspective. Previously, Chen Feng focused exclusively on imported home appliances, primarily due to the higher profit margins they offered. Now, however, he can consider a shift in strategy towards products that sell in volume. This is particularly advantageous if Chen Feng aspires to establish a chain of home appliance stores, where consistent sales would be ideal. As the three indulged in food and drink, their conversation drew to a close. On their return taxi ride, Chen Feng and Zhang Weiwei occupied the back seat, while Qin Weiguo sat in the front. After the banquet commenced, Chen Feng, reassured of their safety, found an excuse to excuse himself to the restroom, discreetly informing Qin Weiguo and suggesting he order some snacks in the lobby, assuring him he would cover the bill. It was imperative to ensure the well-being of their protector, this seasoned warrior, and not let him go hungry. In the car, Chen Feng gazed out at the shimmering neon lights, lost in contemplation. Ziyuan, are you acquainted with any home appliance manufacturers in our Guangdong province? Do you genuinely wish to pursue domestic products? The market is ripe for such an endeavor. Why not seize the opportunity? The profit from domestic appliances is merely a third, or even a fifth, of that from imports. If we can negotiate better purchasing prices and maintain control over logistics, we can significantly enhance our sales volume. Currently, we are dealing with small orders, many of which are intermediated, leading to an unstable supply chain. This small-scale approach cannot possibly yield substantial growth in a reasonable time frame. I believe that if we are to embark on this venture, we must aim for something grand. The home appliance industry is at a pivotal moment. Wasting years on trivial pursuits would allow the giants of the industry to flourish, consequently diminishing profit margins. Chen Feng shared his insights with Zhang Weiwei, who nodded thoughtfully before inquiring, "What are your plans moving forward? If you have some time in the next few days, could you help me compile a list of notable home appliance brands in the Pearl River Delta region? Even lesser-known brands are acceptable, provided they have not faced significant quality issues. That is of utmost importance. It would be a disservice to the hard-working individuals who save diligently to purchase a television, only to receive a subpar product. We must not engage in such practices. Those inferior appliance manufacturers deserve their fate." In this day and age, the home appliance manufacturing industry in the Pearl River Delta has become quite advanced. Since the reform and opening up, a plethora of electronic components has entered the region through legitimate channels or smuggling, enabling manufacturers of all sizes, including family workshops, to assemble home appliances. While larger manufacturers produce televisions and refrigerators, smaller ones focus on lower-tech items like electric fans. This has resulted in a multitude of electronic factories in the Pearl River Delta. Yet the quality of the products remains inconsistent. For Chen Feng's chain of home appliances, ensuring quality is paramount. What he intends to establish is a chain brand, not a haphazard venture that compromises quality, as such inferior products would only tarnish his reputation. Very well. I shall embark on a market survey in the coming days and seek out a few reliable brands. Zhang Weiwei nodded in agreement. Do we have any goods arriving soon? Chen Feng shifted the conversation. A batch of televisions, approximately 100 units, will arrive at the dock in 3 days, ordered by Boss Wang from Jingzhou City. Jingzhou City, the capital of the neighboring province. Indeed, we previously delivered goods there with driver He. Yes, most of the distributors I know are from Jingzhou City. We primarily send our products there, and those distributors subsequently retail them in the surrounding counties. Zhang Weiwei opened the car window, allowing the breeze to refresh his mind. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng stated, "In the next couple of days, please help me secure 2 trucks, whether through rental or borrowing. I need to have them ready in 2 days. What are you planning? For this batch of goods, we shall not engage external freight companies. We will handle the delivery ourselves," Chen Feng asserted earnestly. The comrades of Qin Weiguo have already assembled, and the planned escort team has been formed, although modest in number. It suffices for basic transportation needs. Now is the opportune moment to establish a transport route from the deep city to the provincial capital, Xiangzhou City. In this era, Sending a batch of goods to a neighboring province incurs considerable transportation costs. Prior to 1983, the freight market was state-controlled, with each state-owned enterprise forming its own transport teams, while individual operators had to rely on these state enterprises for their logistics. However, post-1983, the government lifted restrictions, allowing individual operators to enter the freight market. Following the country's reforms, the domestic economy flourished rapidly, leading to an overwhelming demand for goods to circulate across the nation, yet the transportation channels lagged behind this economic boom. Freight volume surged dramatically, yet the transport capacity did not keep pace, resulting in a scenario of excess goods and insufficient vehicles. Often, to transport a batch of goods, one had to leverage connections and plead with truck drivers for assistance. The status and income of these truck drivers have risen significantly. Having earned their fortunes, they began to band together, forming freight companies and even monopolizing regional markets to inflate shipping costs. What? You find it too expensive and refuse to pay? Well, you may choose not to ship, let the goods rot in your hands, and see who becomes anxious. It is said that for every 100 yuan earned from selling goods, at least 20 yuan accounts for shipping costs, and at times, these costs exceed the profit margin. Such is the absurdity of the situation. It was not until the large-scale infrastructure projects, such as highways and railways, were established and vehicles became increasingly affordable that the chaotic logistics market began to stabilize. With several major logistics companies emerging after years of fierce competition, should Chen Feng continue to pursue a chain of home appliance stores, the volume of freight would be substantial. Relying solely on freight companies would lead to significant losses. Thus, it is imperative for Chen Feng to establish his own fleet for transporting goods. Recruiting these veterans is merely the first step. He will subsequently purchase vehicles and expand his workforce, laying the foundation for his own logistics supply chain, akin to J.D.com. Possessing one's own logistics supply chain grants a significant degree of influence within the home appliance sales industry, a realization that many fail to grasp. Even J.D.com began establishing its logistics supply chain only after 2007, maturing after several years of continuous investment. Chen Feng's aspirations are modest. He merely seeks to streamline logistics transportation between major cities, ensuring seamless and efficient freight movement. As for delivering parcels to county towns and households, such ambitions are unattainable in this era, where few highways have been constructed and railway networks remain sparse across the nation. The advancement of logistics is inherently reliant on the development of transportation infrastructure, an objective reality that even a time traveler like Chen Feng cannot alter. He must await the nation's economic growth and increased investment in transportation infrastructure before gradually expanding operations. Consequently, in the realm of home appliances, Chen Feng must retain control over freight operations while simultaneously venturing into the logistics sector. Who is to say that the future logistics giants, such as SF Express and Debon, cannot emerge from Chen Feng's endeavors? Chapter 37. Establishing authority 3 days later, at the dock in Shenzhen City, 2 trucks laden with televisions stood poised for departure. Over the past few days, Zhang Weiwei had leveraged his connections to secure 2 trucks for Chen Feng, one of which belonged to the driver who had previously accompanied Chen Feng to Jingzhou City. He willingly lent his vehicle as a gesture of gratitude for Chen Feng's past assistance. Naturally, the rental fee was still to be honored. Personal favors and business transactions remained distinct matters. Among the comrades recruited by Qin Weiguo, there were some Westerners who had learned to drive trucks during their military service, and they would serve as the drivers for this journey. In addition to the 2 drivers, each truck was accompanied by 2 support personnel, bringing the total number of participants for this transport operation to 8, including Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the 2 trucks departed from the dock, heading towards Jingzhou City. Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo occupied the front truck, with the second truck following closely behind. Chen Feng had affixed a prominent sign to the front of each vehicle, painted in bold red letters, Feng Yuan Trade. He planned to purchase trucks in the future and emblazon them with this name, but for now, under the current conditions, a simple sign would suffice. The presence of this sign would signify that these were vehicles belonging to Feng Yuan Trade Company, serving both as a brand identifier and a warning. To achieve the intended warning effect, it must evoke a sense of fear. Soon after exiting the city, they arrived at Huji Restaurant. Qin Weiguo instructed the drivers to halt and communicated via intercom for the trailing truck to do the same. "Shall we come with me?" Qin Weiguo said to the young comrade seated in the passenger seat. "Are you not bringing more people?" Chen Feng inquired. With a light chuckle, Qin Weiguo replied, "No need. I'll accompany you." Chen Feng expressed his eagerness to witness the martial prowess of the soldier king, whose swift and precise movements seemed to belong to a realm beyond action films. Qin Weiguo hesitated briefly before responding. All right, but please keep a distance of about 10 meters. I fear that if it gets crowded inside, I won't be able to protect you. Understood. Upon hearing Qin Weiguo's willingness to take him along, Chen Feng nodded excitedly. 3 individuals alighted from the vehicle. Qin Weiguo and Xiao Wu led the way, with Chen Feng trailing behind. The trio made their way into a roadside restaurant. Upon reaching the entrance, they observed 3 patrons seated in a pavilion, sipping tea. Among them was the man adorned with a large gold chain from their previous encounter, accompanied by 2 younger companions, who were animatedly sharing drinks with him. Upon noticing Qin Weiguo and Chen Feng's entrance, a young man sporting a buzz cut stood up and approached Qin Weiguo, inquiring, "Are you 3 here for a meal?" Qin Weiguo shook his head, his gaze fixating on the man with the gold chain. He pointed at him and declared, "You, come with us." The man with the gold chain was taken aback, his expression growing serious as he rose to his feet and questioned, "Are you police?" Qin Weiguo shook his head once more. The man, relieved to learn they were not law enforcement, scrutinized Qin Weiguo and asked, "Are you from a rival gang?" Again, Qin Weiguo shook his head. Upon hearing that they were not gang members, the man's demeanor shifted coldly as he retorted, "You've come to cause trouble, haven't you?" The 2 companions who had been drinking with him each seized a weapon, a watermelon knife, and an iron pipe, adopting a confrontational stance. "You will come with us." "I would prefer not to resort to violence," Qin Weiguo stated firmly. "Get him." The man with the gold chain shouted angrily, pointing at Qin Weiguo. The 2 henchmen lunged at him. In a swift motion, Qin Weiguo stepped forward, delivering a powerful kick to the chest of the henchman wielding the watermelon knife. The impact sent the man crashing into a nearby table, shattering it upon collision. The remaining henchman, armed with the iron pipe, found himself momentarily stunned by the display of strength. Qin Weiguo, maintaining an expressionless demeanor, advanced step by step. The henchman, realizing he still held a weapon, raised the iron pipe and swung it toward Qin Weiguo's head. With an agile sidestep, Qin Weiguo evaded the blow and retaliated with a forceful punch to the henchman's face, rendering him unconscious. "I made it clear that I did not wish to resort to violence," he proclaimed, resembling a grim reaper as he approached the man with the gold chain. Seeing his companions swiftly subdued, the man panicked and hastily retrieved a sawed-off shotgun from his backpack. Despite stringent gun control laws, many such firearms remained in circulation, often modified for concealment and quick access. The character Lu Huaqiang from the drama Conquest also wielded a sawed-off shotgun. As the man prepared to aim the weapon at Qin Weiguo, a swift motion from Qin caused the man to scream in agony as the gun was knocked from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Chen Feng observed the man clutching his hand, which had been pierced by a sharp iron rod approximately 5 centimeters in length. Beside him, Xiao Wu boasted, "That's our squad leader's specialty, Xiao Qin's flying dagger." Xiao Qin's flying dagger? Chen Feng looked at Xiao Wu in bewilderment. This skill was learned from the commander of the Special Forces Battalion. You may not be aware that the soldiers in the Special Forces are like war machines. They can eliminate enemies even without firearms. The commander possesses a remarkable ability, using a dagger as a throwing knife, hitting the target with astounding precision. After witnessing this extraordinary skill, Sergeant Qin practiced privately for 6 months before mastering the art of the flying dagger, earning admiration from the commander, who had trained for years to achieve such proficiency. Chen Feng gazed in astonishment at Qin Weiguo's retreating figure. Initially, he merely sought a capable bodyguard from the talent market. But unexpectedly, he had recruited a warrior king. At that moment, Qin Weiguo approached, firmly gripping the shoulder of the man adorned with a heavy gold chain. The man winced in pain, pleading, "Brother, please be gentle. My shoulder feels like it's about to dislocate." It was surprising to see this notorious thug expressing discomfort in front of Qin Weiguo. "As I said, I need you to accompany me. If you are unwilling, I have no choice but to insist," Qin stated. Of course, just loosen your grip a bit, and I will walk on my own," replied the man with the gold chain. Qin Weiguo presented the man to Chen Feng, saying, "This is our boss." The gold chain man scrutinized Chen Feng and asked, "Boss, I don't believe we've met before, have we?" "Indeed, we have. You seem to forget easily. Just a few days ago, we dined at your establishment," Chen Feng replied. "Perhaps we did not extend proper hospitality. If my brother overcharged you, I shall refund you, as I am merely trying to make a living." The man chuckled. "I am not here for that trivial amount. Rather, I wish to invite you to witness a particular matter. Please accompany us," he requested. With that, the 3 led the man to the cargo truck. With an additional occupant in the truck bed, space became limited. The man sat between Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo, his injured hand wrapped in a towel to staunch the bleeding. The vehicle started moving. Seated between the two, the man discreetly glanced at Qin Weiguo and quietly inquired, "This brother possesses remarkable skills. He must have undergone training." Qin Weiguo shot him a glare, rendering the man speechless. After half an hour of travel, a group appeared ahead, placing a large wooden block in the middle of the road. "You know these people, don't you, Tiger?" Chen Feng asked with a smile. Tiger awkwardly chuckled. He certainly recognized them. They were his underlings, the very ones he had instructed to collect tolls. Had they not paid the protection fee at his restaurant, they would have faced a beating or worse. Tiger had amassed considerable wealth in just 2 years, relying on this method of collecting protection fees. With clandestine support acting as a shield, Qin Weiguo addressed the young man seated in front, Xiao Wu, saying, "There are 8 of them. You will lead the charge this time, armed and ready to resolve this swiftly." "Understood, Sergeant," Xiao Wu replied, his excitement evident at being appointed leader. He grabbed the walkie-talkie and announced, "Xiao Wang, Xiao Zhang, the 3 of us can easily handle them. Arm yourselves." With that, he retrieved a metal pipe from beneath his seat and exited the vehicle. 2 more individuals disembarked from the following vehicle as well. 3 individuals brandishing iron pipes charged towards a gang of highway robbers. Brother Hu, seated within the vehicle, observed as Xiao Wu and his companions adeptly utilized their iron pipe, rendering his 8 subordinates utterly defenseless. Chen Feng was equally astonished to witness that, despite their numerical inferiority, Xiao Wu and his team exhibited remarkable synergy, employing a classic military tactic known as the triangular formation. This strategy has historically enabled our nation's forces to secure numerous victories, even inflicting considerable hardship upon the Americans during the Korean War. Xiao Wu and his comrades, hailing from an elite special operations unit, demonstrated exceptional combat prowess. Their seamless cooperation proved overwhelmingly effective against these street thugs. Within less than a minute, Hu's 8 men were incapacitated, with Xiao Li and Xiao Wang standing guard with the iron pipes in hand. Xiao Wu returned, exhilarated, to report to Qin Weiguo, squad leader, "We have completely subdued the enemy." Qin Weiguo nodded in acknowledgement while casting a glance at Chen Feng. Chen Feng addressed Brother Hu, "Let us disembark," whose expression was complex. Yet he complied and exited the vehicle alongside Chen Feng. The subdued gangsters gazed in astonishment as their leader descended from the vehicle, his hand wrapped in a towel. Chen Feng approached Hu's comrades, gesturing towards their 2 vehicles, and stated, "Remember, we are from Feng Yuan Trading Company. Our vehicles will frequently traverse this route, and we hope for your cooperation, Brother Hu." At that moment, Brother Hu comprehended Chen Feng's underlying intent. This was a clear display of strength, a warning to his crew. By administering a beating, and then informing them of their future passage along this road, Chen Feng conveyed that any ill intentions would not be tolerated. There is no greater deterrent than the force of a fist. Only through enduring pain can one truly understand fear and learn a lesson. Chen Feng, with his decisive approach, ensured that this band of highway robbers would remember him. Brother Hu certainly would not forget Chen Feng and Feng Yuan Company, nor the formidable man who fought with such ferocity. He mused that even if he summoned a dozen or 20 of his brothers, they would still struggle against this powerhouse, not to mention the capable allies accompanying him. Defeated, Hu conceded, "From now on, when your vehicles pass, we will not dare to cause any trouble." He sighed. Chen Feng smiled and replied, "Thank you, Brother Hu." He retrieved a stack of money from his pocket and placed it in Hu's chest pocket, patting him gently. "Consider this a token for your brother's medical expenses. I apologize for the heavy-handedness of my men earlier." Brother Hu looked up in surprise, not expecting Chen Feng not only to spare them from police intervention but also to offer financial assistance for their treatment. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Feng regarded this band of highway robbers as potentially useful. Chapter 38. The chain store plan. Having dealt with Brother Hu and his gang, Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo entered their vehicle. Once inside, the car commenced its journey. Qin Weiguo glanced at Chen Feng several times, hesitating to speak. Chen Feng, perceptive to Qin Weiguo's subtle gestures, realized his companion was not one to conceal his thoughts. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask," Chen Feng encouraged. Qin Weiguo hesitated for a moment and inquired, "Shouldn't we hand them over to the police? These individuals are nothing but the dregs of society." Upon hearing Qin Weiguo's remark, Chen Feng chuckled. As a former soldier, Qin Weiguo was imbued with an inherent sense of justice. Chen Feng shook his head with a smile and replied, "It would be futile. Do you believe that if we send them to the police today, they won't be released by tomorrow? Remember what driver he said? Tiger Brothers' Huji restaurant has been operating for over 2 years. The reason it has managed to stand firm is that they have backing and protection. Qin Weiguo fell silent after this. Moreover, the business of highway robbery has always attracted desperate individuals throughout history. If you eliminate Tiger Brother today, tomorrow, another Wolf Brother or Leopard Brother will emerge. When will it ever end? Qin Weiguo bowed his head, contemplating Chen Feng's words. Chen Feng continued. There is an old saying, to cut off a man's wealth is akin to killing his parents. If our convoy is to traverse this route in the future, being too ruthless with these individuals will inevitably lead to retaliation against us. At that point, we may suffer casualties among our brothers. Therefore, it suffices for us to assert our authority and teach them a lesson without resorting to complete extermination. Individuals like Tiger Brother still adhere to a code. If you pay him protection fees, he will at least not cause you trouble. But if you eliminate him, and someone who disregards the rules takes his place, the path will only become more treacherous, and lives may be lost along the way. Thus, our objective is to establish our dominance, ensuring that they do not trouble our convoy, without the need for total annihilation, which is also impossible. Observing Qin Weiguo deep in thought, Chen Feng refrained from saying more, allowing him to digest the information at his own pace. In truth, there was one aspect Chen Feng did not express. As long as there are figures like Tiger Brother among the highway robbers, peace on this road will remain elusive. Tiger Brother may collect protection fees from others, but he wouldn't dare touch the Feng Yuan Trading Company. Thus, Tiger Brother serves as a watchdog for Chen Feng on this route. The shipping costs for Feng Yuan trading will be significantly lower than those of others, creating a competitive advantage in the market. Should figures like Tiger Brother be eradicated, the road would become safe for all, enticing many to come and share in the profits. Therefore, retaining Tiger Brother is far more beneficial than detrimental for Chen Feng. He is not a chivalrous hero seeking to right wrongs or avenge grievances. He is merely a businessman, assessing situations solely based on profit and loss. The same applies to the groups of highway robbers they are about to encounter. Naturally, such contemplations remain confined to Chen Feng's mind, rather than being shared with Qin Weiguo. After dealing with Tiger Brother, they subsequently encountered another group demanding tolls, which Qin Weiguo and his men swiftly dealt with. After traversing this road a few more times, it was likely that everyone on the route would come to know that the Feng Yuan Trading Company's vehicles were not to be trifled with. The members of that group were all exceptionally skilled. Even possessing firearms would be of little use against them. The following afternoon, 2 vehicles arrived in Jingzhou City. Entering a warehouse where the channel merchant, Boss Wang, awaited, Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo disembarked. A middle-aged man, short and thin with dark skin, dressed in an oversized brown suit, approached them with a smile and extended his hand towards Chen Feng, saying, "General Chen, greetings. Thank you for the arduous journey." "Not at all, it's my duty," Chen Feng said as he shook hands with Boss Wang. "I didn't expect you to personally deliver the goods. President Zhang mentioned your visit, and I was quite surprised. I was feeling rather stifled in Deep City, so I thought I'd take a trip with the delivery truck to clear my mind. Let's expedite the unloading." Chen Feng led Boss Wang to the back of the truck and opened the cargo hold. Boss Wang instructed his team to begin unloading. One by one, the televisions were taken off the truck. Boss Wang casually approached one of the televisions, unwrapped its outer packaging, and lifted the TV out with both hands. As he examined the device, he remarked, "Truly, it's a Nishida model. The craftsmanship and design are commendable." After a brief inspection, he returned the television to its box and resealed it. This shipment of 100 color televisions was scheduled to pass through Jingzhou City today before being transported to the nearby county. These Nishida televisions, classified as imported goods, were expected to sell exceptionally well at the county's department store, fetching over 3,000 West Qian each. Chen Feng's acquisition cost, including tariffs, averaged 1,800 per unit, and he sold them to Boss Wang for 2,500 each, thereby earning a profit of 700 per television. This transaction would yield him a profit of 70,000 in total. Had he opted to hire a transport company, the shipping fee would have been at least 1 to 200 per television, potentially increasing his costs by 10 to 20,000. This initial venture into self-transportation had already proven to be lucrative for Chen Feng. "All right then, contact me when you have more goods. I must be on my way," Boss Wang said with a smile. With 100 televisions loaded onto his vehicle, he needed to hurry back to distribute them through his own channels to various counties. After deducting transportation costs, he too would make a modest profit from this transaction. "Boss Wang, please hold on," Chen Feng called out. Do you have a moment, President Wang? Boss Wang paused. I wish to discuss the possibility of collaborating on some domestic products. Would you be interested? How do you envision this collaboration? Boss Wang inquired. I plan to open a store in Shanghai City that specializes in domestic brands. We can handle wholesale as well as distribution. I will manage the sourcing and transportation, while you oversee the store's operations. We can split the profits evenly. Chen Feng outlined his proposal. Originally, Chen Feng intended to open the store himself in Shanghai City. But after discussing it with Zhang Weiwei, he decided it would be wiser to find a local partner. This era is vastly different from the time Chen Feng had traversed from. Nowadays, as long as one has the capital, obtaining a business license is straightforward. For instance, in Shanghai City, opening a store necessitates establishing good relations with local authorities concerning business, fire safety, and taxation. Even if one successfully navigates these connections, local powers may still disrupt business operations. Without local networks and relationships, sustaining a business can be quite challenging. The best approach is to collaborate with a capable local individual, relinquishing a portion of the profits while avoiding many complications. Chen Feng aimed to trial this venture in Shanghai City, and Boss Wang, who possessed a modest reputation there and had relatives in local business administration, appeared to be an excellent candidate for partnership. Boss Wang listened to Chen Feng's words, pondered for a moment, and said, Mr. Chen, please wait a moment. He then approached the truck and spoke to the driver inside. Axie, you all head back first. I'll have a meal with Mr. Chen and discuss some business. We'll return later. After his two vehicles departed, Boss Wang returned to Chen Feng and said, Mr. Chen, let us go eat. We can chat while dining. As this was a business discussion, Qin Weiguo decided not to join, planning instead to explore Shanghai City with his comrades. Chen Feng entered Boss Wang's Santana sedan. Half an hour later, they found themselves in a private room of a Hunan cuisine restaurant in the city center. Come, Mr. Chen, please try the Hunan dishes here. They are absolutely authentic. Boss Wang urged Chen Feng to sample the food. The table was already adorned with two dishes, both generously topped with vibrant red chilies, to the extent that the chilies outnumbered the meat. Chen Feng was accustomed to spicy food. He picked up a piece of meat to taste, finding it numbing, spicy, and fragrant. Indeed, it was quite delectable. At that moment, Boss Wang poured a bottle of Maodai into Chen Feng's glass and casually inquired, Mr. Chen, about the partnership in opening a store, could you elaborate? Don't laugh at me. I, old Wang, am just a simple man, having had little formal education. But what you mentioned seems rather intriguing. As the conversation shifted to the main topic, Chen Feng did not hesitate. He set down his chopsticks and remarked, Boss Wang, you see, the home appliance industry is thriving right now, isn't it? Boss Wang nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, business has been quite good lately. In truth, this market has not yet reached a saturation point. Chen Feng paused, realizing that Boss Wang seemed to struggle with comprehension. It became apparent that many local entrepreneurs of that era lacked higher education. Hence, Chen Feng adjusted his approach, explaining in the simplest terms. Let me rephrase it for clarity. We are currently selling imported home appliances, which are primarily purchased by the affluent, correct? Boss Wang nodded, affirming that that's how it is. However, the wealthy are but a small fraction. To illustrate, in our country's current economic landscape, perhaps only 1 out of 30 households can afford imported color televisions, while the remaining 29 may have 17 or 18 families that are not particularly affluent. These families wish to purchase televisions and refrigerators but cannot afford imported goods. So, what shall we do? We can seek out quality domestic appliances and market them to those 7 or 8 families, emphasizing value for money. Although the profit margin on a domestic color television may not match that of an imported one, what if I sell 2 or 3? The cumulative profit could be substantial. Upon hearing this, Boss Wang's understanding deepened. Ah, I see now. You intend to focus on domestic appliances and adopt a strategy of low margins with high sales. Chen Feng nodded affirmatively. Boss Wang contemplated carefully. From what you say, there seems to be promise in this approach. I have secured exclusive agency rights for several reputable appliance brands, each meticulously selected. This statement was a ruse by Chen Feng, intended to bolster his bargaining position before Boss Wang. Naturally, if Boss Wang were unwilling, he could seek out other entrepreneurs. After all, Shanghai City boasted more than just Boss Wang as a formidable player. If the East was dim, the West would surely shine. Moreover, I possess a comprehensive operational framework, overseeing every facet from procurement to distribution, pricing to after-sales service. You need only to establish the store and await the revenue. After listening to Chen Feng, Boss Wang fell into contemplation. After a moment, he lifted his gaze towards Chen Feng. I require 60% of the profits, as I will cover the rent and labor costs. I can concede an additional 10%, bringing it to 60%. However, this store must unequivocally belong to Fengyuan Trading, and the name must be Fengyuan Home Appliance Retail. If our collaboration proves unsatisfactory, either party may terminate the store's operation at any time. Chen Feng was willing to relinquish a portion of the profits to safeguard his brand. One should not underestimate this brand. In the future, should Fengyuan Home Appliance Retail flourish, its value could be immeasurable. Furthermore, operating a physical store entails substantial expenses, with rent and labor typically consuming at least 20% of the profits. Since Boss Wang would cover these costs, he would effectively receive only a fraction of the earnings. Chen Feng's sole responsibility would be to transport the goods. Once the transportation routes were established, that aspect would become the simplest part of the operation, akin to earning money while reclining. Boss Wang pondered for a moment and shook his head. No, that would mean I am merely a pawn in your game. You could close the store at will, incurring significant losses. That is inconsequential. We can draft a contract. The store's ownership will be yours, but the name must bear ours. We can provide you with a 5-year authorization for the store name. Rest assured on that front. Boss Wang gazed at Chen Feng, silent for a while. Eventually, he spoke. 70%. I will agree to your terms only if I receive 70% of the profits. Upon hearing Boss Wang's proposed terms, Chen Feng promptly retrieved 500 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table. Boss Wang, I have a prior engagement and must take my leave. Consider this meal my treat. With that, he rose to depart. Oh, we can negotiate. Why the rush to leave? Boss Wang hastily called Chen Feng back. 60% it is. Boss Wang had already calculated the profits and recognized that even 60% was quite substantial. Most importantly, Chen Feng would supply the goods without requiring him to invest upfront. They would settle after the items sold, meaning he would only need to cover the rent and labor costs. He already had several stores in Shanghai City, and hiring a few salespeople for a monthly wage of 100 or 200 yuan would be straightforward. Chen Feng returned to the table. Boss Wang poured him a glass of wine, saying, Young man, business can be discussed at a leisurely pace. Why the urgency? Chen Feng smiled and remained silent. Had he not risen moments earlier, Boss Wang would not have so readily agreed to the collaboration. Let us postpone our return to Shenzhen. I happen to have a store in Shanghai City, in a decent location, suitable for what you referred to as a chain store. Yes, tomorrow we will visit the chain store together. If it meets your expectations, we shall commence operations. Thus, their collaboration was solidified. Chapter 39. I want 10,000 units. The remainder of the meal was relaxed, with Boss Wang recounting his journey to success. Despite his lean and slightly dark appearance, he possessed considerable business acumen. Having transformed from a mere trader of second-hand goods to a well-known home appliance distributor in Shanghai City, enduring numerous hardships along the way. Recently, his business encountered a bottleneck, prompting Chen Feng to actively seek collaboration. It is no wonder that the two found an immediate rapport. After their meal, Boss Wang intended to take Chen Feng for a foot wash and massage to experience the unique services of Shanghai City, but Chen Feng politely declined, as it was not to his taste. Consequently, Boss Wang drove Chen Feng to his accommodation. During dinner, Chen Feng had already messaged Qin Weiguo, informing him that he would not be returning that night and suggesting they find a hotel to stay, while also taking his comrades out for some leisure. After spending a night in Shanghai City, the following morning, Boss Wang picked Chen Feng up for breakfast, where they savored the local specialty rice noodles. After a satisfying meal, he took Chen Feng to view his shop. Though the location was not in the city center, it was in close proximity, which was quite favorable. For their upcoming home appliance chain store, the location was not of utmost importance, as long as the prices were sufficiently low. Even a shop in the backwoods could attract customers with its price advantage. Chen Feng instructed Xiao Wu and the others to return first, as they needed to promptly return the borrowed vehicle. Chen Feng intended to remain in Jingzhou for a couple more days with Qin Weiguo to discuss the details of their collaboration. Boss Wang, a shrewd businessman, was unwavering when it came to profits, and it took a considerable amount of time for the two to finalize the contract. Once the contract was settled, he and Boss Wang proceeded to the law firm to sign it, thereby confirming the establishment of their first home appliance chain store, Fengyuan Trading, in Jingzhou City. After signing the contract, Chen Feng hurried back to Shenzhen. On Zhang Yuan's side, several products from different home appliance manufacturers had already been selected, including televisions, refrigerators, and fans, awaiting Chen Feng's final approval. Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo traveled back to Shenzhen by train, avoiding any further encounters with highway bandits. Upon their return, Xiao mentioned that their journey back with the cargo truck had been smooth, as the bandits dared not target Fengyuan Trading's vehicle. Upon sighting it, they swiftly made way. These bandits were astute enough to recognize which were soft targets and which were not. With so many vehicles on the road, they had ample opportunities to profit without needlessly confronting Chen Feng. The day after returning to Shenzhen, Zhang Weiwei and Chen Feng went out together. They first visited a department store, exploring the domestic home appliance section, during which Chen Feng attentively listened to Zhang Weiwei's research findings from the past few days. Zhang Weiwei had thoroughly examined the home appliances produced by factories in the Pearl River Delta, both large and small. Without Zhang Weiwei's assistance, Chen Feng would have found it challenging to advance his work so swiftly. After 2 days of discussions, Chen Feng and Zhang Weiwei finalized the brands they would procure. For televisions, they chose the Huala brand from the state-owned factory in Yanqing, which assured quality. For refrigerators, they selected a local brand named Dingfeng. Although this factory had only recently begun producing refrigerators, Chen Feng had visited the manufacturer and noted that the materials used for this brand were notably sturdy. The salespeople also reported that complaints from customers regarding defects were rare. Chen Feng initially intended to select the brand Haier. However, after an incident in 1985 involving director Zhang smashing refrigerators, Haier has since become a prominent name in the domestic market, leaving little profit margin in association with it. Consequently, Chen Feng opted for a lesser-known brand. He chose the Swan brand for the washing machines, a name he had heard of prior to his time travel, known for its longevity and reliable quality. Once the brands for the appliances were confirmed, it was time to place orders. The construction team from Boss Wong had already arrived on site and was in the process of renovating the store, which was expected to be completed in 10 days. At that point, Chen Feng's products needed to be in place, or he would be in breach of contract. In the past couple of days, Chen Feng had instructed Zhang Weiwei to accompany him to the manufacturers of these brands to place orders. Their first stop was the Huel Television Factory, an established name in Yanqing that had been acquired in 2003 and continued to operate as a subsidiary brand in 2024. Upon their arrival at the factory's entrance around noon, they found the workers leaving for the cafeteria. As Chen Feng and Zhang Weiwei attempted to enter, they were stopped by the guard. "Who are you looking for?" the guard inquired. "Hello, I'm here to see your factory director," Chen Feng replied. Believing that negotiating directly with the director would be the best way to secure low-cost orders or even obtain agency rights. However, the guard stepped forward, holding a large tea mug, and scrutinized Chen Feng and Zhang Weiwei before asking, "Who are you? And what business do you have with our director? Who sent you?" Caught off guard by the guard's obstinacy just as he was about to discuss his first order, Chen Feng replied, "Oh, we are from a trading company in Shenzhen, looking to place some orders. No one referred us." The guard's expression changed, and he coldly replied, "Without an introduction, you cannot enter." Chen Feng was momentarily speechless, surprised that even a mere gatekeeper could be so domineering. This exemplified the inherent flaws of state-owned enterprises, where the interests of the factory pale in comparison to the petty power wielded by individuals. The factory's performance, whether thriving or struggling, bore no relevance to personal interests, and thus the guard showed no courtesy to anyone. Fortunately, Zhang Weiwei was quick to react. With a twinkle in his eye, he pulled out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to the guard with a smile, saying, "Here, brother, have a smoke." The guard's demeanor shifted upon seeing the Zhonghua cigarette, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face as he accepted it and placed it to his lips. Zhang Weiwei promptly produced a lighter and lit the cigarette for him. After taking a puff, the guard softened his tone, stating, "It's not that I want to make it difficult for you. We are a state-owned factory, and outsiders aren't permitted to enter freely." "Of course, brother. We understand you are just doing your job," Chen Feng replied. "You wish to place an order?" The guard continued. "Yes, indeed. We are looking to conduct a small business and need to order some goods. You don't need to see the factory director for that. Just speak with Director Huang. He handles our sales," the guard informed them. Leaning closer to Zhang Weiwei, he whispered, "Our factory director is about to retire, and it is rumored that Director Huang is likely to succeed him." With that, the guard appeared quite pleased, as if he had just revealed a monumental secret. "Oh, I see. How can I meet Director Huang?" Zhang Weiwei inquired. The gatekeeper, instead of responding, merely smiled at Zhang Ziyuan, implying with his expression that he understood. Zhang Ziyuan, being quite astute, readily grasped the meaning behind the gatekeeper's gaze. He discreetly retrieved a bill from his pocket and slyly handed it to the gatekeeper, saying, "This is a small token for you to enjoy some tea." The gatekeeper glanced at the money in his hand. "Goodness, 100 yuan. He quickly stashed the bill into his pocket, realizing it was equivalent to half a month's salary. The gatekeeper gestured towards the distance, saying, "Do you see that pond over there?" Zhang Ziyuan nodded. "I see it. Director Huang has a hobby. He enjoys fishing. Every evening after work, unless it rains, he goes to that pond to fish. If you head there around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, you won't miss him." Zhang Ziyuan's heart soared with joy. The information provided by the gatekeeper was indeed invaluable. Truly, money paves the way. Zhang Ziyuan added, "But I do not know what Director Huang looks like." The gatekeeper then pointed to a bulletin board near the entrance, saying, "Our factory honors outstanding employees each month, and their photographs are posted on the bulletin board. You can check there." "Thank you so much, my friend." Zhang Ziyuan expressed his gratitude profusely, and as he departed, he also slipped the remaining half-pack of Zhonghua cigarettes to the gatekeeper. The information he had received was crucial. After leaving the factory gate, Zhang Ziyuan shared the details he had gathered with Chen Feng. Chen Feng remarked, "Sometimes, seemingly inconspicuous individuals can offer unexpected rewards at critical moments. That gatekeeper is one such person." After a thorough discussion, they decided to wait by the pond for Director Huang that afternoon. At around 5 o'clock, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan, equipped with fishing gear, made their way to the pond, fishing while keeping an eye out for Director Huang. As time swiftly passed, by 5:30, there was still no sign of Director Huang. Zhang Ziyuan whispered, "Is it possible that he provided me with false information? Why haven't we seen him yet? I doubt he would give false information. Let us be patient and wait a little longer," Chen Feng replied thoughtfully. They continued to wait. As the seconds ticked by, at 6 o'clock, a man dressed in a light red shirt approached, carrying a fishing rod and a bucket. This man was slightly balding and wore thick glasses, resembling the photograph displayed on the bulletin board. He arrived at the pond, found a spot, and settled down to prepare for fishing. Chen Feng did not rush. He waited until this Director Huang cast his line into the water before standing up to approach him. He greeted the balding middle-aged man. "Hello, Director Huang." The man, sitting at the fishing spot, looked up at Chen Feng. His gaze lingered on Chen Feng's face for a moment, and upon realizing he did not recognize him, he asked, "May I ask who you are?" "Oh, I am the manager of Shenzhen Fengyuan Trade. My name is Chen Feng," he replied, presenting his business card to Director Huang. After receiving and glancing at the card, Director Huang did not put it away but instead inquired, "What matter do you wish to discuss with me?" "I wish to place an order for some televisions produced by your esteemed factory. You may direct your orders to our marketing department without the need to approach me." Director Huang casually discarded Chen Feng's business card onto the ground and returned to his fishing. Faced with Huang's cold demeanor, Chen Feng had mentally prepared himself. "Director Huang, the quantity I require is quite substantial, hence my visit to you is more appropriate." "How substantial? 300, 500, or 1,000? Huang continued fishing, not lifting his gaze. 10,000 units per year, Chen Feng declared. Upon hearing the figure, Huang turned, astonished at Chen Feng. He had initially assumed this young man was merely seeking a few hundred units to negotiate a favorable price, perhaps even attempting to procure goods without any payment. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to him. However, the number Chen Feng presented left him genuinely surprised. "You said you need how many units?" Huang questioned, unable to believe his ears. "At least 10,000 units per year," Chen Feng reiterated, adding the word "at least" after a moment's consideration. Chapter 40, A Test. "You require 10,000 units? I must have misheard you. Can you truly handle such a volume?" Huang furrowed his brow, regarding Chen Feng skeptically. He found it hard to believe that this young man could manage to sell 10,000 units in a year, especially since their factory, Huoluo, only produced 80,000 units annually. This young man, who appeared to be under 25, was claiming a demand that would account for nearly 13 of Huoluo's annual output. Such an assertion seemed utterly preposterous. At that moment, Huang had already characterized Chen Feng as a charlatan. He had no desire to engage further and began to pack his fishing gear in preparation to leave. Noticing Huang's intent to depart, Chen Feng hastily interjected, "Director Huang, please allow me to finish. If you agree to sign an exclusive agency contract with us, granting Fengyuan Trading Company exclusive rights to represent your televisions, I assure you we will achieve a minimum of 10,000 units in a year." Huang, disinterested in Chen Feng's words, continued to gather his belongings. Chen Feng pressed on. The primary challenge facing our state-owned enterprises lies in their outdated traditional mindsets, which have caused a severe disconnect with the market, resulting in a significant loss of market share to imported appliances. The public's recognition of domestic appliances remains quite low. Huang began to retract his fishing rod. If we entrust market operations to agents, allowing them to engage in market warfare while the manufacturers focus on production quality, each fulfilling their respective roles, we can surely elevate a brand to success. Noticing Huang's deceleration in packing, Chen Feng seized the opportunity to elaborate. Since the reform and opening up, the demand for high-quality appliances among the populace has soared, revealing a considerable blue ocean market. Relying solely on imported brands is insufficient, as not everyone can afford them, thus offering a chance for domestic brands to shine. Many local brands already produce goods of commendable quality, but they lack adequate promotion, leading to persistent public skepticism. If a company were to establish a platform dedicated to selling high-quality domestic brands, accompanied by a commitment of a 7-day exchange policy and a 1-year warranty, do you believe the general public would be inclined to give domestic brands a chance? At this moment, Director Huang was completely captivated. Upon regaining his composure, he gazed at Chen Feng, who was also looking back at him. After a moment of contemplation, Director Huang sat down again and cast his fishing rod into the water. What you say is quite intriguing. I would like to hear more. Chen Feng recognized that this was his opportunity and took a seat to elaborate on his plan. As mentioned earlier, the primary flaw of state-owned enterprises is their severe disconnect from the market. Investing vast amounts of time and energy to forge a connection with the market often yields little reward and may not achieve the desired results. If there were a platform tasked with linking to the market, allowing factories merely to produce their goods for sale on this platform, which would not only handle promotion but also after-sales service, what do you think the chances of success would be? After listening, Director Huang scrutinized Chen Feng and remarked with a smile, I never expected you to possess such forward-thinking ideas at such a young age. He continued, I simply believe this is the trend of the times. In the struggle for existence, the fittest survive. Currently, due to demand, many manufacturers are thriving. But what will happen in a few years? Televisions are not fast-moving consumer goods. Typically, a household purchases one and expects it to last 7, 8, or even 10 years. As the market gradually becomes saturated, the home appliance sector will stagnate, leading to a price war. In such fierce competition, many struggling manufacturers will fall, leaving only a few strong contenders to dominate the market. Chen Feng's insights plunged Director Huang into deep thought. After a while, he raised his head to look at Chen Feng and inquired, Are you truly confident in selling 10,000 units within a year? If you grant me exclusive rights to the province, I am exceedingly confident that the sales will exceed that figure, Chen Feng replied. What do you mean by exclusive rights? Director Huang asked. The term seems somewhat advanced for the present context. Exclusive rights mean that within this province, I would be the sole entity permitted to operate the color televisions from your Lihua factory. This would allow me to coordinate all resources effectively. A unified and coordinated team is far superior to a disorganized one, don't you think? After listening, Director Huang remained silent. He rose, reeled in his fishing rod, and stated, Let us meet in my office tomorrow at 9:30. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng felt immense joy. Director Huang smiled at Chen Feng and remarked, You've stirred a bit of chaos in my mind, to the point that I've lost my focus on fishing. I will be punctual for our meeting tomorrow. Chen Feng replied. Director Huang departed with his fishing gear and bucket. Zhang Weiwei approached and asked, How did it go? He has asked us to discuss things in his office tomorrow. That is wonderful. A look of delight spread across Zhang Weiwei's face. Chen Feng, I have a question, he said. Ask away, Chen Feng responded cheerfully, ready to answer any query. We have plenty of alternative television manufacturers. Why are you so certain about Lihua? Because Lihua is a well-known brand, he replied. Oh. Zhang Weiwei gazed at Chen Feng in confusion. Consider this. If we were to establish a chain of home appliance stores, would we be able to attract consumers without 1 or 2 renowned brands? Indeed, that is a valid point, Zhang Weiwei replied thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. Let us go. I am quite hungry and wish to dine. What shall we eat? Zhang Weiwei inquired excitedly upon hearing about the meal. Fish. The following day, Chen Feng and Zhang Weiwei proceeded as promised to Director Huang's office. Situated on the upper floor of the marketing department, the office was rather unremarkable, containing merely a desk, 2 guest chairs, and a coffee table. However, the large bookshelf behind the director left a strong impression on Chen Feng. as it was filled with books on marketing. "Please have a seat. I will prepare some tea for you," Director Huang said as he rose to pour tea from a kettle. "No need, we are not thirsty," they replied. As guests, one must offer tea regardless. Director Huang placed a small handful of tea leaves into the white porcelain cups before adding hot water. Chen Feng and Zhang Weiwei expressed their gratitude. Once Director Huang completed this task, he returned to his seat. "You are Chen Feng, correct?" "Yes, I am Chen Feng," he affirmed with a nod. "I discussed your proposal from yesterday with the factory director. He regards it with great significance, seeing it as a remarkable endeavor for reform. It is worth a try? So I am pleased to inform you that our factory is willing to accept your company as the exclusive agent for our Hualei television factory in Hunan province." Upon hearing this news, both Chen Feng and Zhang Weiwei displayed expressions of delight. However, there are conditions. Chen Feng sensed that the matter was not so straightforward. He composed himself and inquired, "What are the conditions?" "We will conduct an assessment of your performance. Only upon passing this assessment will we formally grant you the exclusive agency rights for Hunan province. The assessment period is 1 month, during which you must deliver 1,000 units to meet our performance criteria. If you cannot achieve this quantity within the month, the discussion will be moot." Upon hearing Director Huang's assessment conditions, Chen Feng and Zhang Weiwei exchanged glances, and with unwavering confidence, Chen Feng replied, "No problem. Furthermore, until you become our exclusive agent, every shipment must be paid for in full. Once you are appointed as an agent, you may pay 50% upfront, with the remaining 50% settled monthly." "That is acceptable," Chen Feng nodded, recognizing that this requirement was not excessive. Director Huang regarded Chen Feng with a slight smile. "Of course, we shall not impose all burdens upon you. I have negotiated with the factory to grant you the first-level factory price, which is equivalent to the procurement price offered to major department stores. This is the lowest price available. I hope that you can excel in your endeavors." Chen Feng was taken aback by the significant good news brought forth by Director Huang. He expressed his gratitude, saying, "This is wonderful, Director Huang. Rest assured, I will strive to make this venture a resounding success." The cost price signifies volume of goods and, consequently, profit. Initially, Chen Feng had not intended to negotiate on the cost price, yet Director Huang had facilitated this reduction. He recalled Zhang Weiwei's words that Director Huang was likely to succeed the current factory director, though he still faced several formidable competitors, and thus, victory was not guaranteed. Thus, Chen Feng aimed to seize the opportunity presented by them. If his strategy proved effective, he could potentially augment the factory's sales by 15% within a year, securing his position as the factory manager with remarkable certainty. After discussing further details with Director Huang, Chen Feng received a business card bearing the name Zhou Xianrong, a competent member of the marketing department. In the future, should any issues arise, Zhou Xianrong would be available to assist Chen Feng in addressing them. After expressing his gratitude to Director Huang, Chen Feng and Zhang Weiwei departed from the Hualei television factory with satisfaction. Securing this major supplier signified that their chain store was already halfway toward success. There were still a few other manufacturers to negotiate with, although they were not as crucial. Yet discussions were necessary. 5 days later, Chen Feng visited all the manufacturers listed by him and Zhang Weiwei, finding them willing to supply goods for Chen Feng's home appliance chain store. After all, selling is selling, regardless of the buyer. Particularly, upon learning that Lehua television would also be featured in Chen Feng's chain store, subsequent negotiations went considerably smoother. These smaller appliance brands were eager to associate themselves with the reputable Lehua television, which still held considerable influence domestically. 2 days later, Boss Wang called to inform Chen Feng that his business license had been approved, and the store had been renovated and was ready for opening. On the first day of business, there was a grand celebration, and the atmosphere was electric. Upon receiving Boss Wang's notification, Chen Feng wasted no time in contacting various manufacturers for supplies. He ordered 300 units of Lehua televisions specifically for the opening. In addition to the televisions, he also procured refrigerators, washing machines, and a multitude of other products. It took 3 trips to transport all the goods, and only a day before the opening were all items prepared. The day prior to the opening, Chen Feng summoned all his staff to assist in Jingzhou City. Boss Wang also arranged for 7 or 8 employees, totaling over 20 individuals, to prepare for the grand opening ceremony. On May 20th, the first Fengyuan home appliance chain store exuberantly opened in Jinghai City. On the day of the inauguration, Boss Wang invited a relative of his director to cut the ribbon. Along with several prominent figures from Jinghai to lend their support, thereby enhancing the occasion's prestige, coupled with the resounding drums and the crackling of firecrackers. The event garnered considerable attention. The highlight of the day occurred when Boss Wang unveiled the grand opening promotional activity. The 18-inch Lihua television was offered at the astonishing price of 1,999 yuan each, igniting a surge of excitement among the attendees. It is noteworthy that this same television was retailing at 2,500 yuan in department stores. The initial price of 1,999 yuan represented a significant discount. Of course, Chen Feng's acquisition price was 1,500 yuan, allowing him to profit even at the reduced selling price. In addition to the Lihua television discounts, other appliances such as refrigerators, washing machines, and fans were also available at reduced prices. Furthermore, any appliances purchased at Feng Yuan would come with a 1-year warranty, covering any repairs free of charge unless damage was caused by human error. Additionally, customers spending over 1,000 yuan that day had the chance to enter a draw for a grand prize of 9,999 yuan. In an era where the common people had rarely witnessed such extravagant events, the spectacle was truly unforgettable. The launch of the event instantly ignited the atmosphere. Many passers-by, drawn in by the sight of an 18-inch Lihua television priced at only $19.99, hastened to withdraw cash for their purchase. Beyond the enthusiastic shoppers present, numerous individuals returned to share this news with family and friends. By 10:30 a.m., the store was teeming with people and virtually all appliances, from large televisions and refrigerators to small fans, were snatched up. Mr. Wang was compelled to continuously replenish stock from the warehouse. Despite his efforts, the demand exceeded supply. In a desperate measure, he decided to bring all available stock from the warehouse to the entrance, allowing customers to pay and take their items immediately. The scene was beyond merely bustling. It was truly overwhelming. Mr. Wang remarked that, after years in the appliance sales business, he had never witnessed such a frenzy. Chen Feng, too, was taken aback by the fervor of the consumers, which was undoubtedly tied to their strategy of low prices and high volume. By noon, 200 televisions had already sold from the warehouse, leaving only 100 remaining. At this rate, the day would surely conclude with all 300 televisions sold. Chen Feng promptly requested Mr. Wang to arrange several trucks for restocking, while he enlisted Xiao Wu and a few helpers, if they did not retrieve more stock promptly. The grand opening sale would be devoid of merchandise by the following day, inviting ridicule. The teams from both Mr. Wang and Chen Feng set off at noon, determined to work tirelessly through the night to return with goods by 8 the next morning. By 5 p.m., every item in the store and all the inventory in the warehouse had sold out. Nevertheless, many disappointed customers unwilling to leave were persuaded to return by Chen Feng's assurance that more stock would arrive the following day. At 6:30 p.m., in a private room of the finest restaurant in Shanghai City, Xianggui Lu, Mr. Wang, beaming with satisfaction, was on the phone. "Rest assured, Mr. Sun, we're old friends. I will prioritize your orders for the next shipment. You want 100 units, correct? And some refrigerators as well? No problem. I have plenty. Just place your order, and I will take care of the rest. Looking forward to our next team meeting." After hanging up, Mr. Wang turned to Chen Feng. "Elated, that's already the 5th order I've received, and they all want stock. Yet, I have barely enough for my own sales." Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan laughed over their tea. "Ah, Mr. Chen, your strategy is truly remarkable. I am genuinely impressed. I never anticipated that domestic appliances could be so popular. What an eye-opener." At that moment, a middle-aged woman in a brown suit and glasses entered and addressed Mr. Wang. "Boss, I have calculated today's figures. The total revenue amounts to Mr. Chen is not a stranger. Speak up." The woman cleared her throat and announced, "Today's revenue is 768,541 yuan, with a profit of 136,542 yuan. Upon hearing this figure, both Mr. Wang and Chen Feng were astounded. A profit of over 130,000 in a single day, all while running a promotional event with low prices. If one could earn 130,000 daily, that would amount to 3,900,000 in a month, over the span of a year. With 365 days, the figure would astonishingly exceed 17 million. At this moment, Mr. Wang found himself at a loss for words. With trembling hands, he lifted a glass of wine and raised it in salute, saying, "Mr. Chen, I toast to you. Everything is understood without the need for words." With that, Mr. Wang downed the wine in one gulp. During the meal, Chen Feng had already begun devising plans for a second chain store. The market in Hunan province was vast, with eager distributors in various counties awaiting opportunities. The annual sales of televisions could easily reach 10,000 units, if not more. As night fell, Director Huang was burning the midnight oil in his office, meticulously checking the day's order volume beneath the glow of a desk lamp. Since his tenure in the marketing department began, the shipping volume had indeed seen noticeable improvement. However, this modest advancement was insufficient to secure him the position of factory director. With less than 6 months remaining before the current director's retirement, he understood that if he did not seize this opportunity to achieve significant results, he would likely be surpassed by others. His competitors were formidable, one of whom was the nephew of a high-ranking official, rumored to have already established connections. Hence, he regarded the young man named Chen Feng, viewing this as a last-ditch effort to carve out some success. He had resolved that if Chen Feng could achieve 700 orders this month, even if he fell short of 1,000, he would find a way to assist him. 700 units a month would accumulate to 8,400 units in a year, which would significantly bolster his own record. As Director Huang perused the orders, fatigue began to set in. He removed his glasses and massaged his temples. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, halting at his office door. His capable assistant, Zhou Xianrong, stood breathless at the entrance. Director Huang frowned and admonished Zhou, "You're a grown man, yet you conduct yourself so recklessly." Zhou, still panting, struggled to articulate his words. "What is the matter?" Director Huang inquired, perplexed. After regaining his breath, Zhou replied, "Director, they have come again to demand goods." "Who?" "The one named Chen Feng has sent another truck for delivery." "What?" Director Huang exclaimed in astonishment. "Take me down to see." Zhou and Director Huang descended to the marketing department, where they encountered a large truck and a young man. Zhou approached the young man, saying, "Comrade Wu, this is our Director Huang." Upon seeing Director Huang, Wu stood at attention, exclaiming, "Hello, Director Huang." Huang surveyed the several trucks behind Wu and asked, "Are you here to pick up goods?" "Indeed," Wu replied. "What about the 300 televisions taken 2 days ago?" "They have sold out," Wu stated. "Sold out?" Director Huang felt incredulous upon hearing this. "Yes, they sold out. Our boss instructed us to come for another batch. By the way, here is the payment." Wu placed a sack he had been carrying onto the ground. "Our boss mentioned that this time we need to transport 300 units, and we anticipate returning for another trip tomorrow night." Director Huang, somewhat incredulous, questioned whether the young man before him was deceiving him. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Do you have any spare seats in your vehicle? I would like to accompany you on this journey." While there was indeed space, young Wu appeared hesitant, stating, "Our large truck is rather uncomfortable for passengers, and we must drive through the night to return. Can you withstand the bumpy ride? I insist on joining you." Director Huang asserted. He could not fathom that 300 televisions had sold out in a single day without witnessing it firsthand. Turning to Zhou Xianrong, he said, "Xiao Shou, I shall step out for a while. Please oversee tomorrow's tasks in my absence." "Very well," came the reply. "Let us depart and load the goods," Huang urged. With Director Huang's assistance, the truck was soon filled to capacity. Once loaded, the vehicle set forth towards Jingzhou City. Initially, Director Huang was fine. But as they hit the bumpy roads, he could no longer endure it and soon lost his dinner. After retching twice, he succumbed to slumber within the confines of the vehicle. Chapter 42. In 3 days, a profit of 300,000. Time seemed to slip away. And when Director Huang finally opened his bleary eyes, he discerned a figure calling his name. "Director Huang, are you all right?" The voice was familiar. Rubbing his eyes, he realized he had forgotten to wear his glasses, which he had removed the previous night. After a brief search, he found his spectacles and put them on. It was then that he recognized the person addressing him as Chen Feng. Glancing outside, he asked, "Where exactly are we?" Chen Feng smiled and replied, "We are in Jingzhou City, the very destination you intended to reach. Am I correct?" Oh, Huang remembered. Indeed, that was his purpose. The nausea from the previous night had caused him to forget. "If you are awake, you may want to step down. I have purchased breakfast for you," Chen Feng suggested. Upon disembarking from the truck, Huang noticed a long queue extending nearly 200 meters in front of a store. "What are all these people doing?" he inquired. "They are lining up to buy home appliances. I heard people started queuing as early as 3 in the morning," Chen Feng explained. It was then that Huang observed a large banner at the store's entrance advertising grand opening promotions, proclaiming that the 18-inch Hualu television was available for just $19.99, with a 1-year warranty. "Is this your initiative?" he asked. "Indeed. The public is quite enthusiastic. We sold out of 300 televisions by 3:30 yesterday afternoon. Thankfully, I dispatched Xiaowu to your factory for additional stock. Otherwise, we would have nothing to sell today, Chen Feng replied, handing Huang a bowl of congee. Here is your breakfast. Do have a bite. Huang waved his hand dismissively, responding, I am not hungry. Please, just a little. The store will open in 10 minutes, and I will be too busy to attend to you later, Chen Feng insisted. It's quite all right. You tend to your duties. I shall merely observe, Huang replied, wandering outside once more to survey the queue in the store's interior, as if caught in a dream. 10 minutes later, the store officially opened its doors. The crowd surged into the establishment, filling the modest space to capacity. People waved their banknotes, exclaiming, I want a Huoluo television, 2 of them. I want a Huoluo television as well. The crowd surged forward, jostling to place their orders at the payment counter. Director Huang observed the scene before him, feeling as though he were trapped in a dream. After a considerable time, he regained his composure. Approaching Chen Feng, who was busily collecting payments, he offered, Let me lend you a hand. You didn't sleep well last night due to motion sickness. Perhaps you should take a break. It's all right. I see that you seem a bit understaffed, so I will assist. He then addressed a middle-aged woman, saying, Madam, you wish to purchase a Huoluo television, correct? Please proceed to the payment here. Chen Feng said nothing, merely watching as Director Huang immersed himself in the bustling activity. They toiled until 1 o'clock, at which point things calmed down somewhat, as the televisions had sold out again. Director Huang gazed at the empty shelves, as well as the once full delivery truck outside, now devoid of stock. He had never anticipated that the televisions produced by his factory would be so in demand. It seemed that the young man had been correct. The factory's outdated practices had become too disconnected from the market. He resolved to compose a report to submit for the factory's review upon his return. Director Huang departed with the empty truck. Before leaving, he earnestly congratulated Chen Feng on passing his assessment, instructing him to find a less busy day next week to sign the exclusive agency contract at the factory. Initially, he had set a 1-month deadline for Chen Feng to sell 1,000 units to pass. Now, Chen Feng had sold 700 units in just 2 days. Despite the shortage of stock, if provided with adequate inventory, Director Huang dared not imagine how many units this young man could sell. This outing had indeed broadened Director Huang's horizons. Chen Feng and Zhang Yuan remained in Shanghai City to assist. After the 3-day promotional event, the price of the 18-inch televisions was raised from the discounted price of 1,999 yuan to 2,099 yuan, a mere 100 yuan increase. Even after the promotion, the store continued to thrive, averaging 200 television sales per day, which included not only retail but also orders from downstream distributors. After calculating the sales figures from the 3-day event, it was revealed that the store had sold 1,100 televisions, 750 refrigerators, 500 washing machines, and 1,500 fans, culminating in total sales of 3,250,000 yuan, yielding a profit of 610,000 yuan. Boss Wang was elated, unable to contain his joy. Although he had previously profited from reselling imported appliances, he typically completed only 1 transaction per week, earning around 100,000 yuan monthly. Now, he had made 610,000 yuan in just 3 days, translating to over 300,000 yuan for him according to the contract. The profit from those 3 days equaled his previous month's earnings, leaving him in disbelief. In the following days, Boss Wang took Chen Feng around Jingzhou City, wishing to forge a brotherly bond with him. By the 5th day, Chen Feng returned to Shenzhen City, leaving the operations in Jingzhou to Boss Wang. With the reputation of Feng Yuan appliances established, daily customers flocked to purchase appliances, prompting Boss Wang to consider opening a second store. As for Chen Feng, a monthly reconciliation of accounts would suffice. As he is the exclusive agent, all the goods he sells are transported from his side, and every month, Mr. Wang cannot conceal the number of appliances sold. Following the commencement of the battle in Jingzhou, Chen Feng can expect to profit effortlessly. Even if a store earns less than 15,000 in daily profits, with a modest 7 or 8,000, Chen Feng could accumulate nearly $1 million in profit each month. Subsequently, Chen Feng and Mr. Wang plan to open several more stores in Hunan province, focusing on several renowned prefecture-level cities. Mr. Wang has already begun discussions with potential partners, and Chen Feng awaits his updates. As for whether their paths will diverge due to conflicting interests in the future, that remains uncertain, at least for now. They are in a honeymoon phase, with vast markets in Hunan still awaiting exploration. Upon returning to Deep City, Chen Feng first signed the exclusive agency contract for Hunan province at the Hualu television factory. Director Huang placed great importance on this contract and even arranged for Chen Feng to meet the former factory director. The old director was quite amiable, engaging Chen Feng in casual conversation and inquiring about his romantic life. Upon learning that Chen Feng was single, he expressed a desire to introduce his granddaughter to him, which sent Chen Feng fleeing in fright. Upon returning to the company, Chen Feng began expanding operations. He first rented a larger office, as the original space was too cramped to accommodate a growing staff. Next, he hired a human resources manager and a financial manager to establish the HR and finance departments respectively. The business of Fengyuan trade would continue to broaden its scope, necessitating the hiring of more personnel. Currently, the company has over a dozen employees, and it would no longer be feasible for Chen Feng to personally handle payroll and social insurance contributions. As the company's finances grew, a dedicated finance office was also required for cohesive management. To facilitate future transportation needs, Chen Feng made a substantial investment in 3 large trucks, assembling a transportation fleet. Henceforth, all goods from Fengyuan appliances could be transported independently, eliminating the considerable costs associated with renting vehicles. After a week of diligent effort, he finally completed all these tasks. Just as he thought he could take a few days to rest, one morning, he inadvertently glanced at the calendar. April 30th. There was only one day left until May 1st. Chapter 43. To save or not to save. Tomorrow marks May 1st. This implies that the daughter of the Hong Kong tycoon, Li Weiyun, should already be in Deep City, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. This heiress is expected to be kidnapped by abductors 2 days later, who will, after receiving the ransom, eliminate her. The illustrious socialite from Hong Kong will meet her tragic end on May 1st. Chen Feng has indeed contemplated whether to intervene in this matter. With his chain of appliance stores already operational, he could simply continue expanding to various provinces without risking himself for a nebulous opportunity. Yet, to stand idly by and witness a vibrant life extinguish before him is undeniably cruel. After a night of reflection, Chen Feng ultimately resolved to take action. Even if his efforts proved futile, it would still be a matter of conscience. On the morning of April 30th, Chen Feng dialed the number of Shangjiang Longchengxing Trading Company from his office. The phone rang a few times before a man's voice responded. Hello. May I ask who this is? The other party spoke in Cantonese, which Chen Feng found difficult to comprehend, prompting him to switch to English. Hello. I am from Shenzhen Fengyuan Trading Company. I heard that Miss Li is in the mainland for project research, and I would like to arrange a meeting with her. Fengyuan Trading? I don't believe we have any prior collaboration, the man replied. Not previously, but we have considerable strength. Our stores are located in many parts of the country, with monthly sales exceeding 20 million. I believe Miss Li would be interested in us. Very well. Please leave your number, and I will inquire with her. If she is interested, she should give you a call. Okay. Chen Feng provided his number, and they concluded the call. After hanging up, he sat in his chair, feeling that he had done all he could. Now, he awaited a call from Miss Li. If she were to contact him, he would find a way to save her. If not, that would be her fate. Chen Feng had now entrusted his destiny to Miss Li. Following the phone call, Chen Feng began organizing the documents on his desk. Zhang Weiwei had already traveled to the neighboring province of Fujian for research, having arranged to meet with local business owners to prepare for the expansion of Fengyuan home appliances into Fujian. Zhang Weiwei had been absent from the company for several days. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was planning to open a larger home appliance chain store in Shenzhen, aiming to establish the reputation of Fengyuan home appliances in the industry. Chen Feng diligently worked in his office until 5:30 in the afternoon. As the workday concluded, employees gradually left the office. Chen Feng stretched, satisfied that he had completed a draft of his proposal. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the phone on his desk. Throughout the afternoon, it had remained silent. He sighed, realizing that perhaps he and Miss Li were not destined to connect. He stood up, intending to go downstairs for a pig trotter rice meal before returning to finish his remaining tasks. Just as he exited his office, the phone on his desk rang. He hurried back and picked up the receiver. Hello, who is this? A gentle woman's voice emerged from the other end. Is this Fengyuan Trading? Yes, this is Fengyuan Trading. Hello, I am Li Weiyun from Shangjiang Longchengxing Trading Company. Upon hearing her name, Chen Feng inexplicably felt a sense of relief wash over him. He thought to himself, thankfully. She called. Hello, Miss Li. You must be Mr. Chen Feng? Yes, that's me. I was the one who called your company today. Hello, Mr. Chen. I have heard from my colleagues that your company is interested in collaborating with us. Indeed. I have been informed by industry acquaintances that Miss Li is conducting project inspections in the mainland, and as our company is currently expanding its operations, I thought it would be an opportune moment to explore potential collaboration. Chen Feng articulated the words he had long considered. Let us meet tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon at the CAF on the first floor of the Swan Hotel. We can discuss matters there. The Swan Hotel is the finest establishment in Yacheng, one of the few five-star hotels in the country, favored by many businessmen from Hong Kong. Very well. I shall arrive on time. Then, Mr. Chen, until tomorrow. Until tomorrow. After terminating the call, Chen Feng's thoughts began to spiral into confusion. He had arranged to meet this Miss Li, yet he pondered how to contend with the gangsters. Qin Weiguo was certainly to accompany him. But bringing others would be overly conspicuous. Who conducts business with a retinue of a dozen individuals? It would inevitably raise suspicions of collusion with the kidnappers. After much deliberation, Chen Feng resolved to attend the meeting with Qin Weiguo alone. With the formidable presence of Qin Weiguo, a warrior of exceptional skill, he felt assured of his protection. With this in mind, Chen Feng picked up the phone and dialed Qin Weiguo's mobile. Now that he had wealth, he had also equipped Qin Weiguo with a mobile phone for convenience in communication. After a series of rings, the call connected, and Qin Weiguo's deep voice resonated through the line. What is it? Oh, it's about this. Tomorrow, I need to discuss a business deal at the Swan Hotel, and I would like you to accompany me. All right. Perhaps you should bring something for self-defense. Self-defense? Qin Weiguo was puzzled as to why one would require such measures for a business meeting. Given the current chaos in society, we have made numerous enemies lately. It is said that our successful business dealings in Xiong province have angered a certain crime lord who has threatened to break my legs. Thus, I urge you to bring some means of protection. Chen Feng fabricated an excuse. After a moment of silence on the other end, Qin Weiguo simply responded with an Fortunately, he harbored no doubts, placing complete trust in Chen Feng's words. Once the call ended, Chen Feng went downstairs for a meal of pig's trotter rice. Returning to the office, he found himself restless, unable to concentrate on his work. Ultimately, he set aside his tasks and chose to return home to rest. Perhaps due to his troubled mind, he struggled to find sleep. That night, Chen Feng tossed and turned in bed, finally succumbing to slumber at 3 in the morning. When he awoke the next day, it was already 10 o'clock. He hastily dressed, brushed his teeth, and washed his face before heading out. Upon arriving at the company, he signed a few documents. The Human Resources Department had hired several new employees who required onboarding, and the finance office had a few accounts needing reimbursement signatures. Since the company's inception, a myriad of trifles had accumulated. By noon, feeling fatigued, Chen Feng rested his head on his desk for a brief nap. He slept until 2 o'clock, when Qin Weiguo arrived and gently shook him awake. Glancing at the clock on the desk, Chen Feng noted the time and realized he needed to depart. His appointment with Miss Li Weiyun was at 3:30. If he left now, he would arrive at the Swan Hotel just around 3 o'clock. Chen Feng was uncertain if, in this rebirth, he could avert the impending tragedy. Chapter 44. Discussing cooperation. The Swan Hotel, established by the renowned businessman Mr. Hua from Hong Kong, is one of the rare five-star hotels in the country. It is not merely in the depths of the city, but rather in the charming city of Yangqing. Traveling along the highway, it takes half an hour to arrive. Once business was on the right track, Zhang Weiwei suggested purchasing a vehicle, as he frequently needed to go out for meetings. And it was not feasible for Chen Feng to always ride his motorcycle. Moreover, with the company's daily profits reaching tens of thousands, acquiring a car was a trivial matter. Ultimately, Chen Feng and Zhang Weiwei decided to buy a Santana, the most popular model of the era. Qin Weiguo, who could drive, was appointed as the chauffeur for this outing. At 3:10, Chen Feng arrived at the Swan Hotel. Standing at the entrance, he gazed upon the imposing structure. In his previous life, Chen Feng had visited the Swan Hotel, but the 2024 version appeared considerably more antiquated than the newly constructed one he remembered. It bore the marks of history. Chen Feng retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Li Yueyun's number. After a brief moment, the call connected. Hello, a languid voice, likely just awakened, greeted him from the other end. The sound of Li Yueyun's voice indicated that the kidnappers had not yet arrived. Hello, Miss Li, this is Chen Feng. We arranged to meet yesterday. Oh, hello. We agreed on 3:30 this afternoon. I've already arrived and wanted to let you know in advance. I'm unsure if it is convenient for you to meet now. Please wait for me in the lobby on the first floor. I will be down shortly. All right. Chen Feng described his location and attire, then remained in the lobby with Qin Weiguo, awaiting her descent. Approximately 10 minutes later, a young woman with long hair, dressed in a black silk blouse and casual pants, approached with a smile. She appeared to be around 22 or 23, roughly Chen Feng's age. Her features were striking, purportedly inherited from her Portuguese mother, and she wore light makeup that accentuated her beauty. Furthermore, her prestigious lineage set her apart, and her presence radiated a unique elegance as she approached. "May I inquire if you are Mr. Chen Feng?" "Miss Li, hello. Here is my business card." Chen Feng rose and handed her a card. Li Weiyun glanced at the card and extended her hand, smiling. "Mr. Chen, it is a pleasure to meet you." Chen Feng shook her hand, and Li Weiyun took a seat opposite him. Her gaze initially fell on Qin Weiguo beside Chen Feng. In a hurried explanation, Chen Feng clarified, "This is our deputy manager who has accompanied me. He is involved in some foreign trade matters, hence his presence." In truth, Qin Weiguo was not a deputy manager, but rather Chen Feng's bodyguard, prepared for any unusual circumstances that might arise. However, bringing a bodyguard to a business meeting at a hotel felt rather incongruous, so Chen Feng fabricated an identity for Qin Weiguo. Surprised by this introduction, Qin Weiguo merely smiled at Li Weiyun, recognizing that Chen Feng must have had his reasons. Putting aside her earlier doubts, Li Weiyun settled in and began to discuss business with Chen Feng. "Mr. Chen, I conducted a brief inquiry into your company, Feng Yuan Trading, and discovered that your recent business endeavors have been quite prosperous. It seems you have secured several agency agreements with manufacturers and even opened a store in Xiang province, with aspirations for expansion into other provinces. I did not anticipate that Miss Li would be so well informed. However, these are merely small transactions in comparison to Miss Li." "My accomplishments pale in significance," Chen Feng remarked with a smile. Indeed, Chen Feng is currently experiencing a remarkable momentum. The fact that the other party reached out to him indicates that they have thoroughly reviewed his credentials and deem him a formidable candidate for collaboration. Otherwise, Miss Li Yuyun would likely not have contacted him for a meeting. This Miss Li Yuyun's company is also actively seeking to expand into the mainland market, necessitating capable business partners. "Mr. Chen, do not be overly modest. Achieving such results at your young age is quite an impressive feat. You flatter me, Miss Li. By the way, Mr. Chen, your company reached out to us expressing interest in a meeting to discuss potential collaboration. I am curious about the specifics of this proposed partnership." Miss Li Yuyun steered the conversation toward the matter at hand. "Our current focus is on expanding in the home appliance market, primarily dealing with domestic brands. Once we have established our stores in several other provinces, we plan to introduce some high-end brands as a complement. Since your company specializes in trade and possesses considerable strength, I would like to explore whether you would be interested in discussing a partnership." Chen Feng articulated his plans. He indeed intends to introduce imported brands, as advancing from a home appliance chain to a supermarket is the next logical step. Given that it is a supermarket, offering only mid to low-end products would be insufficient. High-end products would serve as an excellent complement. After Chen Feng outlined his plans, Li Yuyun pondered for a moment and inquired, "What market share do you anticipate achieving within a year, Mr. Chen?" "At least 200 million. Chen Feng responded with his figure. Currently, his store in Jingzhou generates approximately 50 in daily revenue, and domestic home appliances could easily yield 200 million in annual sales. Thus, achieving 200 million in imported home appliance sales should not pose a problem." Hearing Chen Feng's projection, Li Yuyun was somewhat taken aback, aware of her skepticism. Chen Feng retrieved a document from his briefcase and handed it to Li Yuyun, stating, "Here are some sales data from our Jingzhou store. You may review it." He understood that merely claiming the figure of 200 million would not inspire belief, so he brought the sales records from the previous week at the Jingzhou location. Li Yuyun accepted the document and meticulously perused it. Approximately 5 minutes later, she concluded her review. "Mr. Chen, I am now completely convinced of your capability to achieve 200 million in imported home appliance sales within a year. If we were to collaborate, the synergy between our respective strengths could indeed ignite a remarkable spark." If the previous discussions were merely exploratory, Li Yuyun has now genuinely begun to entertain the idea of partnering with Chen Feng. Particularly, the chain store model he has developed is remarkably forward-thinking and ambitious, and the fact that he has succeeded is crucial. Li Yuyun had also conducted her due diligence on Chen Feng, which is why she agreed to meet with him. Her visit to the mainland this time is driven by the desire to find a trustworthy partner to explore the domestic market. Her father entrusted the management of this trading company to her, and she is determined to achieve results that will make him proud. Should she successfully forge a partnership with the young man before her, Mr. Chen Feng, it could yield an annual revenue of no less than 200 million, with profits reaching at least 30 million. This young man indeed appears to be an exceptional collaborator. Chapter 45. A moment of carelessness. Mr. Chen, to be frank, I am quite intrigued by your plan and would like to discuss the potential for further collaboration. How about we find a place to sit down and enjoy a meal while we talk? Chen Feng's immediate concern was to escort Li Weiyun out of the Swan Hotel. As long as she remained inside, the kidnappers would be unable to locate her, thus averting the possibility of a kidnapping. After a brief contemplation, Li Weiyun smiled and replied, "Sure, there's a restaurant here that serves decent food. Why not dine there?" This place? Chen Feng hesitated before inquiring, Western cuisine or Chinese? Western cuisine. Ah. I'm rather unsophisticated when it comes to Western food. I particularly dislike undercooked beef, as it tends to upset my stomach. Chen Feng fabricated a reason, his sole intention being to lead Li Weiyun out of the Swan Hotel, leaving everything else negotiable. Noticing Chen Feng's fastidiousness and his disdain for Western cuisine, Li Weiyun could not help but frown, finding his demeanor somewhat lacking in grace. Before embarking on her business venture in the mainland, she had heard of the business environment here, where many prominent figures were uneducated and rather uncouth, displaying average qualities. Very well, let us opt for Chinese cuisine then. I suggest we go to Yangqing Restaurant, Li Weiyun proposed. Yangqing Restaurant is a renowned establishment in the city, known for its respectable ambience and focus on Chinese dishes. All right, Yangqing it is, Chen Feng acquiesced. As long as Li Weiyun was willing to leave the Swan Hotel, he was amenable to any culinary choice. I'll just change into something else and be right down. Please wait for me, Li Weiyun said as she stood up. Sure, Chen Feng nodded. With that, she took the elevator upwards. While Chen Feng was engaged in business discussions with Li Weiyun, Qin Weiguo, feeling somewhat out of place, glanced around in boredom. I apologize. I fabricated an identity for you earlier because I feared others might misinterpret things, he said. Not a problem. I've never been to such grand hotels before. So it's a good opportunity to broaden my horizons. What grand hotel? It's just average, Chen Feng replied. Having visited Dubai, he found the Burj Al Arab to be far more opulent. That's because you are accustomed to the industry and have seen the world. We, however, have either been in the countryside or the military, far removed from such scenes. Qin Weiguo paused before adding, by the way, I noticed a few soldiers entering earlier. Soldiers? I didn't see anyone in uniform, Chen Feng responded, puzzled. That's because they were in civilian clothes. You see, those who have served carry themselves differently. Their right hands tend to hang lower, a reflex for drawing a weapon in case of danger, Qin Weiguo explained. Upon hearing this, a sudden realization struck Chen Feng. Oh no, the kidnappers. Chen Feng immediately stood up and said to Qin Weiguo, let us go upstairs and see if Miss Li is all right. Without questioning the reason, Qin Weiguo followed suit. Within the military, soldiers are trained to obey orders without inquiry, a trait that still resided within him. Chen Feng approached the hotel reception and addressed the receptionist. Greetings, I am a friend of Miss Li Weiyun. I was just conversing with her downstairs, and she seems to have left something behind. Could you kindly inform me of her room number? Please hold on, let me check, the receptionist replied. After a moment, she said, oh, she is staying in room 2115. In the year 2024, one would rarely be able to ascertain a guest room number at a five-star hotel, as this pertains to personal privacy. However, it was the 1980s, a time shortly after the opening up of the country, when the concept of privacy was still nebulous to the populace. Furthermore, the training of hotel staff was likely in its infancy. Consequently, it was effortless for Chen Feng to acquire Li Weiyun's room number. Thank you. He expressed his gratitude to the receptionist before leading Qin Weiguo towards the elevator. They swiftly ascended to the 21st floor. Upon exiting the elevator, they noticed a Westerner waiting for the lift, pushing a large suitcase. As Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo stepped out, the Westerner cast a vigilant glance in their direction. Qin Weiguo merely acknowledged him with a fleeting glance, feigning indifference. The Westerner entered the elevator, which then slowly closed its doors. This individual, having served in the military, exhibited a gait distinct from that of ordinary people. Chen Feng pulled out his mobile phone and dialed Li Weiyun's number. After several rings, there was no answer. Chen Feng quickly turned to Qin Weiguo, saying, Miss Li's phone is unreachable. She may have been abducted, likely concealed within that suitcase. Can we intercept that Westerner? Qin Weiguo glanced at the elevator, which had already descended to the 15th floor. He noticed a nearby emergency exit. We should give it a try, he responded. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Weiguo swiftly darted into the emergency exit, with Chen Feng following closely behind. Observing as Qin Weiguo ran down to the ground floor with the agility reminiscent of parkour in television shows. Meanwhile, Chen Feng hastened down the corridor, locating room 2115 according to the door number. He knocked and called out, "Is Miss Li there?" Receiving no reply, he knocked again, and to his surprise, the door swung open. It appeared that the intruders had left in haste, neglecting to close the door. Upon entering, he was met with disarray. Li Yueyun's high-heeled shoes lay scattered on the floor, confirming that the Westerner was indeed the kidnapper. Despite the meticulous planning, a flaw had emerged. Chen Feng exited the room and hurried to the elevator, taking a different lift down. Inside the elevator where the suitcase-pushing Westerner had entered, he wore a relaxed grin. "Brother San, how much do you think we can extort from that wealthy magnate this time?" A tall, slender young man inquired of a slightly shorter man dressed in a suit beside him. "1 million should suffice," replied the man in the suit. "Only 1 million? Are you aware of the billionaire's fortune? It's in the billions. We are merely asking for 1 million, which is far too little." A round-faced man with a long, middle-parted hairstyle cast a disdainful glance at them. "What about 2 million? Inquired a tall, slender young man tentatively. "Brother, how much do you think we should request from that billionaire?" The man in the suit asked the one pushing the suitcase, who appeared to be in his 30s. Dressed in a white shirt and wearing glasses, exuding an air of scholarly refinement, reminiscent of a high school teacher. 10 million, the bespectacled man stated plainly. 10 million. My heavens, we could return to the countryside, buy a house, and marry. The young man's imagination began to wander towards a promising future. The elevator descended to the ground floor with a chime. The doors opened to reveal a man of average height and exceedingly ordinary appearance, sporting the most common buzz cut. He exhaled deeply and remarked, "Fortunately, I made it in time." The refined middle-aged man recognized this individual as someone he had seen on the 21st floor. In the next moment, a sense of alarm struck him, prompting him to reach for his weapon. Qin Weiguo had already taken the initiative, rushing into the elevator. Chapter 46, A Successful Rescue. Upon entering the elevator, Qin Weiguo seized the head of the man in the suit and forcefully slammed it against the elevator wall. With a resounding thud, the suited man collapsed. The young man beside him, witnessing his companion's fall, lunged at Qin Weiguo, attempting to choke him. Qin Weiguo swiftly grasped his fingers and applied pressure, accompanied by the sharp sound of bones snapping and a scream of agony. 2 fingers on each of the young man's hands were broken. The round-faced man and the bespectacled man, sensing the dire situation, drew their daggers and lunged at Qin Weiguo. They moved in perfect unison, one attacking from the left and the other from the right, effectively blocking Qin Weiguo's escape routes. However, Qin Weiguo executed a nimble sidestep, effortlessly evading their coordinated assault. He aimed a kick at the bespectacled man, but to his surprise, the man managed to dodge it. It was a rare occasion for Qin Weiguo to miss entirely. The bespectacled man demonstrated considerable skill. Meanwhile, the round-faced man's dagger came lunging towards Qin Weiguo once more. Qin Weiguo seized the round-faced man's arm, delivering a swift kick to his armpit. A pained scream echoed as the round-faced man fell to the ground, dislocated and incapacitated. The dagger clattered to the floor. Witnessing the swift defeat of his 3 companions, the bespectacled man realized that Qin Weiguo's close combat prowess was nearly unparalleled. He promptly drew a gun, aiming it at the suitcase on the floor, threatening, "Don't come any closer. If you do, I will kill her." The gun was not pointed at Qin Weiguo, but rather at the suitcase beside him, for in the confined space of the elevator, a shot aimed at Qin Weiguo could easily result in a ricochet. The bullet ricocheted within the confines of the elevator, posing a significant risk to one's own comrades. In television and film, scenes often depict gunfire within enclosed spaces, a notion that appears exceedingly foolish to those who have experienced the realities of gunfire. Seasoned soldiers would seldom engage in such reckless behavior in cramped quarters. However, when he aimed his weapon at the suitcase, the situation shifted. The inanimate object would cause the bullet to bounce unpredictably upon entry. As the adversary brandished his firearm menacingly, Qin Weiguo hesitated to advance. Realizing that if the bespectacled man fired at the suitcase, Li Weiyun inside would surely meet a tragic fate. Observing Qin Weiguo's reluctance, the assailant's tension eased slightly. He coldly remarked, "You've served in the military as well? Haven to you? My brother, I merely seek a path to wealth. Why must you force me into a corner? There are more appropriate means to pursue riches. Lower your weapon, and we can still resolve this amicably." Qin Weiguo, unfamiliar with the art of persuasion, felt compelled to appeal to the former soldier's better judgment, hoping to guide him towards redemption. "It's too late for that. The country has no need for us any longer. We have all served honorably on the battlefield, yet they offer us a pittance, expecting us to simply fade away. How are we to survive?" The bitterness in the bespectacled man's words was palpable. Hearing this, Qin Weiguo's resolve wavered. He, too, had been dismissed and understood the profound sense of helplessness that accompanied leaving the military, especially with a gravely ill mother to care for. At that moment, a voice interjected. Enough of this nonsense. As men, with hands and feet, as long as one is diligent and earnest, there is no reason to starve. The speaker was Chen Feng, who had descended the elevator. Approaching Qin Weiguo, adrenaline coursing through him, he no longer felt fear. You were once soldiers, revered by the public as guardians. Reflect on the affection you once received from the people. After years of service, do you truly lack a moral compass? What do you know? We are merely robbing the rich to aid the poor, the bespectacled man retorted. In truth, he was merely indulging his own desires, cloaking them in a facade of righteousness. Considering himself a hero, it is precisely because of foreign investments and factories that the populace gains more employment opportunities, rather than toiling in obscurity. The nation's industry requires fresh sources of profit for societal advancement. Yet, instead of adapting to the times, you blame fate for your misfortunes. I must ask, what do you think you're doing? Chen Feng, fired up, unleashed his tirade. The bespectacled man, chastened, could not meet his gaze. Sensing a flicker of remorse, Chen Feng continued, you are heroes of battle. You should not stray from the righteous path. You cannot escape now. Lay down your weapons. It is not too late. I will inform the police that you are surrendering, and we can negotiate for a reduced sentence. Meanwhile, the hotel lobby had been evacuated, and a cadre of 7 or 8 security personnel, armed with batons, encircled the scene. Outside, the wail of police sirens pierced the air. Chen Feng had called the authorities as he descended, and they had swiftly responded. The Swan Hotel, a venue of considerable importance, hosted foreign dignitaries and merchants. Thus, the police acted promptly following Chen Feng's report. As the sirens blared in the distance, the gravity of the situation deepened. The bespectacled man realized he could not escape. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately relinquished his firearm and raised his hands in surrender. Upon witnessing this act of capitulation, Chen Feng exhaled in relief. Qin Weiguo instructed the bespectacled man and his accomplices to exit the elevator and line up against the wall, awaiting the arrival of the police. Chen Feng hurriedly approached and opened the large suitcase. Inside, he discovered Li Yueyun bound hand and foot, her mouth taped shut, her hair disheveled, and her eyes swollen from tears. Chen Feng swiftly untied the ropes binding her limbs and tore away the tape covering her mouth. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Li Yueyun embraced Chen Feng and began to weep. He gently patted her back, reassuring her that all was well and that there was no need for fear. It was only natural for a young girl to feel terror after enduring such a harrowing experience. Her tears were a cathartic release of pent-up emotions. At that moment, a squad of armed police burst in, surrounding them with the barrels of numerous firearms aimed at each individual. Chen Feng quickly clarified, the assailants are over there. This man has surrendered. We were merely assisting in the rescue. The head of the hotel security team rushed over to corroborate, Officer Huang. The criminals are those standing against the wall. These two were instrumental in the rescue. The commanding officer, a tall man with a square jaw reminiscent of northern warriors, surveyed the scene before declaring, take them in for questioning. You two will accompany us as well. The you two referred to Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo. Thus, both were taken back to the police station alongside the captors for interrogation. Upon arrival, Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo were separated for individual statements. Chen Feng recounted the events truthfully, of course omitting any mention of his foresight regarding Li Yueyun's abduction. It was all mere coincidence. They had come from Deep City to conduct business with Li Yueyun, but found themselves unexpectedly embroiled in a rescue. The simplicity of the matter was evident. Although there were elements of chance involved, without evidence linking Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo to the criminals, their release was assured. After providing their statements, it was already past 9 in the evening. Instead of being released, however, they found themselves detained. The police informed them that the interrogation was not yet complete, and thus they could not leave. Consequently, they were each placed in solitary confinement, a precaution taken in light of the serious nature of the case. To prevent any collusion in their testimonies, Chen Feng gazed at the small holding cell, bracing himself for a night spent within the precinct's confines. At that moment, a police officer opened the door and called out, Chen Feng. Present, he replied, rising immediately. Come with me. As he stepped out, the officer promptly removed the handcuffs binding him. Am I being released? What about my friend? Chen Feng inquired. No more questions. Our chief wants to see you. Just follow me, the officer replied impatiently. After walking a few paces, Chen Feng spotted Qin Weiguo emerging as well, accompanied by another officer. The officer, upon seeing them, remarked, You can hand them over to me. Once they have met with the chief, they are free to go. Understood. Another police officer was reluctant to go. Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo were escorted to the director's office. Inside the office sat an imposing figure, a middle-aged man with graying temples, clad in a police uniform. He was the director, surnamed Zhou. Beside him sat a younger man, wearing glasses and a white shirt, who was the director of the city's investment office, surnamed Xiao. Opposite them were a man and a woman. The woman was Li Yueyan, and next to her was a distinguished middle-aged man. Not particularly tall, but dressed in an elegant branded casual suit. Those familiar with reports from Hong Kong would recognize him as the renowned tycoon, Li Jiaxing. In light of such a significant incident, Li Jiaxing had rushed over from Hong Kong without hesitation. Director Xiao glanced at Director Zhou, who understood his intent and spoke, "Mr. Li, I have briefed you on the case earlier, so I shall refrain from reiterating. However, during our preliminary interrogation of the suspects today, it became evident that this is not a simple kidnapping case. According to the criminal Cheng Dalong, they were commissioned by individuals from Hong Kong for $2 million to carry out this act, and the whereabouts of your daughter were divulged by those same individuals. According to their original plan, after kidnapping your daughter, they would demand a ransom, and upon receiving it, they intended to kill her, subsequently demanding an additional $3 million. Upon hearing this, Li Weiyun gasped and clutched Li Jiaxing's arm. He gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders, offering comfort with a light pat. The individuals who hired the criminals were reportedly from Hong Kong, specifically orchestrated by a major gang there. Due to jurisdictional constraints, our mainland police are unable to assist in investigating the masterminds in Hong Kong, for which I sincerely apologize. Director Zhou, I am immensely grateful for the information you have provided. I will hire a private investigator to look into this matter, Li Jiaxing replied solemnly. Director Xiao interjected, Mr. Li, you must understand that this case is not merely a local security issue. It appears to be a targeted attack against your daughter. They simply chose to act here in the mainland. Rest assured, the business environment here is safe and reliable, and our city places great importance on foreign and port investments. Director Xiao, I understand. The planned projects will remain unchanged, and I have great faith in the mainland market. Li Jiaxing's words undoubtedly reassured Director Xiao, as the investment from Hong Kong was crucial to his political achievements. Thus, he had accompanied Li Jiaxing throughout his visit to the city. By the way, what about the two individuals who saved my daughter? I have already arranged for them to be brought here. They should arrive shortly, Director Zhou replied. I have also looked into them. They are indeed unrelated to this case. The criminals do not even recognize them, and one of them, named Chen Feng, is the owner of a trading company called Feng Yuan in the city, which has been flourishing lately, making it unnecessary for him to take such risks for money. I understand. I merely wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to both of them in person. Were it not for their timely intervention, my precious daughter Li Jiaxing would undoubtedly have faced dire consequences. With a sigh, I acknowledge that without Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo's assistance, Li Weiyun would have indeed perished at the hands of those kidnappers. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Everyone turned to see a police officer accompanied by Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo standing at the entrance. Report, Director. Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo have been brought in, the officer announced, standing at attention as he relayed the information. Let them in, I instructed. You may enter, the officer said to Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo. Upon entering, they surveyed the room, finding no one familiar apart from Li Weiyun. The man present stood up and extended his hands to Chen Feng, expressing his gratitude. I am Li Jiaxing. Thank you both for saving my daughter. I cannot repay such a great kindness, but should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I shall certainly help. Mr. Li, you are too kind. It was merely a small effort on our part, Chen Feng replied modestly. Were it not for you, my daughter would surely. Li Jiaxing began, trailing off. I understand you are here to discuss a potential collaboration? He inquired. We intend to engage with a partner from Xinjiang to expand the high-end domestic home appliance market, Chen Feng replied candidly. Very well, during these next few days, you and Yuezun can negotiate the terms. I will ensure she offers you the best conditions, Li Jiaxing proposed. That sounds splendid, Chen Feng responded joyfully. Having not only saved a life, but also established a connection with Li Jiaxing, he felt his trip to Yangcheng was indeed worthwhile. I have an important business meeting tomorrow and must return to Xinjiang tonight. Otherwise, I would have invited you all to dinner. As for the meal, let Yuyun take care of that, he added. Not to worry, you attend to your matters, I assured him. Li Jiaxing then turned to Li Weiyun. Lisa, I leave this matter in your capable hands. I will head back to Xinjiang tonight, and Uncle Ma will remain with you. Understood, Daddy, Li Weiyun replied. As Chen Feng glanced at Li Weiyun, their eyes met momentarily before she quickly averted her gaze, deliberately avoiding his stare. She recalled how she had thrown herself into this man's embrace, weeping for quite some time after being rescued. The memory made her cheeks flush with warmth. Chapter 47. A 5 million investment. Upon exiting the police station, it was already 11:30 at night. Chen Feng politely declined Director Zhou's offer to arrange for someone to escort him to the hotel. I've had my fill of riding in police cars. I have no intention of experiencing that again, he thought. Chen Feng planned to remain in Yangcheng for another day, having scheduled a meeting with Li Weiyun to discuss the details of their collaboration. In truth, his primary purpose for this visit had been to save a life. The business partnership was merely a secondary consideration. Li Jiasheng expressed his utmost sincerity in collaborating with Chen Feng. Chen Feng's attitude towards Li Jiasheng was not one of believing that the latter's gratitude for saving his daughter was the sole motivation. Rather, it was evident that a significant part of the reasoning lay in Chen Feng being an exceptional partner for collaboration. The burgeoning home appliance chain brand had a guaranteed turnover of 200 million a year, a fact that would undoubtedly command the respect of someone like Li Jiasheng. In the realm of business, those who achieve such success are invariably astute individuals. Had Chen Feng been an ordinary person, it is likely that the wealthy Li would have merely handed him a sum of tens of thousands to express his thanks, without any need for a face-to-face acknowledgement. In the business world, Chen Feng maintained a clear mindset, refusing to be misled by appearances. Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo first took a taxi back to the Swan Hotel to retrieve their vehicle, which was parked there. After acquiring the car, they drove into the city to find a late-night food stall, indulging in a delightful supper. After the day's myriad of events, Chen Feng had not truly enjoyed a meal, as the food provided by the police station left much to be desired. After satisfying their hunger, the two casually sought out a reasonably decent inn for a good night's sleep. Although Chen Feng could afford the Swan Hotel, with its daily rates in the hundreds, he felt a tinge of reluctance to spend so much. The following day, Chen Feng returned to the Swan Hotel. Li Weiyun had arranged to meet him for lunch at noon, where they would converse over their meal. The hotel's Western restaurant was renowned, not only in the Pearl River Delta, but across the nation, frequently hosting foreign dignitaries and business people, with professional Western chefs on staff. Upon entering the restaurant, Chen Feng spotted Li Weiyun seated by the window. Yesterday, she had her hair styled up, but today it cascaded down in gentle waves, complementing her exquisite mixed-race features. One could easily believe she was a model gracing the cover of a fashion magazine. Chen Feng couldn't help but marvel at how the affluent of Hong Kong had a penchant for enhancing their genetic lineage by choosing strikingly beautiful partners. Their wives were often stunning, or they would marry foreigners, which resulted in many second-generation wealthy individuals from Hong Kong possessing striking appearances. When Li Weiyun noticed Chen Feng's arrival, she slightly raised her hand, indicating her presence. Chen Feng approached and sat down across from her. "Apologies for being late," he said. "No, it was I who arrived early. The scheduled time was noon, and it is only 11:15 now," she replied. Li Weiyun glanced around and inquired, "Where is your marketing manager?" She was referring to Qin Weiguo, whom Chen Feng had cleverly presented as the marketing department manager the previous day. "Oh, he was feeling unwell this morning and decided to rest at the hotel," Chen Feng explained. "I see." Li Weiyun nodded, sighing. "I had hoped to thank him in person." "Shall I have him come?" Chen Feng asked. "No need. If he is unwell, let him rest," she replied, handing Chen Feng a menu. "Let's order," I inquired beforehand. "And here, the steak can be cooked well done. If you are not accustomed to it, you can request it well done." "All right," Chen Feng responded. He had sought an excuse to invite Li Weiyun out for a meal precisely because he was not fond of Western cuisine, particularly undercooked steak. He was pleasantly surprised that she remembered his preference. Chen Feng picked up the menu and glanced through it, discovering that the prices of the dishes were rather steep, with a single steak costing over 100 yuan. Indeed, this was a place frequented by foreign guests and Hong Kong merchants. "I'll have a grilled steak. Well done. I've heard that the Western cuisine here is exquisite, albeit quite pricey. It's my first visit, so I must indulge." He set the menu down. "Would you like soup?" "The desserts here are also delightful." Li Weiyun enthusiastically encouraged him to order more. Chen Feng added a serving of borscht and a slice of Black Forest cake. Li Weiyun beckoned the waiter over. "Hello. I'll have a pan-seared salmon, a grilled steak, a mushroom and milk soup, a salad, a borscht, and a slice of Black Forest cake. That will be all." The waiter went to place the order. Li Weiyun took a small sip of the water on the table and remarked, "My father has already returned. He asked me to express his gratitude to you." Your father is too polite, Chen Feng replied. Soon, the waiter brought the dishes to the table. The food was exquisitely presented, emanating delightful aromas. Affirming the reputation of the Swan Hotel's Western cuisine, Chen Feng picked up his knife and fork, cut a piece of steak, and savored it. The taste was delightful. Presumably imported beef. Unexpectedly, he demonstrated quite a proficiency in using the cutlery, contrary to the image of someone who rarely dined on Western cuisine. As Li Yuan observed from across the table, Chen Feng paused, realizing he had inadvertently strayed from his rugged persona. He hadn't anticipated that Li Yuan would notice such details. Oh, I learned from television, he casually fabricated an excuse, leaving it to her belief. As they dined and conversed, the atmosphere was exceedingly pleasant. During their exchange, Li Yuan was astonished by Chen Feng's knowledge and perspective, often expressing admiration for the insights he shared, which belied his mere high school education. After they had eaten their fill, Li Yuan picked up a napkin to dab her mouth and said, "All right, let us discuss the main matter." Chen Feng nodded in agreement. "Mr. Chen, regarding the collaboration you proposed yesterday, we are very interested. However, we would like to amend the terms of the partnership." At that moment, Li Yuan reverted to the assertive persona Chen Feng had encountered the previous day. "What type of collaboration do you envision?" "We hope to co-invest in establishing a new company, specifically to create a high-end chain of home appliance brands. We will handle the supply, while you will be responsible for expanding the market domestically, leveraging our respective strengths." "Co-invest?" "Indeed, co-invest." Chen Feng smiled and replied, "Do you truly believe it is necessary for me to enter into a partnership at this stage?" Li Yuan chuckled, saying, "Your current company is indeed progressing rapidly, but you should understand that involving Hong Kong investors can grant access to certain policies and favorable tax treatments." Chen Feng readily concurred with Li Yuan's assessment. The government had indeed implemented numerous incentives to attract foreign and Hong Kong investment. Forming a joint venture was, without a doubt, a commendable proposition, potentially accelerating the expansion of his business endeavors. "What are your thoughts on the collaboration?" Chen Feng expressed interest in hearing Li Yuan's plan. "We are investing 50 million, acquiring a 51 stake in the new company, and you need not spend a single penny to enjoy a 49 share. I believe this is an exceedingly attractive proposition," Li Yuan declared with a smile. Chen Feng, with a pair of eyes that danced between amusement and contemplation, responded with an unexpected remark. "I apologize, but I must decline." Chapter 48. Profiting Handsomely. Chen Feng's refusal in the face of a 50 million joint venture took Li Yuan by surprise. "Mr. Chen, I cannot have misheard you. A 50 million joint venture where you can acquire a 49 stake without any financial commitment. What could possibly motivate your refusal?" Li Yuan maintained her smile, yet her gaze was fixed intently on the man before her. "If I must provide a reason, I would say that I dislike being subordinate to others. I prefer to hold the reins of control. With you holding 51 of the joint venture, it means that the company will operate according to your dictates. Should any disagreements arise between us, I would have to acquiesce to your opinions. I am deeply ambitious. I would rather be the head of a small chicken than the tail of a phoenix. I would prefer to establish my own modest enterprise and toil away at it than to work under someone else. Thus, Miss Li, I regret to inform you that I cannot accept your proposal." Chen Feng articulated his thoughts candidly. As a person who had traversed the boundaries of life and death, working to earn for others seemed a disgrace to his rebirth. Moreover, 50 million, while seemingly substantial to others, was a sum Chen Feng could earn within a year or two. There was no need to sacrifice his autonomy for such an amount. Li Yuan fell silent, her gaze scrutinizing the man before her. She recognized that Chen Feng spoke with sincerity. He was genuinely uninterested in the joint venture. This partnership was, in truth, her father Li Jiaxin's intention. His desire was to maximize profits while retaining control over the company. Li Yuan discerned that Chen Feng's attitude and tone mirrored her father's precisely. "What conditions would persuade you to collaborate?" Li Yuan inquired with keen interest. "You may invest 50 million to establish a joint venture with me, acquiring a 30 stake, which would confer only dividend rights without any voting rights." Chen Feng articulated his terms. The absence of voting rights was a preparatory measure for future shareholder meetings post-IPO. While voting rights may seem inconsequential at the inception of the company, they often dictate the company's operational trajectory and sway shareholder meetings once the company grows and goes public. Before their collaboration had even begun to take shape, Chen Feng had already proposed the critical stipulation of relinquishing voting rights. Li Yuan had initially thought highly of this young man, who had only just graduated high school, but at this moment, she realized she had underestimated his depth and resolve. "Mr. Chen, your conditions appear rather stringent. Attempting to secure 50 million with only a 30 stake devoid of voting rights seems akin to pulling a fast one. Li Weiyun faced Chen Feng's stringent demands, yet her demeanor remained that of a poised and elegant lady. Stringent? I would not categorize it as such. Offering 30 equity is already my utmost sincerity. Surely you are aware of the immense potential within our domestic home appliance market. Initially, you were solely engaged in import and export trade, yet you have begun to venture into the mainland. Do you not aspire to be a frontrunner in this burgeoning market? Mr. Chen, could it be that you harbor excessive confidence? While you have indeed achieved certain successes, proposing 30 equity in exchange for 50 million is a condition that only a fool would accept. If we cannot reach an agreement, then let us forego the idea of a joint venture. We can revert to traditional methods, where I procure goods from your company through individual orders. With clear transactions of money and goods, how simple that would be. Chen Feng replied with a smile. Li Weiyun did not respond immediately. Instead, she rested her chin on her hand, lost in contemplation. After a moment, she spoke. From our company's perspective, I cannot acquiesce to your terms. We must answer to our shareholders, who would never endorse such onerous conditions. However, from a personal standpoint, I am willing to invest 50 million in your venture. At this, Chen Feng was taken aback. The woman was indeed prepared to invest 50 million to establish a joint venture. Miss Li, you must consider this carefully. 50 million for a mere 30 stake, and without voting rights, Chen Feng promptly reminded her. Li Weiyun smiled, asking what? Are you afraid of my investment? No. You just stated that only a fool would agree to my stringent conditions, did you not? As women are creatures of intuition. I believe that investing this sum in you will not lead to loss, she chuckled. Are you not concerned that I might deceive you? Li Weiyun laughed, responding. It is quite common for women to be deceived by men. A woman may experience such deceit once or twice in her life. If it happens, so be it. Besides, I consider myself fortunate to have never been deceived by a man thus far, and I trust my judgment. Chen Feng gazed into Li Weiyun's eyes, and she met his gaze with a confident smile on her face. A gust of wind swept through, creating a subtly charged atmosphere. It was not the typical romantic tension, but rather a profound recognition and appreciation between kindred spirits. Chen Feng sighed and shrugged, saying, Very well, since you are willing to trust me, I am open to collaboration. Here's to a fruitful partnership. Li Weiyun extended her hand, and Chen Feng smiled slightly as he grasped hers. The softness of her hand was almost ethereal. A pleasant sensation. Subsequently, they discussed the finer details of their joint venture, deciding to register the company in Shenzhen to facilitate Chen Feng's oversight of its operations. Li Weiyun would invest 50 million for a 30 stake and assist Chen Feng in securing the necessary qualifications from Hong Kong merchants. In the coming days, she would return to Hong Kong to arrange the funding. As the daughter of the real estate magnate Li Jiaxing, securing several million was well within her capabilities. After finalizing the matters regarding the joint venture, the two engaged in discussions about collaborating with the Hong Kong Longchangxing Trading Company. After all, Li Weiyun currently serves as the representative of Longchangxing in mainland China. The Hong Kong Longchangxing Trading Company would establish a partnership with Chen Feng, allowing him to source goods directly. In addition to prioritizing his procurement needs, Longchangxing would grant him a unique privilege. Chen Feng need only pay a 30 deposit to acquire goods, with a generous 3-month grace period for the remaining payment. Li Weiyun remarked that many long-standing clients do not enjoy such a privilege. The reason Li Jiaxing extended this benefit to Chen Feng was largely due to his heroic act of saving his daughter. However, this privilege is not without limits, as the maximum outstanding debt is capped at 20 million. This amount is more than sufficient for Chen Feng, who operates in the rapidly changing home appliance market. He must seize the opportunity to capture a larger market share before the trend shifts, thereby establishing his brand. The privilege granted by Li Jiaxing is indeed a significant boon, allowing Chen Feng to retain more capital for market expansion. Once their agreement was reached, they each embarked on their respective tasks. Chen Feng returned to Shenzhen to prepare for the new company, while Li Weiyun set out to secure funding. They scheduled a meeting for a week later to register the new enterprise. This journey to Yangqing proved immensely fruitful for Chen Feng. He secured a stable supply chain and extraordinarily favorable conditions. Most importantly, he and Li Weiyun had formed a joint venture. One should not underestimate this partnership, as it will play a crucial role in Chen Feng's future business expansion. Although Chen Feng feigned indifference, he was, in fact, deeply eager to establish the joint venture with Li Weiyun, even if he were not to partner with her. he would seek collaboration with another Hong Kong investor to create a joint venture. The involvement of Hong Kong investors not only provides access to preferential policies nationwide, but also ensures that, regardless of where they invest, the local officials will treat them as esteemed guests. In this era, attracting foreign and Hong Kong investments is a vital political achievement, impacting not just the city but also the provincial authorities. Any issues faced by Hong Kong investors during their investment processes can be promptly reported to the Ministry of Commerce. Even without such reporting, provincial leaders will pay significant attention. Chen Feng's decision to collaborate with Boss Wang, despite his capability to operate independently, stems from a fear of being unable to contend with local power brokers. The authorities overseeing industrial and commercial tax revenue are not to be trifled with. Li Yueyun, hailing from a prominent Hong Kong family, receives preferential treatment throughout the mainland, even commanding respect from high-ranking officials. She is akin to a sheltered flower, oblivious to the intricacies involved. Had she held on a bit longer, perhaps Chen Feng would have acquiesced. Now, with the establishment of the joint venture with Li Yueyun, Chen Feng will undoubtedly penetrate various home appliance markets as a Hong Kong investor, thereby ensuring a smooth path ahead. It can be said that partnering with Li Yueyun is not merely a profit for Chen Feng, but rather an unparalleled advantage. Chapter 49. Strategic Maneuvering. Upon returning to Deep City, Chen Feng promptly boarded a flight to the capital of Fujian Province, Xiamen. This city was intended to be the site of the second branch of the Fengyuan home appliance chain. Zhang Weiwei had arrived in Xiamen early to scout the area, seeking potential partners, and had even established connections with several reputable business owners to discuss collaboration for opening a store. However, the partnership with Li Yueyun altered their original plans significantly. With the establishment of a new joint venture, they would enter Xiamen as a Hong Kong enterprise, benefiting not only from preferential policies but also from endorsements by both the provincial and municipal governments. This arrangement was undoubtedly more advantageous than collaborating with local business owners. After all, if one could operate independently, who would choose to share profits with others? Upon his arrival in Xiamen, the two immediately shifted their focus, beginning to strategize on how to launch their first home appliance chain supermarket in the city. This supermarket would be larger and more modern, offering not only affordable domestic appliances, but also luxurious imported ones. Chen Feng aimed to create a large-scale appliance chain akin to Gome or Suning. Initially hesitant to undertake such a bold venture, he found confidence in Li Yueyun's investment of 50 million, which provided him with the necessary capital to pursue his ambitions freely. There was much groundwork to be laid. Firstly, the store had to be located in Xiamen's most bustling area, with high-end decor and staff that underwent rigorous training. Smiling service was a basic requirement, along with the ability to guide customer purchases. Chen Feng dedicated an entire week to Xiamen, becoming increasingly engrossed in the preparations. After a week, he returned to Deep City, where Li Yueyun had already arrived, bringing along the 50 million in funding. 3 days later, at the Deep City Administration for Industry and Commerce, Chen Feng received the business license for the joint venture he established with Li Yueyun. This license was personally issued by the Deputy Director of the Bureau, underscoring the local government's emphasis on investments from Hong Kong enterprises. The new company was named Taojing Trading, a name that subtly reflected Chen Feng's intentions, drawing from the characters of Taoba and Jingong. Furthermore, Taojing phonetically resembles Taojing, which translates to panning for gold, conveying auspicious connotations. Li Yueyun was also quite fond of the name. After leaving the bureau, they proceeded to the bank to register the company's public account, where Li Yueyun transferred the 50 million into the new account. By the time they exited the bank, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Seated in Li Yueyun's BMW, she reclined in her seat and, half-jokingly, remarked, "Well, now we are in the same boat. My dowry is all tied up with you. So do not let me lose it all, okay?" The 50 million was sourced from a bank loan against her father's shares in the family business, coupled with a set of jade jewelry left to her by her mother. Chen Feng chuckled and replied, "Shall we just go back inside, and you can withdraw the funds? There is still time." "No," she asserted. "Once I, Li Yueyun, make a decision, I will not regret it." Chen Feng indeed believed these words. Despite the woman's beauty resembling that of a delicate vase, her decisiveness in business was formidable. One must admit that the prestigious families of Hong Kong possess remarkable methods for nurturing their offspring. "Shall we go for a drink? To celebrate our collaboration," proposed Li Yueyun. "No, thank you. I have a flight to Shenzhen City tonight, where Zhang Weiwei awaits to finalize the venue lease and also to register the business license," replied Chen Feng. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Li Yueyun's face, quickly masked by her composure. All right, for the sake of my dowry, do give it your all. By the way, the first batch of goods for the home appliance chain needs to be prepared. Once we secure the venue, please have Long Changxing assist with the inventory. Chen Feng had already prepared a list for Li Weiyun. She glanced at it, astonished. So many? The list was densely packed with over a dozen types of home appliances. Since we are establishing an appliance supermarket, we must ensure a comprehensive range of products, distinctly setting ourselves apart from those small department stores and electronics shops. Very well. I shall assist you in procuring these goods, Li Weiyun said as she tucked away the list. Please drive me back to the office. My luggage is there. And I will head to the airport from the office. Ah, Chen boss truly is relentless. It seems my dowry is secure, Li Weiyun teased. Chen Feng chuckled. My dear boss lady, just wait to count the profits. Hearing the term my boss lady made Li Weiyun's cheeks flush. She turned her face away, feigning interest in the scenery outside the car window. After Chen Feng retrieved his luggage from the office, Li Weiyun graciously offered to drive him to the airport. Throughout the journey, they discussed various details regarding the upcoming home appliance chain. Chen Feng candidly shared his thoughts and plans. Li Weiyun realized she had underestimated this young man. His proposed vision for the appliance chain opened her eyes. Reflecting on the young talents she had encountered in Hong Kong, many of whom were from esteemed families and graduates of prestigious foreign universities, she concluded that, in terms of vision, ambition, and decisiveness, they were no match for the young man before her. At merely 23 years of age, with only a high school diploma. How did he possess such profound insight? At the airport, Chen Feng and Li Weiyun bid farewell, promising to meet when the supermarket opened. And she pledged to make time to visit Xiaozhou City. Upon returning to Xiaozhou City, Chen Feng kicked his plans into high gear, setting the groundwork for his first home appliance chain. The first step was to register the local business license. Since Chen Feng and Li Weiyun's partnership, Taojing Trading, was a Hong Kong-funded company backed by the renowned businessman Li Jiaxin, the local authorities regarded it with great importance. Chen Feng leveraged Li Jiaxin's reputation, presenting himself as Miss Li Weiyun's manager in the mainland. The business license was obtained in just 3 days. During this period, the heads of various local departments personally attended to Chen Feng. He never anticipated receiving such treatment. Indeed, having the backing of Hong Kong capital facilitated matters significantly. Chen Feng also assured them that the supermarket's establishment would contribute at least 10 million in tax revenue annually. With the license secured, he moved on to finalize the venue. He and Zhang Yuan initially inspected several venues, but none were satisfactory, either too small, too remote, or excessively priced. By chance, during a dinner with a certain leader, Chen Feng mentioned the venue situation. The leader informed him that the former state-run department store, struggling with poor performance, was closing down and would soon be available for lease, suggesting that Chen Feng might consider it. The state-run department store had once been the go-to shopping destination for the public. However, after the economic reforms, it failed to adapt to the market economy and witnessed a continuous decline in performance, ultimately leading to its closure after 3 years of struggling. The following day, Chen Feng visited the former state-run department store and was pleasantly surprised by its decent location. While it wasn't in the heart of the commercial district, the foot traffic was significant, and the space was ample with affordable rent. Without hesitation, he decided to secure the venue. Naturally, the process of acquiring such a prime location was not without its challenges. Many others were eyeing it as well. Chen Feng, however, took a straightforward approach by personally visiting several key figures and gifting each of them a 25-inch imported brand television. While the average household television was only 10 inches, and the better ones reached 18 inches, Chen Feng's offering was a rare 25-inch model. There were hardly any in the entire province. He had arranged for a batch of 20 units through Li Weiyun specifically for this purpose, using them to foster connections. As anticipated, his grand gesture left a lasting impression on the local tycoons, who received the gifts with broad smiles. Subsequently, Chen Feng also secured several attractive storefronts around the department store and leased them at a minimal price to these influential figures. He believed that once his appliance chain store was up and running, the surrounding commercial area would flourish, consequently driving up rental prices. The rent from these subleases would be sufficient for them to profit for several years. This strategy effectively intertwined the interests of several key players in Xia City. As long as his appliance supermarket thrived, they would also reap the benefits. Through this series of maneuvers, Chen Feng successfully acquired the department store at an exceptionally low rental rate, which he perceived as nearly a gift. Indeed, after aligning their interests, these influential figures were wholly committed to supporting him, hoping that his appliance chain would prosper, thereby boosting the rental values of nearby shops and enriching them in the process. After a month of diligent preparation in Xia City, the day of the grand opening for the appliance supermarket finally arrived. On June 17, 1988, the Taoqing appliance chain store celebrated its grand opening in Xia City. A lavish ribbon-cutting ceremony took place that afternoon, attended by several prominent leaders from the city, dispelling the ill intentions of any nefarious individuals. Although a powerful dragon does not easily suppress a local snake, the nature of the dragon certainly matters. The formidable presence of several prominent city leaders rendered the local power brokers hesitant to provoke any confrontation. Prior to the grand opening, the entrance of Taoqing appliances was thronged with eager patrons. In preparation for this momentous occasion, Chen Feng invested heavily a week in advance, saturating the city with advertisements. His promotional materials unveiled 3 enticing offers. The first was a generous 12% discount across all appliances, regardless of brand, from televisions to oscillating fans. The second promotion entailed an additional 10% off for cumulative purchases exceeding 3,000 yuan, effectively translating to a 21% discount, allowing friends and family to pool their purchases. The third offer featured a remarkable opportunity to acquire a 25-inch color television for merely 1 yuan, granted that customers spent at least 500 yuan in-store, earning a raffle ticket with a unique number for a drawing at 9 o'clock that evening. The grand prize was the aforementioned television, with additional appliances available for just 1 yuan as well. Throughout the week, advertisements for Taoqing appliances reverberated across the city, ensuring that nearly everyone was aware of the impending launch of this new supermarket. Following speeches from city officials and the ceremonial ribbon-cutting, Chen Feng's inaugural Taoqing appliances chain store officially opened its doors. The crowd surged forward, a veritable wave of excitement as they flooded into the store. The pricing list, which Chen Feng had disseminated via posters in the preceding days, had already spurred many to arrive early, eager to secure their bargains. The moment the doors opened, throngs of customers rushed in, having meticulously planned their purchases and coordinated with friends and family to maximize their savings. Due to the overwhelming influx of patrons, Chen Feng found it necessary to station security personnel at the entrance to regulate the flow. While he had anticipated a bustling first day, he was taken aback by the sheer volume of visitors. Initially equipped with 5 cash registers, the lines quickly filled, prompting him to add 3 more to manage the demand. The air was filled with the rhythmic tapping of calculators as transactions unfolded. Li Weiyun also arrived. Even with her extensive experience, she was astonished by the scene. In the face of staffing shortages, this esteemed lady took it upon herself to assist in attending to customers. Chen Feng assigned her to the high-end appliance section, where her cosmopolitan background and poise were perfectly suited. Chen Feng reasoned that the clientele during the opening days would primarily be drawn by the attractive prices, leading him to believe that high-end appliances might not sell as well. However, the outcome was entirely unexpected. Not only did high-end items sell, but they did so remarkably well, largely thanks to Li Yueyun's charm. Her striking appearance, elegance, and exceptional communication skills transformed mere window shoppers into buyers. While some patrons visited simply to observe, there were indeed affluent customers who sought to purchase entire sets of appliances, refrigerators, televisions, washing machines, and air conditioners. By midday, Li Yueyun's section had successfully closed 5 transactions, each exceeding 50,000 yuan. The bustling home appliance chain supermarket thrived from morning until 11 at night. In anticipation of the influx of customers during the opening 3 days, Chen Feng had prepared stock from 3 warehouses. Originally intended to last the duration, it was unexpected that 2 warehouses were emptied on the first day, leaving only one with a substantial inventory. Upon realizing this outcome, he promptly contacted the appliance factories he had signed with, instructing them to prepare goods for delivery. Chen Feng's convoy had already been stationed at these factories. As soon as the trucks departed, they would be escorted to Xiazhou City by a group of veterans. At midnight, Chen Feng finally completed his tasks. In a temporary conference room on the 3rd floor of the Taoqing home appliance chain supermarket, the sound of computer keys echoed. 5 accountants were gathered around a table, verifying the day's performance. Chen Feng, eager to learn the results of the inaugural day, urged the accountants to work overtime, offering each a bonus of 100 yuan. As the accountants calculated, Chen Feng and Li Yueyun sat nearby, eating their dinner. Lacking delicacies, they had merely simple takeout. The food already cooled. Chen Feng had initially suggested dining out, believing he could manage, but he felt it inappropriate to impose on Li Yueyun, the daughter of the Li family. Yet, Li Yueyun insisted it was unnecessary, stating she could make do with a quick bite. She then sat down and began eating from her box. Chen Feng, feeling somewhat sympathetic, placed a chicken leg from his box into Li Yueyun's bowl, saying, "You've worked hard today. Have a chicken leg to replenish your energy." "What hardship? I'm merely striving for my dowry. I have my chicken leg." "You should eat your own," Li Yueyun retorted, returning the chicken leg to him. Chen Feng chuckled at the sight of the chicken leg in his bowl and remarked, "I assumed, as a young lady of the Li family, you would shy away from labor, yet here you are, quite adept. You underestimate me. During my years studying in England, I relied on scholarships for tuition and earned my living expenses myself. My family contributed not a penny. Washing dishes in a bar was far more arduous than shopping in a mall." "I never expected you had such experiences," Chen Feng replied. "I simply do not wish to rely on his money," Li Yueyun responded, lowering her head to focus on her meal. Chen Feng sensed that the relationship between Li Yueyun and her father, Li Jianxing, was not as harmonious as he had imagined. Throughout their interactions, Li Yueyun's demeanor towards her father had always been one of respectful distance. Yet, it was not his place to pry into personal matters. Nonetheless, Li Yueyun's performance today astonished him. In the high-end appliance section she managed, she completed 13 transactions, each averaging over 50,000 yuan. With the wealthiest client purchasing appliances worth 100,000 yuan. The high-end section alone accounted for 500,000 yuan in sales. Indeed, regardless of the era or place, affluent individuals abound. As they reached the midpoint of their meal, a middle-aged woman wearing thick glasses approached Chen Feng and Li Yueyun, carrying a stack of account books. "Mr. Chen, the sales data for today has been released." Chen Feng and Li Yueyun simultaneously paused their chopsticks, their ears pricking up in anticipation. Today's revenue amounted to 3,783,052 yuan and 57 cents. With a clatter, Chen Feng's chopsticks fell to the ground. He hastily inquired, "Did you say today's revenue is how much?" The finance officer reiterated the figure. Upon hearing the astounding number, Chen Feng turned to Li Yueyun, only to find her gazing at him with a smile. Unable to contain his excitement, he enveloped her in an embrace, exclaiming, "Did you hear that? Today's revenue is 3 million. My goodness." At that moment, Chen Feng was utterly elated. The first day's revenue surpassing 3 million was something he had scarcely dared to imagine, far exceeding his expectations. Li Yueyun, taken aback by the sudden embrace, did not resist but allowed him to hold her, a delicate blush rising to her cheeks. Chapter 51. Astonishing Profits. Chen Feng felt the softness of the person in his arms, accompanied by a subtle fragrance. Realizing he had just embraced Li Yueyun, he quickly released her, his tone tinged with apology as he said, "I apologize for my overzealousness." With a day's revenue exceeding 3 million, nearly reaching 4 million, it is hard for anyone to suppress their elation. "It's all right," Li Yueyun replied, casually brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Maintaining her composure and the grace befitting a lady of distinction, Chen Feng took the stack of reports and examined them one by one. Each category of sales was clearly documented. The item with the highest sales, unsurprisingly, was the television, with 982 units sold, nearly reaching 1,000. In this era, every household yearned for a television. While washing machines could be substituted for manual labor and a refrigerator was not essential for survival, a color television provided a wealth of entertainment for families. Most customers flocked to purchase televisions. For the grand opening of his new store, Chen Feng adhered to the previous promotional strategy, selling an 18-inch colorful television for merely 1,999 yuan, well under 2,000. Additionally, renowned imported brands such as Hitachi and Panasonic offered significant discounts, making their prices several hundred yuan lower than those in department stores, prompting many locals to spread the word and rush to buy televisions. Chen Feng had prepared 1,200 televisions, and by the end of the first day, he had sold over half, with more than 200 remaining in the warehouse. Besides televisions, numerous customers also came to purchase refrigerators and washing machines. As the capital of Fujian Province, Shazhou City boasts a population exceeding 3 million, creating a substantial consumer market. The demand for quality-of-life products such as washing machines and refrigerators was considerable. In summary, every item placed on the shelves was selling well. Had Chen Feng intentionally reserved a batch of goods for the following day, the shelves would have already been emptied. As night fell, a steady stream of customers continued to arrive, and by 10 o'clock, the store was bustling with people, many bringing along friends, family, and neighbors. In the threefold discounts presented by Chen Feng, the second incentive stipulates that a purchase amounting to 3,000 yuan qualifies for an additional 10% off. This particular offer subtly encouraged consumers to band together. Some individuals might have intended to buy merely a television, yet, in pursuit of greater discounts, they opted to purchase an additional washing machine. Alternatively, others, whose purchases fell short of the 3,000 yuan threshold, rallied their neighbors to join in. This marketing strategy of group purchasing and reductions was quite prevalent in the era preceding Chen Feng's time. Almost every year during the e-commerce promotions for Double 11 or 618. Such tactics were employed. However, in 1988, this approach was akin to a dimensional strike, firmly grasping the consumer's attention. How could they possibly resist such temptation? Consequently, word spread rapidly, and consumers flocked to Chen Feng's store in droves. Even individuals from neighboring counties heard the news and made their way over. Today, the store was inundated with shoppers. The checkout counters had malfunctioned due to overuse, and the security personnel were continuously ushering people inside. Had it not been for the limited stock in the warehouse and the exhaustion of the employees after a long day, it is likely that consumers could have shopped through the night without issue. After reviewing the day's revenue report, Chen Feng was approached by the accountant with a stack of documents. "Mr. Chen, the profits for today have also been calculated. How much is it?" Chen Feng inquired eagerly. As a businessman, it is only natural to be concerned with profits rather than operating at a loss. The accountant read out a lengthy figure. Today's total profit amounts to 1,536,372.7 yuan. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Chen Feng was still taken aback. Over 1.5 million yuan in a single day? The home appliance industry in this era was indeed tremendously lucrative. This was achieved even after Chen Feng had decided to sacrifice a portion of the profits for the promotional event. Nonetheless, without such promotions, the footfall would not have been as substantial. Essentially, Chen Feng was engaging in a strategy of low margins for high volume. Upon receiving the profit statement, he noted the detailed breakdown of profits listed within. He discovered that although the quantity of imported appliances sold was merely 1/6 that of domestic products, the overall profit was not significantly less. Particularly in the high-end appliance section overseen by Li Yueyun, they had completed only a handful of transactions yet generated over 300,000 yuan in profit. A branded television, purchased at 5,000 yuan wholesale, was sold for 10,000 yuan in-store, and affluent customers were delighted, exclaiming how inexpensive it was. Indeed, this was an era marked by a surge of newly affluent individuals. Chen Feng handed the profit report to Li Yueyun, who meticulously reviewed the details. "What are your thoughts, Madam Boss?" After becoming familiar with her, Chen Feng had taken to addressing her in such a manner. Li Yueyun carefully examined the profit report, placing it on the table afterward. "I realize I have severely underestimated the potential of the home appliance market in the mainland. Initially, I believed that achieving daily profits of 200,000 to 300,000 yuan within the first 3 days would be satisfactory. To reach 400,000 to 500,000 yuan would be exceptional, but I never anticipated that a single store could generate profits exceeding 1.5 million yuan in a day." Li Yueyun, hailing from a prestigious family, was well acquainted with the world. However, upon reviewing a particular report, she was taken aback. Chen Feng remarked, "The home appliance market is currently the largest opportunity in the domestic sphere. We are merely fortunate to be positioned at the forefront of this wave. Have you ever heard the saying that when one stands at the wind's mouth, even a pig can soar?" Upon hearing Chen Feng's vivid analogy, Li Yueyun chuckled and replied, "The comparison between the wind's mouth and pigs is indeed quite apartment. At this rate, it seems my dowry will be recovered in no time," she joked. "Rest assured, I won't let you lose your dowry," Chen Feng responded with a smile. "I must return to Shenzhen tomorrow. I cannot linger here any longer." As the eldest daughter of the Li family and the principal figure in their family business in the mainland, Li Yueyun had numerous responsibilities that precluded her from remaining in one place for long. "Not to worry, I have already arranged for additional personnel to be recruited," she assured him. The bustling scene of the first day had far exceeded Chen Feng's expectations, leading to a shortage of manpower, to the extent that even Li Yueyun had to step in to assist. In the afternoon, Chen Feng instructed Zhang Ziyuan to recruit more staff to manage the upcoming 2 days of activities. Chen Feng felt a twinge of reluctance at Li Yueyun's departure. For some reason, her presence brought him an unusual sense of tranquility. "I have contacted a few business associates to help facilitate a batch of goods. It should suffice for the next 2 days' events. The imported appliances have sold remarkably well today and indeed require replenishment." "Thank you," Chen Feng said earnestly. Li Yueyan smiled and replied, "Why are you thanking me? I am doing this for my own business. After all, I am a major shareholder." "All right, my boss lady," Chen Feng joked. The term "my boss lady" caused Li Yueyan's cheeks to flush slightly. She turned her face to the side and, with a gentle flick of her hair, said, "I will be leaving tomorrow. My flight is at 9 o'clock. "Understood," Chen Feng nodded. "Once you return to Shenzhen, let us schedule a time to meet." "Agreed." Chapter 52, Striking Gold. The following morning at 7:30, Chen Feng was already in the store assisting with the unloading of goods. Customers outside had formed a long queue, eagerly awaiting the store's opening to purchase televisions and refrigerators. It was reported that some had arrived as early as 5 o'clock in the morning to line up. The supplies he had ordered also arrived at Zaizushi around that time. Just as Chen Feng was directing the staff to unload, his phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen and saw a message. "I have left. Do your best. My dowry depends on you." The sender was noted as Boss Lady. Chen Feng could not help but smile at the message. At 9 o'clock, as soon as the store doors swung open, customers surged inside. Another bustling day was about to unfold. The grand opening celebration lasted 3 days, during which Chen Feng was diligently occupied. The subsequent 2 days proved to be even more frenetic than the first. On the initial day, many were unaware of the event or were merely observing. However, following the first day's success, word spread that one could purchase an 18-inch color television for just 1,999 yuan. Some individuals, upon witnessing their neighbors joyfully relocating large televisions into their homes, were inspired to follow suit. They summoned friends to join them in purchasing home appliances, believing that the more they banded together, the greater the discounts they could secure. Such news spread like wildfire, reaching neighboring county residents who flocked to the provincial capital in search of affordable electronics. The allure of genuine bargains proved irresistible. The scene outside the shopping center resembled a bustling marketplace, prompting Chen Feng to double his staff to maintain order amidst the commotion. This unprecedented spectacle attracted even local television stations for interviews by afternoon. Chen Feng, preferring a more understated approach, initially sent the flamboyant Zhang Yuan to face the cameras. That evening, the broadcast ignited even greater excitement. Thus, Chen Feng's inaugural Taoking appliance chain store became a sensation in Xiaoshu City. After 3 bustling days, Chen Feng found himself with a rare moment of respite on the 4th day, following the conclusion of the promotional event. Yet, even in the absence of discounts, patrons continued to visit the appliance store, drawn by prices significantly lower than those in department stores, coupled with a wider selection of products. The modern and sophisticated decor further enhanced the appeal, establishing Chen Feng's store as a striking landmark in Xiaoshu City. Post-event, Chen Feng instructed the accountant to tally the sales figures. In just 3 days of grand opening celebrations, the store achieved sales of 11.35 million, yielding a profit of 1.78 million. After accounting for taxes, transportation costs, and labor expenses, the net profit reached an impressive 3.17 million, equating to over 1 million earned daily. This profit far exceeded Chen Feng's expectations. He had anticipated a modest daily profit of around 300,000. The remarkable success underscored the thriving nature of the home appliance industry, which, for at least the next 3 to 5 years, promised substantial profits. Chen Feng understood that as the market matured, profits would inevitably diminish, necessitating a potential shift in strategy. In celebration of such bountiful returns, Chen Feng generously rewarded each full-time employee with a bonus of 300 yuan, while even temporary workers received 100 yuan. This display of generosity was complemented by overtime pay, averaging 100 yuan per employee per day, equivalent to half a month's salary. Upon receiving their bonuses, the employees expressed heartfelt gratitude towards their young employer. Moving forward, Chen Feng planned to implement a performance-based system, aligning employee compensation with the store's sales and profits, thereby igniting their motivation. The previously defunct department stores suffered from the entrenched practices of state-owned enterprises, where regardless of performance, profits were guaranteed, and the financial health of the organization was disregarded. Chen Feng was determined not to allow his employees to develop such detrimental habits. Alongside a performance appraisal system, a comprehensive employee training program needed to be established. If high-end products were to be pursued, the caliber of the staff must rise accordingly, especially when engaging with affluent clients, where sophistication must be evident. This insight was inspired by Li Yueyan, who, after just 1 day in the high-end home appliance section, sold over 500,000 yuan worth of appliances, generating a profit exceeding 300,000 yuan. This demonstrated that employee quality could significantly impact store performance. As the saying goes, details determine success or failure. Chen Feng planned to implement these initiatives in Xiangzhou City, with the intention of replicating them across future branches. Thus, after the grand opening promotions concluded, he remained in Xiangzhou for an additional 2 weeks, diligently attending to these matters. It was not until July 8th that he returned to Deep City. During his days in Xiangzhou, he closely monitored daily sales figures. Although the initial promotional activities had ceased, the store continued to generate impressive revenue, achieving nearly 130,000 yuan in sales daily. In this era, home appliances are a necessity, and many customers still made their purchases. With a population of 3 million, Xiangzhou City offered a sufficiently large market, ensuring a steady stream of buyers. Once everything was on track, Chen Feng felt assured in his return. He appointed a middle-aged woman named Zhang Weiwei as the manager. She was astute and capable, leaving a profound impression on him. Upon inquiry, he discovered she had previously held a minor leadership role in a state-owned enterprise but had opted to buy out her tenure and venture into the market due to the company's declining performance. This shared trait of resilience resonated with Chen Feng. In this era, those willing to relinquish a stable job for entrepreneurial pursuits were truly formidable. After a period of observation, Chen Feng was satisfied with his choice of manager. She often led by example, demonstrating her commitment through action rather than mere words. Chen Feng appreciated individuals who preferred to accomplish tasks rather than merely talk about them. With a responsible leader in place, he could periodically visit the store to review the accounts. It was impractical for him to remain tethered to a single location. Chen Feng harbored grand ambitions. Having entered the home appliance industry, he aimed to become the largest player in the field. He envisioned expanding the Taojing home appliance chain across various provinces, starting with provincial capitals, followed by lower-tier cities. Much like Gome and Suning, he intended to methodically conquer the national market. His primary focus would shift towards opening new branches. Armed with the successful experiences from the Jingzhou and Xiangzhou stores, Chen Feng found the prospect of nationwide expansion quite feasible. Chapter 53. Summer is Wonderful. Chen Feng's flight arrived in Deep City at 9:30 in the morning. Upon exiting the airport, he hailed a taxi. Zhang Ziyuan had initially planned to pick him up, as the company had recently acquired a Santana, primarily driven by Zhang Ziyuan himself. Chen Feng graciously declined Zhang Ziyuan's kind offer. After a prolonged period of busyness, he yearned to relish the solitude of his own company. For an adult, moments of solitude are particularly precious. Seated in a taxi, he listened to the melodies emanating from the radio while observing the scenery outside. Contemplating various thoughts, such an experience was quite delightful. When the car halted at the mouth of an alley, Chen Feng settled the fare and alighted with his luggage in hand. In July, amidst the sweltering summer heat, the cicadas chirped from the towering trees, while a few children played beneath, wielding bamboo poles to catch them. In his childhood, Chen Feng had engaged in similar merriment, frolicking with a group of companions. Those were truly invaluable years of youth. In a familiar corner by the roadside, a recognizable figure crouched beneath a grand tree, amusing a small cat. The little white kitten was voraciously devouring the leftover food from a box. Upon recognizing this familiar silhouette, Chen Feng couldn't help but smile knowingly. With cascading long hair and a flowing white dress, who else could it be but Zhang Weiwei? He approached her, standing beside her as he spoke. If you like it, why not take it home and care for it? Zhang Weiwei turned, her gaze lifting to meet his, a smile gracing her features. Chen Feng, you're back, she exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I just got off the plane, Chen Feng replied with a nod. You and my brother have been quite busy lately. He just returned a few days ago, but I hear he will be leaving again soon, Zhang Weiwei sighed. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Zhang Ziyuan's extensive workload was orchestrated by him, following successful pilot programs in Xiaozhou and Jingzhou. His chain of home appliances was set to expand into more cities. Currently, the only trustworthy person capable of assisting him was Zhang Ziyuan. Although Qin Weiguo was also reliable, he lacked expertise in business matters, now solely responsible for managing Chen Feng's security team. The security team had expanded to 20 members, all veterans of elite caliber. The individuals selected by Qin Weiguo were exceptionally qualified. During the opening of the chain store in Xiaozhou, while transporting goods to the city, the security team encountered a gang of highway robbers who, emboldened by their numbers and weapons, refused to let them pass. Qin Weiguo led a few men, each wielding a metal pipe, and swiftly dealt with the gang, breaking the limbs of their leader in full view. Subsequently, a legend emerged along the route to Xiaozhou. Never obstruct the vehicles of Fengyuan Trading Company, for you may not live to tell the tale. Recently, Qin Weiguo's mother had been discharged from the hospital, prompting his return. If you like this cat, just take it home. Leaving it to fend for itself in the wild means it will struggle for food and face dangers from wild dogs. Chen Feng quickly shifted the conversation. I wish I could, but my mother is allergic to cats, so it's not feasible, Zhang Weiwei sighed. Just then, the little white kitten, having satisfied its appetite, lay on the ground rolling about, exposing its belly for her to pet. Look, the little white one is so well behaved. Zhang Weiwei was utterly enchanted by the adorable sight before her. Chen Feng pondered for a moment and suggested, how about this? You can keep it at my house. It's quite spacious. However, I often have to go out for work, so I might not be able to take care of it properly. If you are willing to come by frequently to feed it, we can keep it at my place. Zhang Weiwei lifted her gaze to meet Chen Feng's eyes, her expression brimming with anticipation. Is that really possible? Chen Feng nodded in affirmation. That's wonderful, Zhang Weiwei exclaimed, her spirits soaring. Let us go. She cradled the little white cat and followed Chen Feng closely. Upon returning to his rented courtyard, Chen Feng retrieved his keys and unlocked the iron gate. Gesturing for Zhang Weiwei to enter, she stepped inside, her curiosity piqued as it was her first visit to Chen Feng's abode. Zhang Weiwei took in the surroundings with keen interest, especially when she noticed a jasmine plant flourishing in the yard. Approaching it, she inhaled deeply, savoring its fragrance. It smells delightful, she remarked. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, tousling Zhang Weiwei's hair, while petals cascaded from the tree above. The delicate white blossoms dancing with the wind, harmonizing beautifully with her flowing white dress. The scene unfolded like a mesmerizing painting, stirring something profound within Chen Feng as he observed it. Indeed, it is enchanting, he mused. Zhang Weiwei took another whiff of the jasmine's scent and reminisced. When I was a child, I often passed by this courtyard. During summer, when the jasmine bloomed, its fragrance would linger in the air. I often wished I could have a jasmine tree at home. Your family's courtyard is quite spacious. You could plant one, Chen Feng suggested. Zhang Weiwei shook her head. That's not possible. My father is allergic to pollen. Ah, how unfortunate. One parent is allergic to cat fur, and the other to pollen, Chen Feng replied. Well, you can come by often to help take care of the little one. He then pulled out his keychain, detached a key, and handed it to Zhang Weiwei. Here, this is the key. Zhang Weiwei looked up, surprised as she gazed at Chen Feng, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks, yet she accepted the key from his hand. I'm just here to take care of the cat, she stammered. Chen Feng noticed her bashfulness. Wait a moment. Let me put my things away and grab you a soda. Would you prefer cola or Sprite? Do you have Janambo? Janambo? Chen Feng contemplated before responding. I think I might have some. Just a moment. He ascended the stairs with his bag, stowed his belongings, and approached the refrigerator. After rummaging through a collection of beers, colas, and Sprites, he unearthed a bottle of Janambo nestled in a corner. Thankfully, there was one. The last time he purchased beer, the shopkeeper had tossed it in as a bonus for reaching 100 yuan. Holding a bottle of cola and the Janambo, Chen Feng returned to the courtyard, where he found Zhang Weiwei engaging the cat in playful antics. Here, he said, extending the Janambo towards her. Thank you, she replied, accepting the Janambo. With a swift motion, she popped it open and took a sip. The icy refreshment sent a thrilling chill through her, causing her to close her eyes. A mixture of pain and pleasure crossing her face as she exclaimed, Ah, summer is truly wonderful. Chen Feng sat beside Zhang Weiwei, savoring a chilled beer while basking in the summer breeze, which carried the delicate fragrance of jasmine. Indeed, summer is splendid. Chapter 54. I've taken down his signboard. Upon returning to Deep City, Chen Feng initially intended to invite Li Yueyan out for a meal. However, when he called her, he discovered that she had already left Deep City and returned to Hong Kong. Over the phone, Chen Feng could faintly detect an unusual tone in her voice, but he refrained from probing further. After all, their relationship was merely one of business partners. After a day's rest in Deep City, Chen Feng resumed his work. With the business now on the right track, he found the current staff inadequate. He and Zhang Ziyuan were burdened with numerous trivial tasks, which was unreasonable. Therefore, he deemed it necessary to expand the workforce, a task he would delegate to the human resources manager. The purpose of hiring this manager was precisely to handle such matters. Chen Feng stipulated that he would prioritize competence over academic qualifications, welcoming all who felt capable to apply. To facilitate this, he devised several questions candidates could leave after answering. with Chen Feng himself reviewing the test papers to determine who would be retained. In addition to recruiting, a new office space was required. As the staff increased, the existing office became insufficient, necessitating the search for a larger venue. Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan explored Deep City and ultimately decided to purchase an entire floor in an office building. Given the real estate market's steady rise, it was more prudent to buy than to rent. Taking advantage of the current lower prices, they could later sell and upgrade to a larger space. Eventually, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan selected a floor in a newly constructed office building in Futian district. The area spanned 610 square meters, priced at 1,500 yuan per square meter, totaling 910,000 yuan. This price was reasonable, although the location was somewhat remote. Zhang Ziyuan was puzzled as to why Chen Feng chose to buy an office here when better locations were available and they were not short of funds. Chen Feng found it challenging to explain, as his recollection indicated that this area would eventually become the core of Deep City. Once the government developed the region, property prices could soar to 51,000 yuan per square meter, implying that this investment could yield over 30-fold returns in 20 years. While Chen Feng was industriously engaged in Deep City, an unwelcome piece of news arrived. That day, he was in his new office, reviewing the project proposal for an appliance chain store when Zhang Ziyuan hurriedly entered. Having established a long-standing partnership, it was rare for Zhang Ziyuan to appear flustered, as he typically knocked before entering. "What's wrong?" Chen Feng inquired. "Take a look at this," Zhang Ziyuan replied, placing a form before Chen Feng. Glancing at the data, Chen Feng noted, "This is for the chain store in Jingzhou, but why is there such a significant reduction in the requested goods?" The Jingzhou chain store was their inaugural establishment, operated in collaboration with the local owner, Mr. Wang, who managed the operations while they supplied the goods. On ordinary days, any goods required should be sent directly here, and then Chen Feng will dispatch them onward. However, the quantity specified on this order is rather scant, merely a fraction of what is typically requested. Finding this peculiar, I dialed Wang's number. He informed me that several new stores have opened nearby, leading to a downturn in business and a reduction in orders, which he deemed normal. Skeptical of his excuses, I reached out to Xiaoli at the shop. Xiaoli revealed that Wang has recently begun stocking different brands and selling them in our store. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's expression darkened. Initially, it was agreed that all supplies would come from them, with Wang solely responsible for local sales. Now, with Wang diminishing his orders from them while sourcing from alternative channels to sell in their Fengyuan appliance chain, he was clearly undermining them. Should the quality of Wang's new products falter, it would tarnish their brand reputation. "Let us head to Jingzhou," Chen Feng asserted, aware that this matter required face-to-face discussion. Indeed, Zhang Ziyuan nodded in agreement. Chen Feng requested the front desk to book 2 tickets for his same-day flight from Shen City to Jingzhou. Though driving was an option, it would consume an entire day and night. With business flourishing, time was of the essence. Upon arriving in Jingzhou, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan dropped off their belongings at the hotel before hailing a taxi to the store. Upon reaching the store's entrance, the long queues that had once marked its opening had dissipated, yet many customers were still inside, browsing the appliances. As they entered, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan noted an abundance of unfamiliar brands on the shelves, confirming Xiaoli's account. At that moment, a woman in work attire approached them with enthusiasm, inquiring, "Gentlemen, are you interested in purchasing a television?" "Yes, I heard the Huel brand TVs are quite affordable, and I wanted to take a look," Chen Feng casually replied. "Huel, you say? That brand isn't very reliable. Several customers have reported issues after purchase. You might consider this Wooming brand television instead, priced at only 2,050 yuan, which is even cheaper than Huel." The saleswoman eagerly promoted the Wooming television. Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan were aware that the Wooming brand also hailed from the Pearl River Delta, produced by a small workshop. The procurement cost was merely 1,100 yuan. Yet the quality was dubious. Wang was blatantly substituting inferior goods for the higher quality products they were promised, profiting at their expense while evading the original contractual obligations to share profits with Chen Feng and his associates. It was no wonder the order quantity had diminished so drastically. "May I inquire if Mr. Wang Dicai is present in the store?" Chen Feng asked. The saleswoman's demeanor shifted. Her smile vanished as she scrutinized Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan warily. "What business do you have with our boss?" "Nothing much. We are from the Shen City headquarters. Just here to observe." Upon hearing they were from the headquarters, the saleswoman's expression changed immediately. "Mr. Wang is not here. He has stepped out." "Where did he go? When will he return?" "I'm not sure. All I know is that he has gone out. The salesperson crossed her arms defiantly, turning her face away in evident disdain for Chen Feng's arrival. Zhang Ziyuan, unable to tolerate her insolence, was about to unleash a tirade when Chen Feng restrained him. "Very well, we shall return another time," he declared, leading Zhang Ziyuan away. Once they had distanced themselves, Zhang Ziyuan, perplexed, inquired, "Why did you stop me? Did you not witness her arrogant demeanor? And what would you have done? Strike her or berate her?" Chen Feng countered. Zhang Ziyuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "She is merely an underling. It is futile to expend anger on her," Chen Feng continued. "What then?" Zhang Ziyuan asked. "Wang Dicai is aware of our presence and will certainly avoid us. If he chooses not to see us, so be it. Nevertheless, in a few days, I intend for him to seek my audience," Chen Feng asserted resolutely. "What do you plan to do?" Zhang Ziyuan queried, curiosity piqued. "I shall personally dismantle his reputation," Chen Feng replied, enunciating each word with conviction. Chapter 55. The show of authority. Wang Dicai's deliberate avoidance was, without a doubt, a declaration of war against Chen Feng. At that moment, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan refrained from any actions and returned to their hotel. Upon their return, they did not venture out again, opting to have their dinner and the following day's meals within the confines of the hotel. The times were tumultuous, and given that they were on Wang Dicai's territory, wandering about recklessly could invite peril. In another's domain, safety must always take precedence. Chen Feng and his companions resided in a luxurious local hotel, well guarded, and even Wang Dicai, with his wealth and influence, dared not create disturbances within its premises. The following afternoon, Qin Weiguo arrived, accompanied by 2 adept members of his security team. Their mission was to ensure Chen Feng's safety. With Qin Weiguo in Shanghai, Chen Feng's concerns were somewhat alleviated. They ventured out for dinner, and he had also arranged to meet someone. The Shanghai Old Friends seafood stall was renowned for its local specialties. At this hour, the establishment was bustling, filled with patrons and the lively hum of conversation. Chen Feng, Zhang Ziyuan, and Qin Weiguo entered, surveying the crowded space. In a corner, a figure rose and waved, "Mr. Chen, over here." This was Xiaoli, a former employee of Fengyuan Electronics, who had informed Zhang Ziyuan about Wang Dicai's dealings with other brands. The trio approached and took their seats. "Let us have some tea first. It's quite difficult to secure a table here." "I had to enlist the help of an acquaintance," Xiaoli warmly stated as he poured tea for them. "Xiaoli, how have you been lately?" Chen Feng inquired. "Not too well, unfortunately. I have yet to find work and am merely passing the time," Xiaoli replied after serving the tea. He then called out to a nearby waiter, "Waiter, we're ready to order." The server approached, and Zhang Ziyuan casually picked several signature dishes from the menu. Chen Feng produced a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, offering one to Xiaoli, and asked, "What is the situation at Fengyuan? What else could it be?" Xiaoli responded. Xiaoli placed a cigarette between his lips, ignited it, and took a puff before speaking. "Wang Dicai intends to open a second appliance store, and has arranged for his nephew to manage our shop. This nephew is nothing but a rogue. He was previously expelled from the fertilizer plant in the city for brawling and has since been unemployed at home. His sister, essentially a mistress, has ingratiated herself with Wang Dicai, seeking to secure a job for her brother. After spending nearly 2 days in our store, he observed our flourishing business and boasted to his brother-in-law that he knew people in Yangcheng who could supply a batch of appliances for sale, promising high profits without sharing with the company. Wang Dicai acquiesced, allowing him free rein in the store's operations. I found myself at odds with him and was subsequently ousted. As Xiaoli recounted this, it was evident he was seething with anger. "And you say Wang Dicai wishes to open another store?" Chen Feng inquired. "Indeed, it's located on Jingbei Road, already renovated and set to open soon. Jingbei Road is the most bustling area of Jingzhou City, and it appears Wang Dicai has recognized the lucrative potential of the appliance industry, believing he has grasped the essence of its operations, thus intending to escalate his investments aggressively." Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan exchanged glances, astonished by the revelation of Wang Dicai's new venture, which they had not anticipated would be kept so tightly under wraps. From Xiaoli's account, it was clear that Wang Dicai had long been plotting this, having discerned opportunities during his collaboration with Chen Feng while also understanding the intricacies involved. He resolved to sever ties with Chen Feng and pursue an independent path, confident that as the local heavyweight in Jinghai City, he could evade any repercussions from Chen Feng and his associates far away in Deep City. Indeed, business people are astute. Soon, dishes were served, and Chen Feng chose not to press further about Wang Dicai, instead engaging in casual conversation. upon learning that Xiao Li's family was struggling. With significant financial pressures from both aging parents and young children, Chen Feng reached into his pocket, producing 1,000 yuan, which he handed to Xiao Li, urging him to accept it. Xiao Li hesitated, but Chen Feng insisted it was merely an advance on his wages, promising to hire him back once the new store in Jingzhou City opened. Reluctantly, Xiao Li accepted the money. After settling the bill, the three bid farewell to Xiao Li at the shop's entrance. Once Xiao Li had departed, Zhang Ziyuan turned to Chen Feng and asked, "What shall we do next?" Chen Feng simply replied, "Wait for someone." In the ensuing 3 days, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan remained in Shanghai City, passing their time by leisurely exploring malls, surveying the appliance market, indulging in late-night snacks, and enjoying karaoke, living quite comfortably. On the 4th day, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan rose early, had breakfast, and headed towards Jingbei Road. Today marked the grand opening of Wang Ditsai's new store. Upon arriving at Jingbei Road, they found a considerable crowd gathered outside Wang Ditsai's new establishment. A red cloth adorned the sign of the new store, and several large red balloons floated outside, accompanied by a banner proclaiming, 18-inch color television only 1,999 yuan. Observing the banner, Chen Feng chuckled and remarked to Zhang Ziyuan, "It seems Wang Ditsai has entirely replicated our strategy." "What do you mean by replicate?" "It is clearly theft," Zhang Ziyuan retorted. Zhang Ziyuan now holds a profound disdain for Wang Ditsai's treacherous actions. Let us observe the scene. A few individuals approached the entrance of the store, where Chen Feng peered inside from a distance. The establishment was quite spacious, occupying at least 250 square meters. Outside, several hostesses donned in crimson kipayos stood ready, preparing for the impending grand opening ceremony. Wang Ditsai stood at the entrance, engaged in conversation with a portly middle-aged man, whom Chen Feng recognized as a relative of Wang's superior. Previously, during the opening of their first store, Wang had also invited this relative to officiate the ribbon cutting. Now, with the inauguration of the second store, this relative had returned. Technically, he was not a director but rather a deputy director. Nevertheless, his influence in a provincial capital such as Jingzhou should not be underestimated. Beside Wang stood a slender man with a sharp face and long hair. Xiao Li leaned closer and whispered to Chen Feng, "That long-haired man is Wang Ditsai's brother-in-law." Chen Feng nodded in acknowledgement. The long-haired individual wore a suit, yet his playful demeanor suggested he was not one to engage in serious business. Approximately 10 minutes later, the ribbon-cutting ceremony commenced. Wang Ditsai, his relative, and several familiar leaders gathered at the entrance, poised to inaugurate the new store. "Oh, Boss Wang, why didn't you invite me to your grand opening?" Chen Feng emerged from the crowd, calling out in a loud voice. The sudden appearance of Chen Feng caused Wang Ditsai's expression to shift dramatically. He had not anticipated Chen Feng's arrival at such a moment. At this critical juncture, Chen Feng's presence threw Wang Ditsai into disarray. Wang's brother-in-law leaned closer and whispered, "Brother-in-law, what should we do? Should I find someone to chase them away?" Wang Ditsai's expression fluctuated between anxiety and determination as he glanced at the onlookers and replied, "With so many people watching, do not act recklessly. Leave it to me." Subsequently, Wang Ditsai donned a smile reminiscent of the Buddha and approached Chen Feng, placing a hand on his shoulder. "General Chen, what a rare guest. Please, come inside." "No. I happened to pass by and heard that a large appliance chain store was opening, so I decided to take a look. I did not expect it to be your store, Boss Wang." "General Chen, today marks the opening of my new store. I would appreciate it if you could grant me some leeway. Let us discuss our matters later, shall we?" Wang Ditsai pulled Chen Feng aside and spoke quietly. "Boss Wang, we had an agreement. You were to exclusively represent our Feng Yuan appliances, as clearly stated in the contract. Now, you abandon us to start anew. This is quite unprincipled. What do you intend to do?" Wang Ditsai, aware that Chen Feng would not relent easily, decided to confront the issue directly. "My demands are quite simple. First, you must cease using the Feng Yuan appliances brand for your store. Call it whatever you wish, just do not use the Feng Yuan name." "Understood," Wang Ditsai conceded with a nod. "Second, our collaboration is hereby terminated. We will no longer supply you. You may sell any brand of appliances you choose, and we shall not interfere." "Very well." Wang Ditsai has now acquired a new source of goods at even lower prices. He is indifferent to the loss of Chen Feng's merchandise. "Thirdly, since you can no longer use the Feng Yuan electric brand, I must remove the sign from your store on Yunshan Road today." Wang Ditsai agreed to the first two conditions. But upon hearing Chen Feng's third request, his expression shifted dramatically. The smile faded from his face as he regarded Chen Feng, speaking in a somewhat chilling tone, "Mr. Chen, is it really necessary to escalate matters to this extent?" Wang Dicai is a prominent figure in Shanghai City, and Chen Feng's public display of removing the sign in front of so many witnesses is akin to a slap in the face. If the sign hanging above the storefront does not belong to you, it should be taken down. Unfazed by Wang Dicai's glare, Chen Feng replied resolutely, "Moreover, I am not here to seek your permission. I am here to inform you that I will be removing the sign." With that, a smile graced Chen Feng's face as he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Wang Dicai, exclaiming loudly, "Congratulations to Boss Wang on the grand opening of your new store. May your business flourish and wealth abound." After saying this, he turned and blended back into the crowd. Wang Dicai's face darkened as he beckoned his brother-in-law to approach. In a hushed tone, he instructed, "That kid intends to remove our sign from the Yunshan Road store. Gather your friends from the underworld. If he dares to cause trouble, break his legs." "Understood, brother-in-law," the young man with long hair responded, hurriedly departing. In the next moment, a smile returned to Wang Dicai's face as he resumed attending to his customers. Meanwhile, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan, accompanied by others, hailed a taxi back to Yushan Road, enlisting Xiaoli's help to procure a ladder. Early in the morning, customers were already selecting appliances in the store. Upon arriving at the storefront, Chen Feng said to Zhang Ziyuan, "Please hold the ladder for me while I remove the sign." "All right," Zhang Ziyuan replied, filled with pent-up frustration towards Wang Dicai. As Chen Feng prepared to take down the sign, Zhang Ziyuan and Xiaoli positioned the ladder at the entrance. The middle-aged female employee who had previously attended to Chen Feng and his group emerged, shouting, "What do you think you're doing?" Removing the sign, Chen Feng simply stated, "Who are you? Don't you know who owns this store?" The woman retorted angrily, "I don't care who owns it, the sign is mine, and I shall take it down." Chen Feng persisted as he ascended the ladder. At that moment, a van pulled up to the storefront. 7 or 8 individuals emerged, wielding iron rods, and the leader, a young man with long hair, bellowed, "I dare anyone to try." Chen Feng glanced over but ignored him, continuing his ascent. Wang Dicai's brother-in-law, realizing that intimidation had failed, rushed forward to attempt to topple the ladder. However, a man of average stature with a buzz cut stood in his way, none other than Qin Weiguo. Wang Dicai's brother-in-law shot him a glare, angrily shouting, "Get out of my way." With that, he reached out, intending to shove Qin Weiguo aside. Yet, despite his forceful push, Qin Weiguo remained utterly unmoved. Wang Dicai's brother-in-law took a couple of steps back, gazing at Chen Feng and his companions. With a wave of his hand, he commanded his associates, "Charge at them. Beat these troublemakers to a pulp." His comrades brandished iron rods and rushed forward. Qin Weiguo swiftly stepped in, grasping one of their wrists and twisting it, causing the iron rod to clatter to the ground. He picked it up and tossed it to a brother from the escort team who had accompanied him to Jingzhou City. Evading another strike, he seized yet another iron rod and passed it to another companion nearby. With 2 deft maneuvers, those ruffians were disarmed before they could even graze his sleeve. Chen Feng had instructed him to minimize harm. Inflicting injury would inevitably attract the police, complicating matters further. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had already dismantled the sign at the entrance. With a resounding crash, the pristine sign shattered as it hit the ground in 2 pieces. Descending the ladder, he glanced at the broken sign, a piece he had personally hung just 2 months prior, now unexpectedly removed. It was a cruel twist of fate. After taking down the sign, he descended the ladder, just as a police car approached, halting at the shop's entrance. 3 officers emerged, and upon seeing them, the long-haired young man appeared as if he had encountered a savior. He hurried forward to a square-faced officer, pointing at Chen Feng, and exclaimed, "Zhao, someone is causing trouble in my shop." The square-faced officer surveyed the surroundings before striding over to Chen Feng, adopting an interrogative tone. "Who are you? Who sent you to stir up trouble?" Chen Feng retorted, "How can it be considered causing trouble when I am merely removing my own sign?" "All right. Since you refuse to admit it, I will have to take you all in," the officer commanded. The other 2 officers advanced, producing handcuffs to restrain Chen Feng. After securing him, they attempted to cuff Qin Weiguo as well. Qin Weiguo glanced at Chen Feng, who simply smiled and said, "It's all right, let them cuff me." He offered no resistance as they proceeded to restrain him. The 2 brothers from the escort team and Zhang Ziyuan were also handcuffed. The 5 of them were then escorted into the police vehicle, which departed swiftly. Chapter 57. The savior arrives. Once they arrived at the police station, they were first confined in a cell. "Excuse me, how long will we be detained?" Zhang Ziyuan inquired. "Disturbing the peace, 15 days of administrative detention." The square-faced officer replied as he closed the cell door. We were merely removing our own sign. How's that considered disturbing the peace? Zhang Ziyuan exclaimed, his anger palpable as he confronted the officer. The officer scoffed, his expression rife with disdain. You claim that sign is yours. What proof do you have to substantiate your claim? Zhang Ziyuan found himself at a loss for words. Enough, don't say anything more, Chen Feng advised Zhang Ziyuan. Recognizing the futility of further discussion, it was evident to any discerning observer that the square-faced officer had connections with Wang Ditsai's brother-in-law. The 5 individuals were apprehended. Yet that young man managed to evade capture, despite the fact that they were armed and had inflicted harm. Daring to run rampant in Jingzhou City. They must be tired of living. You all shall remain there for a while. The man with the square face remarked to a young fellow beside him. First, you'll be detained here for 2 days, then charged with provoking trouble and sent to the detention center for 15 days. Understood, the young man replied. After relaying the details, the square-faced man departed. What shall we do? Zhang Ziyuan cast a pleading glance at Chen Feng. What do you mean, what shall we do? If we heed that scoundrel's words, we will be confined for 17 days. Zhang Ziyuan, likely anxious due to it being his first time in such a situation, expressed his apprehension. You seemed quite exhilarated when you dismantled the sign earlier, Chen Feng chuckled. And at this moment, you still have the leisure to jest? Zhang Ziyuan responded with a hint of displeasure. Well then, let us wait a little longer. Our savior shall arrive shortly. Savior? Who? Zhang Ziyuan inquired curiously. You shall find out in due time, Chen Feng replied with an enigmatic smile. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 unexpected guests arrived at the office of the director of Jing and District Police Station in Jingzhou City. The mayor's secretary, Sun Daodong, accompanied by a middle-aged man clad in a white suit and a red and white striped shirt, wearing sunglasses, and a strikingly attractive woman dressed in fashionable professional attire. The arrival of the mayor's secretary startled Director Gao Siming, who hastily invited the trio inside. This is Zhou Jiahua, the president of the Xiangjiang Chamber of Commerce. And this is Miss Li Yueyun from Xiangjiang Longchangshan Trading Company, Secretary Sun introduced the two. Greetings, Gao Siming. Recognizing the significance of those who could command the presence of the mayor's secretary, extended a warm handshake to Zhou Jiahua and Li Yueyun. Please have a seat. Allow me to pour you some tea. Gao Siming personally took the kettle to serve tea to the 3 guests. Director Gao, we have come today due to an unfortunate situation. Your officers have brought Miss Li's company representatives to the station. Is that so? Gao Siming widened his eyes in surprise. It is quite normal that you are unaware of this incident, as it occurred only this morning, Li Yueyun said with a smile, continuing, after all, our plans to invest in Shanghai City have merely been discussed with Mayor Liu and are still in the exploratory phase. Who could have anticipated encountering such unpleasantness upon our arrival? It must be a misunderstanding. Absolutely a misunderstanding. Gao Siming quickly explained upon learning of the connection to the mayor. He returned to his desk and picked up the phone, dialing out. In a short while, the call connected. Did you bring someone back today? Who is it, Wang Dalong? Have him come to my office. After concluding the call, Director Gao returned to the sofa, his face adorned with a smile as he engaged in casual conversation with the guests. 3 minutes later, the square-faced policeman named Wang Dalong entered the director's office. Reporting in. Come in. Wang Dalong, upon seeing so many people in the office, felt momentarily bewildered. Director, did you call for me? He asked, his earlier arrogance from the morning replaced with careful inquiry. I heard you brought some individuals back from Jingbei Road today, Director Gao Siming queried. The report's head began by recounting an incident that occurred during their morning patrol when they received a tip-off about a disturbance caused by certain individuals. They promptly brought the suspects back for questioning. Nonsense, exclaimed Gao Siming, whose sudden exclamation startled Wang Dalong. These individuals are Hong Kong businessmen, here in our city for investment inspections, esteemed guests of the municipal leaders. How could they possibly be causing trouble? Release them at once. Wang Dalong, standing at attention, complied and exited the director's office, his mind racing with curses for Liu Ergu, whom he blamed for this predicament. He was acutely aware of the powerful connections these individuals possessed and felt it was a reckless move to apprehend them. Despite his frustrations, he knew he had to release them and offer apologies. Otherwise, he risked a formal complaint to the city that could jeopardize his position. Meanwhile, Chen Feng and his companions were confined in a cell. At noon, they were served a meager meal of vegetables and radishes. Zhang Ziyuan, lacking an appetite, found it difficult to eat, while Chen Feng savored his meal, remarking on the novelty of dining in confinement. By 3:30 in the afternoon, Zhang Ziyuan began to feel drowsy and soon dozed off. Suddenly, the sound of the door creaking open announced Wang Dalong's return. He quickly approached the cell, unlocking it and addressing Chen Feng and the others with a conciliatory tone. "You may come out now." Recognizing the shift in his demeanor, Chen Feng nudged the sleeping Zhang Ziyuan awake. "Hey, it's time to go. Wake up." Rubbing his bleary eyes, Zhang Ziyuan asked, "Is it time for a meal?" "No. We're being released," Chen Feng replied. "Really?" Zhang Ziyuan exclaimed, springing up in surprise. Chen Feng turned to Wang Dalong, seeking confirmation. "We can leave, right?" "Yes. It's all a misunderstanding. We apprehended the wrong individuals. I sincerely apologize for this," Wang Dalong said, his expression filled with regret, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. "Misunderstanding. Indeed. It's good that it's resolved," Chen Feng thought, choosing not to berate Wang Dalong, as he was well aware of the latter's influence in the area. Chen Feng was focused on his business endeavors, preferring to avoid unnecessary conflict. Upon arriving at Gao Siming's office, they encountered Li Weiyun, to whom Chen Feng offered a friendly smile. "Is everything all right?" she inquired. Chen Feng shook his head, reassuring her, "There's nothing to worry about. It was all a misunderstanding, and it has been resolved. I even managed to catch a nap." Yes, all a misunderstanding," Gao Siming interjected with a smile. Li Weiyun then turned to Gao Siming, stating, "Well, since the matter has been settled, we shall take our leave." "I'll see you off," Gao Siming insisted, accompanying Chen Feng and his group to the door. After watching them drive away, he finally exhaled in relief. Chapter 58. What? You wish to rent my shop? After leaving the police station, Li Weiyun and Chen Feng dined with Zhou Jiehua, the president of the Xiangjiang Chamber of Commerce in Jinghai City, and Sun Siming, the mayor's secretary. During the meal, Li Weiyun formally introduced Chen Feng to the two gentlemen, declaring that he would represent her in all investment activities in Jingzhou City. Zhou Jiehua and Sun Siming continuously toasted Chen Feng, one seeking to showcase his political achievements through investment, and the other hoping for potential future business collaboration. Both eager to curry favor with him. Indeed, it is advantageous to be backed by a formidable ally. In this era, Hong Kong capital retains a significant status, capable of drawing the attention of local authorities with merely a word. Partnering with Li Weiyun was undoubtedly Chen Feng's most astute decision. The private room was filled with clinking glasses, and it was not until 10 o'clock at night that everyone dispersed. As they departed, Zhou Jiehua invited Chen Feng to visit his company when time permitted. This Hong Kong businessman was engaged in the stone business in Jingzhou City. Being among the earliest to invest in the mainland, his influence should not be underestimated. After bidding farewell to Zhou Jiehua and Sun Siming, Li Weiyun finally exhaled, turning to Chen Feng and remarked, "How timely was your arrival? I landed in Shenzhen and immediately transferred to a flight to Jingzhou City. In this day and age, there were no international flights directly to Jingzhou City, necessitating a stopover in Shenzhen. Thank you, Miss Li. I shall forever be grateful for your immense kindness." Chen Feng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. His audacity to confront Wang Ditsai today was made possible by prior arrangements with Li Weiyun. Otherwise, as an outsider, it would have been foolish to provoke a local tyrant like Wang Ditsai. With Li Weiyun and the Hong Kong Business Association as his backing, the situation was markedly different. Li Weiyun had Zhou Jiehua call the mayor, who promptly dispatched his secretary to assist in the matter. Chen Feng emerged unscathed, even managing to assert himself against Wang Ditsai. At the very least, Wang Ditsai would think twice before resorting to underhanded tactics against him in the future. "What are your plans moving forward?" Li Weiyun inquired. "What else can be done? This store is closing. We shall simply open a new one," Chen Feng replied. He had indeed intended to establish another home appliance chain in Jingzhou City, but had previously hesitated due to Wang Ditsai's influence. Now that Wang Ditsai had betrayed their prior agreement, Chen Feng felt liberated to proceed. The environment here is quite favorable. It would be entirely feasible to open another store. Li Weiyun, being in Jingzhou, had likely gathered some understanding of the local situation. "If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek Zhou Jiahua's assistance. He has some business dealings with my father in Hong Kong. Though modest, he can be considered a half-friend." "Understood," Chen Feng nodded. "I will be returning to Shenzhen tomorrow." "So soon?" Chen Feng was somewhat taken aback. "What else is there?" "I came to Jingzhou specifically to assist you. Now that the matters are settled, it is time for me to return." "Oh, I am truly grateful." Chen Feng genuinely thanked Li Weiyun. Without her presence, handling the affairs here would have been considerably more challenging. What gratitude is necessary? Your business is my business. Aiding you is tantamount to helping myself. If you wish to express your thanks, open a grand home appliance chain in Jingzhou City and earn plenty of money for me, Li Wei jested. Certainly. I will open a large home appliance chain to ensure the boss lady earns abundantly, Chen Feng concurred. In the car, Jackie Chung's song Jin'll played softly. Reaching the poignant lyrics, in the quiet of the night, the voice of the night resonates in my heart. Today, who am I to you? At that moment, their gazes serendipitously intersected. The atmosphere within the car became subtly charged. Li Weiyin turned her face towards the window, and Chen Feng fell silent. The two sat in the vehicle, quietly absorbing the music that enveloped them. An inexplicable emotion began to brew in their hearts. After 20 minutes, the car arrived at the hotel where Chen Feng was staying. I've arrived, he announced as he unfastened his seatbelt. Li Weiyin merely replied. I'll head upstairs then. She echoed once more. Goodbye. Goodbye. Chen Feng offered her a faint smile before alighting from the car. Another vehicle pulled up, and Zhang Ziyuan along with Qin Weiguo also disembarked. The group prepared to make their way into the hotel. Watching Chen Feng's retreating figure, Li Weiyun sighed and said to the driver, Please drive. The car gently started and exited the hotel premises. Just then, as Chen Feng reached the entrance, he turned back to glance at the vehicle that was gradually receding into the distance. That night, both individuals found themselves burdened with a complex array of emotions they could not articulate. Upon returning to his hotel, Chen Feng stepped into the bathroom for a cold shower, allowing his thoughts to gradually settle. What's wrong? You appeared quite distracted when you returned, Zhang Ziyuan remarked from the sofa, holding a newspaper. Nothing much. Chen Feng replied with a smile, shaking his head. I've been busy all day, experiencing so much. I'm a bit worn out. When are we going to get the shop opened? I can hardly wait to slap a few faces off Wang Dicai. Zhang Ziyuan's mention of Wang Dicai elicited a grimace from him. Next Monday. Next Monday? ISNT that a bit rushed? That's only 6 days away. And we haven't even selected a location yet. No need to choose, we'll set up right across from him. Hearing this, Zhang Ziyuan paused momentarily, then gave Chen Feng a thumbs up. Impressive. Chen Feng said nothing further but instead rose to stand by the window, lost in thought as he gazed at the neon lights outside. The following morning, bright and early, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyuan made their way to Jingbei Road. However, they did not head to Wang Dicai's establishment. Instead, they entered a small grocery store located directly across from his electrical shop. The small store occupied the ground floor of a 3-story building, a self-built structure with a modest area of merely 5 to 6 square meters. Inside, a few shelves and a glass display case showcased cigarettes and beverages. A middle-aged man in his 40s sat inside, wielding a large fan, engrossed in a black and white television mounted on the wall. Would you like to purchase some cigarettes? The proprietor greeted them upon their arrival. Chen Feng examined the selection and pointed to a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. I'll take a pack of Zhonghua, priced at 10 yuan per pack. These cigarettes were a luxury in an era where the average monthly salary barely reached a few dozen yuan. The shopkeeper quickly retrieved the cigarettes from the cabinet. Chen Feng produced a 10 yuan bill and accepted the cigarettes from the man's hand. He opened the pack, took out a cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of smoke. The location of your shop is quite favorable. You must earn a decent income throughout the year, Chen Feng inquired. Oh, it's all small change here. What profit can one expect in a year? The shopkeeper sighed. It was said that the businesses along Jingbei Road were thriving. However, across the street, a new appliance store had recently opened. Chen Feng turned to glance at Wang Dicai's shop. While it was true that the businesses on the opposite side were flourishing, it had no bearing on their own situation. How can that be? Chen Feng inquired with curiosity. Look, the shopkeeper explained. Even though we are on the same street, the opposite side features a newly developed shopping center, adorned with stylish decor. Our side, however, is lined with old buildings from the 1950s and 60s. Have you not noticed? The businesses over there are thriving, while our side is rather desolate. Young people prefer to shop at that bustling mall, leaving us in the shadows. Seeing Chen Feng's generosity, the shopkeeper opened up and shared freely. Boss, how does this sound? I'll offer you 3,000 yuan a month if you rent me this shop. What? 3,000 a month? The shopkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief at Chen Feng's audacious offer for the dilapidated property. He typically earned only 1,000 yuan a month during good times, and on average, 700 or 800 was more common. The prospect of receiving 3,000 for just a month was akin to a windfall from the heavens. Chapter 59. The counterattack begins. Chen Feng's proposal of 3,000 yuan per month left the small shop owner in astonishment, thinking he must have misheard. Indeed, 3,000 a month. Chen Feng reiterated his offer. The shopkeeper scrutinized Chen Feng for a moment before seriously asking, "Young man, you are not jesting with me, are you?" Chen Feng retrieved a thick stack of cash from his bag and placed it before the shopkeeper. "This is the rent for the first month." The sight of that substantial amount rendered the shopkeeper speechless, utterly unprepared for Chen Feng's earnestness. "What can you possibly do in my small shop?" the shopkeeper asked, bewildered. "That is for me to decide. Rest assured, it will not involve any illegal activities. Besides, one would hardly choose to open a shop on Jingbei Road for such purposes." Chen Feng replied with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, the shopkeeper nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall rent it to you." They promptly signed a rental agreement, securing the space for 2 months, with the possibility of extension thereafter, although it was a short-term lease. The 3,000 yuan per month was sufficient incentive for the shopkeeper to acquiesce, especially considering his meager earnings of 600 to 700 a month. The sudden influx of 3,000 was enough to make him eagerly clear the space. Immediately, Chen Feng instructed the shopkeeper to vacate the premises. The shopkeeper called upon his son and daughter-in-law to assist in clearing out the shop. At that moment, Wang Dicai's brother-in-law, Lu Ergu, rode by on his motorcycle and caught sight of Chen Feng. Upon recognizing him, he quickly turned around as if he were a thief. Across the street, in the pristine Dicai appliance store, Wang Dicai was enthusiastically demonstrating televisions to a customer. It was the second day of their grand opening, and due to the significant promotional offers, a large number of customers had arrived early that day. On the first day of business, they had sold 1.3 million yuan's worth of merchandise, netting a profit of 600,000, which left him beaming with joy. Had he known that operating independently would yield such profits, he would not have partnered with Chen Feng. However, without this partnership, he would not have grasped the intricacies of the business. There is a saying about feeling one's way across a river by stepping on stones. Wang Dicai was indeed navigating the waters by following Chen Feng. At this moment, he was still reveling in his own foresight. Just then, his brother-in-law, Lu Ergu, entered the shop, standing behind Wang Dicai. Aware that his brother-in-law's visit must pertain to an urgent matter, Wang Dicai instructed the other salespeople to attend to the customers. He then led Lu Ergu to a quieter corner. "Did you not see me attending to the customers? What brings you here?" Wang Dicai inquired, bemused by his brother-in-law's demeanor. "It's bad news. That Chen fellow has been released," Lu Ergu replied. In an era devoid of mobile phones and with limited communication devices, news traveled slowly. And Lu Ergu had assumed Chen Feng remained incarcerated, only to discover that he had indeed been freed. That rascal must have some funds. His release is not surprising. Wang Dicai scoffed. He not only got released, but he has also taken over a shop directly opposite us, posing as our competitor. I just saw him outside. Lu Ergu added. Is that so? Wang Dicai responded, taken aback. I saw him just now. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Dicai declared, let us go take a look. The two exited the store and arrived at the roadside, where they spotted Chen Feng directing workers unloading goods at a small shop across the street. Look. It's that establishment, Lu Ergu pointed. Wang Dicai observed for a moment, then snorted derisively. Humph, I expected something grander. He has merely rented a tiny storefront in a desolate area. What shall we do? Should we find someone to deal with him? Lu Ergu queried. There is no need to concern ourselves with him. We shall focus on our grand opening and deal with him afterward, Wang Dicai replied, his mind preoccupied with the bustling preparations for their own business. Meanwhile, Chen Feng's small shop was quickly emptied. At 10 o'clock, Zhang Weiwei returned in a small delivery truck from an advertising company, bringing with him an advertising sign and a red balloon arch. The sign was covered with red cloth, concealing its inscription. All set, Zhang Weiwei exclaimed. So soon? Came the inquiry. I paid extra, so of course it's fast, Zhang Weiwei responded. Then let us get it installed right away. Master, could you please assist us with the installation of the sign? Zhang Weiwei requested of the advertising company's workers, who began to set up the balloon arch and arrange the sign. Chen Feng had paid 3 times the usual price, prompting the advertising company to exert their utmost effort. Around 10:30, 3 large trucks arrived at the store entrance and came to a halt. Despite the modest size of the grocery store, the entrance had ample space to accommodate 2 or 3 large trucks. The trucks were laden with cargo, all covered in tarpaulin, the contents hidden from view. Mr. Chen, everything has arrived, announced a young man with a somewhat youthful countenance as he stepped down from the truck. This was Xiaohu from the security team. Despite his doll-like face, he was 27 years old and had served 2 years on the battlefield, making him a true veteran. Due to his exceptional driving skills, Qin Weiguo was among the 2 individuals accompanying Chen Feng this time. Chen Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the advertising company set up a balloon arch and placed a pair of speakers at the entrance of the store. These speakers were, of course, rented from the advertising firm. Mr. Chen, everything is ready. The head of the advertising company approached with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. You can settle the remaining balance with us this afternoon. No worries. Our boss has instructed us to fully cooperate with any of your requests. The representative of the advertising company cheerfully replied. After concluding matters with the advertising firm, Chen Feng approached the store entrance and said to Zhang Weiwei, "All right, we can begin." Zhang Weiwei wore an expression of excitement as he ignited a string of firecrackers at the doorway. The crackling sound instantly drew the attention of many passers-by. Chen Feng tested the wired microphone and, finding it satisfactory, addressed the crowd. "Dear villagers, today marks the grand opening of our little shop, featuring a significant promotion on televisions. The 18-inch Shanghai brand color television is available for just 1,399 yuan. As his words echoed, Zhang Weiwei assisted in unveiling the red cloth covering the advertisement. The sign boldly proclaimed, "Grand Opening Celebration. Shanghai brand color television, only 1,399 yuan. This price was a staggering 500 yuan less than that at Wang Ditsai's store. Such an unprecedented discount quickly attracted a throng of onlookers to Chen Feng's storefront. "Boss, is your Shanghai brand color television really just 1,399 yuan? A young man in the crowd inquired. "Yes, indeed, just 1,399 yuan, Chen Feng affirmed. "Is that for real?" The young man pressed further. "The truck is filled with color televisions. You pay up front and take your purchase right away. You can try it out, and if it malfunctions within 7 days, we'll replace it." Chen Feng signaled to Qin Weiguo at the truck. Qin Weiguo unfurled the tarp, revealing a truckload of Shanghai brand televisions. The crowd erupted in excitement. The young man brandished a stack of cash, exclaiming, "I want one. I want to buy one." 2 others in the crowd echoed, "I want one too. I want one. It's only 1,000 less than that new store, 500 yuan cheaper. This is practically a giveaway." The first young man declared to the surrounding crowd, "I want one. I want one." With someone leading the charge, the onlookers could no longer contain themselves, and a considerable number of people gathered at Chen Feng's store, eager to purchase televisions. Chen Feng decided not to operate as a retail outlet, but rather to offer wholesale pricing. He calculated his costs, including procurement and a bit for transportation, providing the lowest possible price. His modest shop only incurred 3,000 yuan in expenses monthly, while Wang Ditsai's expansive retail space in a prime location faced costs exceeding tens of thousands each month. "If you wish to engage in a price war with me, I shall not profit but will undercut you at cost," Chen Feng resolved. Chapter 60. The Price War. Watch as I take you down. Soon, Chen Feng's storefront was overwhelmed with eager customers clamoring to buy televisions, as each unit was unloaded from the truck. This batch of goods was procured a few days ago by Chen Feng through Shenzhen, with a purchase price of 1,000 yuan per unit. Now, they are being sold for 1,399 yuan. After deducting transportation costs, the profit margin is merely modest. Although the quality of the Shanghai brand does not compare favorably to that of the Hualuo brand, its affordability is a significant advantage. When the price is low enough, consumers are often willing to overlook numerous shortcomings. For instance, a car priced at 79,800 yuan was launched at the beginning of 2024, prompting a consumer to remark that if they dared to sell at such a price, even if the vehicle exploded, they'd only comment that it didn't make enough noise. The Hualuo brand is one that Chen Feng personally represents. It is more expensive but of superior quality, and he is reluctant to engage in a price war with it. This batch of Shanghai brand televisions is perfectly suited for a price war against Wang Ditsai. Chen Feng has conducted his research and discovered that in stores selling home appliances, television sales account for approximately 70% of revenue. For many households, the first significant appliance they purchase is a television. While one can wash clothes without a washing machine, watching television necessitates a television set. Only after acquiring a television are consumers likely to invest in other large appliances. Therefore, televisions will constitute the majority of sales in Wang Ditsai's new store. By offering this batch of Shanghai brand televisions at a drastically reduced price, Chen Feng aims to exploit Wang Ditsai's vulnerabilities, striking directly at his vital interests. Although price wars may not exhibit sophistication in the realm of business competition, they are undeniably effective. The strategy is straightforward and brutally honest. Even large internet companies like Meituan and ele.me initially utilized subsidies to engage in price wars, effectively eliminating their competitors and monopolizing the market. The most effective method to undermine competitors is indeed through price wars. Other elaborate strategies are of little use. Consumers invariably trust their own financial resources. Chen Feng is determined to undermine Wang Ditsai's new establishment. He has rented a store directly across from Wang Ditsai's new shop and has chosen to act as soon as the latter opens its doors, with precision and decisiveness. Chen Feng unleashes a powerful offensive. The message he conveys is unequivocal. He intends to obliterate his rival. Upon the opening of Chen Feng's shop, crowds gathered outside, eager to purchase televisions. The 18-inch model, priced at merely 399 yuan, quickly became the talk of the town. Who has ever encountered such an inexpensive television? In the department store, the same model sells for 600 yuan, while last month, Fengyuan electronics chain, during its promotional event, sold the same television for 999 yuan, only to see it snatched up. Now, with Chen Feng offering it at 399 yuan, it feels akin to giving it away for free. His store is bustling with customers, overwhelmed with transactions. Among the crowd, the first young man to shout his intent to buy a television emerged, and he too joined the ranks of those collecting payments. This enthusiastic young man, named Xiao Li, was strategically placed by Chen Feng to create a buzz. The second and third individuals were also part of this plan to stimulate interest among those nearby. When the first brave individual steps forward, others are inclined to follow suit, often blindly. Meanwhile, Wang Ditsai is inside his store, warmly engaging with customers and introducing his products. Our Saming brand television is undoubtedly the most affordable in the entire Shanghai city, priced at merely 1999, significantly cheaper than the department store. The quality is exceptionally robust, and you won't find a television of such remarkable value anywhere else in the city. A middle-aged woman, cradling a child, stood before Wang Ditsai, her gaze scanning the array of televisions. Noticing her interest, Wang Ditsai added, "How about this? I will throw in a fan for you. It's an absolute bargain." Once the grand opening event concludes, the price will revert to its original amount, and it won't be this economical again. The middle-aged woman seemed to make a resolute decision and began to respond. "All right." Then, just as she was about to declare her intent to purchase, a middle-aged man in a red vest and white shirt rushed in from outside. He whispered a few words into her ear, and her expression changed drastically. She immediately turned to Wang Ditsai and said, "I'm sorry, I can't buy it after all." With that, she hurriedly exited, child in arms. As Wang Ditsai pondered this turn of events, he noticed that many customers still browsing in his store hastily followed her out. His brother-in-law, Lu Ergu, strode in briskly, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, something terrible has happened. You must come out and see." Once outside, Wang Ditsai heard the loudspeaker across the street announcing, 18-inch Saming brand color TVs are only 1,399 yuan. 1,399 yuan, what a bargain. Each word from the broadcast struck Wang Ditsai's heart like a hammer. For someone with a fragile constitution, this could have been a fatal blow. Chen Feng was undermining him at the very foundation. On the second day of his opening, he set up shop directly across from Wang Ditsai, advertising the price of 1,399 yuan, threatening Wang's very livelihood. "Brother-in-law, if he is selling for 13.99, we should sell for 13.50, even cheaper than him." Lu Ergu seethed. "You fool," Wang Ditsai retorted, slapping Lu Ergu on the face. "Do you think my large store doesn't have rent, utilities, or labor costs?" He scolded angrily. Indeed, engaging in a price war was something he couldn't afford against Chen Feng. After calculating rent, utilities, store renovations, and labor, he realized he would need to sell each television for at least 1,800 yuan just to break even. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had the advantage of a smaller storefront, launching a sale at 13.99. Consumers are not foolish. With the same 18-inch Saming brand television priced at 19.99 here and 13.99 across the street, the disparity of 600 yuan was glaring. No wonder all his customers had rushed out. Rubbing his reddened cheek from Wang Ditsai's slap, Lu Ergu lamented, "Brother-in-law, what should we do? Maybe you could call your friends at the bureau to deal with him?" At this suggestion, Wang Ditsai took a deep breath, retrieved his mobile phone, and dialed a number. After a few rings, it connected. A sheepish smile appeared on his face as he spoke into the phone. "Director Liang, good morning." "Mr. Wang, What can I do for you? The man on the other end replied. There's a matter I'd like your assistance with. I have a rival who has opened a store opposite mine, challenging me directly. I would like to seek your assistance, referring to the group from Deep City, correct? The man on the phone inquired. Wang Detsai was taken aback. How did this Director Liang know that Chen Feng was from Deep City? Indeed, Wang Detsai confirmed. I cannot assist you. You should seek help elsewhere. Director Liang firmly rejected. Director Liang, I implore you for this favor. I assure you that I will repay your kindness in the future. It's not a matter of repayment. To be frank with you, the individuals from Deep City are backed by Hong Kong businessmen. The mayor's secretary has indicated that they intend to invest here. And we must not jeopardize our investment environment. Director Liang candidly explained over the phone. Furthermore, earlier this morning, around 9 o'clock, President Zhou of the Hong Kong Business Association requested my assistance in obtaining a business license, which I must deliver in the coming days. Given his connections, I cannot afford to offend him. You should seek assistance from someone else. With that, Director Liang hung up. Wang Detsai ended the call, feeling a chill in his heart. The influential figures he knew were unwilling to offend Chen Feng. The tactics he thought would easily counter Chen Feng's influence had proven ineffective. Engaging in a price war with Chen Feng, he would surely incur monumental losses. It was truly over for him. Chapter 61. Agree to my 3 conditions, and I shall spare you. Just after Wang Detsai hung up, his brother-in-law approached him, clutching a large mobile phone. Brother-in-law, I just contacted a friend at the police station. They mentioned that the young man from yesterday was accompanied by the mayor's secretary and the president of the Hong Kong Business Association. Lu Ergu, looking bewildered, asked, What should we do now? What can we do? We must bow our heads, Wang Detsai sighed. He could not fathom how such a small businessman as Chen Feng could have amassed such formidable backing in such a short time. Wang Detsai, a businessman of his stature, was not uncommon in Jingzhou City. Had it not been for his connections with several prominent figures, he would have been insignificant. Those influential individuals would not risk offending the Hong Kong Business Association for the sake of a mere businessman. With no other recourse but to lower his head, Wang Detsai stood for a moment, steadying his emotions, before cautiously crossing the street. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was at the entrance, welcoming guests. He was overwhelmed with customers. The allure of the 1,399 yuan televisions had captivated nearly the entire street. He had nearly sold out the televisions from his 3 delivery trucks, with only half a truck remaining. Once these were sold, he would have to wait for the next shipment to arrive the following day. However, this was inconsequential. His objective had already been achieved. The entire street was aware of the 1,399 yuan Samyang brand televisions available here. Who would still consider purchasing the 1999 yuan ones? Wang Detsai's escape route had been decisively cut off by Chen Feng. Please do not rush. We will serve you one at a time. Anyone attempting to cut in line will forfeit their purchasing rights, Chen Feng exclaimed, busily maintaining order amidst the throng, nearly being swept away by the crowd. A slender figure pushed through the crowd, clad in a brown suit, and approached Chen Feng with a cheerful greeting, Mr. Chen. Upon turning, Chen Feng recognized Wang Detsai and thought to himself, he arrived rather promptly. However, he replied, it's Mr. Wang. My apologies, the new shop just opened today, and I am quite busy. Let's talk another time. With that, Chen Feng intended to walk away, denying Wang Detsai the chance for conversation. Mr. Chen, may I have a moment of your time? Wang Detsai adopted a humble demeanor, reminiscent of their initial acquaintance. Mr. Wang, I've mentioned that I'm quite occupied today. Chen Feng retorted, preparing to depart. Mr. Chen, I concede. Please state your terms. At last, Wang Detsai expressed his thoughts. Chen Feng halted, surprised by Wang Detsai's willingness to yield. He had anticipated a protracted standoff. Very well, since my objective has been achieved, it is time to retreat. Let us share a cigarette. Chen Feng turned to Wang Detsai. He called out to Zhang Ziyuan, I'm stepping out for a smoke with Mr. Wang. Carry on with your tasks. Upon witnessing Wang Detsai's dismal demeanor upon arrival, Zhang Ziyuan discerned that he had come to concede. Understood. Take your time with Mr. Wang. He replied loudly. The 2 men stepped away from the crowd, finding refuge beneath a large tree. Chen Feng retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Wang Detsai before lighting his own, inhaling deeply and exhaling a plume of white smoke. Wang Detsai, however, found no pleasure in smoking. In a pleading tone, he implored, Mr. Chen, please spare me. My shop has just opened, and it is only the 2nd day. I have plenty of stock to sell. Your actions are making it impossible for me to continue. Mr. Wang, I am merely conducting business. My goods are simply priced more reasonably. How can you portray me as a villain? Chen Feng replied with a smile. Mr. Chen, I was in the wrong. Please overlook my transgressions and grant me mercy. Wang Dicai humbly pleaded. He understood that continuing to oppose Chen Feng would lead to his own ruin. If that is the case, let us engage in a proper discussion. I have 3 conditions, Chen Feng stated. Please proceed, Wang Dicai responded eagerly, sensing an opportunity. First, you must settle the outstanding payment for the goods owed to me. Chen Feng declared, flicking the ash from his cigarette. Wang Dicai still owed Chen Feng 650,000 yuan for merchandise. No problem. I intended to settle that by the end of this month, Wang Dicai replied, having initially planned to avoid repayment, thinking of litigation. Though now he lacked the audacity to pursue that route. Second, all prior agreements will be nullified, and you must close Fengyuan Electronics. You may rename it as you wish, but it must not retain the name Fengyuan. Chen Feng was resolute in protecting his brand from Wang Dicai's tarnishing influence, as Fengyuan Electronics was destined for wholesale, while Taojing Electronics would focus on retail. That is acceptable. I will remove your sign. I have yet to find someone to create a new one, and I will have the store remodeled in the coming days. For Wang Dicai, the second condition posed little challenge. As the Fengyuan Electronics brand had originally belonged to Chen Feng, he could easily find someone to create a different name without significant consequence. Thirdly, your store is quite impressive, and I have taken a liking to it. Would you consider subleasing it to me? Wang Dicai never anticipated that Chen Feng had set his sights on his establishment. Indeed, the shop he rented was among the finest on this street, commanding a hefty rent, and he had invested a significant amount in renovations. With such a substantial outlay, he aspired to achieve great success, yet it was unfortunate that his ambitions were thwarted before they could even materialize. Chen Feng swiftly extinguished his dreams of prosperity in their infancy. After much contemplation, Wang Dicai ultimately acquiesced. Chen Feng smiled and expressed gratitude, suggesting they share a meal together. Perhaps at that delightful Hunan restaurant they visited previously. Wang Dicai wore a wry smile. He had little inclination for dining. In the afternoon, Wang Dicai and Chen Feng finalized the sublease agreement, officially transferring the shop on Jingbei Road to Chen Feng. The lease was set for 3 years, mirroring the duration of Wang Dicai's original contract. This establishment had been procured through the assistance of a relative of his director, and barely had it warmed under his stewardship before he relinquished it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng was generous, not only reimbursing the renovation costs, but also acquiring Wang Dicai's inventory. In Wang Dicai's shop, both parties affixed their signatures to the contract. Chen Feng examined the document, nodding in satisfaction. It was a lucrative deal. He rose, extended his hand to Wang Dicai, and smiled, thanking him warmly. Despite being rivals, a businessman must possess a certain magnanimity. Wang Dicai's expression soured slightly. Mr. Chen, I admit my oversight in underestimating you. I accept the repercussions of my misjudgment. Wang Dicai chuckled, stating that his operations were merely trivial and inconsequential. Mr. Chen, the deed is done, and I shall take my leave now. Wang Dicai stood, eager to depart, as he had numerous matters awaiting his attention. No need to see me off, he added. Chen Feng remained seated on the solid wooden sofa purchased by Wang Dicai, not shifting an inch. Once Wang Dicai had exited, Zhang Ziyuan turned to Chen Feng and inquired, Are you truly letting him off the hook? What? Do you expect me to annihilate his entire family? Chen Feng retorted. Zhang Ziyuan was momentarily rendered speechless. I thought perhaps he should suffer some consequences, like being forced out of the home appliance industry, he suggested in a half-joking manner. Today it's Wang Dicai. Tomorrow it could be Zhao or Qian. You cannot eliminate them all, and fostering enmity is unnecessary. After all, they are the local power brokers. And I am here to conduct business and generate profit. There is no need to engage in fruitless disputes. There is an old saying, if you can spare someone, then do so. Just as Zhang Ziyuan prepared to commend Chen Feng for his perspective, the next words from Chen Feng left him utterly astonished. I'm giving him this chance. Should he ever cross my path again, I will not be so lenient. Chen Feng concluded with a casual smile, as if discussing a trivial matter. Zhang Ziyuan swallowed hard before asking, What are our next steps? What else can we do? We shall launch our chain supermarket and continue to reap profits, Chen Feng replied. Agreed, Zhang Ziyuan said, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Upon contemplating the imminent establishment of the second Taoqing home appliance chain in Jingzhou City, the prospect of an influx of wealth stirred a palpable excitement within him. Indeed, collaborating with Chen Feng proved to be a gratifying experience. Chapter 62. Chen Feng's appliance empire expands. having secured the cooperation of Wang Datsai, a local power broker. The subsequent tasks appeared rather straightforward. In ventures such as chain stores, the primary challenge lies in successfully launching the inaugural outlet. Chen Feng had already set a remarkable precedent with his store in Xiazhu City, laying a solid foundation for the home appliance supermarket and establishing standardized processes. He swiftly replicated the successful model of the Xiazhu home appliance chain, inaugurating his second outlet in Jingzhou City. Remarkably, within just 10 days, the store was ready for business. With the assistance of Zhou Jiahua, the president of the Hong Kong Business Association, several high-ranking officials from the city graced the opening ceremony with their presence. The atmosphere was exuberantly festive, even attracting the attention of local television stations. The endorsement from these leaders significantly elevated the profile of Chen Feng's home appliance chain. In gratitude, Chen Feng presented each of these dignitaries with a complete set of high-end appliances, valued at several tens of thousands, featuring renowned international brands such as televisions, refrigerators, and washing machines. Furthermore, he committed to facilitating connections for Jingzhou City to attract some appliance manufacturing plants. No longer a mere small businessman, Chen Feng had secured exclusive agency rights for several appliance brands in Fujian and Hunan provinces and established commendable partnerships with major manufacturers. Take, for instance, the Huawei brand television. His sales accounted for 30% of the factory's total output. When he visited the Huawei factory, Director Huang treated him with utmost respect, though now he was referred to as Factory Manager Huang. Under Chen Feng's guidance, sales had surged by over 20%, enabling Huang to triumph over two competitors and assume the role of factory manager. Currently, the Huawei factory was undergoing reform, with many of the suggestions originating from Chen Feng. This collaboration had forged a profound camaraderie between manager Huang and Chen Feng. During convivial gatherings, a tipsy manager Huang affectionately referred to Chen Feng as brother. Chen Feng now possessed several promising appliance brands, many of which were introduced to him by manager Huang. It could be said that Chen Feng had begun to wield a degree of influence in the home appliance industry within the Pearl River Delta. While he might not hold sway over the entire market, his capacity to connect Shanghai City with these manufacturers was undeniable. Ultimately, the decision of whether to establish factories rested with the manufacturers and their negotiations with the Jingzhou government. Chen Feng merely acted as an intermediary, without offering any guarantees. The Taoqing home appliance chain in Shanghai City opened amidst a cacophony of jubilant festivities. In the days leading up to the grand opening, Chen Feng had advertised during prime time on local television, and his triple surprise promotion drew a considerable crowd that eagerly formed lines outside the store early in the morning. The entrance was thronged with layers of people, and Chen Feng was taken aback by the scene. He had anticipated that following the fierce price wars with Wang Datsai, the home appliance market in Jingzhou City would have already absorbed a wave of consumer demand, causing enthusiasm to wane. Thus, it is certain that the opening days have been exceptionally bustling. However, it is unlikely to surpass the fervor witnessed during the launch of the store in Xiazhu City. To stimulate the crowd, he has lowered the prices of goods by 100 yuan, an expense not borne by him, but rather by the appliance manufacturers. Given his substantial sales volume and timely payments, Chen Feng has acquired the leverage to negotiate prices with these manufacturers, successfully reducing the purchase price by 100 yuan. Correspondingly, he has passed this discount on to the consumers. As a result, a throng of eager customers gathered outside the store, poised to rush in and make purchases. At this moment, Chen Feng realized that he had perhaps underestimated the enthusiasm of consumers in Shanghai City. At 9 o'clock, after the leaders performed the ribbon-cutting ceremony, the store officially opened its doors. An influx of consumers surged inside, clamoring to snatch up appliances ranging from televisions and refrigerators to electric fans, as if they were free. The register area was filled with the incessant beeping of electronic calculators, with 5 cashiers and 2 additional ones added. The sales assistants hardly needed to engage in any selling, for the consumers were already prepared to pay upon arrival. Chen Feng orchestrated the continuous delivery of goods from the warehouse. Items were immediately purchased as soon as they hit the shelves, from dawn until dusk. It wasn't until 10:30 at night that Chen Feng personally emerged to inform consumers that stock had run out, encouraging them to return the following day, thus concluding a successful day of operations. By midnight, when the day's revenue was calculated, Chen Feng was astounded. The opening day's revenue reached an impressive 5,130,000 yuan, yielding a profit of 1,920,000. This outcome greatly exceeded Chen Feng's expectations. He had initially anticipated a profit around 2 million. Little did he know that the residents of Shanghai City would show such overwhelming support, with the previous day's revenue far surpassing his forecasts. Upon further reflection, Chen Feng reached several conclusions. First, the advertising effect was significant. He had begun advertising a week prior to the opening, utilizing prime slots on television and local newspapers, investing over 500,000 yuan solely in promotions. Initially, he did not expect to make a profit, but aimed to establish the chain's reputation. Second, the discounts offered were indeed compelling, with original prices already lower than those at department stores, and additional promotions bringing prices down to a mere 79% of the original cost, explaining the early morning queues of eager consumers. Third, Shanghai City's population is larger than that of Shenzhen City, and as the capital of an inland province, it attracts consumers from surrounding cities, many of whom purchase appliances to resell in rural areas for a profit. For instance, a television priced at 2,000 yuan, after applying the 79% discount, sells for 1,580 yuan, which can be resold in more remote provinces and cities for 2,200 to 2,300 yuan without issue. Chen Feng had not anticipated that others would flock to his store for inventory. It seems there remains substantial potential for the downward expansion of the national appliance market. It wasn't until 2008, during the nationwide initiative promoting appliances for rural areas, that household appliances became accessible to the general populace, transitioning from luxury items to everyday essentials. After 3 days of bustling activity in the store, the overall business remained remarkably prosperous, and the results were exceedingly gratifying. In 3 days, sales reached an impressive 13.76 million, with a profit of 5.17 million. After deducting various expenses such as social obligations, advertising investments, and employee bonuses, the net profit stood at 3.88 million. This achievement is already quite commendable. Once the original prices are restored, the daily revenue will exceed 1.5 million. It is estimated that in 1 to 2 months, the market here will have absorbed sufficient supply, and as competitors emerge, the store's revenue will gradually decline. It is an unfortunate reality that lucrative businesses quickly attract imitation from rivals. What Chen Feng can do is seize the opportunity to maximize profits before competitors appear, striving to enhance the brand's recognition, ultimately creating a brand effect akin to that of Gome or Suning. Presently, the Taoking appliance chain supermarket has firmly established its reputation in Shanghai City. Chen Feng's appliance empire continues to expand. Chapter 63, Relentless Expansion. Chen Feng's business landscape. The year 1988 swiftly passed, and before long, it was 1989. From the latter half of 1988 to February 1989, Chen Feng was tirelessly broadening the horizons of his appliance empire. To swiftly capture a larger share of the market, relying solely on himself and Zhang's yuan proved insufficient. He needed a greater workforce to assist him. Consequently, after concluding his store operations in Shanghai City, Chen Feng returned to Shenzhen and established the Market Expansion Department, primarily tasked with exploring surrounding provinces. In suitable cities, Taoking Appliances would endeavor to establish a presence. The elite staff from the stores in Suzhou and Shanghai, such as store manager Zhang Weiwei from Suzhou and Shali from Shanghai, were transferred to the Market Expansion Department. Both were eager for the opportunity to develop on a larger platform, especially since Chen Feng offered exceptionally high compensation. The bonuses and dividends provided by the Market Expansion Department were particularly generous, with the potential to earn over 100,000 in a year, a remarkable sum for 1989, equivalent to $1 million in 2024. Establishing a large chain store in a city during this era is no simple feat. It requires navigating numerous relationships and is far more complex than merely registering a business license. After a month of recruitment and preparation, Chen Feng's expansion team formally embarked on its mission, venturing into the southern provinces in search of suitable cities for establishment. Subsequently, Taoking Appliances began to expand rapidly, adding 1 to 2 new locations each month. By February 1989, Chen Feng had already established 11 appliance chain supermarkets in the southern provinces, significantly broadening his commercial territory. In February, the Market Expansion Department paused its expansion efforts. With stores already present throughout the southern provinces, moving northward posed greater challenges. The brands for which Chen Feng had secured agency rights were based in Guangdong province, and transporting products from south to north would significantly increase logistics costs, rendering the venture impractical. To expand Taoking Appliances into northern territories, it would be necessary to engage with local brands, a monumental undertaking that could not be accomplished swiftly. Additionally, With the approach of the Lunar New Year in February, it was time to take a well-deserved break after a year of hard work. This year, Chen Feng's company has garnered substantial profits, expanding its workforce from a mere 2 individuals to an impressive 500 within just 1 year. The headquarters in Shenzhen employs around 50 people, while the employees across 11 stores in various locations amount to over 100. Chen Feng has opted against outsourcing, counting all personnel as formal employees. Before the Lunar New Year, he generously distributed red envelopes to his staff, granting ordinary employees an extra month's salary, while the key management received between 5,000 and 10,000 yuan each. This lavish gesture was made possible by the significant profits Chen Feng accrued over the year. In this era, the demand for home appliances has surged, yet the prices at department stores remain exorbitant. Chen Feng's chain of appliance supermarkets has effectively filled this market void, offering quality products at affordable prices, complete with after-sales service. In September, following the opening of his first appliance chain store in Guizhou province, his monthly sales exceeded 100 million yuan. After deducting various operational expenses such as rent, labor, and shipping costs, as well as the necessary expenditures related to dealings with officials and taxes, the net profit reached 28 million yuan. By January 1989, Chen Feng had opened 7 more stores in several prefecture-level cities, doubling both sales and profits. In essence, from the second half of 1988 to the first half of 1989, Chen Feng's company earned nearly 60 million yuan in just a few months. When the Yueyun reviewed the financial report at year-end, she was taken aback. She promptly contacted Chen Feng, lamenting that she should have secured a larger share. Last June, she had invested 50 million yuan for a 30% stake. In less than a year, she had already recouped 18 million yuan. Li Yueyun remarked that Chen Feng was akin to a golden goose. In early February, just before the New Year, she returned to Hong Kong to celebrate. Meanwhile, Chen Feng chose to remain in Shenzhen rather than return to his hometown of Dongzhou, as he felt no true connection to the city. Prior to the New Year, he spoke with He Dazhu, who informed him that the factory's performance had deteriorated significantly over the past year, with many workers seeking to buy out their years of service. Yet the factory lacked the funds to accommodate such requests. The factory manager had profited handsomely, even acquiring a Santana car, amid rumors of him selling off factory materials without evidence. Workers voiced their grievances against the factory manager, Wang Xianghong. Chen Feng, however, harbored little concern for the Tianyuan factory, recognizing that such outdated state-owned enterprises would inevitably face obsolescence in the coming years. His true concern lay with He Dazhu, as he was Chen Feng's first friend after his rebirth in this world and the first person he trusted. Had it not been for He Dazhu's assistance in transferring funds to Shenzhen, Chen Feng would never have been able to establish such a thriving business. Consequently, he extended an invitation to He Dazhu, inquiring if he would be willing to come to Shenzhen and work for him. He Dazhu, however, declined Chen Feng's generous offer, expressing self-awareness that he was not suited for business and did not wish to enter Chen Feng's company merely as a connection. Currently, the Tianyuan factory is experiencing poor performance. However, He Dazhu and Chen Feng have profited over 300,000 from trading Treasury bonds, which is sufficient to cover his future expenses. He intends to remain at the Tianyuan factory, waiting patiently for the day Chen Feng predicts its closure. Chen Feng refrains from commenting, respecting He Dazhu's decision. Indeed, the complexities of business do not suit this honest and straightforward man. Chen Feng wishes to assist his good friend, envisioning a future where He Dazhu can invest in land, construct several buildings, and collect rent. Such a simple life would be more fitting for him. Qin Weiguo also chose not to return home for the new year. After the passing of his father, he has relied solely on his mother. For him, wherever his mother is, that is home. Following her surgery, Qin Weiguo's mother has recovered remarkably, with no significant issues, though long journeys are not advisable. Thus, Qin Weiguo decides to stay in Shen City for the festivities. On New Year's Eve, Zhang Weiwei extends an invitation to Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo to celebrate at his home, claiming that a larger gathering would be more festive. This year, Zhang Weiwei has made significant earnings alongside Chen Feng. His contributions since joining Chen Feng can be regarded as pivotal to the latter's entrepreneurial success. Zhang Weiwei excels in social interactions, particularly in dealings with officials, taking the lead in such engagements. Conversely, Chen Feng is not fond of socializing. He finds the act of drinking and flattering others rather uncomfortable. Therefore, he tends to avoid such gatherings, often delegating these responsibilities to Zhang Weiwei, who has adeptly established essential connections across various regions. Without him, Chen Feng's business would not have flourished so swiftly. By year-end, Zhang Ziyuan's year-end bonus exceeded 1 million. He has purchased a large house in the city, acquired a Santana vehicle, and carries a large mobile phone, embodying a successful individual. He has also begun a romantic relationship with a recent female graduate from the company, bringing her home before the new year, much to the delight of his parents, who eagerly anticipate becoming grandparents. Additionally, they hope Zhang Weiwei will soon find a partner. Zhang Ziyuan also wishes to facilitate a match between Chen Feng and Zhang Weiwei, hoping to strengthen familial ties. Chen Feng appreciates Zhang Ziyuan's good intentions and harbors feelings for Zhang Weiwei as well, yet he senses a certain disconnect. Zhang Weiwei has transitioned from an intern to a full-fledged physician, significantly increasing her workload and often working overtime. In the past 6 months, Chen Feng has been mostly traveling, resulting in only a handful of meetings with Zhang Weiwei. Thus, for Chen Feng, matters of the heart are left to fate. His primary focus remains on financial pursuits. Chapter 64. Dinner invitation. After the new year, Chen Feng's company resumed operations, with employees gradually returning to work. He began preparations to expand his Taoqing home appliance chain further north, which entails considerable preliminary work. Chen Feng finds himself collaborating with the market development team, often working late into the evening. On one particular day, while reviewing the latest market research report in his office, a sharp knock resonates at the door. He looks up to find his secretary, Luo Xiaoya, standing at the threshold. Luo Xiaoya was recruited in September of last year, and Chen Feng found himself overwhelmed with numerous tasks, unable to monitor the progress of each one individually. Consequently, he requested the Human Resources Department to hire a secretary for him. His criteria were straightforward. He sought someone intelligent and resourceful, yet honest and unpretentious. His company, Fengyuan Trading, had grown from a small enterprise to a medium-sized establishment, occupying an entire floor of an office building and employing dozens of staff. Moreover, Chen Feng offered a generous salary, attracting many applicants, including graduates from prestigious universities. Amidst a multitude of flamboyant women vying for his attention, Chen Feng chose Luo Xiaoya for 2 primary reasons: her outstanding performance in both the written test and interview, and her unassuming appearance that exuded a simple and genuine demeanor. Chen Feng was not interested in hiring a mere decorative figure as his secretary, nor did he wish to engage in a frivolous relationship with someone in that position. It was not that he lacked interest in women. Rather, he believed that his recent modest achievements in his career necessitated a continued high standard for himself. Indulging in romantic distractions could easily diminish his ambition. Furthermore, Chen Feng preferred to keep his professional life separate from personal emotions, as mixing the two could cloud his judgment at work. For instance, if he were to develop a deep relationship with a female secretary and she made a mistake, would he be able to reprimand her? Thus, work remained work, and life remained life. Chen Feng appreciated Luo Xiaoya's ordinary appearance coupled with her astute and capable work ethic. Mr. Chen, we have just received an invitation to the evening banquet hosted by the city's Chamber of Commerce. Would you like to take a look? Chen Feng's company, while not considered large, was nonetheless among the leading medium-sized enterprises in Shenzhen. Receiving such an invitation was quite standard. After pondering for a moment, Chen Feng replied, "Please place it on my desk." Certainly. Luo Xiaoya placed the envelope on his desk before exiting. Chen Feng opened the envelope to reveal a handwritten invitation. It read, "Our organization sincerely invites Mr. Chen Feng to attend the 1989 Spring Festival Banquet of the Shenzhen City Chamber of Commerce on February 25, 1989. The invitation was signed by the Shenzhen City Chamber of Commerce. This event was essentially an official social gathering for the business community, inviting prominent figures from the local commerce sector to partake in the banquet. Such gatherings were quite popular across the harbor, and following the reforms, Shenzhen, as a frontier of change and close to the harbor, adopted this practice as well. This spring festival banquet had already reached its 9th iteration. The invitation indicated that the banquet would take place in 3 days. After some contemplation, Chen Feng decided to attend, recognizing that such social events could present valuable opportunities for new business ventures. After making the decision, Chen Feng called Luo Xiaoya to remind him about the banquet 3 days hence. Once the call ended, he immersed himself back into his work. On the afternoon of the event, Chen Feng arrived at the Shenzhen International Hotel in his black Santana. At this moment, he had donned an exquisite designer suit, and his hair had been meticulously styled. This evening marked the gathering of the Shenzhen City Business Association, attended by many prominent figures from the local business community. and he felt compelled to present himself appropriately. While trying on the suit earlier that day, he had realized that he looked rather dashing, resembling the character Bao from the television series Blossoms. As the car gradually approached the Shenzhen International Hotel, numerous luxury vehicles, including rare imported brands like Mercedes and BMW, passed by. Indeed, it was a grand affair in the business world of Shenzhen, with many influential tycoons in attendance. In their presence, he could only be regarded as a minor player. Upon parking, Chen Feng turned to Qin Weiguo, who had been driving, and said, "Weiguo, you may head back now. Just have Xiao Wu come to pick me up later." For the past while, Qin Weiguo had served as both Chen Feng's driver and bodyguard, with Xiao Wu occasionally taking over. Chen Feng initially hesitated to have such a formidable warrior behind the wheel, feeling it beneath his talents. However, Qin Weiguo insisted that the security team was now operating smoothly, and he had been feeling restless, as he knew little beyond driving and combat. If he were not allowed to engage in these activities, he would surely feel stifled. Given his reasoning, Chen Feng acquiesced. Indeed, having a warrior by his side provided an undeniable sense of security. "I will take a stroll nearby. Call me when you're ready to leave, and I will come to retrieve you." With that, Chen Feng exited the vehicle, just in time to enter the venue. A sleek black BMW pulled up beside him, and a stunning young woman in a black velvet evening gown, adorned with a pearl necklace, emerged from the car. As their eyes met, they both exclaimed almost in unison, "Is it you?" The woman stepping out was none other than Li Weiyun. Chen Feng had not anticipated encountering her here. He had been so consumed with work that he hadn't even had the chance to call her and was unaware she had returned from Hong Kong. "Miss Li, are you attending the Business Association dinner this evening? What's so surprising about that? Our Lanchong Trading has been entering the mainland market for 5 years now, participating as representatives of Hong Kong merchants since the very first dinner." "Ah, so Miss Li is my senior," Chen Feng teased lightly. Li Weiyun cast a sidelong glance at him, and in an instant, her gaze roamed over his entire appearance, as if she had just discovered something extraordinary. "Well, dressed in a suit, you truly do look the part. Did you have it tailored for 3,000? With such a price tag, it must be quite something. I even plan to wear it for my wedding someday," Chen Feng remarked, adjusting his collar as he spoke. His gaze then shifted to Li Weiyun, who wore a sumptuous velvet gown that revealed one of her alabaster shoulders, accentuating the enticing neckline that captivated men. Particularly striking was the pearl necklace she wore, which enhanced her regal aura. Li Weiyun truly captivates the hearts of many men in Hong Kong, renowned as the affluent heiress eligible to compete for the title of Miss Hong Kong. This evening, having meticulously adorned herself, she appeared even more enchanting than usual. "Miss Li is exceptionally charming tonight," Chen Feng remarked earnestly. A sudden wave of fluster washed over Li Weiyun. Her cheeks flushed. "Let's go. It's time to enter," she said, turning towards the hotel's entrance. In an instant, as she glanced back, a faint smile graced her lips, as if she were secretly rejoicing. Li Weiyun walked ahead, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the ground. "Hey, wait for me. Don't walk so fast. This is my first time here, and I don't know the way," Chen Feng called out, hastily following her. Chapter 65. Different circles. No need to force it upon arriving at the entrance of the Deep City Grand Hotel. They encountered staff members checking invitations. Most attendees were either affluent business owners or esteemed city officials, making it imperative to prevent any riffraff from mingling, to avoid unnecessary complications. "Good evening, sir. Please present your invitation." A staff member halted Chen Feng. "Why does she not need to show an invitation?" Chen Feng inquired, referring to Li Weiyun, who glided past without presenting anything. Initially puzzled, he wondered how she could possibly produce an invitation given her evening gown had no pockets. "Oh, Miss Li, as a representative of Hong Kong merchants, does not require an invitation," came the staff member's response. "Ah, well, some are fortunate while others are not," Chen Feng thought to himself as he retrieved his own invitation from his pocket and handed it over. The staff member glanced at it and replied, "You may proceed." As Chen Feng stepped into the hotel, a voice called out from behind, "Well, if it isn't Mr. Chen." Assuming the greeting was not directed at him, he paid it no mind, for apart from Li Weiyun, he had no acquaintances here. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he was surprised to see Song Changfa. "Ah, it's you. My apologies. I thought someone else was being called," Chen Feng said, a hint of regret in his tone. "Please, don't call me Fa Gu in such a setting. We are all important figures here," Song Changfa replied, clearly aware that such a moniker was too informal for the occasion. "Then shall I call you Song Zong?" "Very well, Song Zong it is," he responded, leaning in to whisper, "I assume your invitation was also purchased?" "What?" "Yes, it was." Chen Feng chuckled lightly. Recently, both he and Zhang Ziyuan had been exploring markets outside the city, and since resigning, he had lost touch with Song Changfa, who was unaware of the significant changes in Chen Feng over the past 6 months. "Listen, there are many business owners and leaders here tonight. Do not squander this opportunity. If you can forge connections with even one or two, you might strike it rich this year," Song Changfa advised, taking on the role of a mentor. "Thank you for the reminder, Song Zhou." The two continued their casual conversation as they made their way inside. At the end of the corridor lay the banquet venue, the largest banquet hall at the Deep City Grand Hotel, often hosting high-end events, reflecting the avant-garde spirit of Deep City's reforms. Tonight's banquet adopted a Western-style buffet model. In the banquet hall, attendees were impeccably dressed in suits, gathering in groups of 3 to 5, each holding a glass of champagne as they engaged in lively conversation. The subjects of their discourse likely revolved around business opportunities worth millions or even tens of millions. Chen Feng had been in Deep City for less than a year, and his formal entrepreneurial journey had spanned merely 10 months. Thus, he possessed no acquaintances in the business realm. Aware of this, he conscientiously made his way to the food area to satisfy his hunger. After all, nothing was more pressing than filling one's stomach. The evening's banquet featured an exquisite array of dishes, including pan-seared tenderloin, charcoal-grilled lamb chops, as well as tuna sashimi, Iberian ham, and even luxurious caviar. Chen Feng savored the delectable offerings, while simultaneously surveying his surroundings. He noticed Li Yueyun, holding a flute of champagne, engaged in conversation with several older, yet impeccably dressed, gentlemen. Occasionally, individuals approached her to exchange pleasantries, as if she were the true star of the event. In stark contrast stood Song Changfa, who was clustered with a few business owners, unable to interject and relegated to listening from the sidelines. Indeed, different circles necessitate a degree of discretion and restraint. After devouring a generous portion of steak and sipping half a glass of beer, the president of the Deep City Chamber of Commerce, one of the elderly gentlemen who had just spoken with Li Yueyun, took to the stage to deliver a speech. Chen Feng, disinterested in the monotonous official rhetoric, continued to indulge in the culinary delights, planning to explore the venue once he was satiated. At that moment, a familiar scent of perfume wafted by. Turning to his side, Chen Feng discovered it was Li Yueyun. She approached him, placing several exquisite pastries onto her plate, and remarked, "There are a few influential business owners over there. Let me introduce you." "No, we small business operators might not be of significance to them," Chen Feng replied, shaking his head. It was rather amusing to think that a mere year of generating 200 million in revenue could classify him as a small business person. 80% of those present would be out of the game otherwise. Li Yueyun chuckled softly, casting a glance at Chen Feng. She delicately speared a piece of cake with her fork, savoring it with grace. "This banquet is a rare social opportunity. You didn't truly come just to eat, did you?" she inquired quietly, still indulging in her dessert. Chen Feng understood her implication. She was encouraging him to seize the moment to expand his network within the business community. After all, in commerce, the more connections one has, the broader the avenues available. This simple truth was not lost on Chen Feng. However, he remained unconvinced. As a reincarnated individual, he possessed foresight of the economic trajectory of this world for over 3 decades. Thus, he felt no compulsion to forcibly integrate into a particular circle or to curry favor with certain individuals. He believed that by becoming formidable in his own right, he would naturally become the center of attention, with others striving to win his favor. While Chen Feng appreciated Li Yueyun's well-meaning advice, he smiled at her and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the reminder. Once I've had my fill, I will certainly take a stroll." With that, Li Yueyun indulged in 2 more pieces of cake before taking her leave. Chen Feng understood that she was not truly hungry. She had come specifically to remind him. At that moment, the speeches on stage had concluded. The attendees continued sipping champagne and discussing business. Chen Feng, having satisfied his appetite, held a glass of champagne and intended to stroll around the venue to aid digestion. As he meandered through the gathering, he noticed Song Changfa engaged in conversation with 3 individuals. Upon seeing Chen Feng, Song Changfa waved him over. "Chen Feng, come here." Chen Feng approached. "Allow me to introduce you. This is General Manager Ming from Xintai Trading. This is General Manager Huang from Cashing Trading. And this is General Manager Qin from Yale Appliances. They have been in the home appliance trade for several years and can be considered your seniors." "Hello," Chen Feng greeted them with a composed smile. "This is Chen Feng." Song Changfa continued, but paused to inquire, By the way, what is the name of your company? I seem to have forgotten. It's Feng Yuan Trading Company, Limited. Chen Feng replied with the name of his company. To his surprise, upon hearing the company name, General Manager Qin's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, Feng Yuan Trading? Are you the owner of Taojing Appliances? Yes, that's me, Chen Feng nodded, revealing that Taojing Appliances was indeed his company, with nothing to conceal. Hello. General Chen, I am Qin Weiguo. Here is my business card. The previously reserved General Manager Qin's demeanor shifted dramatically as he promptly produced his business card and extended it with both hands. General Chen, it's a pleasure. I'm Huang Dongjia. I currently represent 2 domestic appliance brands and hope to have the opportunity to collaborate with you in the future. The other general manager from Cashing Trading quickly presented his card as well. General Chen, our Xintai Trading specializes in high-quality imported appliances, focusing on premium lines. If you ever find yourself in need of suppliers, consider us. General Manager Ming from Xintai Trading also hurriedly offered his business card. Standing beside Chen Feng, Song Chongfa was taken aback. He never imagined that Chen Feng was the owner of the renowned Taojing Appliances chain, which had been gaining significant attention in the industry. In less than a minute, Chen Feng unexpectedly became the center of attention in this small circle. The 3 general managers displayed eager expressions, hoping to collaborate with him. Naturally, Chen Feng would not decline their offers. He collected their business cards and handed each of them one in return. After a brief conversation, Chen Feng found their discussions to lack substance, filled only with flattery about being young and accomplished. Finding it uninteresting, he decided to take his leave. As he departed, Song Chongfa followed suit. After walking a few paces, Song Chongfa quietly remarked, Chen Feng, why didn't you tell me you were the owner of Taojing Appliances? I should be addressing you as General Chen now. Brother Fa, let us not be so formal, Chen Feng replied. No, General Chen. Your business is far larger than mine now. I hope you can look out for me in the future. Song Chongfa's tone became increasingly respectful towards Chen Feng. As Chen Feng pondered how to respond, Li Yueyun approached him from the crowd and stood before him, inquiring, Are you here? Is there something you need? Chen Feng asked. I want to introduce you to a few people, Li Yueyun urged. Come with me. Chen Feng noticed the envious glances directed his way from those around him. Establishing a connection with the daughter of the affluent Li family from Hong Kong was a dream many businessmen present yearned for. Moreover, this Li family heiress was undeniably a stunning beauty. Speculations had already begun circulating regarding the nature of Chen Feng's relationship with Li Yueyun. With their ages being similar, and Chen Feng looking particularly dashing and radiant after his recent transformation, it was no surprise that he caught the attention of several alluring married women who had been casting flirtatious glances his way. As Chen Feng and Li Yueyun approached the area near the stage, they encountered 3 individuals engaged in conversation. Among them was Su Ziming, the president of the Hong Kong Chamber of Commerce, who had just spoken on stage. Aside from a slightly younger middle-aged man accompanying an elder of modest stature, the old gentleman appeared to hold a position of considerable respect. The middle-aged man, likely a subordinate, stood beside the elder while Su Ziming was seen briefing him on the details of the banquet, indicating the elder's esteemed status. Li Yueyun stepped forward to the elder. Addressing him, Grandpa Hua, allow me to introduce you to Chen Feng, my business partner from the mainland. The elder's keen gaze settled on Chen Feng, despite his advanced age. His eyes sparkled with vitality. After scrutinizing Chen Feng, he inquired, So, you are Chen Feng? Yes, I am Chen Feng, he replied cautiously, feeling a sense of familiarity with the elder, though unable to place him. Indeed, a promising young man, the elder remarked approvingly. He then turned to Li Yueyun with a knowing smile, saying, No wonder you sought to borrow money from me. It seems you have a handsome young man by your side. Oh, Grandpa Hua, you jest, Li Yueyun playfully replied. The elder continued, Young man, apply yourself diligently. With the current reforms in the country, opportunities abound. If you work hard, your future will be bright. Thank you, Chen Feng expressed his gratitude. Feeling the sincerity behind the elder's words, Grandpa, Director Wang is over there. Shall we go greet him? The middle-aged man suggested quietly to the elder. Certainly. It's been a while since I last saw Director Wang. Let's go, the elder agreed, turning to Chen Feng with a smile and saying, Young man, until we meet again. The elder, along with Su Ziming and the middle-aged man, proceeded to the other side of the banquet hall. Once they had departed, Chen Feng quietly asked Li Yueyun, Who is he? Mr. Hua, she replied. Mr. Hua? Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback. Li Yueyun's beautiful eyes glanced at him meaningfully as she remarked, There is only one Mr. Hua in Hong Kong. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng immediately realized the significance of the name. The only individual worthy of the title Mr. Hua in Hong Kong was the patriotic businessman, Hua Dong. During the Korean War, Mr. Hua began his support for the nation. At that time, Western countries imposed an embargo on our country, and it was this Mr. Hua who organized a fleet to transport a substantial amount of supplies for the motherland. When the country initiated reform and opening up, he was among the first batch of Hong Kong entrepreneurs to invest back home. He even participated in drafting the proposal for Hong Kong's return. Later, when the nation sought to host the Olympics, he contributed both financially and in effort. When the venerable Mr. Hua passed away in 2006, the state honored him with a state funeral. Chen Feng did not expect to encounter Mr. Hua here. No wonder the president of the Business Association, Su Ziming, personally accompanied him. Do not misunderstand. I happened to mention you while chatting with Grandpa Hua, and he expressed interest in meeting you, which is why I brought you over, explained Li Weiyun, standing beside Chen Feng. No, I should thank you. It is a privilege to meet Mr. Hua in person, Chen Feng replied, his gaze drifting towards the distance where Mr. Hua was conversing with a portly middle-aged man. He spoke from the heart. Chen Feng held deep admiration for those who continued to contribute to the nation during difficult times. To meet and exchange a few words with such a patriotic businessman as Hua Dong was an immense honor for Chen Feng. You've taken a stroll. Did you find anything of interest? Li Weiyun casually inquired. Chen Feng shook his head and replied with a wry smile. What could I possibly find? Just wandering aimlessly. Trying to work up an appetite. There is no way around it. If you aspire to engage in significant business, socializing in the business realm is a requisite course. Many deals are struck in such settings, and sometimes a casual stroll might reveal unforeseen opportunities. Well, then I shall continue to explore. Perhaps I might uncover the opportunities you speak of, Chen Feng joked lightheartedly. Li Weiyun shot him a glance, but said nothing further before returning to her socializing. Chen Feng shrugged and made his way back to Song Chongfa. From a distance, he noticed another person had joined Song Chongfa. The newcomer appeared to be a man in his 30s, clad in an overly large brownish-yellow suit, his hair meticulously styled. The man was animatedly conversing with Song Chongfa and the others. As Chen Feng approached, he could hear snippets of their conversation. Gentlemen, trust me. You won't incur any losses. But can you guarantee profits? Questioned Mr. Huang from Kaohsiung Trading. The man found himself at a loss for words. Director Zhang, I apologize, but rather than risk our funds, we would prefer to invest in more stock for sale. We are genuinely uninterested in what you propose. Upon sensing their disinterest, Director Zhang's expression faltered slightly. He smiled and said, Very well, gentlemen, I shall not disturb you further. With that, he turned and departed. The man appeared somewhat distracted and, as fate would have it, accidentally stepped on Chen Feng's shoe as he walked past. He looked up at Chen Feng and quickly apologized. I'm so sorry, truly sorry. The impact was light, merely soiling the shoe's surface, and Chen Feng replied with a smile, no problem. The man continued to apologize profusely before leaving. Once he was gone, Chen Feng turned to Song Chongfa and inquired, Brother Fa, who is that person? Oh, the Shenzhen Development Bank wants us to purchase some stocks, Song Chongfa replied. Who would buy that? It can't be traded. And how much profit can one earn from those meager interests? Mr. Qin interjected. Indeed, if I had that spare money, I would rather buy a new car. Huang Dongzhi remarked, stroking his chin with a smile. Yet, Chen Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed on the retreating figure, his heart racing with excitement. Li Weiyun was right. Sometimes a casual stroll could uncover business opportunities. Lo and behold, a chance for wealth had unexpectedly presented itself. Chapter 67, the first stock of the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. The stock of Shenfa. Chen Feng could hardly contain his enthusiasm, lamenting how he had overlooked this matter. Although the two major stock exchanges, the Shanghai Stock Exchange and the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, were established in 1990, enterprises had begun issuing common stocks prior to their establishment, allowing the public to purchase these stocks. In the television series Blossoms, the stocks traded by Boss Bao and others were common stocks issued before the Shanghai Stock Exchange commenced operations. Similarly, the Shenzhen Stock Exchange had its own old 5 stocks issued even before its inception. The Shenfa stock was reputed to be the first stock of the Shenzhen stock market. In 1987, Shenzhen proposed the establishment of a joint stock bank to provide financial services for the special economic zone. However, the establishment of a bank required numerous approvals. And given the urgent need for such a bank in Shenzhen, the city government took the initiative and established the Shenzhen United Credit Bank. Later, When relevant leaders reported to the People's Bank, the central bank's president deemed the name Shenzhen United Credit Bank unappealing, suggesting that a name reflecting development was more suitable. Thus, it became the Shenzhen Development Bank, abbreviated as Shenfa. Once established, Shenfa publicly issued stocks, each priced at 20 yuan, totaling 800,000 shares. However, during this era, the general populace had little understanding of stocks, let alone the inclination to purchase them. Business owners like Song Chongfa had the funds to buy, but with the Shenzhen Stock Exchange yet to be established, there was no venue for trading these stocks. These entrepreneurs were not content with merely receiving dividends. They chose not to invest. Consequently, the issuance of Shenzhen's first stock encountered significant difficulties. The subsequent issuance of the leading real estate stock, Wank Real Estate, faced similar challenges. The renowned Wank Real Estate found that when its stocks were first released, priced at 1 yuan each, no one would buy them, forcing the company to set up stalls in the market to sell their stocks. This reflects the essence of the era, a lack of understanding of stocks and a disinterest stemming from perceived lack of profit. The sales of issued stocks were severely sluggish. Shenfa's 800,000 shares went unsold. In a desperate move, they could only mobilize internal employees to purchase stocks and arrange for staff to promote them, targeting long-time depositors and capable enterprises. That director Zhang from earlier was one such promoter. Nevertheless, despite all efforts, the results remained exceedingly meager. For the common folk today, purchasing stocks seems to offer little advantage. It is merely an act of contribution to the nation. The Shenzhen Development Bank issued 800,000 shares, yet ultimately managed to sell a mere 30,000, less than half of the total issued. However, by January 1990, Shenzhen Development began to split its stocks, converting a single 20 yuan share into 21 yuan shares. Remarkably, the trading price for a 1 yuan share surged to 28 yuan, marking an astonishing increase of 280. Even more astonishing, by the end of January 1990, the transaction price for a 1 yuan share soared from 28 yuan to an extraordinary 11 yuan, resulting in a monthly increase of 290. This indeed presented a golden opportunity for wealth accumulation. Chen Feng, unable to contain the racing of his heart, stood for a moment before addressing Song Chongfa. I have some matters to attend to. Please continue your discussion without me. He made his way to the food section, took a sip of champagne, then requested a glass of ice water, wandering through the inner area. Once he confirmed that no one was paying him any mind, he slowly approached Director Zhang, who had accidentally stepped on his shoe. At that moment, Director Zhang was peddling stocks, but was met with rejection from another group. He sighed, feeling an overwhelming sense of anxiety. It appeared that the bank's expectations for him were insurmountable. Stocks, it seemed, were simply not in demand. Just as despair began to creep in, a glass of ice water was offered to him. He turned to see a young man smiling at him, saying, "Have some water." Recognizing the young man as the one he had inadvertently stepped on, Director Zhang quickly replied, "My apologies. You need not feel embarrassed for accepting water from me." Chen Feng said, "Oh, thank you," Director Zhang replied, gratefully accepting the water. After such a long period of tirelessly promoting stocks, he was parched. Although he held the title of director, in this era, the position bore little value. It was a far cry from the significance of a director in a governmental agency. Often, he found himself pleading with business owners to deposit money in his bank, striving to meet deposit quotas. Gulping down the ice water, Director Zhang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He appeared considerably more at ease than before. A waiter passing by received the empty cup from him. He turned to Chen Feng and said, "I apologize. I have yet to learn your name." "I am Chen Feng," he replied, producing a business card from his pocket and handing it over. Director Zhang took the card, glancing at the company name, Chen Feng's name, and his title. Noting that Chen Feng was the general manager, he did not think much of it, as the young man appeared to be in his early 20s. He assumed that even if he owned a company, it would likely be a small one with a limited number of employees. "You are promoting stocks," Chen Feng noted, seeing that Director Zhang had not initiated a pitch. "Yes," Director Zhang confirmed. "We are selling shares of Shenzhen Development Bank." "Are many people buying?" Chen Feng inquired further. Director Zhang shook his head, responding, "After a whole night of effort, only one business owner expressed interest in purchasing 1,000 shares. It is exceedingly difficult." "There's no helping it," Chen Feng lamented. Director Zhang let out a sigh and remarked, "Stocks are a novelty for everyone here. Few possess any understanding of them. Unlike capitalist nations, we do not have the freedom to trade stocks, and very few would dare to engage with such matters. I wish to purchase some. I am uncertain how many you can sell me." "You wish to buy?" Director Zhang expressed his surprise. Chen Feng nodded in affirmation. How many do you desire? 500 shares or perhaps 1,000? Zhang inquired further. The quantity I seek exceeds that, Chen Feng replied. Exceeds that? Then you are referring to 10,000 shares. Zhang's eyes brightened, assuming Chen Feng's intent was to acquire such a substantial amount, and his demeanor shifted to one of enthusiasm. 10,000 shares is indeed a significant order. Since you require so many, I can arrange for a discount through the bank. Chen Feng did not disclose the exact number he desired, but smiled and said, Let us do this. I will visit your bank tomorrow to discuss further. Very well, here is my business card. Director Zhang handed his card to Chen Feng. Chen Feng glanced at the card. Shenzhen Development Bank, Marketing Department, Zhang Xingwen, Director. He nodded with a smile and tucked the card away. The reason Chen Feng refrained from immediately stating his desired quantity was due to the presence of astute businessmen around him. Openly requesting hundreds of thousands of shares would attract undue attention. It was preferable to discuss matters face-to-face at the bank tomorrow, accompanied by the necessary funds. He intended to acquire all the remaining stock available at the bank. Chapter 68. The giant company from 30 years ago. After exchanging business cards with Zhang Xingwen in silence, Chen Feng wandered around the banquet hall for a while longer. As the time approached, he decided to take his leave. He called Qin Weiguo and requested him to drive over. Qin Weiguo informed him he was still at the original parking spot. Chen Feng exited the Shenzhen Grand Hotel and made his way to the parking lot. He spotted Qin Weiguo stepping out of the car, engaged in lively conversation with a middle-aged man in his 40s. Their animated exchange was quite a rare sight, especially considering Qin Weiguo's typically stoic demeanor. Chen Feng approached them. Back in our days in the military, life was considerably harsher than what you experience, Chen Feng remarked. The middle-aged man had his back to Chen Feng, so only his silhouette was visible. Oh, my boss has arrived, Qin Weiguo announced as he noticed Chen Feng approaching. The middle-aged man turned around and greeted Chen Feng with a polite smile. Chen Feng reciprocated with a nod, finding the man somewhat familiar but unable to recall his identity. Youth, work diligently. Hard work will eventually yield rewards, the middle-aged man encouraged, patting Qin Weiguo's shoulder. Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo got into the car. Who is that gentleman? Chen Feng inquired. Oh, he is here to meet Miss Li. He expressed a desire to discuss business with her, Qin Weiguo replied. Qin Weiguo continued. This gentleman is quite remarkable. In his youth, he attended university, served in the military after graduation, and later returned to Shenzhen to work for a company as a vice president. Unfortunately, a few years ago, he was swindled out of $2 million in a business deal and had no choice but to start anew with only 20,000. As Chen Feng listened, he increasingly felt that this person's experiences were somewhat familiar. He inquired of Qin Weiguo, "What is this gentleman's name?" "I don't recall the name," he replied. "But he said his surname is Run and handed me a business card." With that, Qin Weiguo produced a card and handed it to Chen Feng. Upon receiving the card, Chen Feng was astounded by the company name and the individual's title. Huawei Technology Company, Limited General Manager Ren Zhengfei. To his astonishment, this middle-aged man outside was none other than Ren Zhengfei, the founder of Huawei. Encountering Ren Zhengfei was even more shocking to Chen Feng than meeting Hua Dong. What is Huawei in 2024? It is a titan in the telecommunications sector, with its ventures encompassing mobile devices, chips, systems, automotive production, and numerous other fields. Although Huawei is not publicly traded, specialized institutions have evaluated its worth, estimating its market capitalization at a staggering $1.3 trillion. More significantly, this enterprise bears the mission of spearheading various technological breakthroughs for the nation. It represents a robust national industry, a versatile warrior. Some may criticize this company for its nationalistic marketing or lament the high prices of its products. As the company has grown, various criticisms are inevitable. However, no one can deny that Huawei lacks technological prowess. Its technologies are among the finest in the world, with Huawei smartphones competing against Apple, the Harmony OS challenging Android, and smart driving vehicles contending with Tesla, while Kirin chips rival Qualcomm's. For instance, in the 1990s, installing a telephone line was exceedingly expensive due to the initial installation fee. The fee for a single line was 3,000 yuan, which in the 90s represented 2 years' income for an average household. Many people believed the operators were exploiting them. But the reality was different. At that time, the country had no indigenous switches, relying entirely on foreign technology. This 3,000 yuan was essentially the cost of purchasing a foreign switch. To install a phone, one had to pay 3,000 yuan to foreign entities, akin to being robbed. Why did the installation of telephones later become free, with the phones provided at no cost? This transformation occurred because domestic switches emerged and were entirely substituted for foreign ones. This serves as a quintessential example. When a nation lacks its own resources and technology, it becomes vulnerable to exploitation by developed countries in various forms. Perhaps today, developed nations refrain from sanctions or constraints. However, there may come a day when, having offended a developed nation, one finds themselves at the mercy of such measures. Our nation, having reached a certain stage of development, must inevitably upgrade its industries and engage with high-value sectors such as chips, automobiles, and photovoltaics. Why should our citizens be confined to producing low-value items like socks and undergarments? It takes the sale of 200 million shirts to afford a single aircraft. These are experiences Chen Feng has personally endured. The Huaxian nation is no less capable than other developed countries. We too can manufacture automobiles and smartphones, promoting our domestic products on the global stage. This necessitates the development of our own technology, regardless of the external criticisms surrounding Huawei. Chen Feng understood that it was a technology-driven enterprise. Now, it was the second year since Huawei's inception, and he felt compelled to lend his support. Let us return. Drive back, Chen Feng instructed Qin Weiguo, who was at the wheel. Qin Weiguo looked at Chen Feng in surprise. I meant to return to the location we were at earlier. I need to assist Mr. Ren. Qin Weiguo drove back to the Deep City Grand Hotel. Mr. Ren Zhengfei was still standing there, indicating that Li Yueyun had yet to emerge from the banquet hall. Chen Feng parked the car and stepped out. Mr. Ren gazed at him in surprise, uncertain as to why they had returned. With a smile, Chen Feng introduced himself. Mr. Ren, I am Chen Feng from Taojing Electric, and I am a business partner of Miss Li Yueyun. Upon hearing that Chen Feng was a business associate of Li Yueyun, Mr. Ren promptly extended his hand. Hello. Chen Feng shook Mr. Ren's hand and remarked, I also heard from Weiguo that you both have served in the military. It's quite commendable that you, at over 60, are venturing into entrepreneurship. I have a personal acquaintance with Miss Li, and perhaps I can be of assistance to you. Is that so? That would be truly wonderful. Thank you so much. Mr. Ren expressed his heartfelt gratitude. The three of them then waited in the parking lot for Li Yueyun. During their conversation, Chen Feng learned that Mr. Ren's company was newly established and sought to represent a foreign switch, but the agency fee was prohibitively high, making it impossible for him to afford. Therefore, he wished to discuss with Li Yueyun the possibility of signing an agency contract with a payment plan based on supply. The current state of Huawei was precarious, lacking a core product, and to achieve a breakthrough, securing the agency rights for the switch was essential. Mr. Ren had heard that Li Yueyun would be attending a banquet at the Deep City Grand Hotel, prompting him to wait for her in the parking lot. Surprised at Mr. Ren's determination, Chen Feng inquired what would happen if the agency rights were not secured. Mr. Ren chuckled, then we shall consider alternative solutions. One cannot succumb to despair. Perhaps it was this optimistic attitude that allowed Huawei to endure despite the sanctions imposed by the Americans, managing to deliver 60 phones that delivered a resounding slap to the American face on the very day the U.S. Secretary of Commerce visited China. However, Huawei remained fragile, lacking a core product or favorable agency rights, raising concerns about its survival. Thus, Chen Feng resolved to extend his support to Mr. Ren. In the distance, the sound of high heels clicking against the concrete echoed, drawing their attention. A woman clad in a black evening gown approached. Li Yueyun had arrived. Chapter 69. Chen Feng. You scoundrel. Li Yueyun was startled to see so many people gathered by her car, but upon spotting Chen Feng, she instantly felt reassured. She walked over to her vehicle, glanced at Chen Feng, and inquired, Were you waiting for me? Yes, Chen Feng nodded. Is there something important? This is Mr. Ren Zhengfei. He wishes to discuss the agency for the switches with you. Chen Feng introduced Ren Zhengfei to Li Yueyun. Miss Li, hello, here is my business card. Ren Zhengfei, wearing a smile, took out his card and presented it with both hands. Li Yueyun accepted the card and glanced at the information inscribed upon it. Huawei Technology Company Limited. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, I recall a company wishing to discuss an agency contract with us for the mainland. However, we require a company of considerable strength. Your establishment has been operational for less than 2 years, with an annual revenue of merely around $1 million. Given your current qualifications, it may prove challenging to fulfill the role of our agent. Ren Zhengfei hastily responded, Miss Li, our company is comprised of technical talents, and our employees are diligent and hardworking. If you were to entrust us with the agency of the ADC brand switches, we would swiftly penetrate the domestic market. Just as Li Yueyun contemplated rejecting Ren Jingfei, Chen Feng interjected, Yueyun, trust me. I believe Mr. Ren would make an excellent partner. Upon hearing Chen Feng address her as Yueyun, Li Yueyun felt a flutter of confusion. It was the first time he had called her that. He usually referred to her as Boss Lady or Miss Li. Trying to compose herself, she replied in the calmest tone she could muster, very well. I will accept your card, but the decision regarding the agency must be discussed internally within the company. Thank you very much, Ren Jingfei replied with a smile. Li Yueyun nodded at him, cast another glance at Chen Feng, and then entered her BMW. As the car drove away, Ren Jingfei turned to Chen Feng with gratitude, saying, Mr. Chen, thank you. Without you, I doubt I would have even had the chance to meet Miss Li. You're too kind, Mr. Ren. You are older than I am. Feel free to call me Chen Feng or Xiao Chen, Chen Feng replied. That's too modest. In the business world, age does not dictate hierarchy, though I may be older. Your business acumen may surpass mine, so addressing you as Mr. Chen is not unwarranted. Let us not be so formal with titles like Mr. Chen and Mr. Ren. It feels rather dull. How about I call you Lao Ren and you call me Xiao Chen? What do you think? Lao Ren. Xiao Chen. That's amusing. Well, since you put it that way, I want to be polite, Ren Jingfei said, his face brimming with joy. Xiao Chen, it's not flattery from Lao Ren, honestly. I truly admire your accomplishments at such a young age, Ren Jingfei said earnestly. In response to Ren Jingfei's praise, Chen Feng exhibited a serene smile, stating, Lao Ren. Even Liu Bang started the rebellion against the White Snake at the tender age of 18. You surely aren't that age this year. I am 44 this year. Which makes me 33, Ren Jingfei replied. Precisely. The future is unpredictable, but I believe you will become a remarkably successful businessman. And your company will evolve into a great enterprise. Ren Jingfei gazed at Chen Feng, astonished. He could see the sincerity in the young man's eyes, as if he were certain of his future success. Ren Jingfei then composed his expression, saying earnestly, Xiao Chen, thank you. Chen Feng smiled and shook his head, responding, Keep it up, Lao Ren. Well, I must return now. My employees are working overtime, and as the boss, I should accompany them. Shall I see you off? Ren Jingfei most likely walked here, as his company had only been established for 2 years and was still striving for survival. The boss had no spare funds for a car. No need. I'll take the bus back. It's just a few stops. And I need to pick up a few things, he replied. All right, then, goodbye. Goodbye. Chen Feng watched Ren Jingfei leave before he got into his car. Chen Feng's Santana slowly pulled away from the Deep City Grand Hotel. Inside the vehicle, he took out his mobile phone and dialed Li Yueyun's number. At that moment, Li Yueyun was also in her car, her mind occupied with the memory of Chen Feng calling her name, Yueyun. Her feelings for him were complex and multifaceted. She would never forget the despair of being kidnapped, the moment the suitcase zipper slowly opened, letting in a beam of light. And that one phrase that gave her hope, it will be all right. She also recalled the moment she was rescued, sobbing uncontrollably in that man's embrace, feeling his warmth and scent. Later, as they partnered in business, she witnessed his astute and capable side. The 50 million she invested was, in essence, a gamble on this man. Looking back now, it seemed she had indeed won that bet. This man was extraordinary, rivaling the young elites from affluent backgrounds in Xinjiang, even surpassing many. After all, not every young talent could start from scratch in their 20s and achieve a company revenue of 200 million in less than a year. Just as Li Yueyun was deep in thought, her mobile phone rang. She pressed the answer button, and a familiar voice came through. Hello. He actually called. The sound made her heart race. Li Yueyun took a few seconds to compose herself before pressing the answer button. Hello. Is there something you need? She asked in a calm tone. Indeed, that Mr. Ren was inquiring about representing a switch. Could you assist in securing this business for him? Oh. Li Yueyun was surprised that Chen Feng had called specifically for this matter. With a probing tone, she asked, Are you helping Mr. Ren because you fancy his daughter? Hearing this, Chen Feng chuckled, as he held no interest in Miss Ming. He replied, Mr. Ren does have a daughter, in fact, two. Li Yueyun tensed up at his words. Chen Feng continued, However, I have no interest in them, nor would they be interested in me. I am merely helping because I find him to be quite remarkable. He attended university in his youth, served in the military as a communications soldier, and after being laid off from a vice president position due to a business scam, he ventured out to start his own enterprise. Such ambition is not something just anyone possesses. Chen Feng briefly recounted Ren Jingfei's experiences. You seem to know him well, Li Yueyun remarked. I was just chatting while waiting for you, Chen Feng replied. All right, the Edith switch can be entrusted to him as an agent. but our company mandates a guarantee fee of 5 million. I will cover it, Chen Feng stated succinctly. Li Weiyun was momentarily taken aback, muttering, the usually astute Mr. Chen would actually commit to a guarantee fee of 5 million for a stranger he has known for less than an hour. I truly suspect you have taken a liking to his daughter. Just say whether it's acceptable or not. Chen Feng, disinterested in further explanation, replied, fine. I will call them tomorrow to arrange for the contract signing. Li Weiyun responded curtly. Thank you, Miss Li. Chen Feng expressed his gratitude. What did you call me? Thank you, Madam Boss. Chen Feng had already forgotten his previous casual address of Li Weiyun. The title was uttered absent-mindedly, without any awareness of the flirtation he had unwittingly initiated. Li Weiyun sighed inwardly, her tone cooling instantaneously as she replied frostily. All right, I have arrived at the hotel. I will hang up now. Okay, Madam Boss. Chen Feng also ended the call. After hanging up, Li Weiyun, visibly upset, tossed her phone onto the sofa and leaned back in her chair. After a considerable pause, she muttered with a mix of frustration and grievance, Chen Feng, you insufferable man. You scoundrel. Chapter 70, a single move, worth millions. Unbeknownst to Chen Feng, he was the subject of Li Weiyun's lamentations. Having concluded the call, he felt he had made the right decision. Chen Feng had little genuine interest in acquiring shares in this company. Rather, he was motivated by a desire to assist a national enterprise in its ascent. He had researched the company and discovered that its formidable combat strength stemmed entirely from its structural framework, which differed from that of other firms. Ren Jingfei allocated 99 of the shares to the employees, retaining only 1 for himself. Over the past decade, the company's total investment in research and development has reached an impressive 111 billion yuan, a crucial factor in its ability to overcome numerous key technological challenges. The profits generated by the company are primarily reinvested in R&D, with a significant portion distributed to employees as dividends. An ordinary employee at this company can receive hundreds of thousands in dividends each year. One must wonder, if you were an employee here, would you not strive earnestly for the company? Many business leaders advocate emulating the wolf culture of this company, yet none have succeeded in doing so. Why? These companies are reluctant to compensate their employees adequately. Owners wish for their staff to exhibit the same tenacity as those at this company without investing in them. Akin to wanting milk from a cow while withholding feed, such behavior is nothing short of exploitation. Thus, for Chen Feng, investing in this company does not promise substantial benefits. To maximize profit, one would typically seek to hold as many shares as possible, but this company operates differently. It thrives on a model where 99 of shares belong to the employees to unleash their full potential. His impulsive intervention could lead to counterproductive outcomes. Perhaps this company, under Chen Feng's influence, may never reach the heights it was destined for. Therefore, Chen Feng chose to adopt a laissez-faire approach. There are myriad avenues for profit available to him. There is no need to be overly insistent. If he does not invest in this company, he could always consider acquiring shares in Penguin or Alibaba. In this era, opportunities for wealth abound for Chen Feng. Qin Weiguo escorted Chen Feng back home before driving off himself, promising to return the following morning to pick Chen up. Chen requested that Qin arrive later, after 9 o'clock, as he intended to visit the Shenzhen Development Bank first rather than going to the office. The next day, Chen Feng arrived at the Shenzhen Development Bank, which was situated in a newly constructed office building. Inside the bank's lobby, everything appeared quite fresh, indicating that the establishment was relatively new. Upon entering the hall, Chen gazed towards the west, reminiscing about a time when a lobby manager would typically approach to offer assistance. However, it was now 1989, and such formalities were absent. After wandering around, Chen noticed a staff member approaching from the corridor. He intercepted the individual and inquired, "Hello, I am looking for Director Zhang Xingwen." The staff member, courteous in demeanor, responded, "Yes, Director Zhang is down this corridor. The 5th office on the left is the market department." "Thank you," Chen replied, proceeding as directed down the hallway until he reached an office door marked Market Department Office. Peering inside, he observed a spacious room furnished with 7 or 8 desks. On the desk nearest the entrance, a globe was displayed amidst a pile of documents, with Zhang Xingwen engrossed in work. Knocking gently on the door, Chen attracted Zhang's attention. Zhang looked up from his tasks, and Chen smiled warmly, greeting him. "Director Zhang, it's me. Do you remember?" "Oh, Mr. Chen, of course I do," Zhang responded, rising to approach the door and extending his hand. "Hello, hello." They shook hands. "You came today regarding stocks. I mentioned last night that I would be here to purchase shares, Chen said with a smile. Are you truly going to buy stocks? Zhang expressed disbelief, having thought Chen was joking the previous evening. If I weren't interested in stocks, why would I come to see you? Chen replied. Please, lead the way to our meeting room. Zhang walked ahead, with Chen following closely, until they reached the bank's meeting room. Although the decor was modest, the space was bright and airy, featuring the era's fashionable fabric sofas, embodying a traditional style. Mr. Chen, please have a seat while I fetch some tea, Zhang said before stepping out briefly. Upon his return, he sat across from Chen and added with a smile, to be honest, I never expected you would come. Well, I have arrived, Chen replied, his smile reflecting Zhang's. A young female employee entered, carrying 2 cups of tea, placing one in front of Chen and saying, Sir, please enjoy your tea. Thank you, Chen replied, as she set the other cup in front of Zhang. Mr. Chen, please, have some tea, Zhang urged. Chen took a sip, finding the taste rather ordinary, as hospitality in that era did not adhere to elaborate standards. Zhang Xingwen took a sip of tea, then set down his cup and inquired. Mr. Chen, regarding your intention to purchase stocks, how many do you actually wish to acquire? How many do you have left? Chen Feng posed the question that piqued his interest. Zhang Xingwen hesitated before extending a hand. Chen Feng understood that out of the 800,000 shares issued by Shin Development, only 300,000 had been sold, leaving 500,000 still available. Is there any discount? Chen Feng pressed on, aware that Shin Development stocks were currently sluggish in sales. He recognized that although the investment was secure, a little negotiation could yield greater profit. A 10% discount off the par value, Zhang Xingwen responded. If I were to purchase in larger quantities, would the discount be even greater? Zhang Xingwen shook his head, stating, No, that is already the lowest. Chen Feng closed his eyes, feigning contemplation. After a moment, he opened his eyes and declared to Zhang Xingwen, I will take all of them. What? All of them? Zhang Xingwen was taken aback by this revelation. He had anticipated that Chen Feng would buy perhaps 10,000 to 30,000 shares. But to hear him say he wanted them all was astonishing. Zhang Xingwen, unable to believe it, asked, Mr. Chen, you are not jesting, are you? You truly want all of them? Absolutely certain. 50,000 shares of Shin Development, each valued at 20 yuan, would amount to 9 million even at a 10% discount. Rest assured, I have the funds. Here are my company's accounts at the People's Bank, along with the transaction records stamped with the bank seal and my business license. Chen Feng understood that institutions like banks approached investors with utmost caution, hence he had brought all the necessary documentation. Zhang Xingwen reviewed Chen Feng's materials, confirming everything was in order. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Mr. Chen, the quantity you desire exceeds my authority. I must consult our bank president for further discussion. That's fine, Chen Feng nodded. Regardless of who came to negotiate, he was unperturbed, as he possessed the credentials of a legitimate company and ample capital. He was resolute in his determination to acquire these shares. Chapter 71. 50,000 shares, completely secured. Zhang Xingwen's caution was entirely justified. Suddenly, someone appeared, expressing a desire to purchase hundreds of thousands of shares, particularly in this nascent era following the reform and opening up, when the country was issuing stocks for the first time and everything was in a phase of exploration. Many remained ensnared in the constraints of the past planned economy, hesitant to take bold steps. However, it was precisely due to the cautious nature of the people in this era that those willing to take risks were afforded greater opportunities to distinguish themselves. No worries. You may consult your superiors. I will wait here for you. Zhang Xingwen's expression was serious as he exited the reception room. He made his way down the hallway, ascended to the second floor, and approached the door marked with the bank president's nameplate. Inside, a balding middle-aged man with thick glasses was engrossed in his work at the desk. Zhang Xingwen knocked on the door. The man looked up, recognized Zhang Xingwen standing at the entrance, and said, Ah, it's you, Xiao Zhang. Come in. President's son, Zhang Xingwen greeted him. Is there something you need? President's son inquired. Yes, there is a matter regarding our bank's stock issuance, Zhang Xingwen began, hesitating to continue. President's son adjusted his glasses, leaned forward, and remarked, Our bank's issuance of stock serves as a pilot initiative for the nation. While the progress of stock sales has been sluggish, do not lose heart. We ought to glean lessons from our setbacks and strive for improvement. President's son presumed that Zhang Xingwen had come to voice grievances, so he offered a few words of encouragement imbued with motivational sentiment to soothe his subordinate's spirit. However, Zhang paused before continuing. No, President's son. I'm here not because the stocks aren't selling, but rather because someone wishes to purchase the remaining stocks in their entirety. What? All of them? President's son, who had previously appeared calm, was suddenly taken aback, rising from his seat. Indeed, he wants to buy them all. Is he a fraud? President's son's first instinct was to suspect a con artist attempting to swindle the bank. Recalling a recent incident where he had dismissed someone masquerading as a senior official seeking funds. He is not a fraud. He is from a reputable local company, a household appliance firm called Taojing. I checked, and their tax contributions last year amounted to several million. Several million in taxes? That qualifies them as a substantial taxpayer. President's son pondered momentarily before stating, "Let us go. Allow me to meet him." Zhang led President's son to the reception room on the first floor, where Chen Feng was sipping tea. Upon seeing Zhang enter with a balding, bespectacled middle-aged man, Chen stood to greet them. "Mr. Chen, this is our bank's President's son Fulong." Zhang introduced the middle-aged gentleman. "Hello, President's son." Chen Feng extended his hand. President's son, beaming with a smile, shook Chen Feng's hand. "Hello, Mr. Chen." He then turned to Zhang, grinning. "I didn't expect Mr. Chen to be so young. Circumstances at home were challenging. I had to start working early." Chen Feng replied with a smile. "Please, have a seat." President's son invited Chen to sit down. Chen Feng and President's son settled on opposite sides of the tea table, while Zhang sat behind President's Sunday. "Mr. Chen, I've heard you wish to acquire all the stocks of our development bank." President's son inquired directly upon taking his seat. "Yes, that is my intention. Our bank still has over 50,000 shares available, and I wish to purchase them all." "All of them," Chen Feng affirmed once more. President's son glanced at Zhang before turning back to Chen Feng. "Mr. Chen, I regret to inform you that I cannot sell you all the stocks." "Why not? Do you doubt my financial capability?" Chen Feng asked, puzzled. "Certainly not," President's son chuckled. "You are a significant taxpayer in the city, and I have reviewed your credentials. There are no issues there. But the reason is more complex. Our bank is responding to the national call by issuing stocks for the first time since the establishment of our nation. Many aspects are still in the experimental phase, and your desire to acquire them all makes me hesitant to proceed." President's son spoke candidly. Chen Feng then understood that President's son's reluctance was not merely a result of conservative thinking, but rather a cautious approach stemming from the responsibilities of leadership regarding the development of an unknown venture. Selling all the stocks to Chen Feng might not pose a problem if everything went smoothly. However, should complications arise, accountability would inevitably fall upon him. Sun Fulong was primarily concerned with avoiding future responsibilities. In the realm of bureaucracy, one may lack achievements, yet one must never err. Thus, Sun Fulong, aware of Chen Feng's substantial financial capacity, hesitated to sell all his shares to him. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng inquired, "How many shares can you sell to me?" "Half, 270,000 shares, Sun Fulong replied. Chen Feng pondered for a moment before addressing Sun Fulong. "Mr. Sun, may I have a word in private?" Sun Fulong glanced back at Zhang Xingwen, who, perceiving the situation, promptly stood up. "I have some matters to attend to," he stated, exiting the reception room and closing the door behind him. With only Chen Feng and Sun Fulong remaining in the room, Chen Feng leaned closer and softly said, "Mr. Sun, I understand your concerns. You fear that if you sell all to me, it may lead to complications in the future. However, we could consider an alternative approach. I could enlist more buyers, allowing you to sell to me in a distributed manner. Moreover, in this era, stock transactions do not require real name registration. Once those paper shares leave the bank, who knows into whose hands they may ultimately fall." Chen Feng's reasoning held merit. During this period, stocks were still in paper form, each piece detailing the issuer, issuance date, and quantity of shares. "Please, Mr. Sun, assist me," Chen Feng urged, placing an item into Sun Fulong's hand. Upon inspecting the object, Sun Fulong's face lit up with joy. He nodded and said, "Very well, if you can find more buyers, I will sell you an additional 250,000 shares, but you must gather at least 100 people." "Absolutely," Chen Feng replied, his own smile reflecting excitement. Finding people was not a challenge. This era was abundant with individuals. "All right, prepare the funds by tomorrow, and I will have the stocks ready." Chen Feng stood and extended his hand to Sun Fulong. "Here's to a successful collaboration. To a fruitful partnership," Sun Fulong echoed, shaking Chen Feng's hand. Thus, the acquisition of the development bank stocks was concluded. Chen Feng initially purchased 250,000 shares, filling a large sack with thick bundles of stock certificates. He transported the stocks back to his company, securing them in the corporate safe, and instructed the HR manager to coordinate staff in purchasing additional shares. The shares, valued at 20 yuan, were offered at a discounted price of 18 yuan. Chen Feng charged employees the full price of 20 yuan, providing them with a 2 yuan profit margin. The employees' enthusiasm was immediately ignited. By 9 o'clock that evening, all acquired stocks were handed over to Chen Feng. He successfully obtained a total of 500,000 shares from the development bank. The value of these stocks could potentially multiply by 634 times in 20 years. This estimation was not mere speculation. Experts had calculated that a share issued in 1987 would peak in 2007 at a staggering increase. Consequently, the shares Chen Feng possessed would be valued at 6 billion yuan 2 decades hence. Chapter 72. Mr. Ren's visit after purchasing this batch of stocks. Chen Feng placed them securely in the safe. He does not intend to wait until the peak of 2007 to sell. Instead, he plans to divest in the early months of 1990, just a few months away. The stock of Shin Development, being the first share listed on the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, is poised to experience a significant surge at the beginning of 1990. The stock price is anticipated to rise from its original face value of 1 yuan to 11 yuan, marking an 11-fold increase. The batch of stocks in Chen Feng's possession, valued at 10 million yuan, could potentially transform into a staggering 110 million yuan. In trading, the essence lies in buying low and selling high to profit from the price differential. By selling at the initial high, he can later repurchase the stocks once their value diminishes. Having studied the nation's financial history prior to his rebirth, Chen Feng distinctly recalls the peaks and troughs of this stock, making stock trading seem to him like mere pickings of money. After successfully acquiring shares in Shin Development Bank, Chen Feng returned to his previous work rhythm, as the home appliance chain supermarket remains his primary venture and a stable source of income. As for the next promising opportunity in the stock market, that would not materialize for nearly another year. During this interim, he could not afford to idle away, simply awaiting the market's arrival. The home appliance sector is still in its blue ocean phase, and Chen Feng aims to capitalize on these next 2 years to generate profit and expand the Taojing home appliance chain northward. His goal is to open 3 new stores in the upcoming month. On that day, Chen Feng was reviewing documents in his office as usual when Zhang Weiwei headed north to scout several reputable home appliance manufacturers to serve as suppliers for the Taojing home appliance chain in the northern region. The intent to collaborate with these manufacturers was notably strong, considering the substantial scale of Chen Feng's supermarket chain. This exemplifies the power of success. Conducting business negotiations becomes remarkably effortless. Chen Feng only needed to select suitable partners from a plethora of manufacturers, including well-known television brands like Changhong and Panda. While Chen Feng was engrossed in his work, a series of crisp knocks echoed from the door. He looked up to see his secretary, Xiao Luo, standing at the entrance. "Is there something you need?" he inquired. "Mr. Chen, there is a Mr. Ren outside who wishes to see you." "Mr. Ren?" Chen Feng, still focused on his work, found it difficult to recall which Mr. Ren was being referred to. He mentioned he is from the Huahua Company. Xiao Luo quickly reminded him. Chen Feng suddenly realized. Mr. Ren must be Ren Zhengfei. What brings him here? Chen Feng instructed Xiao Luo, "Please invite him in." "Certainly," she replied. Shortly after, Xiao Luo returned to Chen Feng's office, accompanied by a middle-aged man dressed in a brown and white suit, none other than Ren Zhengfei, whom Chen Feng had encountered in the parking lot previously. Upon seeing Ren Zhengfei, Chen Feng promptly stood up from his seat and went to greet him. "Mr. Ren, hello." "Hello," he said, extending his hand. Ren Zhengfei smiled and shook Chen Feng's hand, saying, "Mr. Chen, I apologize for my unexpected visit. No need for such formality, please. Come this way." Chen Feng invited him to sit on the sofa in the reception area and instructed his secretary to bring 2 cups of tea. "Mr. Chen, I am here to express my gratitude," Ren Zhengfei began. "Gratitude towards me?" Chen Feng responded, somewhat perplexed. Ren Zhengfei continued, stating that he had already signed a contract with Miss Li for the agency rights of the Switch. She expressed her willingness to give this newly established small company an opportunity out of regard for him. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but ponder why Li Yueyan had mentioned his name. His assistance to Ren Zhengfei was purely altruistic. He merely wished to support domestic enterprises, helping them to find their footing more swiftly. There is no need for formalities. Our acquaintance is a serendipity. Besides, I merely facilitated a recommendation, which hardly qualifies as a significant favor, Chen Feng modestly replied, not wishing to take undue credit. This is not merely a matter of politeness. The agency contract is crucial for our company. To be frank, we previously faced substantial losses due to issues with a switch we were representing, and we are in dire need of this new agency contract. Without it, I fear our company may not endure much longer, Ren Zhengfei candidly admitted, revealing the harsh reality of their nascent entrepreneurial journey. Mr. Ren, I understand you mentioned that all your employees are technically proficient, Chen Feng remarked. Indeed, we employ only the elite in this field. To be frank, in the 2 years since our establishment, I, as the owner, have not profited significantly. All funds have been allocated to employee salaries, Ren Zhengfei confessed. Chen Feng believed in Ren Zhengfei's sincerity. He was indeed the type of owner willing to allocate 99 of shares to employees while retaining only 1 for himself. This very attitude likely motivated employees to dedicate themselves to the company. What would you say is your company's technical standing in the entire Shenzhen area? Chen Feng inquired. Ren Zhengfei fell silent, contemplating the question deeply. After a considerable pause, he looked earnestly at Chen Feng and declared, "First." Chen Feng chuckled and asked, "Mr. Ren, on what basis do you consider your company to be the industry's leader? Perhaps we are not currently number 1. But every member of our team is striving for that position. I firmly believe we will achieve it," Ren Zhengfei asserted resolutely. Chen Feng could sense a profound confidence emanating from him. Strong individuals often possess a resilient spirit. Regardless of external mockery or disdain, one must maintain self-belief. Chen Feng nodded in agreement with Ren Zhengfei's perspective. "Mr. Ren, may I pose another question? How much profit do you anticipate from each switch under this agency contract?" Chen Feng queried. While Ren Zhengfei might not have disclosed this information to others, he felt no need to conceal it from Chen Feng, given the assistance he had rendered. The Adai switch we are introducing is a 1.5 million port model, with each unit costing over $1 million to procure. This is merely the purchase price. Additionally, each port corresponds to a telephone line, and we must pay Adais based on the number of ports. For every installed phone, we owe Adais 300. Naturally, Miss Li's company will also take a portion of the fee. This constitutes our cost price, Ren Zhengfei elucidated with a smile, proceeding to calculate the figures for Chen Feng. Indeed, it appeared that the substantial profits within the communications industry were still predominantly claimed by foreign enterprises. Chen Feng pondered for a moment and addressed Ren Zhengfei. "Mr. Ren, you claim that your company possesses the finest technology in Shenzhen. Have you never considered developing your own switches?" The notion of self-development took Ren Zhengfei by surprise. "Self-research and development?" he echoed, his expression one of astonishment. Chen Feng nodded, articulating the words that lingered in his mind. Chapter 73, 1989, The Billionaire. In this era, the terms self-research and development appeared rather foreign. Even the executives of many state-owned enterprises often believed that advanced technologies ought to be imported from abroad. In a nation that had recently undergone reform and was still in its nascent stages, advocating for self-research and development to entrepreneurs seemed utterly fanciful. Yet, Ren Zhengfei did not immediately dismiss Chen Feng's perspective. Instead, he contemplated it intently before responding. "Mr. Chen, could you elaborate further?" With a slight smile, Chen Feng remarked, "There is an old saying you may have heard. Having a father and mother is not as good as having your own, no matter how advanced foreign technologies may be. They remain foreign. You might be utilizing their products comfortably now, but what will you do if one day they decide to cut you off? Or if they deem your profits insufficient and demand more, refusing your terms, they could simply switch to another distributor. How would you respond?" Chen Feng's succinct words plunged Ren Zhengfei into deep thought. After a while, he chuckled and remarked, "That seems unlikely. Foreigners conduct business in a civilized manner." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng realized that Ren Zhengfei, like many ordinary individuals of the time, harbored illusions about the West, believing in the purity of Western commerce. This was quite typical. During this era, everyone was just beginning to open their eyes to the world and influenced by certain public intellectuals' glorifications of foreign nations. Many believed that everything abroad was superior and that Westerners epitomized civility. Years later, when the predatory nature of those Western entities resurfaced, people would awaken to harsh realities. At that moment, Ren Zhengfei too held faith in the principles of Western free trade. It was only after he faced substantial losses and dealings with Western companies that he began to lose faith in that ideology. Of course, I merely speak in generalities. Our ancestors had another saying: "Prepare for the unforeseen." The business realm resembles a battlefield, and many aspects remain uncertain. Furthermore, by acting as agents for their switches, You are essentially reliant on their goodwill for sustenance, with the bulk of profits flowing into their coffers while you toil for meager earnings. If you could develop switches independently, wouldn't that 300 fall into your own pockets instead of being paid to foreign entities? Chen Feng decided to appeal to Ren Jingfei from a standpoint of profit, recognizing that a businessman like him would undoubtedly prioritize financial gain. As anticipated, Ren Jingfei began to earnestly reflect on Chen Feng's insights. Developing independently? Is that feasible? He inquired. Gazing at Chen Feng, why wouldn't it be? Chen Feng replied with a smile. As Mr. Qian once said, if foreigners can develop an atomic bomb, why can't we? They do not possess an extra brain compared to us. In such arduous times, we successfully developed the 2 bombs and 1 satellite. As long as we aspire to achieve something, we shall surely succeed. This sentiment resonated deeply with Ren Jingfei, moved by Chen Feng's words. A veteran who, despite having retired over a decade ago, still embodies the indomitable spirit of a soldier who confronts challenges head-on. I must earnestly contemplate the prospect of independent research and development. Chen Feng's remarks illuminated a new path for Ren Jingfei. Thank you so much, Mr. Chen. I never anticipated that someone so young could harbor such profound thoughts. Ren Jingfei expressed in admiration. You flatter me, Mr. Ren. In truth, these insights are a treasured legacy passed down from the educators of previous generations. I merely gleaned them from books, Chen Feng replied modestly. Upon hearing Chen Feng mention the educators, Ren Jingfei could not help but reflect. Indeed, educators are truly remarkable individuals. After engaging in light conversation for a while, it was time for Ren Jingfei to depart. With the agency contract for the switch secured, he had ample tasks ahead. After bidding farewell to Ren Jingfei, Chen Feng immersed himself once more in his work. For the subsequent 2 months, Chen Feng spent most of his time exploring the northern markets. However, the results of his investigations did not leave him satisfied. The commercial atmosphere in the inland regions lacked the openness of the coastal areas, making negotiations for various projects rather challenging. The increase in transportation distances also significantly raised shipping costs. Considering the security factors of the roads during this era, Chen Feng found it difficult to ensure the safety of his convoy as they ventured north. Upon attempting to penetrate the Yangtze River Delta, he arrived in Haicheng, only to discover that the market had already been largely divided among several department stores. As an outsider, even with the backing of port merchants, it proved exceedingly difficult to capture this market. After 2 months of wandering, Chen Feng ultimately abandoned his northern aspirations. Following the establishment of additional branches in Sichuan and Hubei provinces, he paused his expansion efforts. Thus, by 1989, Chen Feng's Taojing home appliance chain maintained a total of 15 stores. The sales figures for the initially opened stores in Shanghai and Shenzhen began to noticeably decline. After several months of various promotional activities, the market had undergone preliminary digestion, now gradually entering a state of saturation. Furthermore, emerging competitors began to arise. These rivals started to emulate Chen Feng's business model, which, being no secret, could easily be replicated by those who were diligent in their studies. In the realm of business, once one achieves success, imitation is inevitable. As competitors gained traction, they gradually began to carve out their share of the market, leading to a decline in both sales and profits at Chen Feng's establishments. Excluding the 2 newly opened stores, Chen Feng now operated a total of 11 locations. When aggregating the revenues from both large and small stores, the average daily sales per store plummeted from over 800,000 to merely 300,000. It can be described as a drastic reduction. Nevertheless, Chen Feng had his own fleet, and his supermarkets offered a substantial range of imported home appliances, maintaining a high gross profit margin. Therefore, after deducting various operational costs, the average net profit per store daily amounts to approximately 100 to 130,000. This calculation does not account for the 2 newly opened stores. With 11 stores under his management, the total monthly profit reaches 39 million. This profit, in comparison to others, is already quite remarkable. In the initial months following the opening of the Taojing home appliance chain supermarket, when the market remained unsaturated and competition was fierce, Chen Feng had already amassed considerable wealth. He decided to check the accounts in the finance room. From the opening of the first chain supermarket in May 1988 to May 1989, over the span of a complete year, Chen Feng's total profit soared to 200 million. Li Yueyun, holding a 30% stake, received 60 million, recouping her initial investment of 50 million and earning an additional 10 million. After distributing dividends to key players like Zhang Weiwei and Qin Weiguo, as well as his subordinates, Chen Feng retained a personal profit of 110 million. May 15, 1989 is a date worth commemorating. On this day, having traversed into this world for less than 2 years, Chen Feng officially became a billionaire. Chapter 74. Visit the Vegetable Market. Buy stocks. On August 7, 1989, under the scorching summer sun, it felt as though the city was being roasted over a charcoal fire. Even at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the oppressive heat had yet to dissipate. In an era prior to the advent of the 996 work culture, many establishments closed around 5 o'clock. As employees finished their work, they emerged with baskets to purchase groceries. The bustling vegetable market on Fumin Road in Deep City was alive with activity. At the entrance of the market, a stall prominently displayed a sign reading 10,000 stocks for sale, constructed from 5 or 6 long tables arranged in a rectangular formation, adorned with a red banner. 3 staff members stood at the stall, distributing flyers to passers-by, while one person shouted through a megaphone, "Come check out the newly issued stocks from our company." 10,000 stocks. Behind the stall stood a middle-aged man of average stature with a slightly gaunt face. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, anxiously observing the scene before him, unable to suppress a sigh. This man was Wang Shi, the owner of 10,000 Real Estate. He had joined the Shenzhen Economic Special Zone Development Company in 1983 and became the general manager the following year. Last year, the company was renamed 10,000, with him serving as both chairman and general manager. This year, in response to the city's initiative, 10,000 Real Estate became one of the first companies to issue stocks. The initial offering comprised 28 million shares, each with a nominal value of 1 yuan, aiming to raise 28 million yuan in funds. However, the sales of these stocks were disappointing. The company initially promoted the stocks internally, but employee interest in purchasing was weak. Ultimately, Wang Shi took the lead, purchasing 400 shares and becoming the first buyer. The company then enforced a mandate requiring each employee to buy at least 100 shares. After the internal allocation, a few days ago, they ventured to Deep City University to promote their stocks, hoping that the intellectuals there would grasp the opportunity to purchase shares, thereby stimulating societal investment. To facilitate this endeavor, they even invited representatives from a newspaper. The first professor persuaded to invest in shares was featured in the press, interviewed like a model worker. However, the subsequent sales results from Deep City University remained disappointing. Out of the 28 million shares issued, only 51 million had been sold, leaving a staggering 49 million unsold. According to the original plan, these stocks were to be sold by 1989, and now, after several months, only 51 million shares had found buyers. At this rate, the remaining 49 million shares would undoubtedly remain unsold. Wang Shi, pressed by urgency, reluctantly instructed his employees to set up stalls in the local market. As the owner, he arrived at the market around 3 o'clock and observed for over an hour, but no one showed any interest in purchasing. For the people of this era, stocks were akin to worthless paper that could neither be traded nor used for purchases. Who would invest real money in stocks? He recalled confidently assuring the city leaders at the time of the stock issuance that all shares would be sold by 1989. Now, Wang Shi found himself utterly at a loss. Amidst the bustling crowd, a young man suddenly appeared, standing before the stall and gazing at the banner. A staff member, noticing him, quickly approached and cheerfully pitched, "Hello, young man. Our Wank Enterprise Company, Limited, is issuing stocks, and there are discounts for larger purchases." The young man, however, did not respond to the staff member, but remained intrigued by the scene before him. This young man was Chen Feng. During his university days, he had read about the country's financial history and learned that Wang's initial stock issuance had garnered no buyers, prompting them to set up stalls in the market. Thus, each day after work, he would stroll through the market, hoping to witness this very moment. Today he had indeed seen it. Chen Feng mused to himself, "This is a scene destined to be recorded in the annals of national financial history." The staff member, perceiving that Chen Feng had not responded and noting his youthful appearance, assumed he was merely a bystander and chose to ignore him. Instead, approaching an elderly man passing by to distribute flyers, the old man took the flyer without even glancing at it before carelessly discarding it on the ground. Chen Feng observed for a while before finally asking the beleaguered staff member beside him, "Are you selling stocks?" "Yes," the staff member replied, picking up the discarded flyer and brushing off the dust. The cost of printing such flyers was significant, and he dared not waste them, especially with the company's owner watching from behind. "What is the price?" Chen Feng inquired further. "Are you interested?" The staff member looked at Chen Feng in surprise. He thought the young man, perhaps around 23, had likely just entered the workforce and might have some money to spare, viewing stocks as a novel concept, thus considering a modest purchase of $20. Nevertheless, even the smallest morsel is still a meal, with a face value of 20. The stock originally priced at 20 yuan is currently available at a discounted rate of only 18 yuan for 20 shares of Wanka stock. The staff member, smiling, looked at Chen Feng and inquired, "How many would you like, handsome?" Upon hearing this price, Chen Feng furrowed his brow. The discount offered was rather meager. He recalled that during a period of sluggish sales for Wanka stock, the most generous offer was 2,000 shares with an additional 1,000 shares as a bonus. It seemed the staff member presumed he was financially limited and would only purchase a mere 20 shares, hence the quoted price. Chen Feng exhaled deeply and responded, "I am interested in acquiring a substantial number of shares and would like to discuss this with your superior." Substantial? The staff member gazed at Chen Feng in astonishment. Chen Feng nodded affirmatively. "Are you looking for several hundred shares?" The staff member inquired. Chen Feng chuckled and shook his head. "Not merely a few hundred. 1,000 shares?" The staff member asked again. "In short, it's a considerable quantity. Please find someone who can engage in a meaningful conversation with me." Chen Feng was not inclined to waste time playing guessing games with this staff member. The staff member glanced behind him toward Wang Shi's position, somewhat skeptical that Chen Feng was there to cause trouble. Yet, what if this individual truly intended to make a significant purchase? If he managed to close this deal, his superior would undoubtedly commend him. After a brief internal struggle, the staff member told Chen Feng, "Please hold on a moment. I will consult my superior." "Very well." Chen Feng replied with a nod. The staff member made his way to the back, where Wang Shi was stationed. Wang Shi had been observing the interaction between the two, as there were few customers at the stall, allowing them to discuss matters privately. Upon seeing his staff member approach, Wang Shi spoke first. "So, what is the situation? Is he interested in buying stock?" "Manager, he claims to want a large quantity of stock and wishes to speak with the leadership." "I'm uncertain if he is a fraud," the staff member indicated, gesturing toward Chen Feng's position. Chen Feng offered them a subtle smile. Chapter 75. Original shares of the real estate leader, 20 million shares. Wang Shi, upon glancing at Chen Feng, also felt he did not resemble a typical stock buyer. He appeared quite youthful and dressed rather ordinarily. If a flashy businessman with gold chains and a mobile phone were present, that would seem more in line with a stock buyer. However, since he had some free time at the market, he decided to approach the young man for a conversation. Wang Shi approached, smiling, and extended his hand to Chen Feng. "Hello, I am their superior. May I inquire if you're interested in purchasing stock?" Chen Feng shook Wang Shi's hand and nodded. "Yes, I wish to buy stock. I understand you are looking to acquire a considerable amount. May I ask how much you intend to purchase?" Wang Shi inquired further. "Well, the quantity is quite substantial, which is why I sought someone with whom I could have a meaningful discussion." "I believe I am that person," Wang Shi asserted with a slight lift of his posture. As the company's leader, if he could not facilitate a discussion, then no one could. "If you intend to buy 10,000 shares, what kind of discount could be offered?" Chen Feng did not rush to disclose the exact number he desired. Instead, he initially mentioned 10,000. Upon hearing that Chen Feng was interested in 10,000 shares, Wang Shi immediately perked up. He proceeded to present the promotional plan established the previous month. For every 1,000 shares purchased, you receive an additional 200 shares. Therefore, if you purchase 10,000 shares, we will provide you with 2,000 extra shares. The proposal presented by Wang Shi is intended for the general populace. However, if public officials within the system were to partake, they would receive even greater discounts. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng furrowed his brow. A buy 10, get 2 free offer seemed rather meager. "What about 100,000 shares?" Chen Feng inquired further. 100,000 shares? Wang Shi was taken aback by the figure Chen Feng had mentioned. His gaze scrutinized Chen Feng, as he attempted to ascertain whether the young man possessed the financial capability to purchase such a quantity. From his bag, Chen Feng produced a large mobile phone. Observing the device, valued at 30,000 yuan, Wang Shi realized that this young man was indeed affluent. "For every 1,000 shares, you will receive 300 additional shares." Wang Shi continued with his offer, which was already the most favorable discount available, designed for collective purchases from certain public institutions. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "Are you certain that your word carries weight? I require a substantial number of shares." Chen Feng was candid about his intentions. Wang Shi retrieved a box of business cards from his pocket, extracted one, and handed it to Chen Feng, stating, "If my word does not hold sway, then no one at Wang Company possesses such authority." Chen Feng accepted the card and glanced at the details inscribed upon it. Wang Shi, Chairman and General Manager of Wang Enterprise Company, Limited. Staring at the name on the card and then at the man before him, Chen Feng exclaimed, "You are Wang Shi?" Wang Shi chuckled and replied, "What? Do I not resemble Wang Shi?" Chen Feng shook his head with a smile. He had seen photographs of Wang Shi, but had never encountered images of him in his youth. The current Wang Shi still had hair and appeared to be in his 30s, at the prime of his vigor. Now that he had met Wang Shi, the situation seemed more manageable. "Mr. Wang, I apologize for my misunderstanding. Here is my business card," Chen Feng said as he produced his own card and handed it to Wang Shi. Wang Shi accepted Chen Feng's card and examined it, looking up in surprise. "You are the owner of Taojing Electric?" Chen Feng nodded. Wang Shi smiled and remarked, "I purchased all the appliances for my new home from your Taojing Electric. What a coincidence. I never anticipated that the owner of Taojing Electric would be so young." "It's been a long time since I entered the workforce," Chen Feng replied, echoing a familiar sentiment. "How about we find a place to discuss this further?" Wang Shi suggested. Chen Feng surveyed their surroundings. There were no cafes or tea houses nearby, but he noticed a herbal tea shop not far off. He pointed towards it and said, "Shall we go there for a cup of herbal tea and converse?" "Certainly. Discussing business over herbal tea is a first for me in my decade-plus of experience," Wang Shi laughed. Upon arriving at the herbal tea shop, they each ordered a cup. A few chairs were available at the entrance for passers-by to sit. The two men took their drinks and settled down. Chen Feng took a sip, only to be met with a rather intense bitterness that contorted his features. Wang Shi, however, drank with ease. Observing Chen Feng's reaction, he chuckled. "You must be from the north, Mr. Chen. You are unaccustomed to the southern herbal tea. Indeed, I find it difficult to acclimate. I did not anticipate such bitterness." Chen Feng remarked with a wry smile. "The more bitter the herbal tea, the more beneficial it is for one's health." With remarkable speed, Wang Shi finished a bowl of the herbal tea. Following suit, Chen Feng also downed a bowl of the bitter concoction. Wang Shi handed Chen Feng a small packet of dried tangerine peel and said, "Here, have a bit of this to alleviate the bitterness." "Thank you," Chen Feng replied. Taking a small piece and placing it in his mouth, indeed, the bitterness dissipated. "I hail from Donggo City, and I too found it challenging to adapt to this herbal tea upon my arrival in Shenzhen. It took me some time to grow accustomed to it. Then I shall make it a point to drink more." Chen Feng smiled. "Mr. Chen, you mentioned earlier your interest in acquiring shares of our company, Wang Ke. How many are you looking to purchase?" After some casual conversation, Wang Shi seamlessly transitioned to the main topic. "How many shares do you have left?" Chen Feng countered. "Approximately 20 million shares," Wang Shi replied with a smile, then inquired, "Mr. Chen, you don't intend to purchase them all, do you?" Chen Feng smiled subtly, gazing at Wang Shi, and replied, "What if I truly wish to acquire every single one?" Wang Shi was momentarily taken aback, staring at Chen Feng in silence. Chen Feng, maintaining his smile, quipped, "Could it be that I am willing to buy, yet you, Mr. Wang, are hesitant to sell? Do you genuinely wish for 20 million shares?" Wang Shi asked directly. "It depends on the discount you offer. I heard that when you were promoting to the Education Bureau in Shenzhen, you had a deal of 10 for 3, and it seems you sold less than 10,000 shares." Wang Shi looked at Chen Feng with a half-smile and said, "It appears Mr. Chen has done his homework. I happen to have a friend in the Education Bureau, which is how I learned of it. How about this? If you can indeed acquire all 20,000 shares, I will offer you 10 for the price of 10. Wang Shi proposed a figure. Watching Chen Feng intently, "Let's negotiate. For every 2,000 shares, I will provide an additional 1,000. "I will take all the shares you have," Chen Feng declared. Uninterested in prolonged discussions, Wang Shi gazed at Chen Feng in astonishment. The offer of 2,000 shares for an additional 1,000 was a price they had internally deliberated for certain high-ranking officials in the city. There were indeed two leaders who had purchased 2,000 shares at that price. How could Chen Feng so effortlessly pinpoint this valuation? Either someone within their ranks had leaked this information to him, or those two leaders had divulged it. Chen Feng's precise quotation left Wang Shi in a state of confusion. Noticing Wang Shi's silence, Chen Feng pondered whether he had mistakenly quoted the price. He recalled that the lowest price he had seen was indeed this one. Dating back to 2010 when Wang Shi discussed the challenges of initially promoting Wang Ke shares during a televised interview and revealed certain information. Internally conflicted, Wang Shi grappled with the implications of Chen Feng's accurate pricing, making him wary of underestimating the young man before him. It was hard for Wang Shi to believe that Chen Feng could achieve such significant business dealings without some connections. As for which leader Chen Feng might be associated with, Wang Shi dared not inquire. Such questions could be perilous. After much contemplation, Wang Shi reached his decision. Very well. I will sell you 20 million shares at your proposed rate of 2,000 shares for an additional 1,000. Chen Feng felt a surge of joy, surprised at how effortlessly he had negotiated down the price. He was unaware of the insider information and did not know that Wang had already speculated about his identity as the leader. Well, bring the money and come to our headquarters around 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I will give you the shares. All right, I will arrive punctually. The smoothness of the transaction left Chen Feng feeling somewhat as if he were in a dream. Regardless, he had successfully acquired 20 million shares of Vanke stock. Chapter 76, a formal entry into the stock market. The following day, Chen Feng made his way to the Vanke headquarters. Wang received him in the office. Chen Feng promptly paid 1,330,000 and smoothly secured 20 million shares of the original Vanke stock. Wang, still relatively young, exhibited far greater audacity than the bank's president. Sunday, he did not inquire about Chen Feng's intentions behind purchasing such a vast quantity of shares. He merely facilitated the transaction. Fortunately, the face value of Vanke stock was 100 yuan per share. Had it been priced at 20 yuan like that of the development bank, Chen Feng would have needed a large truck to transport them. Even so, it took him 3 trips to complete the acquisition of the 20 million Vanke shares. In the subsequent month, Chen Feng also purchased 3 million shares of Jintian Industrial stock. Jintian Industrial was originally Shenzhen Textile Industry Company, which completed its shareholding reform in August 1989 and announced its listing, issuing 10,070,000 shares, thus becoming the third listed stock in Shenzhen. However, the public's enthusiasm for stocks was already tepid, and with the emergence of Shin Development and Vanke, Jintian's debut was met with considerable indifference. Consequently, when Chen Feng sought to buy shares, he alleviated their urgent need. Of the 10 million shares issued, 8 million remained unsold. Nevertheless, the president of Jintian Industrial, much like President Sun of the Development Bank, was a conservative and hesitated to sell all the shares to Chen Feng, perhaps harboring the notion that there were profits to be made. Of the remaining 8 million shares, Chen Feng managed to acquire only 1 million. At this point, Chen Feng held 500,000 shares of Shin Development, 20 million shares of Vanke, and 3 million shares of Jintian Industrial. After purchasing these stocks, he quietly awaited the arrival of the harvest period. His boldness allowed him to acquire such a substantial amount, as these were high-quality stocks. Even if he did not sell them, the dividends would yield a considerable sum in the future. Most importantly, stocks, like cash, were not subject to real name registration, which provided him with significant convenience. In November 1989, Chen Feng read in the newspaper that the Shenzhen city government had decided to establish the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, a pivotal step in the forefront of reform, signaling their determination to elevate economic reform to new heights. Chen Feng understood that the financial market of the nation was set to unfold in the coming year. By December, Shenzhen Dan Transportation Company was listed and sold shares, raising 5 million yuan. Chen Feng, eager to continue purchasing shares at a low price, was dismayed to find that they had already sold out by the time he arrived. It seemed the news of the impending establishment of the stock exchange had circulated among insiders, and those with vision recognized the forthcoming potential of the stock market. Thus, the 5 million shares were swiftly purchased shortly after being made available. A month later, the timeline progressed into 1990. Over the past year, Chen Feng's Taojing home appliance chain supermarket has largely stagnated, maintaining a scale of 15 stores. As the second half of the year unfolded, the sales revenue of each supermarket once again declined, averaging approximately 250,000 yuan daily per store. Profits dwindled to around 100,000 yuan each day. The primary reason for this downturn was the obstruction of Taojing's northern expansion plan. Attempting to forcefully open stores in the north incurred exorbitant costs and a high probability of failure. Moreover, competitors began to emulate the operational model of the Taojing chain. Chen Feng assessed that his supermarket chain had evidently reached a developmental bottleneck, which, at present, appeared exceedingly challenging to surmount. This bottleneck stemmed mainly from the limitations of the era. Transportation and logistics were still underdeveloped, resulting in significantly high shipping costs for goods traversing 2 provinces from south to north. Additionally, regional protectionism was prevalent, with certain provincial cities unwilling to accommodate Chen Feng's Hong Kong-funded enterprise, as they possessed their own local appliance companies reluctant to let him encroach on their market. These objective factors greatly increased the difficulty of Chen Feng's northern expansion. Thus, after half a year of planning, the endeavor culminated in the establishment of just 2 branches in Sichuan and Hubei provinces, concluding rather hastily. Had Chen Feng devoted more effort to overcoming this bottleneck, he might have succeeded. However, he ultimately deemed the challenges too formidable and the profit margins too low, leading him to abandon the pursuit. Nevertheless, even while maintaining 15 supermarkets, Taojing still generated considerable profits for him. In 1989, the total sales reached 97.5 billion yuan, with a net profit of 37.6 billion yuan after expenses. Li Weiyun, as a major shareholder with a 30% stake, received 11.3 billion yuan, while Chen Feng retained 200 million yuan, distributing the remaining 63 million yuan as dividends. In Chen Feng's office, Zhang Yuan sat on the sofa, a cigarette in hand, with wisps of smoke swirling around. Chen Feng stood by the window, gazing at the bustling street outside, filled with passers-by. Are you truly going to leave? We are doing quite well now. You earn 200 million a year, a sum that many cannot amass in a lifetime, Zhang Yuan inquired, perplexed. Chen Feng, observing the throngs of vehicles and pedestrians, envisioned the city in a decade or so, transformed into a realm of unparalleled prosperity. You do not understand. While we may not perceive it in this era, decades from now, when others reflect on our time, do you know what terms they will use to describe it? Chen Feng turned to Zhang Yuan and uttered a single phrase, grand and magnificent. Zhang Yuan looked at Chen Feng in astonishment. Chen Feng continued to face the window, stating, the wealth I possess is sufficient to last me several lifetimes. To you, it seems unnecessary for me to strive so hard, yet I do not wish to miss out on this grand and magnificent era. I relish the joys it brings. At this moment, Chen Feng's mindset had undergone a significant transformation since his initial arrival. With an abundance of wealth at his disposal, he contemplated the meaning of his life moving forward. Reflecting back, the most exhilarating and joyous experience was undoubtedly when he engaged in trading treasury bonds in Dongao City, earning his first pot of gold. The exhilaration of achieving great wealth overnight, through a small investment, remains etched in Chen Feng's memory. Consequently, he felt compelled to venture into the stock market, not merely to participate but to inscribe his own vivid chapter in its history. In 1990, both the Shanghai Stock Exchange and the Shenzhen Stock Exchange were set to open, establishing themselves as the most significant securities markets in Huaguo. Chen Feng was determined not to miss this opportunity, whether in Shenzhen or Shanghai. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Yuan finally spoke. Very well, I respect your decision. From the very first day of our collaboration, I realized you are not one to settle for the status quo. I have no objections to your journey to Haiqing, but I do have one stipulation. What is it? Chen Feng turned to look at Zhang Yuan. Most of your money should be saved. Regarding the stock trading you mentioned, it's prudent to invest only a small portion. A client of mine from Xiangjiang warned me that there are those who, after incurring losses in stock trading, have tragically resorted to jumping from buildings. I fear you might embark on an irreversible path. Chen Feng chuckled at Zhang Yuan's caution. Rest assured, the majority of my funds will remain in the company's accounts. I intend to bring only 2 million with me to the north. The thrill of the stock market lies in leveraging small investments for substantial gains. He had never planned to take much money with him on this journey. Furthermore, it would be wise to have Qin Weiguo accompany you. After all, Haiqing is not our familiar Shenzhen. Having an ally can provide added security, Zhang Yuan advised. Understood. Chen Feng nodded. He indeed planned to bring Qin Weiguo along, as Zhang Yuan suggested, for having a companion in these times could ensure his safety. All right, I will oversee Fengyuan trading. You can go and enjoy yourself. When you tire of the adventure, return, and I promise to maintain Fengyuan trading in its entirety. Chen Feng smiled, replying, I'm merely heading north for a while. One might think I'm off on some grand quest. After entrusting Fengyuan trading to Zhang Yuan, Chen Feng resolved to devote all his energy to the stock market, preparing for his journey northward to the location of the Shanghai Stock Exchange in Haiqing. Chapter 77. The glittering city of 10 miles of fireworks standing on the bund. Chen Feng gazed at the bustling cargo ships traversing the Huangpu River. As the setting sun bathed the water in a golden hue, perhaps heralding a city rich in opportunity, he couldn't help but recall the renowned writer Mao Dun's vivid portrayal of Haiqing, a glittering city of 10 miles, where fortunes are made on the bund. This city, once the largest in the Far East, was poised for a renaissance after decades of decline. Upon disembarking from the plane, Chen Feng felt an irresistible urge to visit the Huangpu River once more. although he had seen it before. The Huangpu River in 1990 lacked the bustling street scenes and dazzling lights of the future. Yet, within the cargo ships navigating the river, he discerned a glimmer of hope. At number 20, Nanjing East Road, Huangpu District, Haicheng, in the lobby of the Peace Hotel, he announced, "Hello, I have reserved a private room with you." Prior to Chen Feng's departure, Zhang Ziyuan had already utilized his connections to secure a room at the Peace Hotel. In fact, Haicheng City has recently witnessed the emergence of numerous five-star hotels, some surpassing the renowned Peace Hotel. Zhang Ziyuan was perplexed as to why Chen Feng insisted on staying at the Peace Hotel, and even more so, why he required a private room. Chen Feng casually remarked something that left Zhang Ziyuan bewildered, because of a buyout. After completing the check-in process at the Peace Hotel, a staff member assisted Chen Feng in carrying his luggage to the 20th floor. Generously, Chen Feng offered a 5 yuan tip, to which the attendant expressed his gratitude profusely. Upon entering the room, Chen Feng took a leisurely stroll, assessing every detail. True to its reputation as a veteran establishment, the room's decor was both retro and exquisite. The coat rack at the entrance and the mirror in the hallway exuded a sense of nostalgia, not the clumsy kind, but rather a refined vintage charm. As he drew back the curtains, the entire expanse of the Huangpu River unfolded before him. Moments later, a series of crisp knocks echoed at the door. It was Qin Weiguo standing at the threshold. "I have checked in as well," he announced. Qin Weiguo declined Chen Feng's generous offer to book a private room. Firmly opting for a standard accommodation, he expressed that a room costing 2,000 yuan per night would not allow him to sleep soundly. Chen Feng's stay at the Peace Hotel was merely to indulge in the ambience reminiscent of television dramas. However, upon settling in, he found the experience rather underwhelming. "All right. Let's go out for dinner," he suggested. "Where shall we dine?" Qin Weiguo inquired. "Of course, Huanghe Road," Chen Feng replied. Huanghe Road is one of the three most bustling dining streets in Haicheng City, alongside Yunnan South Road and Jiapu Road, stretching 755 meters. Huanghe Road is lined with upscale restaurants. As Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo strolled down Huanghe Road, it was already 7 o'clock, and the street was aglow with lights, bustling with activity. As they stepped onto Huanghe Road, passing the entrances of various restaurants, the aromas of wine wafted out, mingling with the sounds of clinking glasses and lively conversation. Hostesses clad in red cheongsams beckoned guests with welcoming gestures. Chen Feng walked straight in, not pausing in his stride. After surveying the establishments, he finally chose one that was most crowded and had the best location. A tall hostess approached them with a smile. "Would you like to dine with us? Come to Fenghua Tower. Our stews are exceptional, and we have the signature dish, king snake. Do you have dry-fried rice noodles?" Chen Feng inquired with a grin. "Dry-fried rice noodles?" The hostess was momentarily taken aback. Chen Feng chuckled. "No worries, I was just joking. We'll dine at your establishment. Please follow me inside," the hostess said, leading Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo into the restaurant. "Would you prefer to dine in the hall or a private room?" she asked. "In the hall, please," Chen Feng replied, as he simply wished to absorb the lively atmosphere. Dining in a private room would lack the charm. "Then please follow me." The hostess guided them to a central table. "I apologize, but we are quite full. The window seats have been reserved. Is this location suitable for you two?" "That's perfectly fine," Chen Feng reassured her, glancing around at the bustling crowd. Sitting there, he thought it would be enjoyable to listen to the conversations of the seasoned diners around him. Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo took their respective seats. Chen Feng picked up the menu and casually selected several dishes, opting not to order any wine, as neither he nor Qin Weiguo were connoisseurs of alcohol. In approximately 10 minutes, the dishes arrived. Chen Feng had ordered a serving of white-cut chicken, a plate of crystal shrimp, a baked duck stuffed with 8 treasures, and a dish of seasonal vegetables, all local specialties of Haicheng. As they began their meal, the sounds of conversation from a nearby table gradually reached his ears. "I must tell you, the Philo stock is quite promising. It's the first stock listed in Haicheng. A friend of mine bought 1,000 shares last month and sold them this month, making a profit of 5,000 yuan. I believe the Dian's Hanking stock is superior. Although it was issued later than Philo, its overall strength is greater. I still think Philo is more reliable. After all, it is an established brand." Curious, Chen Feng turned his gaze towards the source of the voices and observed several older gentlemen dining and discussing stocks. Haicheng, renowned as the first city in Huagua to engage in stock trading, exhibited a more open attitude towards the stock market compared to the conservative stance of Deep City. This was also influenced by the fact that it was 1990. Just last November, Haiqing had announced plans to establish a stock exchange. Particularly, a group of elderly gentlemen in Haiqing had been trading stocks since before the liberation, and decades later, with the financial market reopening, they continued to be trailblazers. Chen Feng was familiar with the two stocks they mentioned. Philo Electronics was the first stock issued post-reform, dating back to November 1984, while Dian's Hanking was issued later, in January 1987. Similar to the old 5 stocks of Deep City, Haiqing had its own old 8 stocks, which were issued before the establishment of the stock exchange, even predating its inception. While the businessmen of Deep City engaged with the old 5 stocks, the gentlemen of Haiqing traded their own. However, both were constrained by the financial market's lack of full openness. Prior to 1989, purchasing these stocks was akin to saving money, as one would merely earn interest without significant price fluctuations. Yet, following the opening of the financial market in 1989 and the lifting of restrictions, these stocks experienced rampant speculation. It was evident that the financial market had commenced, although it had yet to reach its peak. Chen Feng had arrived at precisely the right moment, neither too early nor too late. As he savored his meal while listening to the elderly gentleman discuss stocks, he finished the dishes and called the waiter to settle the bill. For a few simple home-cooked dishes, Chen Feng spent 500 yuan, an amount substantial enough in 1990 to sustain an ordinary family for 2 months. Such a level of expenditure was befitting of the extravagant Huanghe Road. Chapter 78. The nation's earliest stock trading counter. The morning mist enveloped Shikong Road. Even at 7 or 8 o'clock, the streets were bustling with activity. A legion of bicycles whirred along the road, creating a unique tableau of the era. Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo sat at a breakfast stall by the roadside, enjoying deep-fried dough sticks, soy milk, and Haiqing's signature scallion pancakes. As Chen Feng savored his breakfast, he cast his gaze across the street. He gazed at number 101 Shikong Road across the street. This storefront was rather inconspicuous among the entire thoroughfare. It was said to have once been a barber shop. However, it later transformed into the Jing'an Securities Trading Department of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, thus becoming the nation's first stock trading counter. This occurred in the year 1986. It seemed that the people of Haiqing possessed a unique talent for the financial markets, leading the nation in stock trading. Locals often referred to this pioneering stock trading counter simply as number 101 Shikong Road, though it was only around 7 or 8 in the morning. Chen Feng noticed a considerable number of individuals already gathered at the entrance of number 101. Most were over 50, some even in their 60s or 70s. Engaged in hushed conversations, these individuals could be categorized into 2 groups. The first comprised the elder gentlemen, referred to as yi shushu in the local dialect, a term denoting older male relatives or seniors, which has come to encompass the older generation at large. These gentlemen, early risers, were likely discussing strategies for trading stocks that day. In the early 1990s, when stocks were just emerging, there were no online forums or television experts offering advice. Communication was solely through face-to-face exchanges. The gathering at number 101 Shikong Road represented the nation's first generation of stock traders, utilizing the most primitive methods to deliberate on stock trends. The second group consisted of scalpers, who facilitated stock transactions. In 1987, Haiqing had only issued a limited number of stocks, as the securities exchange had yet to be established, necessitating trades to occur at number 101. Many stocks had recently been issued in small quantities, creating a market devoid of genuine transactions, thus relying on scalpers, known locally as the Zhuang Muzi. While referred to as scalpers, they functioned more like intermediaries, bridging the gap between stockholders by buying and selling shares. Prices in the black market were volatile. A stock might cost 10 yuan today, only to rise to 12 the next day. The counter at number 101 Shikong Road primarily handled stock settlements, and the prices during these transactions did not reflect the true market conditions. The elder gentlemen relied on their own judgments to buy and sell stocks through these intermediaries. This brought to Chen Feng's mind the New York Stock Exchange, now famously known as Wall Street, which in its infancy was centered around a single sycamore tree. In 1792, 24 brokers convened beneath this tree, agreeing to meet daily to establish trading rules and commission structures, marking the inception of the illustrious NYSE. The first stock trading venue in Huaguo, though unremarkable in appearance, attracted numerous financial adventurers in pursuit of profit. It is impossible to overlook the similarities between the two. After finishing their breakfast, Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo lingered for a moment before settling the bill. By now, it was 8:30, and no 101 Shikong Road had yet to open, but a sizable crowd had already formed outside. Wait for me here. I'll take a look across the street, Chen Feng said, rising to head toward number 101 Shikong Road. The Jiangsu and Zhejiang Phoenix stocks are quite promising. I believe today is an opportune moment to invest in them. It is certain that one should purchase Feilu Audio shares, as they are the foremost in the market and offer assurance. Recently, the market for electric vacuum stocks has been quite favorable, and pursuing electric vacuum will undoubtedly yield considerable profits. Upon entering, Chen Feng overheard a group of gentlemen conversing in Wu dialect about the current stock situation. During his university days, he had a classmate from Haicheng, which allowed him to understand the local dialect to some extent. The gentlemen were gathered in clusters, fervently exchanging their insights on stocks. As Chen Feng navigated through the crowd, he found the atmosphere rather refreshing. Just then, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he encountered a man, approximately 32 years old, with stylish long hair. Standing behind him, the man gave Chen Feng a knowing look and inquired, "Sir, are you interested in purchasing stocks?" Chen Feng discerned that this man was a stockbroker. He smiled and nodded in response, saying, "I am indeed interested in acquiring some." "I can tell you're from out of town," the man remarked. "Yes. I came here because I've heard that Shikong Road is a place to strike it rich, so I wanted to take a look," Chen Feng replied with a smile. "You've come to the right place, sir. Currently, the most lucrative endeavor in Haicheng is undoubtedly stock trading. Just look at these gentlemen. Though they appear quite ordinary in their attire, many have become affluent through stock speculation. I know one gentleman who invested 1,000 yuan and has now made 20,000. The broker continued to extol the virtues of stock trading and shared tales of those he knew who had achieved financial success, all in an effort to pique Chen Feng's interest so he would buy stocks from him. Chen Feng listened with amusement as the broker passionately elaborated on the benefits of investing. Finally, the broker asked with a grin, "Would you like to purchase a few shares to give it a try?" "This is my first time buying. I'm not very knowledgeable," Chen Feng admitted candidly. He had invested in numerous stocks in Deep City, but they were all initial shares that were not yet tradable. Furthermore, Deep City lacked trading counters. Haicheng was the only place with such facilities, where transactions were conducted manually and the procedures were intricate. Being a newcomer, it was best for him to familiarize himself with the rules first. "It's quite simple. You can buy stocks from me, and then go to the address at 101 Shikong Road for the stock transfer," the broker explained eagerly. "So, what do you think? Care to try?" Faced with the broker's eager gaze, Chen Feng paused for a moment before asking, "What is the minimum amount I can purchase?" "You must buy at least 100 shares, otherwise the transaction process can be quite troublesome, and the sellers may be unwilling," the broker replied. After contemplating briefly, Chen Feng decided, "All right, I will purchase 100 shares to start." "Excellent. What stocks would you like?" "I have Feilu Audio, electric vacuum, and Shanghai Electric." "What is the price for Feilu Audio?" Chen Feng inquired. "Today, it is 3 yuan and 20 cents per share." "Then I will take 100 shares." Chen Feng retrieved his wallet from his pocket, extracting 320 yuan in cash. After receiving the money, the broker produced a paper stock certificate for Feilu Audio and asked, "Do you have your ID with you?" "Yes, I do," Chen Feng confirmed. "With your ID, I will take you to open an account, and then I will transfer the stock to you," the broker said. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. "By the way, how should I address you?" Chen Feng inquired. "My name is Fan Amiao. Everyone here calls me Amiao. You may simply refer to me as Amiao," he replied, clearly delighted as he accepted the money from Chen Feng. At 9 o'clock, the door of number 101 Shikong Road swung open. The shareholders waiting to complete their transactions eagerly entered, while some remained outside, engaged in discussions about the market and trading strategies. Amiao led Chen Feng inside, facilitated the opening of an account, and subsequently transferred the 100 shares of Feilu stock into Chen Feng's name. Thus, within the unassuming premises of number 101 Shikong Road, Chen Feng accomplished his inaugural formal stock transaction. Chapter 79, The Objective, Electric Vacuum. Upon completing the transfer, Chen Feng and Amiao exited number 101 Shikong Road. "Well then, I have successfully traded this stock to you. Should you wish to buy or sell in the future, feel free to reach out to me, Amiao," he said. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known how to navigate stock trading." Chen Feng expressed his sincere gratitude. "There's no need for formality. We are merely becoming friends. By the way, how do you stay informed about the market trends?" Chen Feng inquired further. "The market can be quite unpredictable. If you are dealing in smaller quantities, you can approach us first. We will handle your stocks. For larger volumes, you should still consult us. You can set a price, and we will assist you in selling. Of course, the price is negotiable. Ultimately, the final agreement is between you and the seller, Amiao elucidated. I understand, Chen Feng nodded. Individuals like Amiao, often referred to as scalpers, essentially function as intermediaries, connecting buyers and sellers, while the specific transaction price rests upon the agreement between the parties involved. Trading stocks in this era is akin to dealing in gold, silver, or antiques. Here is my business card. If you wish to purchase any stocks in the future, feel free to call me in advance, Amiao offered, handing Chen Feng a card that bore the inscription, Professional Stock Information, Fan Amiao, along with a pager number. All right. Take your time to consider. I must attend to other matters, Amiao said, patting Chen Feng's shoulder before moving on to other clients. Chen Feng continued to linger, listening to the discussions of the older gentlemen regarding stocks. At that moment, a tall, bald man in his 30s approached him, greeting him enthusiastically. Good day, sir. Are you interested in purchasing stocks? Chen Feng had not initially intended to buy, as he had already gleaned the trading process. However, suddenly recalling something, he asked, what is the current price of Philo? Oh, it is $3.20 per share, the bald man responded. Chen Feng fell silent, initially assuming that Amiao would charge him a slight premium, considering he was a stranger in this environment and thus susceptible to being overcharged. He had mentally prepared himself to view this as a learning expense. To his surprise, Amiao indeed offered him the stock at the fair price of $3.20. Are you interested in purchasing, sir? This is the morning's market price. It may not be available by afternoon, the bald man observed Chen Feng's silence, presuming he was contemplating. Not for now, Chen Feng replied with a smile, shaking his head. The bald man said nothing further and moved on to seek other customers. Chen Feng lingered at the entrance for quite some time, observing the stock investors of this era bustling in and out of the modest address at 101 Shikong Road, their faces radiating joy. Indeed, this was the most prosperous period for the stock market in the nation. Profits were reaped from any stock purchased. After spending a while at 101 Shikong Road, Chen Feng eventually stepped out. By now, it was past 10 o'clock, and the crowd had swelled, a testament to the fervor that the city's inhabitants held for stocks. As Chen Feng exited, he suddenly felt an urgent need to relieve himself. The soy milk he had enjoyed that morning had been delightful, and having consumed 2 bowls, he now found himself in need of a restroom. He approached an elderly gentleman at the roadside to inquire about the nearest toilet. The man gestured towards a narrow alley behind him, indicating that a public restroom could be found 30 meters in. Grateful, Chen Feng made his way to the public facility. Upon arrival, he found it to be reasonably well maintained, with an attendant collecting a small fee, indicative of regular upkeep. He paid 30 cents and entered. Once inside, after finding relief, Chen Feng emerged feeling considerably more at ease. He prepared to exit the alley and return to seek out Qin Weiguo. However, his attention was drawn to a figure squatting nearby, smoking a cigarette. The individual wore a floral shirt, had long hair, and sported a gold watch. Wasn't that the very person, Amiao, who had sold him stocks earlier? Chen Feng approached, squatted down beside him, and offered his cigarette pack. Amiao turned to Chen Feng, surprise illuminating his face. Ah, it's you. Care for a smoke? This brand is from Shenzhen. It came with me on the flight. Thank you very much, Chen Feng replied. As Amiao selected a cigarette, tucking it behind his ear, Chen Feng also took one and lit it. After a gentle inhale and exhale, he inquired, You've been in this line of work for quite some time? Haven't you, Amiao? Not really, just 5 years or so. I originally worked at a factory, but after getting into a fight, I was let go. My uncle was involved in this business at the time and, seeing me idle, took me under his wing. And thus, I've been at it for 5 years, Amiao chuckled. He turned his face towards Chen Feng and continued, I'm not deceiving you. Stocks truly can be profitable. It's merely a matter of time. My uncle always said that the stocks of today will undoubtedly be valuable in the future. Your uncle seems to possess great foresight, Chen Feng remarked thoughtfully. Indeed he did. He was a genuine university student during the Republic of China era and began trading stocks before the liberation. Afterward, due to his involvement in black market dealings, he was imprisoned at Talankio. A few years after his release, the government issued stocks. While others were hesitant to engage, he boldly invested and earned quite a sum. Amiao sighed. Alas, he passed away last year. Had he been here, who knows how much I could have profited under his guidance. It's not too late now, Chen Feng encouraged. Amiao shook his head with a smile. I'm not like my uncle. I graduated only from elementary school and struggle with understanding stock trends. I can only earn a meager living through reselling. I aspire to make a mark in Haicheng's stock market and hope to find someone to assist me. Would you be willing to help? I assure you a satisfactory compensation. After listening, Imao turned his face towards Chen Feng, gazing at the young man before him. After a lengthy pause, Imao solemnly said, "My uncle once advised that if you do not understand stocks, it is best to refrain from engaging with them. The consequences can range from financial ruin to utter devastation. I have always heeded his words. If you do not comprehend, do not meddle. You are only just purchasing your first stock today, yet you aspire to make a significant impact in the stock market. Young man, I advise you to act within your means. Trading stocks is not as simple as it seems." Amao's counsel took Chen Feng by surprise. Of course, Amao spoke the truth. Those who disregard the risks of the stock market inevitably face the repercussions. I understand the risks inherent in the market, yet I also harbor optimism for its future development. Even if this realm is fraught with peril, I wish to take a chance. What do you say? Are you willing to assist me? Amao regarded Chen Feng, and after a moment, a smile spread across his face as he remarked, "I see you are a rising dragon from Shenzhen, eager to test the waters here on the Shanghai bond. Assisting you is out of the question. I do not believe I possess the capability to aid you, nor am I accustomed to working under others. However, if you wish to buy and sell stocks, you may seek my services, for I will charge you a commission of 1%. Very well, please help me acquire shares of electric vacuum. Purchase as many as are available at market price," Chen Feng replied. Electric vacuum? Is that not the stock currently in vogue? Everyone is trading Jiangxi Phoenix, and several seasoned investors have expressed confidence in it. Amao frowned. Do not concern yourself with such matters. Simply buy as many as you can at the market price, and we will agree on the 1% fee as discussed. Chen Feng could not disclose to Amao that electric vacuum was poised for an imminent explosion, set to surge several dozen times in the coming year. His primary objective in coming to Haicheng was to seize this opportunity at the current low price, investing in electric vacuum and awaiting the subsequent rise. Chapter 80. Swift progress. Electric vacuum can be regarded as the greatest wealth-generating myth in the 2 years surrounding the establishment of the Shanghai Stock Exchange. The full name is Haicheng Vacuum Electronic Devices Company, a state-owned entity comprising an integrated shareholding company formed by a light bulb factory, an electronic tube factory, the second and third electronic tube factories, a Western factory, a picture tube glass factory, and a research institute for vacuum devices. It is the first state-owned enterprise to go public, producing products related to the highly sought-after home appliance sector. Since its listing, this stock has garnered substantial attention from capital investors, establishing itself as a true blue-chip stock. Electric vacuum was issued at a price of 100 yuan per share. Among the original 8 stocks on the Shanghai Stock Exchange, the combined capital and transaction volume of the other 7 stocks do not even match half of that of electric vacuum. This illustrates the stock's profound influence. Many individuals have achieved overnight wealth due to this stock, such as Yang Million, the first person in the country to speculate on Treasury bonds, who later turned his attention to stocks. When he began trading stocks, he arrived at the counter at 101 Shikong Road and declared, "I want all the stocks you have here." He purchased 2,000 shares at 100 yuan each, and within less than a year, his investment multiplied 25 times, creating the legend of Yang Million. Since Chen Feng had come to Haicheng, he was certainly determined to engage with electric vacuum. Today, the price of electric vacuum stock stands at 110 yuan and 50 cents, having risen for quite some time. I heard that Chen Feng intends to purchase electric vacuum. Without a moment's hesitation, Amao immediately quoted the day's price. "No problem. Procure as much as I require." Chen Feng replied with a faint smile. "All right, do you have a phone? I'll call you once I receive it." Chen Feng provided his mobile number to Amao, who diligently noted it in his small notebook. A glance revealed that the notebook contained numerous phone numbers, likely belonging to Amao's clients. "Very well. I will notify you when there is news," Amao said as he tucked the notebook back into his bag. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. "By the way, you'd best be near 101 Shikong Road before the end of the workday. You know how stocks work. The price can fluctuate greatly with time. If you live too far, by the time you arrive, the stock might have increased by several cents, and the seller might be unwilling to part with it, rendering your efforts futile." "Understood. I will remain nearby," Amao assured him before departing. Emerging from the alley, Chen Feng crossed the street. The breakfast stand across the road had already been taken down, and Qin Weiguo leaned against the utility pole, gazing at the scenery. Upon seeing Chen Feng approach, Qin Weiguo inquired, "Have you completed your business?" Chen Feng shook his head, responding, "I may need to stay here during the day for a while. Otherwise, you should return to the hotel." No worries. After all, you are my boss. Wherever you go, I will follow, Qin Weiguo chuckled. At that moment, Chen Feng's mobile phone rang. He picked it up and pressed the answer button, hearing a Mao's local accented voice on the line. Are you there? Someone wants to buy 100 shares at 111 yuan per share. Do you want them? Yes, Chen Feng replied succinctly. Come over. I'm at the entrance of 101, Shikong Road. I'm on my way, Chen Feng said, hanging up and turning to Qin Weiguo. Let us go. We have a deal. Upon arriving at the entrance of 101, Shikong Road, Chen Feng spotted a Mao, who was accompanied by a man wearing thick glasses and a slightly faded black Zhongshan suit, reminiscent of a university professor. Chen Feng approached, but a Mao did not introduce the man. Instead, he said to Chen Feng, let us go inside and transfer the stock into your name. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. The three of them entered 101, Shikong Road, where Chen Feng and the man in the Zhongshan suit conducted the stock transfer. Chen Feng paid 100 yuan, acquiring 100 shares at the price of 141 yuan each. He also handed a Mao a fee of 141 yuan. As they exited, a Mao gleefully counted the money Chen Feng had given him, having effortlessly earned 141 yuan today. Chen Feng, curious, asked, who was that gentleman just now? With so many electric vacuum stocks? You need to concern yourself with who he is. In our line of work, we only inquire about price and quantity, never about the identities or professions of the parties involved, a Mao explained to Chen Feng. Chen Feng nodded in understanding. Moreover, some individuals do not hold the shares in their own name. They are merely acting on behalf of others. If the individuals behind them do not reveal themselves, you would have no way of discerning their identities. I see, Chen Feng acknowledged. I had not anticipated such a maneuver, of course. This would only be entrusted to another under conditions of absolute mutual trust. In the ensuing hours, a Mao gradually assisted Chen Feng in acquiring 3 orders, 300 shares, 500 shares, and finally 1,000 shares. By the time Chen Feng purchased the 1,000 shares, the price had risen from 141 yuan per share to 143 yuan per share. Nevertheless, Chen Feng proceeded with the acquisition. As the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, the office at 101, Shikong Road officially closed, and the crowd that had gathered at the entrance began to disperse. The expressions on the faces of those departing varied. Some wore beaming smiles while others bore frowns of concern. Such is the nature of the stock market. Exiting 101, Shikong Road, Chen Feng had just completed his transactions. All right, we'll continue tomorrow. Today, a Mao was clearly among the cheerful. He had managed to earn over 2,000 yuan from Chen Feng. He had not expected to encounter such a significant client today. Scalpers profit from the price differences. How about I treat you to a meal? Chen Feng suggested. A Mao waved his hand, replying, no need. I have a principle. I only partake in prosperity banquets. Prosperity banquet? Chen Feng inquired, puzzled. It means that when you make a profit in the stock market, you treat me to a meal. Since you haven't made any money yet, we can wait until you do. Very well, then I shall treat you once I achieve prosperity. A Mao offered Chen Feng a slight smile before turning to leave, the evening sun casting a warm glow upon him and elongating a shadow on the ground. Chen Feng said to Qin Weiguo, let us return as well. Upon their return to the hotel, Chen Feng first secured the stocks he had purchased today in the safe of his private room. Only the affluent or the elite could afford a private room at the Peace Hotel, naturally necessitating a safe. Chen Feng glanced at the safe, which contained 1,900 shares of electric vacuum, and frowned slightly. He felt this quantity was insufficient. To be precise, it was not a small amount. It is worth noting that Electric Vacuum's initial issuance of shares was merely 1.45 million. Thus, Chen Feng's holdings represented 1% of the total issued stock. Yet, he felt it was lacking. His gaze fell upon the calendar on his desk, where he had circled a particular date with a pen. March 15th, the day Electric Vacuum would issue new shares. On that day, a stock that had been performing well suddenly plummeted, having in value. Time was of the essence. A sense of urgency washed over Chen Feng. After a moment's contemplation, he picked up his mobile phone and approached the window. He dialed a Mao's number. After a few rings, the call connected. A Mao's voice came through. Hello, which boss is this? And please, no scallions in my yellow fish noodles. A Mao was likely dining out, enjoying the local delicacy of haiqing. Chen Feng addressed a Mao. Please assist me in acquiring Electric Vacuum. I offer 148 yuan per share. No way, boss. 148 yuan per share? That price seems rather steep, a Mao responded. While this price might seem high at present, it would soon be considered a bargain. Very well, I shall contact a few friends tomorrow to assist you. The call between both parties ended. Chapter 81. The Challenge. Early the next morning, Chen Feng received a call from Mao. Last night, upon returning home, Mao had reached out to several acquaintances to help acquire shares of electric vacuum. They contacted their clients, purchasing a total of approximately 2,000 shares of electric vacuum stock, inquiring if Chen Feng was interested. Naturally, Chen Feng was keen. He promptly proceeded to 101 Shikong Road to facilitate the stock transfer. Chen Feng invested 290,000 yuan to acquire these 2,000 shares of electric vacuum. With the 2 million yuan he brought, having set aside 100,000 for daily expenses, he had already expended nearly 570,000 on stocks. At this juncture, Chen Feng's holdings in electric vacuum had reached 3,900 shares, with a total of 145,000 shares circulating in the market, giving Chen Feng a 26 stake. Chen Feng's substantial purchases triggered a ripple effect in the market. Around 11 o'clock, Mao called Chen Feng to inform him that the market price of electric vacuum shares had surged to 149 yuan, merely a step away from 150 yuan. Chen Feng indicated that he would raise his purchase price to 152 yuan per share and continue acquiring. After hanging up, Chen Feng leisurely began sipping tea. He found a courtyard nearby, renting it for 1,000 yuan a month, just a 3-minute walk from 101 Shikong Road. On days when he did not need to handle stock transfers, he could enjoy tea in this tranquil setting. As Chen Feng notified Mao about the price increase for the stocks, at the tea room on the second floor of the Kakanshan Hotel, not far from Shikong Road, 7 individuals were gathered in a private room enjoying tea. These 7, all aged over 50 or 60, were dressed modestly, yet each had a large mobile phone at hand. The exquisite pastries laid out on the table remained untouched. Sitting in the principal position was an elderly man, seemingly in his 70s, with graying hair and wearing reading glasses. His eyes tightly shut. "Professor Tang, what do you think? Early this morning, someone is buying electric vacuum at a high price, reportedly from Shenzhen," said a slightly stout man with a nearly bald head, addressing the elder at the head of the table. "I've heard it's indeed from Shenzhen. Could it be a rising dragon from that region?" commented a thin, bespectacled elder. "We were just about to engage with electric vacuum, and this person suddenly appears, simply causing a disturbance," remarked a younger man with a little mustache among the group. "Indeed, a disturbance," echoed another elder nearby, expressing his discontent. "Could it be the Wenzhou gang behind this? Knowing we intended to invest in electric vacuum, they might have acted preemptively," suggested one. "Impossible. The Wenzhou gang is focused on Jiangxi Phoenix. Their substantial funds are tied up in that stock and cannot be diverted," countered another. "Professor Tang, what do you think we should do?" inquired the thin elder wearing sunglasses amidst the lively discussion. The elder at the head of the table opened his eyes and replied, "If he wishes to buy, let him. Let us see how insatiable his appetite truly is." He turned to the slightly overweight, balding man beside him and inquired, "Dr. Zhang, what price is that person currently offering?" "It's reached 152 yuan, the plump, balding Dr. Zhang replied. "Let's place 2,000 shares at 155 yuan each and see if he accepts." "All right, I'll instruct my people to place the shares right away," said the younger man sporting a small mustache, as he picked up his mobile phone to have his associates initiate the stock sale. 10 minutes later, while Chen Feng was reading in the courtyard, his mobile phone rang. Pressing the answer button, he heard the voice of Mao on the line. "There's an order for 2,000 shares at 155 yuan each. Do you wish to proceed?" "Yes, of course," Chen Feng replied enthusiastically. He was determined to inflate the stock of Dian Zhenkong to the highest possible price. "However, I advise against purchasing this order," Mao cautioned over the phone. "Why not?" Chen Feng asked, puzzled. "Because this order is from the Seven Heavens Salon." "Seven Heavens Salon?" Chen Feng inquired, somewhat confused. "Our stockbrokers in Haicheng tend to band together, sharing both fortunes and misfortunes. The most prominent among them are the Seven Heavens Salon and the Wenzhou gang. The Seven Heavens Salon consists of a few gentlemen who commonly gather at the Seven Heavens Hotel on Nanjing Road to discuss stocks. They are retired elites from various professions, including doctors and professors, even individuals from Tilanxiao. They possess substantial funds and adopt a rather cunning approach to trading, preferring to take their time and make calculated moves, in stark contrast to the ruthless, reckless tactics of the Wenzhou gang. Chen Feng realized that the Seven Heavens Salon was a local informal organization engaged in stock trading, akin to the flamboyant Qilin society depicted in television dramas. "So, does that mean I cannot buy the stocks they sell?" Chen Feng asked. This is a declaration of war. It's the customary method of the Seven Heavens Salon. If you buy, it signifies your commitment to engage with them in the stock of Dianjin Kong until the end, Mao explained, clearly trying to dissuade Chen Feng. I'll take it, Chen Feng declared resolutely. You're going to buy it? Mao was taken aback by Chen Feng's defiance. He continued, you have no idea how ruthless these people from the Seven Heavens Salon are. Their fund pool reportedly exceeds 50 million yuan. Over the past 2 years, several have attempted to challenge them, but most have met with disastrous outcomes. That's fine. If they dare to sell, I dare to buy, Chen Feng thought to himself. I've never feared those with more money than me. If pushed to the brink, they might just transfer 200 million from their accounts in Shenzhen to eliminate these old-timers. However, he found such a game rather uninteresting. Chen Feng intended to utilize his 2 million yuan to test the waters with the supposedly multi-million yuan Seven Heavens Salon. Very well, if you're set on it, come over for the transfer, Mao conceded, no longer inclined to dissuade him. The stock market is no different from a casino. Once a decision is made, one must accept the outcomes of their choices. Mao had encountered many individuals unafraid of risk before and had grown weary of attempting to reason with them. Chen Feng proceeded to 101, Shikong Road, purchasing the 2,000 shares at 155 yuan each, successfully transferring the shares into his name. At this point, he possessed 5,900 shares of electric vacuum, representing 406 of the 145 million shares listed. In the tea room of the Seven Heavens Hotel, a man with a small mustache set down his mobile phone and addressed Professor Tang, who sat at the head of the table. The 2,000 shares we released were purchased by that individual. What? Exclaimed the bald, slightly stout elder seated nearby, unable to contain his indignation. Purchasing our shares is tantamount to accepting our challenge. That young upstart must be courting danger. Professor Tang, we must teach this audacious individual a lesson. Indeed, he is just an outsider. How dare he? The gentleman in the private room, accustomed to respect, could hardly tolerate being provoked by a mere youth from outside their circle. All right, everyone, please be quiet. Upon Professor Tang's command, the room fell silent. He then directed the mustached man, saying, since he has taken the bait, let us release another 1,000 shares to him. This time at a price of 165 yuan. I refuse to believe he possesses the means to consume this. Everyone stared in astonishment at Professor Tang. In a brief span, the price of electric vacuum had surged from 155 yuan to 165 yuan per share due to their machinations. Very well. I shall arrange for another 1,000 shares to be released, and let us choke him with this. The mustached man promptly set about organizing the sale of the shares. The Seven Heavens Salon had thrown down the gauntlet, and Chen Feng accepted the challenge. The stock market in Haicheng was poised to erupt into chaos. Chapter 82, The Stock Battle. A turbulent tide. The Seven Heavens Salon announced the release of 1,000 shares at a staggering price of 165 yuan, causing a stir among the gentlemen gathered at the entrance of 101, Shikong Road. Once again, an audacious challenger had emerged against the Seven Heavens Salon. In the past 2 years, no one had managed to outplay Professor Tang in the realm of electric vacuum stocks. Last year, the Wenzhou faction attempted to test their luck and ended up utterly defeated. The stock market in Haicheng is certainly dictated by the people of Haicheng. All talk of outside dragons is mere fiction. As the gentleman at 101, Shikong Road engaged in animated discussions, Mao stepped into a corner to place a call to Chen Feng. The call connected swiftly. 165 yuan. They have released another 1,000 shares. Implying you wish to participate. Of course, I will. Chen Feng's response was succinct. Very well, your decision is noted. Mao refrained from further commentary. For Chen Feng had already accepted the challenge from the Seven Heavens Salon. No additional words were necessary. Chen Feng proceeded to 101, Shikong Road to complete the share transfer. He expended 165,000 yuan to acquire the 1,000 shares, bringing his total holdings of electric vacuum to 6,900 shares. News of his recent acquisition rapidly reached the Seven Heavens Hotel. Understood, the mustached man replied after hanging up, turning to Professor Tang. That 1,000 shares were also purchased by him at 165 yuan each. What could he possibly be thinking? Inquired the thin, elderly gentleman, perplexed. Perhaps he is unaware that our cost price is merely 123 yuan per share. Whatever the sale, we profit, the mustached man chuckled. Since he wishes to buy, let him continue. This time, we shall set the price at 175 yuan per share for another 1,000 shares. I refuse to believe he will be willing to take them at this price. Professor Tang promptly issued the next directive, once again raising the price of Dianjin Kong by 10 yuan. Understood. That mustached man then made another call, instructing his subordinates to sell shares. Upon receiving the news, Mao turned to Chen Feng and said, "It's already 175 yuan per share. What do you think?" Chen Feng, currently brimming with fighting spirit, had no intention of returning to that courtyard and instead chose to remain stationed at 101 Shikong Road. "So what is the plan? Let us buy in." "All right, I'll follow your lead." Mao was preparing to contact the seller through his mobile phone, arranging for them to meet Chen Feng for the transaction. Chen Feng then said to Mao, "Hand me the phone. I'd like to have a word." After a moment's hesitation, Mao passed the phone to Chen Feng. With a smile, Chen Feng spoke into the phone, "I'll take those 1,000 shares of Dianjin Kong. How many shares does Kakangshan Salon have available for sale? Money is not an issue for me." After finishing his conversation, he hung up the phone and noticed the astonished gazes of the bystanders around him. At that moment, those gathered at 101 Shikong Road had likely realized that it was this young man in his early 20s who was engaged in a battle with Kakangshan Salon. Amidst the awe of the crowd, Chen Feng completed the transaction for those 1,000 shares. Following this acquisition, his total holdings reached 7,900 shares, constituting 54 of the circulating shares. From the 2 million he had brought, after deducting 100,000 for living expenses, he had spent 123,000 of the remaining 1,900,000, leaving him with 670,000. Aware that his chips were sufficient, Chen Feng said to Mao, "Please sell 1,000 shares at the price of 188 yuan each." 188 yuan per share? Surely. No one will buy at that price. Mao expressed his skepticism. "Rest assured, there will be buyers." "Fine. If you say we should sell, then we shall." Mao retrieved his mobile phone and informed his associates that there were 1,000 shares of Dianjin Kong available for sale at 188 yuan each. Approximately 5 minutes later, Mao's phone rang. He pressed the answer button, and after a few seconds, a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Really? Great, come over." After hanging up, he said to Chen Feng, 1,000 shares at 188 yuan each. Someone has indeed bought them. A smile flickered across Chen Feng's face. Before long, a man with a flat top and an impassive expression, led by Mao's associate, arrived at 101 Shikong Road. When he met Chen Feng, a hint of helplessness crossed his face. The group proceeded to finalize the transaction of the 1,000 shares at the counter. Soon, the news of the transaction price reaching 188 yuan per share began to circulate among the bystanders. This news quickly reached the Kakangshan Hotel. The mustached man, after placing down his mobile phone, was thoroughly astonished. He remarked to Professor Tang, "The transaction price is 188 yuan per share. And that person sold 1,000 shares. Someone actually bought them." At that moment, Professor Tang was preoccupied with a bird in its cage, not lifting his gaze. He thought to himself that it was highly likely this was a mere ploy to inflate the price before exiting the market, a rather juvenile trick. He then said to the mustached man, "Let us lend him a hand. This time, we shall release 5,000 shares." Lowering the asking price to 150 yuan per share. 150 yuan per share? The man with the small mustache gazed at Professor Tang in astonishment, finding the situation utterly incredulous. It appeared that the individual intended to sell. He first elevated the stock price to 188 yuan, then sought to discreetly offload his shares at approximately 175 yuan each, ensuring a substantial profit. However, I was determined to thwart his plans by crashing the stock, initially targeting his cost price and placing an order at 150 yuan per share, thus shattering his calculations. Professor Tang's directive swiftly reached number 101, Shikong Road. Upon receiving the instruction, his associates immediately released an order at 150 yuan per share, offering 5,000 shares. As soon as this news broke, it sent ripples through the market. The onlookers at number 101, Shikong Road, turned their attention towards Chen Feng. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Mao felt somewhat embarrassed. He inquired of Chen Feng, "What shall we do about 5,000 shares at 150 yuan each?" Chen Feng smiled and replied, "If I can afford the expensive ones, why should I shy away from the cheaper? Just have someone come to finalize the transfer." Mao could only make a call to arrange for the transfer. Once inside, Chen Feng and Mao, the bystanders began to speculate. From 188 yuan per share, crashing down to 150 yuan, it seemed Professor Tang aimed to crush that overreaching dragon with a move of 5,000 shares. I doubted that the dragon could maintain its position for even a day. I had heard that the acquisition cost for that individual exceeded 150 yuan. If the seven heavens could firmly hold this price, it would be difficult for him to profit in Haiqing. At the price of 150 yuan per share, Chen Feng acquired the 5,000 shares sold by the Seven Heavens Salon, swiftly raising his holdings to 89. His prepared capital of 1.9 million yuan was now nearly depleted. Exiting number 101, Shikong Road, Chen Feng paid a Mao a considerable sum as a handling fee. Many onlookers observed the two of them. Shortly thereafter, a brand new Cadillac pulled up outside number 101, Shikong Road. Chen Feng patted a Mao on the shoulder and said, "My car has arrived. I must take my leave for now." With that, he entered the Cadillac. The onlookers outside, witnessing Chen Feng being whisked away in a Cadillac worth at least 1.6 million yuan, were taken aback by the young man's considerable prowess. The gentlemen at Shikong Road began to speculate about the identity of this remarkable young man.